If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 451, Chapter 409. Dreams were weird. Dreams that were filled with memories not your own? The dream cycle took that to the next level. It almost felt like lucid dreaming, except I couldn't control anything, but still experienced it vividly. I watched Rei-Kao and Vlad fight. The maniacal laughter of his even as Rei-Kao continued to fill his body with wounds. From the position I was able to see, it seems like he genuinely was rejoicing in / reveling in / happy about his defeat. Which wasn't odd considering how much he despised his connection to the vampire, and to be forced into the state so close to that was the worst torture you could inflict upon him. I couldn't help but marvel at Rei-Kao's skill. Vlad was no match for her whatsoever. He acted like a mindless berserker, just throwing himself at her at every opportunity. It reminded me of how Lancelot was under his own madness. Granted, I did not believe Vlad to be anywhere near as skilled as Lancelot was. Vlad was a general first and foremost. That wasn't to deny his presence on the battlefield, leading the charge against his enemies. But he did not take the path of a warrior, but of a leader primarily. And I didn't think he would dispute that claim either. Seeing Rei-Kao dance around his blows and gracefully inflict cut after cut, whittling him down until she severed his arm, it could only be called beautiful. The dream abruptly ended once she finally defeated him. And my eyes shot open. I was staring right into Rei-Kao's as she laid her head next to mine. Dream cycle? She asked. Yeah, you too. She nodded. It was normal, when one of us had it, it was pretty much guaranteed that the other had it as well. It wasn't always pleasant either. I know the absolute worst parts of Rei-Kao's life. And she did not have a pleasant life in her early years. Nothing bad, I hope? I asked. She had that little smile on her face that made my heart skip a beat. It was so utterly adorable that it was hard to put into words. I saw Master ask out his first crush. I groaned and opted to push my head into her chest. Not that I needed an excuse to bury my face between her generous bosom. There, Mommy will make you feel better. She giggled. Master was so cute when he was younger. I'm glad you enjoyed one of my most embarrassing moments. I huffed. I think it was sweet. She countered. She shot me down, hard. Yes, but that was her loss. I knew she was just doing this to make me feel better, and it did work. I got to see you fight Vlad. I felt the vibrations in her chest. I did not expect something so recent. It is not as bad as it could have been. Seems to be the summarization for everything that's happened. You did the best you could. I know, that's probably what makes it even worse. I sighed. I literally don't know what I could have done differently bar calling out to Meridia and dooming the world regardless. And now you have time to figure it out. She pointed out. Yet. I relented. I talked a big game back at Chaldea about regrouping and coming back, but I don't know where the fuck to even start. One thing was for sure, I would have to begin my Bankai training in earnest. 6th, you said. 6th singularity was my deadline to return. It implied a lot of things and I was maybe only right about half of them. But what I guessed was that he felt confident in them handling up to that point. But what came after, even he was worried. I had time to prepare. And it wouldn't be just Rei-Kao I went with next time. Nor would I be hiding. The next time I showed up, I would be prepared for a fight. Does the fact that you're squeezing my behind mean that you're feeling better? She asked. Maybe I just like squeezing your butt. She giggled, pinching my cheek. Do you wish for me to really cheer you up? She asked with a sultry smile. In any other circumstance, I wouldn't leave the room with you being able to walk. But, we have guests and I don't want to ignore them to have sex. You are correct. She shrugged helplessly. I am worried about Jean. Yeah, me too. She must be feeling really confused about everything, especially with how the singularity ended. No one is at fault. She reassured me. I barely spoke a few words to her. That other Jean. I didn't want to call her a fake. She didn't deserve that. I was broken over what happened in the Fuyaki singularity, and it was nearly a copy of that circumstance, but I'm relieved. I'm relieved that my Jean is here right now. You feel like you were too quick to accept the other Jean's sacrifice. I know how it sounds. It's what makes Master human. She booked my nose. Funny, I'm feeling less and less human these days. I don't know where I would be without all of you in my life. In more trouble, most likely. You have a penchant for it. Being dead was the more likely bet. She shifted, sitting up. If we don't have time for me to properly take care of you, I know you enjoy watching us get dressed and undressed. I absolutely did. I don't know why. Obviously, there's the enjoyment of having someone you care about undressing. But the opposite seemed to ring true as well. Well, I could enjoy myself for a minute or two, it wouldn't hurt anything. Jean. I barely walked out the door to the bedroom and saw Jean poking her head out of her own room. Gee, good morning. She greeted awkwardly. You know you're allowed to leave your room, right? I asked. I didn't want to disturb anyone. I just shook my head, holding my arms out. She took my meaning and walked into my hug. How are you doing? Better. She replied, which probably wasn't entirely a lie. Get any sleep? A little. She shuffled out of my arms. I guess, it's just a big change, so it was hard to shut my eyes for too long. You poor thing. Ray Cow hugged her next. Well, more like attempting to suffocate her with her cleavage. She wasn't doing it entirely on purpose, so it only took some mild struggling for Ray Cow to let her go. Come on, we can get some food or something, then get you settled properly. I offered. I would like to see where you kidnapped me to. She smiled. It wasn't a kidnapping. You didn't ask for my opinion. Would you have not wanted to come? Well, no. She admitted. But you should have asked. She puffed up. Jean, do you want to come back home with me? You can't just ask now. She cutely whined. Possibly changing into some booty shorts for my viewing pleasure. Don't just ask something like that in front of other people. She turned a shade of pink. I don't mind. Ray Cow pushed up against her, leaning down close to her ear. We can match. Nay. Ray Cow was the best. That was enough teasing of Jean this early in the morning. Instead, I just led her down the stairs where a bunch of familiar faces were sitting around, chatting. And there he is. Zelretch declared as we came into view. Gramps? I was happy to see him. You had quite the adventure, it seems. He smiled. That's one way to say it. I walked over, giving a hug and kiss to Venelana and Yasaka. I took an empty seat, and was feeling pretty proud of myself, or rather Jin, for having the foresight to make our living room able to accommodate so many people. I plopped down on an empty seat and took out the device Gramps gave me when leaving for the Singularity and tossed it to him. I'm surprised everyone else isn't here. He caught it handedly. I will look over this afterwards. We didn't want to pile up on you, especially since you didn't do anything wrong. Yasaka responded. You must be exhausted in more ways than one. Take a couple days to rest up, go check up on everyone at your own pace. I was thankful for that. As much as I would love to have all my girls fawning over me, I was not in the proper mindset at the moment to handle that. Ray Cow and Jean joined me, Jean looking a bit hesitant. Mozart. I greeted the last person present. My dear master. He grinned. Sorry for just throwing you off into a guest room as soon as we got back. No. He held a hand up. Believe me, I am fully understanding of the circumstances. Even as a servant, I was quite exhausted both mentally and, well, not quite physically, but using my noble phantasm for so long was exceedingly draining on my spirit. You did well. Your praise is heartwarming. He patted his chest. And I have had the pleasant opportunity to speak with two fervent fans of mine. And they both have seen me in person. How outstanding! This trip has already been one worth every effort thus far. You know, I completely forgot that Gramps had probably been there in person too. I traveled quite a bit in my younger years. Gramps stroked his beard. I can't say I was at many of his performances, but I did catch a few when I had the time. You missed out. Venelana chimed in. I was there at nearly every one. My lady, it pleases me to know someone of your status thought so highly of my performances. Mozart responded smoothly. I feel left out. I was around that time, but I wasn't really connected with the Western world. Yasaka sighed. I'll need to see what I was missing out on when you perform next. Next. Mozart blinked, realizing. I suppose that is a consideration now, isn't it? I didn't initially intend for him to come back with me, but now I was responsible for him all the same. Therefore, I wanted to make sure I did right by him. You have a chance to do whatever you want now. If you want to return to performances, we can figure out how to do that. The idea of spirit inheritors or reincarnations isn't uncommon here, so we can get around a lot of questions that way. Your most wonderful grandmother had been telling me some specifics about her origins. I'm curious, would my presence be unwelcomed in hell? You want to go to hell? Jean blinked. It would be quite the exciting experience, don't you think? His eyes lit up. I find myself confused. You've been rather easygoing considering my origin, and my grandmother. I'm fairly sure your official biography lists you as profoundly religious. That would be accurate. He nodded. I am confused. Why would it affect me? He tilted his head. My thoughts would not change, nor would my heart. And if they did, then, my beliefs were not as dear to me and important as I believed. That's a rather refreshing mindset. Yasaka noted. I couldn't agree more. Zelretch nodded. Jean was silent, perhaps contemplating his words and reflecting on them. If anyone would mirror them, she would easily be able to. There's no problem. However, you can expect a lot of devils trying to get you to join their peerage. Venelana replied. A peerage? Are there many musical groups down below? He asked. Pardon, I believe I glossed over an important detail. I had forgotten you were not from this world and I'm rather new to outsiders, as it were. She chuckled. Where to start? When the original Lucifer was still alive, and we were enemies of heaven, our numbers dropped drastically low. So a rather smart devil named Ajoka created a way to turn other species into devils. Pardon, did you say the original Lucifer? Mozart blinked. She looked at me and I failed to hold back a laugh. I never fully explained that part. The original Lucifer and demons are all dead. The current Lucifer is my son and it's more a title. Like president or prime minister, if that makes sense. Curious. Mozart replied. And fascinating. You said enemies with heaven in a past tense. Oh yes. We recently have brokered a peace agreement. She glanced at me. You can thank Wilhelm over there and Yasaka as they were both involved. After raking those poor angels over the coals first. Angels? You met angels. Jean's eyes widened. I told you that Michael invited me to become an angel. I didn't believe you. That actually happened. Venelana supplied. No faith. I shook my head. I would make a good angel. For all of 10 seconds. Yasaka snorted. Even that is a generous estimate. How long do you think you would take to fall? That depends, how far away is Gabriel? Because after seeing her, I can't understand how there are so many angels left. That's true, she has some impressive assets. Yasaka seemed to agree. Wah! Jean looked utterly unable to follow. Gabriel has some big boobs. I deadpanned. Jean looked like she had to reboot. Once she processed what I said, she immediately started hitting my shoulder. You're not allowed to say something like that. Bad Wilhelm. So says the patron saint of bondage. I couldn't help myself. Nee. Oh my, I like her. Venelana giggled, covering her mouth. Once more, I agree completely. Zelretch chuckled. It's unfortunate I was not in France during her time. I would not think I would ever sit across from a true saintess. She is rather warm. Venelana smiled. I wonder how heaven will react when they inevitably find out. Jean took a break from assaulting me to blankly stare at her. Well, it doesn't matter as long as she's here. They know better than to test my patience for the moment. Yasaka hummed. However, if Jean here is wanting to meet them, that's a different story. Meeting angels. Jean fell back in her seat with a 404 error. I believe she's broken. I poked her cheek. I was tempted to poke her boob, but I resisted. Continuing where I left off. The method created was something called evil pieces. I won't bore you with all the details just yet, but basically they're these magical items in the form of chess pieces that are implanted in the person's soul and it converts them to devilhood. Once you take the piece from the king, you are part of their peerage. Would they be beholden to their king? Mozart asked. Yes. Venelana didn't lie or hide the truth, she very bluntly stated it outright. You would be forced to listen to their every order. Mozart looked quite thoughtful, then looked at me. Would you be against me becoming a devil, master? What? I blinked. I wish to become a devil and experience it. You are. I believe my previous words held true. I simply wish to experience it. I am an existence that already lived and died. What point is there for me to live again if not to try something different? An entire new culture and race to explore. I can't imagine what ideas I will have once I become a devil. Will my entire way of thinking change? Will my concept of music change along with my damnation? The idea is both thrilling and terrifying in equal measure. You want to become a devil? Venelana asked quietly. I would, yes. He nodded. Venelana looked at me, then back at him. Do you have a preference on who you accept a piece from? If so, I wouldn't mind offering my own, but... My lady, I would be thrilled to have such a wonderful fan introduce me to the world of devilhood. He once more was rather smooth in his delivery. Venelana turned to me and I knew she was really wanting a certain response. I hate evil pieces as a concept, but it's not my place if someone wants to turn into a devil by their own will. Venelana practically squealed with glee. I have a mutated queen piece available. I hate to be a downer, but that may not be possible. Zelretch interjected. I am familiar with those evil pieces, and I am to believe they require the king to be either stronger or around the same level of strength as the one they wish to turn. Venelana paused. Oh, I believe I got excited and forgot something obvious. Ah, will it not be possible then? He asked. I don't know if I'm capable of reincarnation you as you are. Well, I've only recently learned what a servant actually is. I'm not a particularly powerful servant. Mozart noted. A servant is still a higher existence. Zelretch replied. Venelana visibly deflated. It was very odd of her to show this much outward emotion. Hey Gramps, could I boost her evil piece? I questioned. He raised an eyebrow. Perhaps, but again, a servant is still a higher existence than the evil piece, it may not be applicable. There is a simple answer to this dilemma. Ray Cow spoke up. Something obvious we are missing? I asked. I admit, I don't know the answer either. I would need time to think this over and devise a few hypotheses to test. Zelretch said. It is rather obvious when you think about it. Yasaka smirked. What? What am I missing? Our man can be rather dense sometimes, can't he? Yasaka giggled. Ray Cow smiled. He misses the obvious sometimes, but that's why we're here. All right, you two are having a jest on me. Can you just give it to me straight? They shared a look, giggling. Go ask Meridia for help, foolish master. Ray Cow lightly chided me. She is more than willing to help in things such as this. Ah, that would solve it. Zelretch snorted. Pardon? Who is this, Meridia? Mozart looked around. Venelana stood up, and nearly threw herself at me. I am going to be showing my gratitude to you later. As exciting as that was. As long as you're happy, it's good enough for me. Will, dear. She put her hands on my cheeks. That just makes me want to reward you even more. Please clear a few days of your schedule. You will not be leaving my bed for the entirety. She whispered. Okay. I accepted, perhaps a bit taken back by her aggressiveness. Mozart, how would you like to visit the underworld? I would be thrilled to give you a proper tour. Venelana offered, removing herself from me. I do believe your excitement would lose out to mine, Lady Gremory. Mozart stood up. I'll talk to Meridia and figure things out. Venelana threw me a glance. Don't worry about it, go have fun. I playfully shooed her away. It was obvious she wanted to go have fun with her new friend. Probably show him off to anyone that will be around. And Mozart sounded just as excited to go play in hell, so let them have at it I say. Venelana activated a teleportation circle, taking Mozart along with her. Are you okay with him just being a devil? Jean suddenly asked. Normally, I'd ask something like, do you have something against devils, and tease you about our own relationship? But, I'll just cut to the thick of it. I support personal choice in nearly every situation. I'm no fan of devils, bar Venelana. I can count on one hand the number of devils I actually will speak to. But everyone is entitled to their own choice. If Mozart wants to play around as a devil, that is his prerogative, and no one is allowed to tell him otherwise. Free will? She asked. I nodded. Out of the many things I disagree with your God with, the idea of free will is not one of them. I respect his stance on not interfering in most situations. He was very much about letting humanity make their way once they grew up enough. Oh. Yasaka covered her mouth. What's wrong? I asked. I just realized we never properly introduced ourselves. Venelana was just fang-earling over Mozart. That is an apt way to describe it. The kitsune giggled. Let me do so properly. I am Yasaka, the leader of the West Kyoto Yokai, which roughly constitutes half of the yokai of Japan, and the land you are standing on right now. And also Wilhelm's woman. Thank you for having me. Jean quickly switched to proper etiquette. I'm Jean Dark. Yes you are. Yasaka giggled again. Wilhelm told us all about you. And he failed to deliver just how adorable you really are. Don't mind it, dear. Zelretch interjected. She is a kitsune, getting a reaction out of people is something she does without even thinking. Oh, you know me so well, grandfather. Yasaka playfully swatted her hand his way. He smiled in return. I am Kisker Zelretch Schweinorg. You may call me Zelretch or grandfather as my grandson's other paramours do. What are you saying, we're not dash? Jean quickly flushed again. Oh, who's what now, grandfather? Yasaka shot a smirk his way. I'm an old man, allow me my fun. I pulled Jean into a hug to calm her down. The sputtering saintess was always cute, but it made for difficult conversation when she was like this. He's just having a joke on you, don't worry about it. She hid her face. Will. She still didn't look up. If I wanted to go meet the angels and join them, like Mozart did the devils, would you let me? Jean, if you wanted to go to heaven and join them, I would deliver you to the pearly white gates myself, kick the door open, and drop you in Michael's lap. Thank you. She whispered. Distinctly, she didn't say that's what she wanted. But don't talk about attacking heaven. It wouldn't be much of an attack. Attacking implies that they can defend themselves. Wilhelm. I feel like she's going to do a good job of keeping my troublesome grandson in line. Zelretch stated. It's strange, I felt something similar. Yasaka and him shared a look I didn't quite see. But now that you and Wilhelm are both here, I had something I wanted to talk about. What's up? I asked, fending off Jean's fists. What are your thoughts on sending Kuna to schools in another world? Oh shit, what's this? Right as Yasaka asked, Mordred walked through the front door. Mordred, watch your language. Artoria pulled up behind her and stopped right as her eyes landed on us. She does look like me. Told you so. Mordred snorted. Hey Frenchie, good shit seeing you again. Mordred cheerful waved. Saber. Jean blinked. I forgot that Wilhelm mentioned you were here too. She brightened up. Yeah, Achilles and Atalanta are running around somewhere too, they'd probably be happy to see you as well. Mordred strode over, falling into the empty seat. Greetings. Artoria politely directed towards Jean. Hello. Jean smiled back. You are already very different from the version of you I met in Chaldea. Artoria looked at me, raising an eyebrow. She was apparently summoned by them before we arrived. I said softly. We will speak later. She nodded, not one of anger or even accusation, but one filled with a subtle amount of concern. I know she was wanting to make sure I was feeling all right there. And she no doubt knew what was going on thanks to Ray Cow, so it was appreciated. She subtly glanced around and there was a particular lack of seats. I held my arms open, giving her an inviting smile. She turned a faint shade of pink, but didn't put out any form of argument, walking over and sliding into my lap as my arms quickly wrapped around her. If you two start going at it, I'm out. Mordred said flatly. Mordred. What? I don't want to know what weird shit that dandy gets up to. She snorted. Today is a good day. Zelretch mused. After the whole mess in Orleans, I was oddly in agreement with him thus far. What were you saying before, Yasaka? I rested my chin atop Artoria's head. I wanted your opinion on sending Kuna to school in another world to avoid her being around during the war. She reiterated. Both your opinion as her father, and grandfather's insight on where, if we send her somewhere. Like a boarding school? I asked. Something like that. She nodded. I wouldn't be against it at all. Of course, that would involve having a very in-depth talk with Kunu about everything. I think she's old enough to handle something like this. Yasaka replied. I'm not against it again, and I'll defer to your expertise. Expertise, sure, let's call it that. Yasaka snorted. You seem to think I have any idea what I'm doing most of the time. If I may ask, what do you desire in schooling for Kunu? Artoria inquired. She's been adamant about learning magic. So I figured an education that covers that would be something we could all get behind. Somewhere without anything too dangerous. But also somewhere where she can spread her wings and make some friends. I was drawing a blank until a moment ago, but I just recalled a world I had visited some years ago. I think it was during the 1200s back home that I left and visited that world, but it took place during their Second World War. Give me a little bit to refresh my memory and find my old notes and I can give you a definite answer. Zelretch replied. Well, this is boring. Mordred stood up. Hey Frenchie, wanna go check out your new home? I can show you around the place, found some cool spots. Okay. Jean blinked. Awesome, let's bail before they start snogging. Mordred practically pulled Jean away and out the door. Well then. I said idly. Mordred is more perceptive than he appears. Artoria replied. She was not feeling particularly well, was she? Jean had a rough time of it. She's going to need a bit to acclimate. Artoria nodded. As I said, Mordred is more perceptive than most give him credit for. I'll need to thank her later, she'll probably do well with a familiar face expanding her horizons a bit. I didn't want to be her sole emotional support. It's good for her to have friends around. Well, I merely wished to check in to make sure you were well, Wilhelm. I understand you experienced quite the ordeal, and as we're under not pressing time constraints, please come speak to me when you have a moment after taking some time to yourself. Gramps stood up, walking towards the door. I will also look into the place I mentioned before. Goodbye, grandfather. Reikau responded. Zelretch smiled brightly before walking right through the front door and disappearing. There are more seats open now. Artoria commented. I didn't let go of her. Yes there are. Yasaka came over and stole the seat next to me, so I was squished between Reikau and her with Artoria on my lap. All taken, sorry. You have joined the cuddle pile, escape is impossible. Clothes are optional as well. I added. Then I choose to keep mine on. Artoria said dryly. However, I will not be upset if your hands wander a bit. She quietly added. I needed to relax like this. And I know Jean is in good hands with Mordred who will pull her out of her shell rather quickly. I can worry about the important stuff in a few hours. Right now, I really just needed a breather. Chapter 452, Chapter 410. It's been a while since we've done this. I idly mused. That's true, but it's good for everyone to see us. Yasaka kept a pleasant smile about her as we walked down the street, her tail wrapped around my waist. It makes them feel more safe when they see us just casually strolling down the street. Oh, I wasn't complaining. I love spending time with you, a walk is more than welcomed whenever possible. Oh, you're so sweet. She used one of her other tails to push against my face. She made a little game out of me trying to grab that tail of hers and her pulling it away in time. Eventually, she relented and allowed me to fluff her tail as we walked. I don't think either of us really cared about all the pointed staring as we made our way to Kuna's school. It was a relaxing walk with a beautiful woman hanging on me. This is nice. I needed a break. She sighed. I'm sorry. It's not your fault. Those bastards attacked, and you can't be blamed for their stupid decisions. An equal response was inevitable. She quickly retorted. But I'll admit that all the work to prepare for a war is tiring. Anything in particular you need help with? It would be so much simpler if that were the case. But no, everything is progressing as it should be, slow and steady. You have no idea how much I wish you could swoop in and just fix everything. But unfortunately, nothing is broken. As did I, been feeling kind of useless recently. Dare I ask about how preparations are going? I would happily read to you the stacks of paperwork in regards to that. She said rather sarcastically. Oof. Speaking of, I have a bone to pick with you, mister. Sorry. I felt like an automatic apology would best serve me. She pulled on my cheek. Do you have any idea how much more work I had to do because of your Indra fight? I've been so preoccupied with the other thing, that I sort of forgot about the aftermath of that. How enviable! She said dryly. But no, I've had gods from Takamagahara coming down here constantly. Some incognito, others waltzing around like flamingos looking for attention. I winced, feeling like an apology wouldn't be enough. Funnily enough, Lord Susanoo had been handling most of the problems. He made it very clear that if any gods caused trouble for me, they would answer to him. I am surprised. Believe me, you aren't the only one. She shook her head. Oh, and before I forget, Hades sent a secret message to me to pass on to you. He has something important to talk about and would like to request your presence at your earliest convenience. I can probably guess what that's about. I should bring Izzy with me when I go. Maybe after spending this evening with Kunu? It's not like I'm forced to do anything in particular at the moment, and I would like his opinion on the spear. Think I should head over after we talk to Kunu. Normally, I wouldn't worry about it. But that was a couple days ago, and it sounded urgent. I'd rather not get on the bad side of someone like Hades, especially with how much help we're receiving from him. A good idea. I can do it after this then, my schedule is pretty much free. Wonderful, I'll send him a message while we're out and about so he can have time to expect you. You should bring Izanamiya with you as well. Ha, I was just thinking the same thing. I can read your mind. Really? What am I thinking about right now? You're imaging what I'm wearing under my kimono at the moment. I feel like that's rather obvious. She leaned in. I'm not wearing anything under. I'm tempted to check for myself. Oh, does my man want to take me right here in the open where everyone can see? I don't think I have it in me to resist. She was obviously kidding, but the thought itself was an attractive one. You've been teasing me quite a bit since I got back. After Venelana is done with you, you can come punish me. She whispered again. Horny fox. Almost immediately, however, she regained her more proper look as Kunu's school came in view. And as if right on cue, 9 fluffy tails burst out of the building, running right at us. I'm fairly sure she could notice our scent from that distance. Daddy! The Kunu torpedo slammed right into me, and I happily accepted it. My little fox! I gave her a big hug. Once again, I'm a second thought, hey. You hey. Kunu nodded. You just go right for the heart stab, don't you missy? Yasaka snorted as Kunu went to hug her as well. Love you, mama. And I love you too, sweetie. But I think you take far too much after me sometimes. I can be more like daddy. On second thought, taking after me isn't so bad. Oi! I protested. Do you want her to go fighting gods? She quirked an eyebrow. Yes. Kunu nodded happily. Listen to your mother. I smushed the top of her head down. Actually, we should really get her a good role model. Like Auntie Skathuk. Kunu's eyes sparkled. Jin. Yasaka offered. Right, I remembered as soon as I said it. Reikau. Reikau. She nodded. Artoria too. I'd even take Mordred. Mordred is a sweet girl and I refuse to accept the bad reputation she has. Yasaka agreed. Rin too. Definitely Rin. Auntie Rin was showing me how to make things blow up. Kunu smiled. Maybe I should have a talk with Rin. Yasaka muttered. Regardless. We have something important to talk with you about, Kunu. Are you breaking up? She turned to me. Are you leaving? She looked utterly horrified. I knelt down next to her to get eye level. Your mother and I aren't breaking up. And I want you to understand something very important, Kunu. On the very, very small chance that your mother and I decide to end our relationship, you will always be my daughter. Really? Really, really? I nodded. She basically threw herself at me for a hug. I didn't expect her to jump to conclusions so quickly, that was certainly something we still needed to work on. At this point, Kunu was my daughter, and I didn't care what happened in the future. Her biological father could come back from the dead, and he would still have to share. Is Mama pregnant then? Yasaka nearly choked. No, and not for lack of trying, mind you. Mom. You're the one who asked. You. It's a natural and beautiful thing. Yasaka and I shared a look, grateful that she quickly recovered back to her normal self. Is Dad pregnant then? Dear, we've had the talk about where babies come from. Yasaka deadpanned. But didn't Auntie Jin come from a lamp? Why can't Dad be pregnant? He's a devil, right? We're going to need to have a further talk about certain things it seems. She's messing with you. I nudged Yasaka. Yasaka looked down at the giggling Kunu. Oh, you little fox. Yasaka pinched her cheeks. I believed you. Everyone knows boys can't have babies, Mom. Yeah, Mom. Everyone knows that. I joined in with Kunu. I feel like you two are always joining together against me. Sometimes, you should trust your gut. I high-fived Kunu. Team Dad and Daughter. Just gang up on your poor defenseless mother. She exaggeratedly sighed. Okay. Kunu said, nonplussed. I love her so much. Alright, enough fooling around. We need to have a serious talk. Yasaka decided to cut to the chase. Am I in trouble? Kunu hesitantly asked. No at all, dear. This is more about your future and something that your father and I have been keeping from you. You're going to be 11 years old in, what, a week? We think you're old enough to be told some things. Is Daddy an alien? This actually isn't the first time someone asked. Nor even the second. I was kind of startled about how often this happened. I saw it on TV. Kunu whispered. Yasaka covered her face, letting out an exasperated sigh. No, your father isn't an alien. Though, it helps that you understand the idea behind aliens. Wilhelm dear, can you make it sure no one can eavesdrop? Way ahead of you. I had been crafting a bounded field around us for the past several minutes. We should be good for now. Yasaka took a deep breath. Your father is special. Daddy is the strongest. Damn straight. Another high five between us. Yasaka nudged me. Language in front of Kunu. I awkwardly scratched my head. Alright, let me start us off. I used some minor spell casting to create an illusion. This is Earth. I told her, revealing a rotating sphere that looked rather similar to our planet. Ahoy! Kunu nodded. I have a special magic, it lets me travel to other worlds. Kunu's eyes widened. Like Mars. Technically, I could go to Mars, but no. I thought for a moment before continuing. I expanded the imagine. This is our solar system, you learned about that, right? Ahoy! I expanded it again. This is our universe, or a depiction of it. It includes Earth, Mars, everything and all the stars you see when you look up into the night sky. It's pretty. It is. I agreed. I can travel to other universes. Other Earths. I created another, separate Earth with a distinct line between them. It's called parallel worlds. You can think of it as a copy, only slightly or vastly different. For instance, I flipped a hand over and produced a coin. Call heads or tails. Tails. I flicked it up and caught it, it was tail. You were right. Now imagine that it landed on heads. She nodded. That's this Earth right here. A whole other universe. Every decision, every choice makes another universe like our own. They can be a lot different, like, what if you were a boy instead of a girl? Kunu made an X sound. Do you follow so far? Does that mean there are more of me? Technically, I suppose there are. When talking about other universes, it's called the multiverse. There are an infinite number of parallel worlds out there, each one different in some way, big or small. I think I get it. I saw something like that on TV before. Well, leave it to mindless television to help me explain the underlying concept of creation. I have a special magic that lets me travel to other parallel worlds. It's very important that you keep this a secret because a lot of people would want this knowledge for themselves. Kunu nodded in understanding. Is that where my other aunties are from? Yuri a very smart girl. I complimented her. Your aunties, Medea, Artoria, Skathuk, Jin, Meridia, Rin, Salem, and Raikau are all from other worlds. Your grandpa Zelretch is also from another world, which is why he can't come visit. He's a very special case and has the same magic as me, but he's stuck over there. Can we help him? She looked concerned. It's not something we can help with, but don't worry, he's fine where he's at. I reassured her. You're old enough to know now, Kunu. And you're old enough to understand the responsibility that comes with keeping a secret. Yasaka chimed in. But that's only part of the reason we brought this up. You're a very smart girl like your father said, you know what's happening around here. We're going to start fighting with the Fae soon and I don't want you to be involved. Are you sending me away? Her ears flattened. I don't want to leave. Kunu, please look at me. Yasaka pulled her daughter closer. It absolutely breaks my heart to even consider having you away from me for even a second, but if anything happened to you, it would kill me. We're not sending you away as you probably think. I joined in. And it's your choice as well. We're bringing the option to you, Kunu. You get an equal voice in the discussion because it's your future we're talking about. If I don't want to go, you won't make me. She looked up. We won't. Yasaka reassured her. But, you have to promise me that you will consider what we tell you carefully, and not react emotionally. I promise. She nodded. Right now, your grandfather is looking at a school to send you to. It's a school that will teach you magic and you can stay there during the year. What's it called? She surprisingly looked interested. That, we don't know yet. Gramps is looking for his old notes, but we wanted to bring the idea up with you first. If you were vehemently against it, we would drop it. But if the idea is at all enticing, we would look into it more. I replied. You would learn basic magic, setting a good foundation to walk in the same steps as your father. Not only that, no one would care that you're the princess of the yokai. It would be a fresh start so you could make friends your age not caring about who your parents are. Yasaka continued. It wasn't obvious, but that part hit her harder than it really should have. Yasaka and I both were well aware that Kunu was having trouble making friends in school. Oh, she got along with her classmates well enough, but real friends? Those were practically non-existent. You're not trying to get rid of me? She asked. Never in a million years. I shook my head, answering for us. Can we look at it? She hesitantly asked. Yasaka and I shared a look. It was a good start. Your grandfather is looking it up now, when he has some information, we can get more details. Yasaka agreed. Until then, just think about it. Think about what you want and we'll do our best to help you. I know what I want. Are you sure? Yasaka asked. This is a big decision. Yup. And what do you want? I had a vague sense that something was amiss. I want ice cream. Yasaka face-palmed again, but it was clear she was going to relent. All right, let's go get some ice cream. Woo. Woo indeed. I could use some ice cream myself, and what better way than to enjoy it with my daughter and Yasaka. Chapter 453, Chapter 411. Jean Dark POV. Saber, where are we going? She sort of just pulled me away, out of the house and I didn't know what was going on. Just call me Mordred. She said dismissively. Everyone pretty much knows my name already, so you don't got to hide it. Perks of the dandy banging the leader here, no one really questions us. Do you have to say something like that? Geez, you're such a church girl. She snorted. Weren't you supposed to have been a knight or something? I don't know what shit happens over in France, but you were marching to battle and all that. I can't imagine you going around and wagging your finger every time one of the knights said something naughty. She emphasized with a laugh. I was never knighted. I admitted. And all my comrades were proper and held themselves to a high standard. Kept it clean around you, just like father. Mordred nodded as if she understood something. Father never realized why some of his knights and squires would disappear for training after we set up camp. I blinked, realization setting in on what she meant. Mordred. Ha ha ha, seriously. You look just like father and that's probably exactly how he'd react. Did they really do that when I was around? I asked. Probably. Marching for hours every day, all the bloodshed and sweat they soaked themselves in each battle. Do you think most people can just keep their appearances up for long periods like that? Nah, people gotta relax, sometimes they shoot the shit, or just vent with some words that'd probably hurt your virgin ears. She shrugged. Oh. Don't get all mopey. She slapped my shoulder. If they kept it up that means you were important to them, not that it was some sort of secret they were whispering behind your back. I suppose that's one way to look at it. I didn't like the thought of my friends intentionally inconveniencing themselves for my benefit. Oh, over here. She suddenly grabbed my arm and pulled me towards a sort of food stand. Hey Gramps. She greeted the man like they were familiar. Here for more, little lady. Hey. I'm not a little lady. Mordred growled. That's a shame, and here I was, getting ready to offer a few free sticks to the cute little lady that came by. But if you don't want them. Bastard. Mordred huffed, slapping what looked like a gold coin on the table. I'll take them. She grumbled. Just like my granddaughter. He chuckled, handing over several sticks of some round and colorful balls. Here, Frenchie. Mordred shoved half of them into my hands. The old man makes the best dango in the city. She didn't elaborate on what dango was, simply pushing some into her mouth and casually walking away. Wait. I hurried after her. What am I supposed to do with this? Are you stupid? Fucking eat it. That's not what I meant. I don't have any money. Mordred stopped and stared at me. No shit, that's why I paid for you, idiot. She shook her head. Figured the dandy would overlook something like that. Wilhelm. I blinked. Who else? She snorted again. Don't know how that dandy caught father's eye, but here we are. He's not that bad. I frowned. Nah, he's not. Mordred seemed to agree despite her previous comment. He treats father good and he's easy to get along with. Just reminds me too much of that wizard bastard that I can't help it. But I like him well enough. I didn't really know what to say to that. Wilhelm had always been kind. I know he liked to tease me, but he's always put so much effort into helping me. It made me feel warm. I nibbled onto the food that Mordred got me. It was good. I didn't know what to expect, but it was much more flavorful than the food I was used to in life. Mordred, where are we going? Hey. She turned to me. Oh, I got no idea. What? I was taken by surprise by what she said. Figured you could use a few hours. She shrugged. What do you mean? You had this look about you like you were overwhelmed. She shrugged again. The dandy bastard is good at a lot of things, but sometimes he can skip over the obvious. Father tells me this sometimes, and yet, noticed it when I saw you again. Father also says that he's usually really busy catching up on things whenever he comes back after being gone for a bit. Figured you could use some time to adjust without being swarmed by a whole bunch of new people. Was I that bad? I said meekly. You looked like a goldfish. She chuckled. But the people around here aren't idiots, they wouldn't have just let you flounder. But we already knew each other, so I grabbed you first, Frenchie. Thank you, Mordred. She was being very nice. Whatever. Have you been here long? I asked, feeling much more relaxed now. Depends on what you mean by here. Went to another place for a couple months, that was fun. Master and I did a lot of quests, dived down into some dungeons, slayed some monsters and made a bunch of gold while doing it. She sounded proud of herself. Right, Achilles and Atalanta are there too, they'd probably be happy to know you're back. Ryder and Archer? Yes, Wilhelm did say he was taking them with him after the war. Is your master not around? He's somewhere. I don't know, I'm not his keeper. But, aren't you his servant? She finished. Yeah, I could check, but nah, giving him some space. Did you have a fight? I asked softly. Pfft, nothing like that. Master is great, even when we argue, it ain't ever bad. But now, when you travel with someone so closely for months, having to sleep in the cold huddled together, don't have the ability to take proper baths and all that, sometimes you just gotta give someone space when you're done. We're good, and I'll probably see what he's up to tomorrow or something. Despite the way she said it, it sounded pleasant, their relationship. You tired of the dandy yet? Wilhelm? Why would I be tired of him? Oh God, you're going to be one of his too, aren't you? What does that mean? Mordred let out a long sigh. Guess you ain't so bad, I'm sure father wouldn't mind or he'd give the dandy an earful. You're misunderstanding something. Shouldn't have expected any different from the French. Why does everyone make fun of my homeland? I pouted. Mostly cause of the adulterer. Mordred said offhandedly. But I'm a proper British, it's in my blood. I should have figured, of course the English would be so, Brutish. Mordred stopped, looking at me with eyes widened. Did you just throw an insult back at me? I was just playing. I thought we were bonding, I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. Mordred looked at me for another second and I felt odd under her gaze. That was until she broke out in a fit of laughter. Oh, this is good, I gotta tell the dandy about this later. Saintess, hey. Why you not angry? Are you serious? You're about as insulting as a kitten trying to claw at me. Despite the height difference, she started patting my head. Kind of cute, honestly. Nay. I grumbled. This is a good day. Mordred smiled brightly. The only thing that could make it better is if you brought one of those other idiots back too so I could beat them up. Who do you mean? I have a list of people I'd love to smack around if they were summoned. Gawain, Lancelot, Galahad, Merlin. She paused. You reacted, why did you react? We met two of those people you just mentioned, kinda. Who? She raised an eyebrow. There was a girl who was a demi-servant, she had the spirit of Galahad in her. She was actually very nice. Everyone liked her. Then she must not have had Galahad, cause that guy was an insufferable cunt. Mordred snorted. Mordred. Pfft, it would be even funnier with how much you resemble father if it didn't make me think I had relation to France. Don't be mean. Ha ha ha. I felt myself stomping my foot. Lancelot was rather nice too. She stopped, blinking. Of course you'd like the adulterer. What's that supposed to mean? It means, fuck him. Is this why Wilhelm treated him so harshly? Really? The dandy gave him shit too? What happened there? He was summoned as a berserker, and Wilhelm beat him up. Then we removed his madness, and, what? Wilhelm beat him up some more. I whispered. Ha 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 ha. Mordred nearly fell over, holding her stomach while she was laughing. Oh my god, I can't, I need to hear the full story, this is great. Shit, you said that some chick was running around with Galahad or something inside her. How'd that work when Lancelot and him met? She punched him as soon as he appeared. Ha 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 ha. She was on the ground rolling at this point. Oh my god. That's just fucking perfect. I think I didn't quite understand the dynamic between the Knights of the Round Table enough to comment in any meaningful way. I know a good place for a meal, you're going to tell me the whole story, start to finish. I need to hear about everything that happened. She pulled on my sleeve to pull herself up. I would like that. I found myself smiling. Come on Frenchie, you're spending the day with me and we're gonna trade stories and do whatever random shit we want. It was nice, I had a feeling I was going to like it here. At. Wilhelm POV. You're fussing a lot when you already look perfect. Izzy turned to me, then back to the mirror as she adjusted her hair a little bit more. I could be wearing a giant chicken costume and you'd say that. Probably. I admitted freely. It would be cute. Oh hush. She playfully chided. I'm just about done. Should I change? I looked down at myself. It was normal-ish for what I wear. More on the formal side, but still comfortable for everyday use. You look fine. I just wanted to fix myself up before seeing Persephone. This is the first time I'm going out to meet people specifically after we got together. Take your time, dear. I grinned. She turned slightly pink at my teasing. You better not embarrass me. Embarrass you? Me? I sounded utterly aghast at the notion. Though, I could be bribed to be on my best behavior. Oh, and what would you like to extort out of me, HMM? Dare you make a deal with this goddess of death? She walked over, rather sultry in her movements. How about a kiss? I said innocently. Her stoic and mischievous demeanor sort of deflated instantly. You are surprisingly easy to please. Or maybe you're underestimating how much I value a kiss from you. I retorted. Oh stop it. She rolled her eyes. Well, pay up. Are you seriously trying to get me to bribe you? You don't have to. I suppose we just can leave it up to chance as to what happens. It's not like I've ever been involved in anything particularly messy before. I continued my innocent charade. And now you're blackmailing me. I have no idea what you're talking about. Yes, of course. She said dryly. All of this, just for a kiss. You are unaware of the full lengths I would go to for just a kiss from you. You're the worst. She huffed, a tinge of pink appearing again. Trying to bully me into you having your way with me. Do you have no shame? When the choice is between shame or a kiss from my amazing goddess, I think it's obvious what I would choose every time. You're impossible. She huffed once more. Very quickly she leaned over and her lips met mine. Despite the abruptness, it wasn't just a peck on the lips, rather, she took time and effort to make it enjoyable. There, are you happy? She finally broke apart. I don't know, do it again so I can double check. She playfully pinched my cheek. All right, enough playing around. All right. I stretched my arms. You ready? Yes, I'm ready to leave. Whether I'm prepared to meet with Persephone, I am unsure. Funny enough, I'm having a similar feeling to meeting Hades again. I don't know how he's going to react when he sees the state of the spear. Izzy's lips thinned. He's going to ask questions. But before that, she took my hand. I'm glad you're safe. You came back after that ordeal and immediately jumped into a bunch of things, but you can take some time, Wilhelm. I took her hand and brought it up to my face to give it a small kiss. I know, but keeping busy right now feels better. I'm not someone who can slow down for too long. After we handle this, I'm going to see Gramps with Yasaka to check out the whole school thing. Did she tell you about that? I know the barest details. She replied. I would like to hear more once you have everything figured out. Of course. I heard you brought another servant back, and that he wanted to become a devil under Venelana. Mozart. I nodded. Amusing. You know this is going to cause problems, yes. He isn't a particularly powerful servant. That's not what I meant. How many people have come back from the dead before you're found out? She explained. People are already asking questions, the sort of questions you don't want asked. Certain conclusions are going to be made. I get what you're saying. I let out a sigh. I didn't think I could hide it forever, about where everyone came from. But I'm also not going to just hide away. If this is the feather that breaks the camel's back, so be it. Venelana was so excited, and Mozart served me well and he deserves his own happiness too. I have absolutely no regrets in this choice. As long as you understand. I will stand by your side regardless. Izzy took my arm. Now, be truthful. Do you wish to bring in that saintess you brought back? I nearly choked at her blunt question. What makes you say that? Never mind, it's obvious now. What's that supposed to mean? I frowned. It means. She giggled lightly, patting my cheek. We should go, dear. I just grumbled, and Izzy summoned up a gateway as we walked through it. The ground rumbled almost like a miniature earthquake as soon as we arrived. 3 massive heads appeared rather quickly, charging over happily. Cerberus, stop. Izzy held her hand up. The 3-headed dog slid to a stop in front of us and looked at us expectantly. I of course was prepared for this situation, as a small crackle of lightning erupted from my person and a white fluffy rabbit landed atop its head. Cerberus stomped happily as its eyes looked up to Sir Wiggles sitting on its head. Go ahead and go play. Izzy gave the happy dog a little pat on its other head. The 2 animals darted off to who knew where. My illustrious guardian. Hades made his appearance quickly, his dry tone filling the void his pet left. Come now, husband. You wouldn't have him any other way. Persephone appeared as well. Hades, Persephone. Izzy greeted politely. Isn't I? The wife of Hades was on her before we could even blink. Look at you. You have a boyfriend, lover, maybe something more. Persephone. Izzy grumbled shyly under her immediate teasing. Kaya, it's so cute. I knew that there was something between you both, you were so cute together. How did it happen? Did he ask you out on a date, give you a heartfelt confession? I coughed awkwardly. Oh my, did you confess, isn't I? Persephone's lips curled up. How adorable. I didn't think you had it in you. Dear, if you continue any more, I think she may run away. Hades tried to rein in his wife. Like you almost did. She turned her head, eyes sparkling. Dear. Hades nearly stumbled over himself. It was almost comical to see the stoic god look embarrassed. We agreed never to speak about that again. I never agreed to anything. She quickly rejected him. Did you know? I was the one who initiated. Both Izanami and I shared a similar look. That is not how the stories I recall go. Oh no, those mortal stories are fairly accurate. Suffice to say, I wouldn't have been kidnapped if I didn't want to be. The fact that he thought he was being secretive and resourceful just made him all the more cuter. To be honest, I fell in love at first sight and was waiting for him to make the first move. Once I was down in the underworld, he actually tried cooking a romantic dinner for us both. He kept stumbling over himself trying to admit his feelings. As adorable as it was, I got tired of him drawing it out. The stories about me eating underworld food and being bound here? Well, the dinner he cooked was from above, so that wasn't it. I instead grabbed some herbs he was growing in his garden, stuffed them down my mouth, then walked up and kissed him, telling him we're together now. She looked supremely proud of herself as she recounted the story. Hades merely sighed, covering his face with a hand. Thank you, dear. I'm sure this won't change my perception in their eyes whatsoever. I didn't think Hades was such a romantic. I couldn't help but grin. And thus, my reputation is ruined. Oh, stop being so melodramatic, dear. Persephone rolled her eyes. By the way, we have a guest. Thought you'd care for the warning. A guest? Izzy questioned. Way to ruin my entrance. It was another familiar person who stood in the archway of the building Hades and Persephone had appeared from. Odin. Izzy's lips thinned. Cougar. Odin greeted back. I will end you. She seethed. Odin just looked at her mockingly. Remind me again, how old are you? How old is the boy? Odin. It's nice though, seeing you actually happy for once. Odin relaxed, chuckling to himself. It's good that you found someone to appreciate you. His expression softened. Even Izzy's temper that was flaring a moment prior all but disappeared. Thank you, Odin. Even if you are robbing the cradle. Death it is. All right, that's enough. I intervened. Odin, stop trying to rile Izzy up. Odin just laughed some more. Ah, sorry there brat. I won't mess with your woman anymore. The balls you have there, announcing it to the world after fighting Indra. If you didn't already have my blessing, you would definitely be getting it now. I know, it was so adorable. Persephone seemingly agreed with me. I regret this so much. Izzy covered her face. Odd, I feel sympathy for her position. Hades turned to his wife. Why ever could that be? Persephone pinched him. He rubbed his arm. I believe the polite greetings have finished. Shall we proceed inside and deal with the matters that have gathered us? Pardon, I was led to believe we would be having dinner together? A less than formal meeting and one without a certain despicable god present. We did not invite him. Hades quickly responded. And it was intended to merely be an informal get-together for Persephone to release all this pent of energy she's had since finding out about your new lover. But I decided to come over. Odin interjected. Yes. Hades drawled. And I will admit, it makes a good excuse to have everyone gathered at this point in time to use the dinner as an excuse. We will deal with business first, then proceed with evening plans. Very well. Izzy nodded. Hades and Persephone led us inside his large temple, mausoleum, type building. He certainly had an aesthetic he stuck to. We turned a few corners, and found ourselves in a rather secluded room. In fact, it was so heavily warded, that I nearly choked upon entering. You were prepared. Izzy commented. Yes, I value the secrecy of our objective. When entities such as Indra and Shiva are involved, I take every precaution. I never did thank you. I turned to Hades. It was a risk that you appeared, but I do appreciate it. If you need anything from me, don't hesitate to call. Bah, it was nothing. He dismissed, but there was a tone of approval in what I said. I knew he would not desire a fight. We were merely just grandstanding, as my wife said. Already heard enough about that lightning idiot enough in the past few weeks. Odin grumbled. My own son would not be quiet, I had to sneak out of Asgard just to get away from the constant bickering it brought up. Like you need to make up a reason to shirk your duties. Izzy snorted. Touché. Odin grinned. But let's get this over with, got something to do after. First order of business? Shall we inform our colleague about what we discovered recently? Hades questioned. Before you begin, there may be a hiccup in our plan. I had to cut them off there. I encountered an enemy, and was forced to rely on the power of the spear. There was damage. Hades' eyes narrowed. Show us. Odin was silent, but he shared a similar sentiment. I touched upon my chest, pulling out Avalon. They were surprised at its sudden presence. What is that? Hades all but demanded. The scabbard to Excalibur. I honestly replied. But it's being used as a sort of seal at the moment. The sheath was mostly conceptual in nature, its size was relative. That is to say, it could essentially hold any weapon inside of it. I withdrew the spear in question, gently placing it upon the table in front of all of us. It was still heavily cracked, holy power literally seeped out, even with the dozens upon dozens of talismans I had wrapped around it to stymie the bleeding. Hades said something in a language I didn't recognize. And I was assuming it was a curse because his wife looked at him briefly with that look that I knew all too well. How? His fists clenched. How did it end up like this? It's nearly falling apart at the seams. I fought an enemy that I could only run from. His eyes glowed, perhaps not in fury, but his emotions were running rampant. Hades was one of the most level-headed Greek gods, but in the end he was still one of their number. Emotional responses were common, so I didn't think much of it. You fought Indra, and you were not so handedly defeated that you couldn't fight back. What forced this, and why did I not hear anything? Brat, it's time to read him in. Odin let out a breath. We're already this deep down the rabbit hole, more secrets are gonna make things difficult. I shared a look with Izzy and she gave me a nod. I trusted Izzy, so I would trust Hades as well. All right, Hades. Persephone. I knew they came as a pair and he didn't hide anything from her. Why don't I start from the beginning? Why do I have this premonition that I'm going to need a vast amount of wine afterwards? Chapter 454, Chapter 412. Hades and Persephone listened silently as I regaled them with a story that I wouldn't be surprised if they called me out as a liar for. If not for both Izzy and Odin supporting my claims, I honestly think they wouldn't have believed me. I couldn't blame them either, it was a wild story and not something that one simply accepts. I was hesitant to fully admit to my ability to leave the world and travel to a god. Izzy, she took it relatively well, but at that point, we were very close. Hell, I'm sure I could have started dating her back then if I wasn't being so stupid. Then Odin found out, that admittedly took me by surprise, and in hindsight, it wasn't that surprising given all the clues that were thrown in his face. But regardless, it made me worried about what would happen. It hasn't really been something of note, I barely saw Odin since then and we had been on good terms. Despite Izzy and him fighting all the time, it was never malicious. So a hesitant trust was formed there. And now I just said everything to Hades with Izzy's support. She trusted Hades, and I trusted her unconditionally. Not to mention that I had a good rapport with Hades thus far. So, here we are. Hell's tits, boy. I knew about it, but I was not prepared for the whole story. Odin finally spoke up after I finished. See you Culain, hey. He rubbed his beard. I could see it, he was someone I could easily see myself being very similar to. That was the part he latched onto. The fact that I met you with another Odin riding in the passenger seat. I have a question. Persephone hesitantly stated. I'll answer what I can. I responded. She looked like she wanted to say something, but was having trouble actually speaking the words. It took a couple moments for her to speak next. How much danger do you put on our world by doing what you are doing? That was a question I supposed I should have anticipated. Hades's eyes hardened as soon as she spoke. He didn't say anything thus far, but it was clear he was imagining a lot of things based on what she said. I can't say that I don't bring any dangers, but if you're expecting something to follow me back, it's highly unlikely. I hadn't gone in depth about how my magic worked, and I would not do so. My method of travel, you can consider it something like an authority. There are more mundane methods of traversing other worlds, but then you run afoul certain entities. The Dragon of Dreams defends this world from outside invaders as part of its nature. We all nearly jumped out of our seats as someone else entirely spoke. Someone appeared in the room with us, despite the astronomical protection put in place. A young-looking woman with unnaturally dark hair stood behind Hades, staring unblinkingly at me. Nix. Hades said softly. I could feel nothing from her, as if she wasn't even here. No, that wasn't quite right. Now that I focused, it felt like her presence was so large it was engulfing the entire underworld. A primordial. A being that should be at least on par with Shiva. Though, perhaps her existence differed in that she was the personification of a worldly concept rather than an aspect of a cosmology. Lady Nyx. Izzy was first to greet her politely. Very polite, her tone took me by surprise. She sounded more reserved than even when she talked to Shiva. Izanami no Mikoto. Her alien eyes landed on Izzy. It has been a very long time since I have spoken to my siblings in the East. Are the Kota Amatsukami still absent? They have returned to their origins before the advent of humanity, Lady Nyx. Izzy bowed her head. Was her only reply. Siblings. I whispered, mostly to myself. Nyx's head snapped to me. We all were born of the chaos. She answered good-naturedly. In your limited comprehension, that would make us siblings, no. Well then. Even Odin was silent. May I ask what you dropped in for, Lady Nyx? Persephone asked. I was aware the moment your guests arrived. I merely wished to inform you that your worries are unfounded. The threat you envision is nothing new, but those much older than you young gods have been tasked with keeping watch. Fantastic, so I suppose there is one more person who now knows. I muttered. I have known since the first time you stepped into this domain, child. Nyx replied, looking rather humored, all things considered. You bear with you a light not native to this world. I am the night, there is no light I am unfamiliar with. Oh. You've known this entire time? Hades questioned. And you thought not to inform me? Nyx turned to the god. I am not a subordinate, Hades. Do not forget that. Apologies. He relented. She nodded. You should be thankful, I shielded your conversation from prying eyes. And what eyes dare to look into my domain without my knowledge? Hades' temper flared. Don't be foolish, Hades. You know full well what lurks outside your door. Tartarus. He furrowed his brow. She nodded once more. Perhaps even my elder brother may have taken an interest as he keeps to your underworld instead of the human world at times. It's unlikely he would have cared an iota as we have mostly retreated from the world. But the possibility exists. I suppose I should thank you then. I offered up. An oversight on our part that you corrected. Your thanks is unneeded, but it is not unwelcome. The truths you revealed, perhaps astounding for some, but they are not new revelations in the broad sense. Most pantheons are aware of certain truths. That angel you killed was one such example. The Watcher of the Stars was his title. I invite you to contemplate what that meant. Well, if that wasn't a terrifying thought. Nyx smiled. You need not fear me, child. Besides, that light within your being is something even I dare not go against. I am aligned with Hades' own thoughts on the matters happening in the overworld. That is to say, you agree with his decision to bring back the Abrahamic God and put a plug on the sacred gears being thrown around. I hazarded a guess. Among other things, yes. The system left behind by Yahweh was not meant to be operated by one of his angels. It has fallen into disrepair, and it threatens the stability of the world. I did not think someone of your stature would care about such a thing. I admitted. It's not your fault, your view of the world is too narrow. She shrugged. I care not for the method used, even if simply destroying heaven and its cohorts would be the easiest and most simplistic available. If you wish to put in the effort to revive the Abrahamic deity, then so be it. My goal will be reached either way. Without another word, she disappeared from the room. There was a beat of silence as we all sort of waited for anything else to be said. Well, that was damn terrifying. Odin blurted out. What wonderful insight you always give. Izzy drawled. But it is not incorrect. There is one thing you should remember, child. Something that even these gods have known since their inception. A truth that humanity also realized when they first developed the ability to look up at the moonlit sky and contemplate their existence. I felt Nyx's words brush against my ear, as it was obvious that I was the only one hearing her. The night is dark and full of terrors. Message received. I whispered. Good. Her tone was almost seductive in nature. I have spoken on your behalf, and Hades will trust me. I do not pretend to know what method you use to step away, only that it is permissible. I am not the only one that will know, so do not expect safety in anonymity any longer. The dream is already aware of your existence and may not be as uncaring if you appear in front of it. Tread carefully. With that, I felt her presence creep away, but yet, there was this lingering feeling that she was constantly out of reach but always nearby. Alrighty then. Of everything I thought was going to happen, having the primordial of night tell me to keep my nose clean was not one of them. Though, her warning didn't really feel personal, more like she would be forced to act a certain way if I just decided to do some bad things. I wasn't stupid, it would be the height of foolishness to not realize that this world was familiar with what I was doing, even indirectly. Back home, it wasn't something unheard of for incursions from outside to happen. It's logical that they had suffered some similar things here and have their own methods of dealing with them. And I already knew about the existence of the fuck-off powerful dragon that flew around the outer boundaries of this world line known as the dimensional gap. Basically, the corridor that allowed one to access this world and its branching dimensions. If the dimensional gap was the primary door one uses to enter and leave, I was allowed to use a secret back door. And if Nyx's warning was to be believed, Great Red the bouncer, so to speak, might be annoyed that I was doing so, but wouldn't actively seek me out for causing trouble. And that just insinuated that Nyx and others were aware of my presumed back door and left it well enough alone because I had the special privilege of using it. Things got super messy very quickly. So much to unpack here that I did not want to deal with it when I already had a lot of things weighing me down. So you have that kind of card in your back pocket? No wonder you weren't worried about Indra or Shiva when you hoped over there, hey. Odin verbally poked at Hades as I tried my best to focus back on what was happening in front of me. Hades let out a long sigh. It is not a commonly known piece of information. But yes, if Shiva had decided to attack, I would have called up Nyx as backup. Please do not spread this information. Right, I'm sure your brother would love to find out how much his throne actually means. Zeus would act erratically if he knew that I had amassed significantly more power than he has imagined. He already knows that I passed him many years ago, but we have never spoken about it openly to spare his fragile ego. If he knows that Nyx also supports me so openly, he may do something idiotic. I vote in favor of us forgetting this ever happened and proceed how we were. I raised my hand up. I am inclined to agree. Izzy even looked tired all of the sudden. Welp, I'm glad that we got no primordials over in our neck of the woods. Except your tree that you literally live on. Izzy pointed out. Point. He grumbled. And his lips pursed in annoyance, perhaps not because of Izzy but maybe because he realized that we're going to have to deal with that problem too soonish. Hades rubbed his tired eyes. Let us focus on the important matter at hand. I will take time to contemplate everything I've learned recently when I have enough wine within reach. For now, what are we to do about the spear? Keep it from getting worse, first and foremost. Odin rubbed his beard. I can probably handle that. I spoke up. But repairing it, we probably need at least one of the holy relics for that. So we've come back around to that. Hades grumbled. I will obtain the holy nails. The person holding them has to be dealt with sooner, rather than later. Are you prepared to run afoul the god that's snooping around there? Odin questioned. Is there another choice? I could help. Odin offered. Hades shook his head. We can't be seen working together as of right now. And you have another matter to worry about. My father trespasses upon your lands, All-Father. Odin's expression hardened. That he does. He looked towards me. Brat, I'll be calling in a favor about that. I need someone to watch my back as we go hunting through the 9 realms. Odin. Izzy narrowed her eyes. Bah, calm your tits. I'm not tossing your boy toy at the feet of that titan just as a distraction or anything like that. I recognize his strength, and I don't know what else is hiding away. I really want an extra hand here, no other agenda. Izzy, it's fine. I probably owe him this much at least, he did lend a hand before. Humph. Izzy just huffed. I apologize for not being able to assist. I do not like passing off my obligation onto you, All-Father. Hades politely apologized. I already said it wasn't your fault. Odin waved away. Besides, how you told it, it was probably Loki who had a hand in releasing your pops in the first place. I'm not the only one upset. Hades responded. Nyx, she rarely appears because she has one other duty she considers hers. A reason why she takes a more material form compared to her siblings. She keeps Tartarus from leaking out into the world. She was most upset to learn that someone snuck into Tartarus under her nose and released 2 prisoners. I do not claim to speak for her, but if something presents itself that was responsible for her annoyance, she may respond. Right, something capable and willing to get one over on the primordial of night, then I suppose it was a bit of relief that said primordial may answer a call for aid if this supposed enemy was revealed. That was a lot of what-ifs though. Hades is correct. Someone was able to sneak into Tartarus with me noticing. This is not as significant a feat as you may presume. Tartarus is not my domain, and night holds no sway within, but I still am annoyed that it happened. Nyx's words tickled my mind once more. I may be grateful if you found the one responsible. Should I be happy or frightened that the knight was apparently speaking to me so casually like this? It sounds like we have a lot of work to do. I muttered. I'll look into some things. I know you got your hands full over on your end, brat. So don't worry about me needing you if you're doing something important. Odin spoke. I appreciate it. I nodded in thanks. If we're to assume that these two instances are linked to the same group, they will know something is amiss if we strike in relative succession. Izzy tapped her finger on the table. That is a consideration. Hades noted. Odin chuckled. I got a plan. Dare I ask? Izzy raised a questioning eyebrow. He barely held back a more mirthful laugh. Let's get the devils and have them to steal the spotlight. Oh. Hades looked interested. Wouldn't it be convenient, if all the allied factions put together their own team to hunt down this Chaos Brigade? He quirked a smile. I've been wanting to light a fire under this generation's rears for a while, but never had a good opportunity. I think I'll go propose an idea of setting up a team of our best young uns. You want to sick a bunch of kids at an organization led by gods? I questioned. Brat, are you really gonna talk? He snorted. Okay, that's fair. But I'm hardly the standard here. Kids gotta grow under pressure. But don't think I'm just wanting to send them to the slaughter. Not every part of the organization has a god watching over. Besides, it's not like there aren't some that are able to reach those heights with a bit of effort. Oh. Hades seemed very interested at this point. And who do you expect to be in this team? Odin shrugged. A couple of devils I remember might be worth giving a shot. Azazel's brat, the White Dragon Emperor, has some potential. Might even be able to convince the old monkey's grandson to participate too. Heaven has some exorcists that aren't too bad. That sounds horribly chaotic. Izzy commented. Wouldn't it? Odin cackled. Intriguing. Hades rubbed his chin. I approve. It would keep both those annoying Abrahamic factions busy and keep the Chaos Brigade's eyes firmly on them. Maybe we can convince Zeus to also participate. Persephone mused. You know how he gets when he thinks he's competing with someone? We can frame it like that. Especially after it got out that you were among the list of gods inside the Chaos Brigade. She used air quotes. It would ease some tension right now. Perhaps. It would be worth a try. Well, wasn't this a proper Illuminati meeting? Moving all the pieces behind the curtain. Oh God! I let out a sigh. What? Izzy asked. I'm going to be bothered to join, aren't I? I was that age after all. Not that I had any intention to be part of whatever that was, but I would be bothered about it nonetheless. Izzy gave me a sympathetic pat on the shoulder. Chapter 455, Chapter 413. I gave Izzy a kiss goodbye. Despite the whole situation, it had actually been a pleasant dinner with Hades and Persephone. They seemed willing, no rather it seemed like they were intent on ignoring everything we had talked about previously, and only focused on pleasant conversation. Mostly Persephone teasing Izzy about the two of us finally getting together. But I digress. I was not in any mental capacity to deal with all this right now. Regardless, I pressed on. No rest for the wicked. I still had many other things I had to do, and so little time to handle it all. I immediately headed over the clock tower, specifically Gramps' home. From the first moment I appeared, I ignored everyone else in the room and reached for my Skathuk, who was standing nearby. I hadn't seen her since returning, and I missed my Skathuk. So I did what I always did, and planted my face firmly between her chest. She would always be my rock. I could feel like a kid again when I was like this. And she didn't begrudge me. Simply, I could feel her fingers running through my hair. Student, we are not the only ones here. She whispered, just enough for only me to hear. I reluctantly separated myself from her. She's right, any longer and it'd make everyone else feel awkward. At least for the other two people present. Hey Gramps! I greeted, walking over to Yasaka, giving her a smile and kiss and plopping my tired butt down next to her. "Good evening," he politely replied. "You look tired." Skaidic sat on my other side, and she silently took my hand. A gesture I was appreciating quite a bit. Meeting the primordial of night will do that to someone. He raised an eyebrow. "Nothing dangerous, I hope." She was surprisingly cordial. It felt weird to even say that. Hades is in the know now, and apparently Nyx and some of the other primordials already knew. But I'm not going to say it's surprising, as I don't think I have the depth to really say what a primordial being over there does and does not perceive. But I digress. I'm tired and don't want to think about it at the moment. "You've been running around ragged." Yasaka's tail wrapped around me. "You need a break." "Probably." I relaxed. So much to do. And I basically just threw Jean into the deep end and hopped over to deal with other things. My next stop was back over there to make sure she's settling in properly and go from there. Then check in with Venelana and Mozart. Then head over to Salem, Jin, and Meridia. I also needed to familiarize myself with everything happening on the war front. What Media had accomplished so far and where we stood there to see if I need to help out. And all that crap with Hades and Odin. And I need to start my Bankai training in earnest, along with trying to figure out other avenues of approach for fighting Solomon. Was I missing anything? Probably. Don't worry about her, I've been keeping an eye on things. She's currently running around with Mordred for now. Yasaka informed me. I won't question it. Not a likely friendship, or maybe I was overthinking things. "Student, for your health, you need to relax and take a break," Skaidic told me, in that tone of a teacher. Like I wasn't allowed to argue with her. "If you're telling me that, then it's probably true." I let out a long sigh. She pinched me for my little jab, but it did make her smile. "Do not be a smartass. Perhaps I can help there then." Zelretch spoke up, holding the device he gave me previously to investigate the singularity in his hand. "Before that, I have received quite a bit of interesting data. I'll need to compile it and sort through it properly before I make any judgments. Once I do that, we can talk properly about what happened and what our options are." "Yet?" I grimaced. "Any luck on fixing the spear?" Zelretch asked, knowing the broad strokes at this point. "It's mostly sealed up to prevent any degradation, but the plan is to let it eat up a holy relic and see where to go from there. Beyond the curtness of how you explained the metaphysical reclamation of authority and possible resurrection of a divine figure, that sounds promising. We'll see. Also have some nonsense to do in the 9 realms with Odin." I waved my hand flippantly. "I will assist," Skaidic stated. "You don't even know what he needs. It's not difficult to guess that he requires martial aid." She poked me. "Student, do you look down on me?" She raised an eyebrow. I dared not say that. That's in the future. Speaking of the present. Yasaka took the opportunity. "We were going to talk about Kunu's schooling, unless you want to put that off for now." No. I quickly denied. "Trust me, this is significantly more relaxing than what I was doing before. And at this point, if I stop moving I'm going to want to bury my head in the sand for a few days and pretend nothing is wrong." Very well." Zelretch tapped his fingers together. I looked into what I was asked to. It was not a world I had thought about for many centuries. However, it was a world I found myself rather fond of for various reasons. Their system of magic was, well, I don't know if I quite have the words to describe it. That sounds ominous. No. He held a hand up. Not in that sense, but words don't quite do it justice. I would love to sit here and explain it properly, but I think it might be an enjoyable exercise for you to figure out. Nothing nefarious, I assure you, but it is quite intriguing all the same. Color me interested then. If it'll keep me preoccupied for now, I'd welcome it regardless. They have adopted a rather ingenious method of actualizing their spells. They have mainstreamed the use of magical foci wands, as it were. Every magical child purchases a wand upon coming of age for school, and their whole system of learning is based around using it rather than not. A wand, hey. I wasn't really sold on the idea. I could see the appeal. Magical foci could be very powerful, as was my staff. But they can also be a crutch if relied too heavily upon. If you disarm someone of their wand, are they just neutralized then? Do they have magic circuits or something equivalent? Ah, that is one of the interesting points. They possess no magical circuits, No magical core, no container of any sort. At that I felt my interest further increase by several fold. But then how do they actualize spells? That is the question, isn't it? He grinned. I admit it was a mystery to me too for a while. Perhaps you will come to the same conclusion as I did. You're really not going to tell me and let me fumble around. The danger is so incredibly minimal, that I see no reason not to. All right, you can stop trying to entice me, I'm sufficiently hooked. Tell me about this school or whatever, that's what Yasaka and I are most concerned about. Where to begin? Zelretch tapped his chin. I should explain that I have been to that world several times. Popping in here or there. Before the turnover of the calendar, when I was young, it was one of my first explorations. It wasn't particularly noteworthy for my young self who was too focused on amassing knowledge and power, but once I aged a bit, I visited it again under different mindsets. A dozen or so times throughout the centuries. My last time was during their Second World War, as I said. Interesting history there, as there was an entire magical fight happening congruently. I vaguely recall some dark wizard accosting me or some other nonsense. He looked nostalgic. Anyways, I'm getting off topic. The school, if you wish to send Kunu there, has been standing since around the 7th or 8th century if I remember my history accurately. It's somewhere in the Scottish Highlands, and serves to teach all the magical children within the British Islands. It's supposedly the top school in the world, if it still remains at the top, I do not know. So it has sufficient credentials? Yasaka asked. If we send Kunu there, it isn't just going to be a playground, she'll actually get a proper magical education. In a manner of speaking. Their system isn't a perfect equivalent of what we have, but it's a good starting point for a beginner. What she learns there will be a good foundation for anything further she wishes to delve into. Yasaka nodded, pleased. And my concerns about safety. If you're expecting any higher beings, I am pleased to inform you that no gods ever came into existence in that world. One of the purposes of my visits there was to investigate the absence of divine beings, yet the world retained magic. A curious correlation if you think about it. And how strong are the average magic user? I asked. They refer to themselves as wizards and witches. He corrected. And, well. He rubbed his beard. Using your standards, I believe the average adult wizard or witch that had a proper education and keeps in shape would be about a mid-class. And the above average? Yasaka asked as well. High class. He replied. I'm not quite sure about any outliers that have appeared. But that seems to be how I would rate the dark wizard he air-quoted. That I encountered. Yasaka and I shared a look. That doesn't sound too bad. She said. Certainly, it could be worse. And we can take every precaution. I agreed. And is this society out in the open? Oh heavens, no. Zelretch laughed. They hide themselves away, pretty well actually. I want to say more, but I think when you see it, you will understand why I find it amusing. So, plan. I looked around. There should be a principal, headmaster, or something, right? Yasaka seemed unsure just as I was. We reach out? Create some backstory he can't verify. Would that make him not want to accept Kunu then? Bribe. She offered. That's not impractical. Oh. Zelretch snapped his fingers. I nearly forgot that I do have a stash of money there. A vault I opened because I thought it was a novel thing. Run by goblins of all creatures. It's filled with gold. I think there's a key somewhere around here, probably in my storage I'll need to dig out. Yasaka and I shared a look again. So, should we go check it out? I offered. Yasaka bit her lip. I can't for the moment, I need to get back and settle some things. But, why don't you take a break, go play around and set up a meeting with the head of the school and then we can go together. All right. I nodded slowly. All right. The more I thought about it, the more pleasant it sounded. I will, just check it out. See what's going on, and report back. I just realized, what was this school called? Yasaka looked at Zelretch. It was, something weird, the name of a flower. He stared off, seemingly trying to remember. Something pig, pig war, hog, Hogwarts? Yes, that's it, Hogwarts, School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I stepped out of a portal, breathing in the air. I wouldn't exactly call it fresh, as the air of late 1900th century London was anything but. However, the magic in the air was abundant and noticeable. I would even call it a degree above my birth world. What do you think, Sir Wiggles? I glanced up at my familiar sitting on my head. He twitched his nose excitedly. I know, I feel the same way. I was allowing myself to relax more. I was stressed, I think it was obvious to everyone. But at this singular moment, I was slowing down and smelling the proverbial flowers because I couldn't keep going as high-strung as I was. I had plenty to do when I got back. I would be gone for less than a day, all things considered, but I would just enjoy my small break. I took out a notebook full of Gramps' writings. Some notes of his, things he thought I would like in particular, and other references in case I lose my way or get confused about something. I could mostly wing it, I wasn't too worried. The biggest issue was finding the conclave hidden in London. Gramps said he had an approximate location, but I didn't see any magical phenomena right off the bat. But then again, I popped out somewhere rather secluded and out of the way. Well, these streets weren't too foreign to me. I still knew my way around London like the back of my hand. So instead, I just found my bearings and went towards the busiest section of the city that I was closest to. Or just made my way to the closest crowds in particular. Now if I were a secretive group of magical people, where would I hide? I would need to use all of my cunning and logical thinking to pinpoint the exact location. Cross-reference lack of traffic with various maps, peer through newspapers for any mentions of illogical phenomena. Maybe even look through some history books for sections of the city that remained standing during the World War II bombings. It would take hours of study and research, or I could just follow that person wearing Victorian-era clothing walking down the street without anyone so much as giving them a secondary glance. Really, Gramps? Is this what you meant? There was the faint pulsing of magical energy as it flowed off them as well. They probably had several mystic codes on their person by the feel of it. Oh well, this made things much easier. I simply did an about-face and began following at a modest distance. I don't think they noticed me as they never bothered to even check around themselves. Was I being too cautious? Probably, after everything that happened, maybe it was just my default for a little while. I was somewhat skeptical as they walked into a rundown-looking pub. My skepticism would have increased by this action had the bounded fields around the place not been blaring to anyone with the senses to notice. I walked up, right at the boundary line, and touched upon them. Interesting. The most powerful one was basically telling people without a certain amount of magical energy that this building wasn't worth noticing, keep moving along. I could see some aspects that could be improved upon, but it was a very decent perception filter anchored to a concept to only allow through magical people. Neat. There were other, milder effects underneath. Looked like some standard non-lethal defenses if someone got a bit uppity. But I ignored them for now, my magical resistance wouldn't even notice them going off if I were so inclined. So I just opted to push the door open and walk inside. There was a large group of people inside, many of varying degrees of origin. But I would say that the majority of them were wearing clothes that didn't belong in this century. Seems like I found a good place to start. Lost track of the person I was following, but it didn't matter anymore. I just opted to head to the counter where the presumed barkeep was set up. He eyed me as I got close. Haven't seen your face around here. New to the area. Came over from Japan, no idea where the I don't know what word you lot use around here. Your conclave? Is set up. Could use a bit of directions. I was honest in my intentions. He gave me a scrutinizing gaze, eyes landing on Sir Wiggles for a moment, then simply shrugged. Came to the right place, mister. Name's Tom, this is the Leaky Cauldron, one of the public entrances to Diagon Alley. He puffed up proudly. I'll show you how to get in. He gestured to the side. Well, that was simple. He led me off to a back door out into the alley behind the building. Are you going to mug me? Tom broke out into a fit of laughter. Not the first time I've been asked that. Never gets old, it does. He shook his head. Look closely, this is how you gotta do it for now on. He took out his wand, and tapped the stone wall a few times and it began to separate. I was, admittedly, impressed by the scene that unfolded. I watched the magical effects that unfolded in front of my eyes and didn't really have any outright criticism. But more so, what was hiding behind the wall. It opened up to show hundreds of people walking up and down a somewhat narrow street with all sorts of shops lining both sides. Thank you, Tom. I made sure to be polite. It cost nothing and could sometimes get you anything. Next time I'm around, I'll be sure to order a few drinks. I'll hold you to that," he said good-naturedly. "Oh, one last question. Where's the bank exactly? Gramps told me to head there first to get some of the local currency. Said it would be easier than trying to just pay with regular gold. Should be straight down, and on the right. Big white marble building, can't miss it." I nodded in thanks, and took my first steps into this strange new world. Metaphorically speaking, I felt that sort of tingle in the back of my head as I began eyeing many things I wanted. Little knickknacks that only served my hoarding instincts. Okay, my impressions of this place were getting better. Didn't know what I expected, but I saw a trunk on display that was bigger on the inside. Might seem simple on the surface, but it was difficult to do back home. And they were just sold out in the middle of a shop. There was another store that apparently sold magical animals. Sir Wiggles suddenly became very interested. "We'll check it out after getting some money, buddy." I rubbed his head. "Maybe we'll find you a little girlfriend." I didn't need to have a familiar link with him to know he was excited by the idea. I promised him some little bunnies of his own, and it was time I made do on that promise. I hoped, I can't claim to know what's around here, but we'll see. I can begin to make it a priority and search around. But yet, Tom was right, I wouldn't miss it. There was a large, white, marbled-like building at the corner. It looked like a small breeze would blow it over as the pillars that supported it were sort of, leaning in various ways. Looked highly unsafe. Oh well. There were 2 guards standing at either side. Goblins. They looked about what one would expect from certain myths and legends. Small, and by my human standards, not very attractive. They looked at me like they wanted to skewer me with their halberds they were holding. Speaking of, that's some fine craftsmanship. I admired it. And I flipped open the notebook that Gramps gave me, finding a section in particular that he thought I would be interested in. "Is that goblin silver?" They didn't answer. They didn't move. Well, alrighty then. I guess I would ask inside then. I simply shrugged and pushed the bronze doors open. And the inside was not what I was expecting. I had to take a moment to admire the ambience. For a bank run by goblins, it was elegant in presentation. Sometimes you just have to take a moment to appreciate the small things. There were plenty of more goblins inside. In fact, there seemed to be a few dozen sitting at desks in the middle of the room writing with what looked like quills. The scratching sound was rather distinctive. They didn't even care to look up as I walked in, and I too ignored them and made my way to the teller at the front. Very few humans were inside, so I guess I came at the right time. "Next." A lazy voice called out, an underlining accent I wasn't familiar with. The goblin teller was looking at some parchment as he called out, presumably to me. I walked up, waiting patiently for him to address me. "Purpose of your visit?" He was curt and to the point. "I would like to withdraw money from a vault, please." "Do you have a key?" "Yup, right here." I dangled it, yet he still didn't even bother to acknowledge my actual presence. "Name?" He sounded utterly annoyed, to be honest, but I held my tongue. "Schweinorg." The goblin seemingly froze. Very slowly, he turned to look up at me. And that's when I noticed that all the ambient noise in the building also ceased as I glanced around me and all the other goblins were looking my way. "Gramps, what the hell did you do?" Chapter 456, Chapter 414. Well, this was awkward. It's like he was expecting me to say something, but what hell was I supposed to say? I had no idea what was going on after mentioning my name. "My vault." I finally spoke. The teller in front of me seemed to regain his wits as he stared at the key I was dangling. It's weird, I'd only met these goblins, yet I could easily tell the look of bewilderment was not a common expression for them to have. "I will need to check the key." He very hesitantly reached out to take the key from me. And for a brief moment his eyes dilated before returning to normal. Almost an audible gulp as he carefully slid it back across the counter. "Follow me." I shrugged, choosing to ignore the awkward silence still permeating the bank. And instead, I moved towards the door where the teller exited from behind his post. I didn't quite know the word for the area that the teller SIA it. Desk? Office? It was irrelevant, I supposed. I followed the small goblin through another door, leaving the main room. "May I ask?" The goblin cleared his throat. "May I ask what your business here today is, Mr. Schweinorg?" I'm not naive enough to not notice an attempt at gathering information. But frankly, I had no idea what was going on, thus I found myself not caring. I was thinking about having my daughter enroll in Hogwarts. I wanted to check out the area, and I figured it'd be prudent to get some of the local currency. My grandfather offhandedly remembered that he had a vault, so he gave me the key. I didn't mind some polite conversation even if he was trying to get information out of me. I wouldn't mind some information in return either. May I request the name of your grandfather? Kisker Zelretch Schweinorg. It wasn't really a secret. Perhaps it was not what he was expecting, because he had no immediate response. Instead, we silently walked to what looked like a minecart. Please. He gestured to it, though his tone didn't carry any actual politeness. Not that I thought he was being rude, but it seemed extremely rehearsed and a formality on his part. Not what I was expecting, but I'm always up to try new things. I hopped into the minecart and he joined me rather quickly. I ran a hand on the metal, raising an eyebrow as I inspected the magics woven into its design. Now, wasn't that interesting? Some things I didn't quite recognize, others were familiar and I could deduce their purpose. Keep your limbs inside the cart at all times. Gringotts is not responsible for any amputations as a result of stupidity. He said in a monotone, not giving any time to respond. He pulled on a lever, sending the cart forward. It jerked and then began to accelerate, obviously through magic. There was no descent, but it still shot forward at high speeds. I might have had a big smile on my face. Kunu would love this. Even more so when we did a random loop on the track. It honestly felt like a roller coaster and I think my inner kid was peeking out. It got more and more ridiculous as we went further down into the depths of the earth. Or rather, what I presume was the depths of the earth, because there was a rather interesting phenomenon that occurred as we progressed. But I digress. At one point it looked like the tracks were broken, and the cart had to leap from one end to the other to keep going. On certain turns, the cart nearly tipped over at how sharp it was. Not to mention all the loops and spins that were involved. The goblin looked utterly unfazed and I was just enjoying myself. The ride seemed to calm down a bit after a few minutes, and the temperature dropped several degrees. I wasn't quite sure where we were, but it was deep underground. Arriving at Gringotts' lowest level. He seemed to emphasize. The cart screeched to a stop at a group of what I presume were vaults lined up. They looked like they were carved out of the rock formations with massive metal doors wedged into the front. That was fun. I mused, hopping out. Not the response we usually receive. He muttered. Well, the distractions made for a rather exciting ride. The spells woven into the cart obviously kept it from becoming too dangerous. The hops, the loops, the almost flips, it was just sleight of hand. I think my daughter would love to ride it. But it was a good way to try to distract people from the fact that they leave their country of origin to delve into this place. The goblin, his eyes widened for a brief moment. What do you mean by that? They suddenly narrowed. Was that supposed to be a secret? I blinked. Well, in hindsight, it's obvious that's the case. I wasn't really in a mood to care, so I was just speaking my mind. I was wondering why Gramps told me to take money out here even though he'd never deposited money in England before. It makes sense, from what I understand, you have some bank branches all over the world? Having them all linked to the same place makes it significantly easier to manage, I would presume. The cart ride was just a distraction to hide the fact that everyone was teleported through some manner to another part of the world. Well, I'm sure not everyone goes through that method. It would be weird if they didn't have other vaults closer to the surface, and still within the country. Well, less than teleport, more like 2 points connected in space. If they attempt to teleport me, it would fizzle out rather quickly. That would be embarrassing. Imagine just falling because the goblin and the cart disappeared because they teleported away. The goblin continued to stare at me like I had an additional head. What? That was a goblin secret that had gone undiscovered for hundreds of years. Wait, really? I furrowed my brow. I mean, it was impressive how it was devised. Barely any seams on the transition, but hardly unnoticeable. And for hundreds of years you say? The goblin pursed his lips. Wizards are not the most perceptive bunch. I shrugged, having no opinion on that statement. Well, you don't have to really worry about me spreading it around. I don't particularly care either way. Joy, I will be filling out more paperwork. He grumbled. This way, Mr. Schweinorg, you have Vault 002. I whistled. Number 2? How are the numbers given? When a vault is opened, they are assigned the next number in the list. He said dryly. So Gramps has the second vault ever. I raised an eyebrow. So it seems. He looked at me intently. Unless your key is unable to open the vault. In which case, you will be tried and executed for a list of crimes we will be making up to hand over to the ministry. Please proceed. He gestured. Neat. I liked his honesty. He twitched a little. I hummed and walked over to the big metal door and found the slot to push the key into. It clicked a few times, some massive gears spinning for what sounded like the first time in centuries. Which, probably was the case here. I don't believe it. The goblin muttered. Is something wrong? I looked at him. Wait, did you think I was a fake? Didn't you check my key upstairs? We are only able to check to see if your key is real. All Gringotts keys are created using goblin magic. We, however, are not legally able to verify which key matches to which vault. That sounds stupid. Quite. His lips thinned. The massive gate shuddered and dust rattled off under the strain. Finally, the massive door screeched open, metal grating against metal. The glow nearly blinded me as I looked to see what was inside. A literal mountain of gold stood taller than what should be possible for the confined space. Holy shit, Gramps! The goblin said something definitely not English, but I was fairly sure it was something similar. Is there an accountant to manage the vault? I glanced his way. Yes. Can I speak to him? That depends. On what? I asked. How adept are you at summoning the spirits of the dead? You could have just said he was dead. I assumed it was obvious. He snorted. Why would it be obvious? I was rather confused. Wouldn't someone else take their place? Yes, that was very much the case. We pride ourselves on our accurate bookkeeping. The original goblin who managed the Schweinorg vault died, and it was passed on to another. And again, and again, and again. Currently, there is no manager for the vault, because it has been inactive for over 700 years. Oh. Yes, oh. Did Gramps not use his vault the last time he visited? Is that why everyone in the bank was surprised to hear my family name? I asked. The goblin blinked at me. Are you unaware of who your grandfather is? He looked at me skeptically. Maybe. He twitched slightly. I would appreciate it if you told me what you know. Do I look like the newspaper? I handle matters for banking, if you want. 50 of those gold pieces. I pointed at the literal mountain. They're called galleons. He sneered. 1,000. 100, for each question you answer for me. I countered. He was expressionless for a good moment before his lips pulled back into a sharp and toothy grin. I am Manager Griphook, and I would be delighted to assist you, Mr. Schweinorg. You know, your bluntness and honesty is pretty refreshing. If something was going to cost me money, I'd rather someone just be upfront and tell me how much they wanted and we negotiate from there. I mused aloud. Very well. I let out a short sigh. I suppose we should get to the meat of the matter. What's the deal with my grandfather? You should be more specific. He replied. The deal, as you say, is plentiful. Damn it, Gramps, what did you do? I resisted the urge to facepalm. Start from the beginning. I asked. He frowned, but acquiescence. Your grandfather was known as the first person to invest into Gringotts at its inception. Vault 002. Indeed. What about 001? 001 is reserved for our own uses. He didn't elaborate. Hey, Gramps said he thought the idea of goblins doing banking was novel, so he gave them some gold. Does the vault have an interest rate? Why do you think it's so large? He snorted. All the vaults are automatically updated based on the current interest rate. Your grandfather's vault is special in that it carries with it an interest rate we no longer use but was grandfathered into the current systems. Congratulations, Mr. Schweinorg, you are one of the richest wizards in the world. Oh, so that's why you were all surprised. I nodded my head. I think I understand now. One of their first customers, so to speak, it must have been a famous name among them for a while now. That is why we care about the name, yes. And you mean what by that? I didn't miss the insinuation. Do you wish to ask more questions? His grin appeared again. Just keep track and answer, I'm not going to be stingy on paying you. I rolled my eyes. Is my grandfather's name famous? In a manner of speaking. He replied. However, he is thought of by many to be a very dark wizard. That sounds childish. I frowned. Indeed. He didn't dispute it. Many seem to believe that everything can be separated into light or dark. Oh geez, it was one of those kinds of places. Continue. I sighed in exasperation. Why is grandfather so darkly famous? His name came to the attention of many some years ago. During the Second World War, he had an encounter with another infamous wizard in particular. I'm sure the name of Grindelwald is familiar. No. He blinked, looking at me as if to see if I was joking. You don't know who Grindelwald is? First time I'm hearing that name. Even we know who Grindelwald is. A complete blank. He stared at me for another few moments. This counts as a question. Whatever. Grindelwald was the Dark Lord who rallied thousands of witches and wizards to his side and stood along with Axis powers during the Second World War. Magical Hitler. He twitched. That is, accurate. Magic Nazis. And what does he have to do with Gramps? The rumors were vague. But from what was discovered, Grindelwald ran afoul an unknown wizard of the name Zelretch and was handedly beaten along with many of his top supporters and subordinates. It's noted to be one of the turning points in the magical side of the war. Hey, that sounds like Gramps. He beat up Magical Hitler and he didn't tell me? Or maybe he didn't know. I wouldn't be surprised either way, but if so, it'll be fun to tell him. Griphook kept his expression even. Obviously, this was something that spread everywhere. Grindelwald was one of the strongest wizards in history, and he was beaten so thoroughly that he was forced to flee and lost a significant amount of forces to a single person. Thus, many began to search for this Zelretch. I feel like there's a second part coming. What was discovered, after trying to look into your grandfather with various sources and descriptions dating back thousands of years? He responded. It caused quite the commotion back then. Many believed him to be some sort of immortal, or a dark creature. Maybe even the most powerful vampire to ever live. I nearly choked on that last one. It was almost true, but my particular version of Gramps never became a dead apostle. Funny enough, for that version of Gramps, all of those were true. I guess that makes sense. If you say so. I have some more, mundane questions, if you don't mind. I am happy to assist. He replied, but his tone sounded anything but. If I wasn't paying him, he would have completely told me to do the goblin equivalent of going to F myself. What's Hogwarts like? I would not know, goblins are not allowed to enroll. Pardon? He raised an eyebrow. Goblins are classified as magical creatures, we are not allowed to own wands, nor enroll in Hogwarts. Please don't tell me that the witches and wizards here are horribly racist. I will admit that not all of the wizarding world looks down on non-humans, but there is a significant and powerful faction that believes so, yes. He sounded honest. Half-humans are not treated much better. There is a half-goblin teacher of charms at Hogwarts that has stymied the tide so to speak, but it is still a prevalent mindset for witches and wizards to have. So half-humans are allowed to use wands and go to school. Yes. He replied with a growling undertone. This ministry, they keep track of non-human species. They have a list for their laws. He nodded. And about yokai? I asked. Those eastern species? He blinked. The ministry is too ignorant about things outside of its borders. So there are yokai here, that's good. And how do you think a young yokai girl will be treated if she enrolled in Hogwarts? His expression softened just a smidgen. Your daughter is not human. Technically, her father was human, but her species is fully non-human, yokai magic. But if the ministry is ignorant of outside things, then I doubt they'd look into it. I was mostly thinking aloud. Any overt issues should mostly be dealt with by the school. The headmaster, begrudgingly, is not the worst wizard I've ever had the displeasure of meeting. And he is vocally opposed to the pure blood ideology. Pure blood? How trite. That did make me hesitant. But then again, Kunu wasn't always going to be sheltered from the world. Some mild racism, maybe it was something she should learn to deal with on her own? It went against every instinct as a father that I developed, but perhaps Kunu should face some small adversities on her own to grow from? I couldn't imagine they would be too bad considering everything Griphook said. And in the worst case, if someone did cross a line, I would burn the school to the ground. Something to talk to Yasaka about. I gave Sir Wiggles a rub as he was still on my head. And in all honesty, I forgot he was there. Is there a convenient way to contact the headmaster of Hogwarts? Simply send him an owl. Griphook shrugged. Like, send him the whole bird. I blinked. Is this some kind of special bribe? Is owl a delicacy here? Are you, really that ignorant of how wizarding society works? He asked in disbelief. Lived in Japan most of my life. I pointed out, not really knowing if that was a valid response. He shook his head and said something in his goblin language. I could actually understand it now, weirdly enough. Was my devil heritage needing a moment to understand the language as it was the first time I've encountered it, or that it was so foreign I had no precedent before? Odd in any case. We use owls here to deliver letters. That seems horribly inefficient. The owls are a special breed of magical beasts. Still sounds kind of dumb. Why not call? Mr. Schweinorg, after seeing the state of the humans here, do you truly believe any witch or wizard knows how to use a phone? I didn't want to judge based on first impressions. Your first impressions are most likely accurate. My first impressions of goblins were that they were rather rude. Yes, that is accurate. He didn't deny it one iota. We don't like wizards, Mr. Schweinorg. He replied without much expression. You're being very honest. You're paying for my honesty. Touché. I admit he had me there. Since I'm accessing my vault, will I get someone to manage it? We will assign someone. He nodded. If you desire a thorough audit, I'm afraid it will take some weeks to get everything sorted. We have never had a vault reactive after such a long period of time with such quantities to sort through. Administrative fees will be substantial. He grinned. I look forward to the fight to decide who claims the prize. Your culture sounds both exciting and scary. So I have been told. Would it be possible to open a trust fund? Do you do that here? We do have a similar system in place. He nodded. You are familiar with Muggles' banking system. Muggles. He sighed. It is what the wizarding world of Britain calls non-magical humans. Ah. It sounded like a made-up word. Wait, if the humans here are so out of touch, why do you all know about the Muggles? I just realized, but you knew what a phone was. We are required to keep in touch with our Muggle counterparts due to the nature of banking, Mr. Schweinorg. One of our primary services is to convert galleons to Muggle currency. Hey, what's the conversion rate of galleons to pounds? It depends on your circumstances. In your case, you would be paying for a full gold to pound conversion. For Hogwarts students, they receive a special service subsidized by the ministry for a conversion rate of £50 to the galleon to a certain amount to pay for school fees. So no bouncing between mundane and magical currency to make a profit. Do you take us as a joke, Mr. Schweinorg? He said dryly. The conversation rate is watched closely and updated as needed. Neat, but we went off topic. A trust fund, yes. Quite. His lips thinned again. We are able to open up a new vault similar in concept that pays out a certain amount over a period of time that will turn into an adult vault when they reach their age of majority. You merely have to stipulate how much you wish to deposit and at what times. There is of course a fee. Of course. I rolled my eyes, but it made him grin. Will I need to come down here every time I want to withdraw money? Of course not. He scoffed. We do offer a special service. A pouch that connects directly to your vault. His eyes lit up. For only 3,000 galleons. And you can withdraw as much money directly from your pouch as you want. There aren't even any fees for the first 1,000 galleons withdrawn this way. That sounds horribly expensive. I noted. I'll buy a few later. I will add it to your bill, Mr. Schweinorg. He said with glee. Yet. I could figure out that he basically got off on charging me gold at this point. I have one last thing I wanted to talk to you about. I flipped open my notebook and found the pages that Gramps wrote about a certain metal they produced. I read the passage again that he jotted down his notes for. Goblin silver, an intriguing metal created through means unknown. Imbued with a goblin's concept of greed, it seems to desire to take in things that make it better, thus further improving itself. He didn't really experiment much with it. But Gramps did mention it as something I would want to look into, rather than something to just pick up. How difficult would it be to have a sword forged from goblin silver? If this operated how I thought it did, I had some ideas on how it could be most beneficial for me after taking the effort to cultivate it to match my other weapons. Chapter 457, Chapter 415. The ride back up had been significantly more mundane. In fact, it was mostly an intersection of lifts that pulled it back through whatever connections to that place were set up and deposited us right back at the start. But now, I was seated in a very high-class office, away from the normal goblins. Across the desk was a goblin of particular note. He hadn't introduced himself yet, but I was making assumptions by the way Griphook was deferring to him and standing silently to the side. The goblin sitting down was reading over a few documents. Mr. Schweinorg. The goblin at the desk finally set his things to the side. I am thrilled to make your acquaintance. Yes, you sound absolutely thrilled. I replied in the same dry tone he used. I assure you, this is my excited face. His expression didn't change at all. By no means am I annoyed by the amount of paperwork I anticipate will come about due to your presence. Well, I'm glad that I made your day then. I smiled cheerfully. I think it took every ounce of his control to not let out an exasperated sigh. Mr. Schweinorg. He punctuated again. I will not hide the truth from you, your grandfather's status as our oldest recorded client does lend some favorability your way. I sense a but coming along there. You request a goblin sword, yes. That's what I told Griphook. I nodded. The goblin across from me tapped his sharp nails together. If it were any other wizard, I would not even give this request a consideration. Right, is it about money then? I just found out that I'm particularly wealthy in your currency, so have at it. He twitched slightly, holding back an obvious grin. But there was an obvious age and wisdom there that allowed him to keep his composure. It's not a matter of price. That's a bold-faced lie. He cleared his throat. I should elaborate. Griphook informs me that you are unaware of certain wizarding world knowledge. What do you know of goblins, Mr. Schweinorg? Nearly nothing. I confessed. It's funny, from what I have discovered, I don't think he'd be nearly as polite with me if it weren't for Zelretch. Griphook admitted outright that goblins hate wizards, so there was no reason to entreat with me so directly. He took off his glasses, rubbing his eyes. Shall I spare you the history lesson then? Suffice to say, we goblins view possession differently than wizards. I assume you're not talking about ghosts. No. His lips thinned. Due to our history and surprisingly good working relationship with your family, I am finding it in myself to be candid with our position on the subject. Didn't my gramps just deposit money and not touch it for the entire time? As I said, a good working relationship. He grinned. What are the annual fees like? Excellent. He didn't elaborate. Surprisingly, I preferred to deal with money grubbers over schemes. Well, that isn't to say he's not scheming, but he's just scheming to get the gold in my vault, which was refreshing in its simplicity. As much as I coveted things I believed to be mine, I also respected the direct desire and was more than willing to let go of gold if it got me what I truly wanted. Please enlighten me to what poses a problem in my request. I gestured for him to continue. We goblins don't believe in permanently selling away items we forge, Mr. Schweinorg. He returned to his normal expressionless face. All items are rightfully ours regardless of what the person who purchased it believes. So you're loaning them? I quirked an eyebrow. You may consider it that way. He didn't deny it. My distaste for wizards does not make me ignorant of our cultural differences. Wizards believe after they buy one of our hard-forged items, it is theirs forever, and to pass down to their descendants. We consider this theft, Mr. Schweinorg. For us to even consider your request, you will need to understand that when you die, whatever you gain will be required to be returned to our hands. Okay, that's kind of funny in my circumstance. But I was also a bit curious about the details. I imagine that the ministry, as I learned that's what they called their government, doesn't agree with your idea of ownership. The corners of his lips pulled back into a frown. You would be correct. This has led to us cutting back on selling our services to witches and wizards since the previous war. That has, of course, caused the stolen objects of ours still circulating to become rather expensive. Which I would assume you will base your own costs on. He merely smiled, with sharp teeth showing. And I would assume that it's not just a handshake and promise to give it back after I die. As you would expect, it is difficult to keep a promise from a dead person. Especially when the laws don't agree with our own. He nearly growled. Geez then. I offered. He blinked. Do you mean a magical contract? Is that what they call it here? Then yet. The term geese hasn't been used in many centuries. He looked at me weirdly. So that matter is settled. I clapped my hands. Shall we talk about design? There is one more matter to discuss before we consider your request, Mr. Schweinorg. He stopped me in my proverbial tracks. Jewelry and other bits and bobs are one matter, but you are requesting a sword. Yes. I am bank manager Ragnuk, 10th of my name. He introduced himself. I am also the third best smith for the Goblin Nation. He sounded rather proud. I will personally be conducting this forging if I agree. He iterated. However, you will not find a goblin willing to make a weapon of goblin silver to someone unworthy. I will not have a wizard flailing around with one of my creations just to flaunt around like a peacock. I felt slighted. I stood up, and in one quick motion, drew Mirage from within my ring and slashed it horizontally. Ragnuk's eyes widened briefly. His stoic demeanor faltered as he realized what just happened. Magical energy wafted off my blade as I held it at my side. He slowly turned his head back to see a large section of the wall just above his head behind him had been cleaved away. I will not claim to be a master. I produced the sheath for my sword, clicking it inside. But these are the hands of a swordsman. You will be paying for damages. He said softly. Take it out of my vault. I snorted. Seemingly, just as I said that, the sound of something bursting filled the room, then water began falling out from the new crevice that revealed part of the canyon the bank was connected to. Water started spilling onto the floor. Ragnuk twitched something fierce, but he didn't comment. I believe it is time to begin negotiations. Please convince me, Mr. Schweinorg. He tapped his fingers together. I didn't even offer gold. Instead, I withdrew several different ingots of metals. Orichalcum, ebony, moonstone, corundum, just to name a few, and stacked him on his desk. I casually sat back down in my chair, feeling very relaxed. Very well, let's negotiate. Though, the look of greed in his eyes as he marveled at what I had just plopped on his desk told me that I had already won. I hummed to myself as I walked down the street, without much of a care in the world. Yasaka was right, this was a very nice mini vacation. I really needed something like this after everything that happened. I had a specific few things I needed to do, but I nearly missed something interesting. If not for Sir Wiggles grabbing at my hair, I would have walked past a certain shop in particular. Magical Menagerie. There were several cages lining the window with a variety of animals I've never seen before. Even if Sir Wiggles didn't seem to want to go inside, I was sufficiently intrigued. The only other person inside was presumably the shopkeeper, an older woman wearing rather cliché witch attire. Big pointy black hat and everything. At this point, I wasn't even going to question their fashion sense. The fact that the goblins dressed better than them probably said a lot about their culture. But I digressed. There was a turtle encrusted in jewels. A crab with a molten shell, steam sizzling off its body. A raccoon that was changing colors every time I looked at it. A pair of purple toads croaking non-stop in one corner, and a five-headed lizard, specifically not a hydra, I could tell that much. Especially since it was spewing water rather than something venomous. A plethora of things I've never seen before, and it was making me excited. Welcome, welcome. The woman's eyes lit up as I came closer. Welcome to Magical Menagerie, we have all manner of animals for any purpose. We just picked up a few Nizzles, perfect companions for any aging witch. Or maybe you want an alternative such as a pedestrian form of letter carrier like an owl. We have many different species that are more than able to fulfill a similar role. Ravens, bats, ferrets. Pardon, did you say ferrets? Oh yes. Her eyes sparkled. Mischievous and frighteningly intelligent beasties. The owl breeders don't dare to reveal their existence. She leaned in. But male ferrets are the next big thing, I assure you. Alrighty then. I can't tell if her particular brand of strange was out of place here. I was about to question her further, but Sir Wiggles shot off my head towards a different corner of the store. I of course followed him quickly, and soon found him sitting in front of a cage opposite a snow-white bunny. I thought Sir Wiggles was the picture of pureness, but this other bunny looked almost albino in comparison. No words were spoken, but both of them were twitching their noses excitedly. And then, their little behinds started wiggling in unison. Welp, I guess I knew what had to be done now. Oh, that thing. The shopkeep lady nearly snuck up on me as I was intently focused on my familiar. What is it? She's a failed product. The shopkeep sounded dismissive. A barmy idea. Could you imagine, post bunnies? She scoffed. Who would ever want a rabbit to deliver mail? She threw her hands up. And she doesn't even do that. A post bunny. Utterly mental. She scoffed. Now a ferret, that right there is a whole different story. Right. I had a feeling that maybe she was a few shades crazy for even these people. How much for the bunny? 50 galleons, no 45. All right, 45. I shrugged, nearly pushing the money into her hands so I could grab the cage and get away. Thank you for your business. Make sure to come back, my stock of ferrets is only increasing. I wondered why. Regardless, I quickly left. I barely had time to leave the building before Sir Wiggles was being very impatient, and perhaps I couldn't blame him. I turned the corner, and set the cage up on a random crate I found, unlocking it. The rabbit inside bolted out, but didn't run. Instead, it ran over to Sir Wiggles and the two began talking. I could feel the emotions from Sir Wiggles. And oh boy, was my little bunny falling in love. Hello. I offered, holding my hand out so she could get used to my scene. The new bunny looked at Sir Wiggles, then to me as it hopped gently over to smell my hand. Sir Wiggles bounced around her happily. Do you want to come along with us? I asked, because there felt like some kind of intelligence behind those eyes. The little bunny's eyes met mine, and it suddenly put its little paw in my hand. Which, I was taking as a sign that yes, it wanted to come along. Sir Wiggles nearly exploded in excitement, enough that its lightning discharged unintentionally as he zipped around overhead. I thought that our new little bunny would be intimidated, or even slightly scared at the least. No, instead it did something I completely did not expect. I had assumed it was a magical creature, but it wasn't until this moment that I realized to what extent. With Sir Wiggles zipping around in the air, the bunny gently floated up to meet him. And you can fly. Why was I not surprised? That crazy woman did say that they wanted to make a mail delivery bunny for some reason. As opposed to the owls they used, for some reason. I watched it for a few moments to understand what was going on. You're manipulating wind, how interesting. I muttered, rubbing my chin. It was essentially walking on the wind. Despite the weirdness, today has been a good day. With how Sir Wiggles and his new companion were getting along, I believed my promise to him was becoming fulfilled. I promised him girl bunnies, and here we are. The two bunnies landed back down in front of me, still looking rather happy. I didn't know how bunny courting happens, but I think Sir Wiggles had a new girlfriend. You're going to need a name. Lady Wiggles? I'll think about it. Quick question for you, are you able to deliver letters? Or is that something you're against? She poked me with her little paw as if to tell me to hand it over. I wasn't expecting this, 1 second. I mentally searched through my ring for the letter in particular that Yasaka and I devised. So. I held it out. How does this work? Apparently post owls are somehow magical. Does that translate into delivering letters in some fashion, and that is something you can do too? I was honestly unsure of how this process worked. If you address the letter to something, did it just magically find its way to them through some convoluted means? Frankly, I had so many questions here I didn't know where to begin. So, this needs to be delivered to the headmaster of Hogwarts. She snatched it out of my hand with its mouth and began floating back up into the air. Okay then. I decided to just let it be. Do you want to go with her, buddy? I rubbed Sir Wiggles' head. I could feel the confirmation. All right, treat it like a date then, go have fun. He zipped right up to join her in the air. I watched my two bunnies fly away. Something I don't think anyone ever had to acknowledge before. What even is my life? I took out the notebook that Gramps gave me and looked at the list of things I should do before going home. Next was getting myself a wand. For no other reason than that I wanted one. I guess it would be good to know how they worked for Kunu. But I admit, many things I do end up being just because I wanted something. Regardless, time to find a shop that sells wands. Ollivander's Wand Shop. I could practically hear the trademark when I read the name of the store. I asked around a little bit, and apparently, he was the only wand seller for Britain. Did that speak of good things, or bad things? I guess we'll find out. Pushing the door open, the sound of a small bell rang out. I slowly turned my head to the side to see a strange old man invading my personal space, staring at me rather intently. Good afternoon. Curious. He eyed me. I can tell you what brand of lotion I use if you're that interested. He didn't react and just continued to look at me strangely. You are a face I've never seen before. He then stepped back. First time here. I admitted. Want to get myself a wand. I heard good things. He blinked. Pardon, are you saying you're here for your first wand? Yes. He looked at me again. Curious. Is it? Most curious. I feel like you're saying that to look mysterious. Rather than be offended, he seemed amused by my words. You have never used a wand? He asked. Not really. I shook my head. They're not something we used back home. And where are you from if I might ask? Japan. I said offhandedly. Ah. He stated as if that was enough. I have heard about their use of other methods such as bracelets or rings or what have you. He sniffed haughtily ever so slightly. It will never replace a good wand, but to each their own. If you say so. He clapped his hands, adopting a smile. What a wonderful event then. The only time adults have graced my door is when their wands inadvertently have been broken or stolen. Never have I had someone so old come to me for their first wand. This is quite exciting. Oh, where are my manners? He held out his hand. Garrick Ollivander. Wilhelm Henry Schweenorg. I returned the greeting with a handshake. Schweenorg, you say? He raised an eyebrow. Is there something wrong? Most curious. I felt myself twitch slightly. So, how does this work? Do I just pick whatever color suits me? Maybe something that matches my eyes. I'm afraid this is nothing like picking out a handbag, Mr. Schweenorg. He chuckled. No, the wand chooses the wizard. Are wands sexist? Pardon. He blinked in confusion. You said they chose wizards, what about witches? His lips quirked up. I like to believe wands don't care about gender. I merely assumed on my part when giving that statement. If you would prefer, I don't mind referring to you as a proper witch. Oh, I liked him. The walls were lined with small boxes, some of them without lids, some with. And all manner of wands laid about. Anything in particular I have to do? Maybe a jig to earn their attention? I can recite some poetry if that helps. That will be unnecessary, Mr. Schweenorg, the point is for the wand to want to join you. For that, it would be in our best interest that they have a good impression of you. Ouch. Just right for the jugular there. How sentient, are they, exactly? The more I heard about this, the less I thought they were like wands from what I was referencing. Oh, nothing like that. He quickly reassured me with a chuckle. However, a bond between a wizard and their wand is something special. He said rather vaguely. Neat. I shrugged. Shall we begin? Let us. He nodded. And which wand is your wand hand? That depends on what you are referring to as my wand. Well, I believe it would be the same in this case. He quipped. I blinked, realizing that he wasn't slowed down at all by my little dirty joke. Right hand, but I can use my left hand, if that means anything. Not that I would consider myself ambidextrous, just something I picked up from my training. That does help. He turned to shift through the many wands on the shelves until he looked like he found what he was looking for. An engraved casing with what looked like gold on the top. Here we are, this one has had a previous owner. I believe it will be a good match for someone past their formative years. An experienced wand for an experienced wizard. Black walnut, dragon heartstring, 9 1/2 inches. He handed it over to me. As soon as I held it in my hand, I felt it try to siphon my magical energy. No, that wasn't quite accurate. If it was attempting to do that, my magical resistance would act up and counteract something so simple. My magical resistance was inert at the moment, because it wasn't breaching my body. It was, gently coaxing my ambient magical energy into it, like a greeting, almost. I couldn't hold back my curiosity and cast a structural grasp on the wand. What I saw surprised me. It was full of tiny runes all carved out along the inside. I could see the materials used, and every single groove meticulously carved into every facet of the piece. Honestly, it was beautiful. Even media would have nothing but good things to say about the craftsmanship. Hats off to Ollivander if he's the one who made this, he's a true artisan. Well? Give it a flick. I looked up at Ollivander, who looked at me expectantly. Just, flick it. Of course, how else will we know if it's the right wand for you? All right. I held it between my fingers and flicked it. The building shook, and Ollivander quickly ducked for cover. I flinched at the magical phenomenon that occurred from my wand. Ollivander slowly climbed back to his feet, and we both stared at where the wall to his shop used to stand. You needed some natural light in here anyways. He stared at me. He slowly took the wand from my hands and put it back into its box. I believe this is not the correct wand for you, Mr. Schweinorg. Against my better judgment, I believe we should proceed. I have never been unable to match a wand to a wizard before, and I don't intend to fail now. He went to a different side of the shelf, pulling out one wand in particular. Here we are. I believe a more reserved wand would be the best choice. Same wood, unicorn hair. I barely brushed it with my finger before it emitted a bright light and blew up his counter, sending shards of wood flying everywhere. I'll pay. Why did it feel like that was going to be something I said many more times today? Chapter 458, Chapter 416. I waved the wand in my hand, and everything in the shop caught fire. Ollivander and I were quick to douse it all with water. And I was intrigued to see him conjure water from the tip of his own wand, but I was focused on the immediate concern. He looked at me with heavy eyes, taking the wand from my hand and putting it back. I'll pay, I said, but he offered no response. Try this one, Elder Wood, dragon heartstring from a particularly ornery dragon. Very rigid, but not uncompromising. I took the darker-looking wand into my hand, and Ollivander cast many spells in quick succession for defensive purposes. Frankly, I think he was going overboard. I only had 1 or 2 accidents so far. I gave the wand a wave, and I felt a ringing in my ears. Maybe that was from the sound wave that burst out, shattering all the remaining glass in the shop, and the neighbors, it seemed. We could tell, because of the holes in the building. I'll pay. So you have said. He pursed his lips. This one is definitely not it. You think that maybe the dragon parts are a bad idea? You know, considering. Drake spoke within my mind. That was a valid consideration. Mr. Ollivander, do you think the fact that I have a dragon in my soul might make dragon parts in the wands volatile? Ollivander looked at me for a long minute. I will take that under consideration. If nothing else, you have the subtlety of a dragon. Drake snorted. I had the vaguest feeling that this wand maker was humoring me like one would a child. Unicorn parts are simply out. Ollivander hummed. We don't need a repeat of that. He glanced to where his counter used to be. And dragon parts. He scrunched his nose. Very well. The main cores we use here are dragon heartstring, unicorn tail, and phoenix feather, even if the latter of them is significantly more rare considering I only have 1 or 2 coming in a year. But I suppose it couldn't hurt. He began rifling through more wand cases until he took out another one. This is an interesting combination. Black walnut, which wouldn't normally work well with a phoenix feather, but Headmaster Dumbledore's phoenix roosted on it for some years on occasion, leaving it a rather intimate combination. Adventurous, but not without consideration. Willing to fly free, but also delve into the unknown. He held it out for me to take. I hesitantly took it into my hand and it felt warm, pleasant even. I think I could vaguely hear a soft chirping, melodious in nature. Even Ollivander looked cautiously optimistic. He very slowly approached me to get a better look. Most curious. Is it? I questioned. Frankly, I have no clue at this point. He admitted. We've gone through 73 wands at this point and I'm just happy that it didn't immediately make my shop explode. Yeah, that's fair. It goes against every fiber of my survival instincts to say this, Mr. Schweinorg, but please give it a flick. I cringed slightly, anticipating the ensuing destruction and flicked the wand gently. Nothing happened. Both Ollivander and I looked at the wand curiously, until suddenly a puff of smoke blew out of the tip, right into his face. He coughed erratically, swatting away the cloud, catching his breath. Significantly less destructive, even if it was unpleasant. He seemed to chuckle at the lackluster effect. A good starting point to work with, most curious. He flashed a smile with renewed vigor. I'm sorry, this wasn't intentional. He blinked, and then chuckled. I assure you, Mr. Schweinorg, blowing smoke into my face isn't something to write home about. I've faced much worse, not counting today, that is. that's not what I was talking about. I grimaced, pointing to his face. He frowned, flicking his own wand at a nearby piece of wood, presumably that came from his wall. It changed into a mirror, making me raise an eyebrow. He held it up and stared at his reflection emotionlessly. If I had not been present for the last 2 hours of wand testing, I would not have believed you. He finally said. There was a red dick drawn on his forehead. I promise it wasn't intentional. I said again, even if I was holding back a laugh. Yes, yes. I believe the wand is expressing its dissatisfaction. He harumphed, taking it out of my hand. The headmaster's phoenix, while being a holy and majestic creature, has the tendency to land in the gutter with its sense of humor. He said that before, about the apparent headmaster of Hogwarts having a phoenix, and I sort of glazed over that. But, that's pretty cool. Was it the same kind of phoenix that I was familiar with? Or is it something they just named here? Same with dragons too, I'm surprised they have so many harvestable dragon parts. It's not too difficult to find an unintelligent dragon back home, but even those are rather powerful by normal human standards. He grabbed a handkerchief from his pocket, wiping his head. The phallus didn't even smear. He rolled his eyes and held his wand up to it. Finite. I watched as he attempted to enact a spell, it actualized and splashed against the drawing on his forehead. He looked at himself in the mirror and scowled. Finite incantatum. His magical energy moved much more aggressively, but still, the image on his forehead persisted. I swear it wasn't intentional. His eye twitched. Wonderful. He seemed to give up. I will have to visit that blasted bird later to get it removed. Phoenix magic is too temperamental, even if it's from a mere feather. He grumbled under his breath. Maybe we should just give up. His head snapped to me. Mr. Schweinorg, at this point, it is a matter of pride. I will make sure you have a wand, even if I have to craft a new one. That being said, perhaps it is time I take out some of my early experiments. Oh. I experimented with many exotic materials in my youth before settling down. He puffed up with pride and disappeared into the back of his shop. It would have been more impactful had part of the nearby wall not collapsed as soon as he left. Honestly, I was wondering how his shop was still standing upright at this point. A testament to their architecture perhaps? He came back out quickly, arms full of different wand boxes. Without any fanfare, he plopped them all into a pile on a chair that was still standing. I refuse to believe we will not find you a suitable wand. He stated, rummaging through them. Here we are. You said you were from Japan? It just so happens I have some materials from there as well. Japanese cedar, and an oni horn. Did you say an oni horn? I blinked in surprise. I am genuinely surprised you can claim to have something like that. I still have the scars from acquiring it. He smiled awkwardly. Oh dear. Well, I took it from his hand, and it felt wrong. I immediately felt it, not like the dragon ones or even the unicorn ones that outright rejected me, perhaps due to my darker nature as a half-devil. This one just outright despised me through no fault of my own. I have a feeling this one isn't going to work. Just give it a flick, Mr. Schweinorg. We'll see how far off the mark we are so I know where to go from here. No, seriously. I have a bad feeling about this one. Mr. Schweinorg, I can say with all honesty, there is not much you can do at this point that would be worse. Are you sure? Just flick it, Mr. Schweinorg. I do not take blame for this. I stated, holding it up and giving it a casual wave. Immediately, both Ollivander and I were blown off our feet, smacking into the sides of the room. The invisible force ripped out, rather upwards, as I was keen enough to not point it anywhere near us. The ceiling of the shop more or less disintegrated on impact. It took a moment, but the wandmaker and I climbed back up to our feet. I suppose I have been meaning to remodel. A sunroof isn't a bad idea. It really does open up the room a bit with some natural light, you know. I offered. Funnily enough, he didn't look put off by what I said. Was he considering it? A drop of water landed on his nose. We both looked up, and rain fell from the sky. A torrential downfall. A glance out the window told us that it was only happening above the shop. Ollivander slowly moved to sit down amidst the growing puddle of water that developed on his floor. A few wand boxes began floating away. I'll pay. The look of defeat made me feel bad. His eyes slowly climbed up until they met mine. Wood, it be possible for me to bring in some of my own materials? Perhaps ones I believe to be compatible with me? I finally asked. There was a spark of desire behind his eyes that lit up again. Mr. Schweinorg, I will do my absolute best to make you a wand out of what you deem acceptable. I will put all my skills I've learned through my very long life, all the meticulous hours I spent wand making to practice. I will make you one of the greatest wands ever to be produced by human hands. Yet, I admit that sounded exciting. I only ask one thing in return. What do you want? Never, ever, step foot in my shop again afterwards. That's fair. Mr. Ollivander, are you in there? It's the Aurors. Aurors? Why did that sound familiar? No one answered. We're forcing our way in. Everyone inside better lay their wands down and put their hands up. Oh shit, the magic popo. They burst through the door, wearing robes in a uniform manner. However, they looked around, surprised at the amount of destruction. Ollivander's eyes were empty, tired. He seemingly didn't care to respond. Mr. Ollivander, who did this? The one at the front asked. I held up my finger, pointing down the street. They went that way. They looked at me and didn't even hesitate to run out the door in the direction I pointed. Ollivander let out an exhausted sigh. I had a feeling like I should give him some space. At. Albus Dumbledore POV, Headmaster of Hogwarts. Thank you for coming, everyone. I addressed my staff. As you know, summer vacation is almost over, so it seemed like a good time to hold our annual meeting. Before we begin, would anyone like to say anything? Fox chirped happily on his perch. Despite not contributing, that phoenix of mine liked to be part of the talks. Which is why we usually held this meeting in my office. He didn't like leaving his perch unless he had to. I do believe I have spoiled him too much over the years. Albus, what are we going to do about the positions we need filled? Minerva asked. I stroked my beard, seeing that everyone was in agreement. My transfiguration teacher was one to always get to the heart of the problem without beating around the bush. Yes, that poses quite the problem. I assure you I have not been idle during this summer, but it has been difficult. I addressed my staff. Not just our defense against the dark arts position, which in of itself is becoming increasingly difficult to fill every year due to the curse left on the position. I'm inclined to agree with Severus's suggestion from last year. Professor Flitwick chimed in. Why not have a set of rotating teachers? Then every year they leave. Is there any situation on this supposed curse that a former teacher can't return? I shook my head with a sigh. Such a solution would have been used long ago. I'm afraid that whatever you know who did to the position, the jinx, that it has a means to fight back if we attempt to play smart. Poor Woodrick. Minerva muttered. He has been shamed ever since news got out about what happened. Yes, young Woodrick, one of our own graduates. He was the one who proposed the idea in the first place, and it was novel enough that we thought to give it a try. It worked the first time. Woodrick taught for a year, we switched to someone else, Woodrick returned to test such a thing, and then, well. I knew for a fact that Woodrick didn't intentionally vanish all the clothes of his students and himself and douse himself in marital potion supplements. But it did not paint a good picture, and I was forced to explain to the ministry what happened. Of course, poor Woodrick was shamed out of the wizarding world, never to be heard from again. Perhaps we could reach out to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and see if they can lend a handful of Aurors every year? It would get around that initial problem, and I do not believe this jinx would push back, as it would be a new person teaching each time. Unfortunately, I am still unable to discover how Tom was able to achieve this effect. A devilish mind and a dark heart he possessed, but there was no denying his intelligence. I fear that his magical knowledge even surpassed mine in the end. What about the other positions? Severus drawled, bringing my thoughts focused back on the meeting at hand. A few groans around the room equated to how I felt as well. Muggle studies, magical theory, care of magical creatures. I listed off. Oh yes, and defense against the dark arts. Realistically, we needed 4 new teachers this year. Practically. And we do not have the funds to replace the positions proper. Among other necessities. Professor Hooch snorted. Rolanda, I am truly sorry. I know I promised new brooms this year, but the situation is beyond our control. I apologized to our flying instructor. I'm annoyed too, Albus. Madame Pomfrey added. Do you have any idea how many students I have to treat in our infirmary every year because of those Merlin-damned brooms? It's this headache every year. My hands are well and truly tied, our budget is not looking good. As it stands, we're going to have to try and stretch it to even higher replacements to fill our missing positions. You must have some sort of plan, Albus. Professor Sprout spoke up. I do indeed. I smiled. First, I believe we can have Hagrid fill in for the care of magical creatures. There was a round of whispers and grimaces all around. I once more knew how they felt. Hagrid was a good person, a very good person, but he often missed the obvious when it came to magical creatures. In that they were very dangerous to humans in the best of circumstances. I will have to keep an eye on him. He already said he would forego his salary for a few years due to the dragon incident. Admittedly, that did cause quite a decrease in our budget as I had to send some gold to certain places to smooth everything over. It was illegal to raise a dragon without the proper permits for a reason. But I digressed, his heart was in the right place and that's all I can ask for. But mostly, our budget was slashed significantly due to the incident with the Philosopher's Stone that Nicholas lent me. Or, rather, the fake one. He wanted to disappear for a while, as he was being bothered by too many people. And I wanted to test a theory and lure out Tom should he have still been around. It worked out, not quite like I expected. A troll wandering the halls, nearly killing a student. The amount of money we used to devise those traps to reach the stone in the first place. I have never been one to overly care for monetary gain, but it even hurt my heart to flush so many galleons down the drain. I was trying to not cause concern, but we were in a precarious situation. The board of directors was already breathing down my neck to find replacements, and they were intentionally not increasing our budget just so they had something to hold over me. Minera's lips thinned. That is one position. And for the others? I was reached out to by one of our former students willing to take over the defense position this year. I found myself grinning. I always did love it when former students returned. Who? Why, none other than young Gilderoy Lockhart. After his jumping all around the world for his adventures, he believed it was time to give back to the youth of Wizarding Britain and spread his knowledge. I chuckled. Headmaster, are you serious? Severus's dry tone seemed to speak for everyone here. Unfortunately, I quite am. Albus, I remember teaching Lockhart. He barely passed his Dada classes. Minerva frowned. And Merlin knows the trite in those books he publishes is all lies. Now, Minerva, I think we should give him a chance. Unless you wanted to pay out of pocket? How much are you being bribed, Albus? Minerva narrowed her eyes. Minerva, how could you insinuate a thing like that? I assure you, Lockhart is not bribing me for the position. How much are we paying him? She raised an eyebrow. I hardly see why. Albus. The deputy headmistress's eyes narrowed dangerously at me. It was times like this that despite her being hyper-competent and a truly worthy successor for my position as headmaster, that I felt a smidge of regret in my decision. I cleared my throat. Lockhart has found it within his heart to request no recompense for his employment period of this year. Yes, that's what I thought. Minerva's tone was equal to Severus in this circumstance. Before I could usher a response, there was a faint tapping on my window. There was a pair of rabbits, tapping on my window. My window, that stood dozens of feet off the ground. I looked at them, then back to Fox, who also looked just as bewildered as I was. At least they were polite. Not like those ferrets from last time. Who used ferrets to deliver mail? Merlin, I sometimes felt as if I should retire. I walked over to the window and opened it. One of the rabbits pushed the letter it was holding in its mouth my way. Thank you. It provided a little nod my way, then the two of them flew away, for lack of a better word. I simply took a moment to watch them leave, still bewildered as to what was happening. Albus, why did a rabbit deliver you mail? Minerva asked. I don't know. I answered honestly. Why would someone not use an owl? How strange. It was addressed to me and had no curses or negative effects attached, so I opened it up and began reading. With each line, I felt my brow furrow until finally I landed upon the name of the sender. Albus, why did you suddenly go pale? Flitwick asked, seemingly concerned. I slowly sat down in my seat, setting the letter on my desk. A name I have not heard in many years has resurfaced. I spoke softly. Do any of you recognize the name Schweinorg? Some of them shook their heads, others' eyes widened. I haven't heard that name in a fair while. Flitwick mused. I recall the commotion of someone defeating Grindelwald during the war, and the subsequent running around to find this person. But there has been no news since then. Yes, that was the public perception, wasn't it? My higher positions allowed me a more in-depth knowledge of what transpired. Gellert assailed the man named Zelretch. Something we would not have even blinked at previously. I don't know the entirety of the details that drew Gellert's attention to this man, only that he was supposedly a hermit living in the German countryside. Though the following incident disabused everyone of the notion that this Zelretch was anything but one of the most dangerous individuals in the world. He not only repelled Gellert's attack on his home, but he killed dozens of his inner circle. Wizards and witches that even I would be troubled facing as a group. Trained especially by Gellert himself to be his personal guard and strike force. Gellert escaped with his life, but many of his confidants died that evening. News spread quickly, and it gave many of us a renewed vigor when Gellert had been on a long streak of success. Many places were then without their leaders as Gellert assigned his most trusted to positions of power. It was truly a turning point in the war. But what most people don't know is that Gellert was infantilized. I recalled the conversation with him after his defeat. A victory, that would have been substantially harder had this previously unknown man not caused the Elder Wand in his position to question its loyalty to Gellert and stop providing increased aid. The most powerful wand in the world, a fickle mistress she was. And after losing to this previously unknown wizard, it began to stymy Gellert's magic, allowing me a large opportunity to defeat my once friend, ending the magical side of the war. But before that, when the Elder Wand was working properly, facilitating Gellert's already immense magical might to unheard of levels, this Zelretch treated him as a child. Chiding him more than fighting. It spooked Gellert badly. Even when we fought, it was clear there was a ghost still in his heart from the encounter. He didn't say much after that, but it was enough to worry me. The subsequent revelations were more to add. We sealed some of the more volatile information from the public, but some things still were spread around. Yes, it was impossible to hide everything about the most wanted man in the magical world being defeated and who had done it. Traces back to before the calendar updated. And various instances of his presence over the centuries with no seeming rhyme or reason. It was not even particularly noteworthy events that he revealed himself. And I was sure there were many more that were simply unrecorded. They called him a Dark Lord once things became known, but I wasn't even sure that was the case. Was there ever an instance of his recorded performing evil deeds? I would never condone the killing of others, but I was also not foolish enough to not recognize that it wasn't something inherently evil. Abhorrent as it was. Albus, what did the letter say? Minerva asked. Someone of the Schweinorg name wishes to have a discussion and meeting regarding sending their child to Hogwarts this year. I responded absent-mindedly. Minerva blinked. That is, not quite the response I expected from your tone, Albus. His daughter is apparently a princess of some sort from a magical creature community in Japan. Oh. Minerva softly replied. We're not going to accept, right Albus? Minerva. Don't Minerva me, Albus. I grew up during the Blitz, I know the name Schweinorg. Dark wizard if there ever was one. We can't judge children by their parentage. I countered, keeping my tone grandfatherly. Minerva stumbled, unable to retort that statement. Are we even sure this person is related to the one you're thinking of? Truthfully, there is no evidence given. Nothing noting it in the letter, but I find myself believing it unlikely that there is no link. I hardly believed the name to be common. In fact, I don't recall there being anyone with that family name when we looked into the man all those years ago. Will the ministry kick up a fuss, Albus? Flitwick asked. Merlin knows they will take any reason to stomp around after the debacle of this past year. I see no reason. It's not as if this family is wanted for any crimes. And the letter explained that his daughter is half human. I hummed. I believe every child deserves the same chances, regardless of their origins. Hogwarts is not only a school, but a home for any who seek knowledge and education within these halls. We shelter and protect, nurture and raise. Something I think we often forget while focusing on the aspect of learning. Well said, Albus. Flitwick agreed, as I knew he would. Being a half-goblin gave him a certain perspective. You're right, Albus. Minerva sighed. I was being judgmental. Any children who come to our school deserve the same chances and nurturing as anyone else. It's all right, Minerva. Your heart was in the right place, it only shows your concern for your students. I reassured her. She brightened up, accepting my praise. I decidedly did not mention that the letter also heavily implied a significant donation should we come to terms of enrollment. Yes, I have not lived this long to not know when it's wise to keep my mouth shut. Now, I have placated my staff, but I am still unsure of how to proceed. I suppose I should send a letter in return. I only hope that I'm not making a mistake. Chapter 459, Chapter 417. I was more or less wrapping up my little foray into this world. I didn't want to extend my time here to more than a day, or thereabouts. Frankly, this was just me keeping busy without forcing myself to deal with the truly stressful and important matters. It certainly helped with how high-strung I'd been recently, a nice relaxing shopping evening. That was until I found all that was unholy in this world. Th. Racist assholes? I could deal with that. Hell, give me petulant gods back home. This, however, was too damn far. I felt my pyromantic tendencies flare up. No one would ever know, a little bit of fire, and this place would burn down. I'd honestly be doing the world a favor. I'm not usually someone who takes shots at other cultures. I honestly believe it's the height of ignorance and the domain of the uneducated to dismiss another's societal differences out of hand. That isn't to say, you should blindly accept everything about someone else's home. If you go to another country and they perform ritual sacrifice, you wouldn't be xenophobic to say something bad about that. But to simply point at and label it backwards or barbaric because it's different is where a line should be drawn. And I found myself stepping over that line. Because this is unacceptable. What in God's name was this monstrosity? I was curious, and decided to take a look over at one of the fashionable clothing stores. And staring at one of the window displays, it nearly made me throw up in my mouth. I don't mind robes. They're not for me personally, but they're a staple in many magical societies. But this, I had no words. Why would any living creature want to wear something like this? It's like they took all the worst parts about Victorian-era clothing, and stitched it together with the cliché wizard attire, then thought they could do worse by adding some flamboyant feathers, fur, and lace. And if that didn't make it bad enough, there were genuinely people pressed against the window admiring it. It's just clothing. Drake snorted within my head. Honestly don't know why you're so obsessed about it. Imagine if instead of clothing, it was the equivalent of scales. Burn it down. Drake spoke after a beat. I knew you understood me best, Drake. I could feel my magical energy rise to the surface. Fire is the answer to every problem. If you claim it doesn't solve the problem, you're just not using enough. Or you can just burn any dissidents. If there's no one to tell you it's not working, then no one can prove otherwise. Am I really going to have to be a voice of reason here? My Zanpakut chimed in. Burn it. Don't take advice from the dragon about burning things. Oh fine. Party pooper. You have other things you'd rather be doing anyways. Don't waste your time caring about something that won't overly concern you. Yeah. The only reason I was checking out this place was because it was near where I actually wanted to go. Flourish and blots. A bookseller. Color me interested. I hummed as I pushed the door open, the insides being vastly larger than the building would appear from the outside. At this point, it seems like a standard magical effect to increase the space of facilities. Perhaps a necessity that came from hiding in modern times? Diagon Alley wasn't that big to accommodate what was thousands of witches and wizards, it made sense that they needed to add more. However, I felt my eye twitch as I saw the state of this place. Stacks and stacks of books, which was good, if they weren't haphazardly thrown all over the place. Literally towering stacks of books that were tilting back and forth because they were about to fall over. There were more, on the staircase leading to the second floor, a hazard for anyone trying to walk. There were archways made from books barely held together by friction. What the fuck was wrong with this world? Ignored it, Wilhelm, you had other things you wanted to do before going back home. Instead of being supremely bothered by the layout of this place, I walked to the front desk. Can I help you, dearie? A kindly old woman looked up from the counter. Yes, I was wanting to make a rather large purchase. I figured it would be more appropriate to ask rather than find everything myself. Would it be possible to get 2 sets of compulsory texts for Hogwarts students? For which years? She responded. Every year. I blinked. The texts sometimes change from year to year. She gently explained. Do you have someone attending? Possibly my daughter. Just came over from out of country and wanted to take a look at everything before making a decision. I casually explained. Oh wonderful! She happily clapped. You'll find that Hogwarts is the foremost magical school in the entire world. So I've heard. I had yet to form a thorough opinion. It makes sense then. She nodded in understanding. Especially with the defense against the dark arts teacher changing every year, the books needed also change. Pardon? I frowned. What do you mean that a teacher is changing every year? Oh forgive me. She placed her hand lightly on her chest. You just told me and I already forgot. She leaned, looking around. You know who did something, a curse or what have you, and no teacher can persist for more than a year in the position. A teacher dies every year. I was now very concerned. Oh Merlin, no. She laughed. Just some reason or another that they leave or are forced to leave. I am finding it difficult to understand. Why don't they just remove this curse? You know who was a very powerful wizard, not even the great Dumbledore was able to remove it. Who would you expect could do so? She said as if it were obvious. You know who? Indeed. She nodded. Who is that? It's you know who. Yes, I don't know who. The Dark Lord. Grindelwald. That was the only Dark Lord I've heard about. Grindelwald? What does he have to do with anything? She looked confused now. Grindelwald was defeated by Dumbledore during the war. Yes, and who is this Dark Lord then? It's you know who. I don't know who. How do you not know? I was living in Japan my entire life. I fought off a sigh. She hesitated, looking around again before once more leaning in. His name was Voldemort. She whispered, a tinge of fear present in her voice. That's a stupid name. And this Dark Lord did something after Grindelwald. She looked clearly uncomfortable with the line of questioning. It was a dark time, you shouldn't ask about it. But it doesn't matter any longer, he was defeated by the boy who lived. She looked at me again. Don't tell me you don't know about that either. I have no idea. Her expression changed drastically. Why, Harry Potter of course. Oh, is Harry Potter some kind of powerful wizard like Dumbledore? She let out a laugh. He's just a child. Bought his books right from me just this last year for his first year of schooling. She puffed up proudly. Pardon, are you saying that a school student defeated this Dark Lord? Yes, it was just about 10 years ago. She looked off into the distance. If not for Harry Potter, who knows what would have happened? 10 years, and you said he just bought books. Wouldn't he have been an infant? Why, of course. She nodded. An infant defeated this scary Dark Lord of yours. She nodded as if it weren't the most ridiculous thing I've heard in a long while. How? Well, I don't know. All we know is that he survived the killing curse. And destroyed that monster for good. An infant. What the hell was this killing curse? I felt it should be even something a foreigner should know, so I kept my mouth shut. He's destined for great things. All right then. There seems to be a Dark Lord problem here if there were two in such a time frame. Then again, if we were to toss the label around back home, half the clock tower would get the title. I decidedly chose not to comment further on the topic. If he was killed, then I didn't care anymore. I would have simply gone to kill him myself so Kuna's schooling wouldn't be interrupted by any stupidity. If we ended up deciding on this place. It was looking good so far though. Despite my current misgivings, which were admittedly my own personal hang-ups. It was shaping up to be something that I think Kuna would enjoy. Of course, I needed to look into the actual learning material to form a better opinion. Thus, here we were. If their problems could be solved by literal babies, I'm sure it's nothing important. Back on topic, books. I shifted back to the reason I was here. Oh yes. She snapped back as well. What books would you like? How about last year's material? Otherwise, the standard sets for each year for each major subject would be appreciated. 2 sets, that is. And, honestly, throw in anything you think would be helpful for a parent wanting to see what the education is like over here. I can pay very well. So please, don't hold back. The twinkle in her eyes told me that she would be more than happy to add anything she thinks I would need. Finding a nice quiet place had actually been a test in futility for the most part. This place was fairly packed full of people, but I was lucky enough to find a little rotunda with a tree and some benches with a little grassy garden a tiny bit out of the way. No one around. I took out one of the books I acquired, starting from the beginning. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1. A compulsory text for every first year it seems. Good, they streamlined their education enough to have something like this, which gave me hope. Even back in the clock tower, they had standardized books for new students. I opened it up to read the first page to get an idea of what I was getting into. An introduction to charms. I hummed to myself. Through this text you will be learning the basic charms any proper wizard and witch will utilize in their lifetimes. These range from kitchen cantrips to deceptively dreadful defensive measures for the quick thinking. However, this text will not include the dark arts, that is to say, there will be no learning of jinxes, hexes, and curses. This text does not deal with dark charms. There was a bit more, but I skimmed over the introduction. Interesting that they broadly labeled a bunch of things simply as charms. Baby magic then. So it would seem. I mentally shrugged. It's fine though, this is what Kunu can use as a springboard. Magic is magic, even if it differs wildly from one place to another, it all has some common ground to work from. Once she understands basics from here, she can learn the more complicated matters that we are familiar with. I believe the magic possessed in Skyrim would be a good route for the equivalent of higher education before stepping into the mage craft you are more familiar with. Muse Tengay also noted. Agreed, it's a good first step on the ladder from what Gramps said. Something basic and easy to understand with minimal danger. What more could I ask for with my daughter's education? I went to the first page of spell work. The very first spell the kids would be learning. Lumos. I read aloud. The Wand Lightning Charm. A charm that illuminates the tip of the caster's wand, allowing for the caster to see in the dark. The counter charm, provided below, is known as Nox, which is used to extinguish the light from the caster's wand. This charm can also be sometimes used to reveal magically hidden things. It went on a bit more but I skimmed through that. Instead, I focused on a magically moving picture that showed a wand movement and the effect in black and white. While not as noticeable since it was dealing with light, the shades did change and I could make out what happened. Reveals magically hidden things? That implies it's not simply light but more of a revelation, which supports the banishment of darkness due to the inherent concepts behind the two ideas. Light lets you see in the dark, ergo, a revelation spell would push away any darkness around you. I was just thinking out loud at this point. Don't accidentally exorcise yourself. I was about to retort something snarky, but that is genuinely a curious idea. Regardless, shall we test it? It specifies wand lightning, but I doubted I actually needed one. The only issue is that it doesn't really go into depth on how the spell operates, only follow the outline and it works. I guess they don't cover the mechanism this early. But that did earn an eyebrow raise either way because simple spell words and motions shouldn't actualize a spell like this unless it was a manner of ritual that was engraved in the world. Well, let's test. I held a finger out and followed the motions described in the book. Lumos. Nothing happened. Lumos. 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 My magical energy didn't respond properly. Something was off and I didn't know what it was. Realistically, I didn't churn my magical energy like I would with a normal spell from my end because this was supposed to work for utter beginners. That is to say, they shouldn't have the same control that I have, therefore it's not a leap to guess that it would work by itself without the user needing further control of their magical energy. Wand movements in general were something I was iffy on. Why were they needed? Was it similar to the creation of a rune in that the character was a representation of itself? In that case, why would a spell world be mandatory too? Further on that train of thought, is wandless and wordless magic even possible here? Lumos. Again, nothing. So this is the first spell. Yes, Drake. The ones that literal children learn for their first spell. Yes, Drake. I groaned. Like, they hand the kids their sticks, and this is just something that is easy for kids who probably still wet the bed. Yes, Drake. Just checking. Fuck you, Drake. Lumos. Again, nothing. And I was starting to get annoyed. I could produce light at the tip of my finger without a second thought required. But why wasn't this working? What was I doing wrong? Was a wand literally required? It was in the name, but I was 90% sure that was a misnomer. And how did people practice magic without wands if this was the case? I doubt magic suddenly popped up because someone thought, hey, let me say some magic words and wave my stick around this specific way. I'm missing something. I recalled what Gramps said, and it was obvious that he thought this would be an exercise for me to figure out. Meaning, there is something to figure out on my end. Lumos. I concentrated on the mana in the air, and I noted a faint ripple. Like it failed to take hold of my spell. As if, the world assisted with the spell casting? That was absurd, this was no grand ritual. And there were certainly no gods here to facilitate this kind of thing. What was I missing? Lumos. I watched again, and it reacted nearly exactly the same way. Lumos. I tried to latch onto the mana in the air with my own magical energy. I felt something, but nothing actualized. I held up my other hand, and cast a similar spell, allowing a small light to appear above my finger. Nothing happened, the mana didn't react at all, but my own spell came out without any issue. Lumos. I cast in my free hand. Once more, the same happened. Maybe you can ask that baby to teach you? He's apparently beating Dark Lords while in a diaper. Shut up, Drake. I grumbled. Just saying, it makes me depressed to see my user not be able to use even the most basic of baby spells. You think if we get Kunu she could figure it out before you? I'm ignoring you. It's alright to admit. Admit what? I was annoyed that he got an answer from me even after I said what I did before. Don't. That it's too difficult for you. Caution to the wind then. I took out the staff of Magnus. Lumos. A second sun appeared overhead. Canino make, date with Venelana. I had my chin resting on the table, and across from me Venelana was doing the same. I don't know how long we'd been like this, but we were staring at each other for a good while at this point. You blinked, I win, Venelana suddenly smiled. Damn it, I got lost in thought. I huffed. No being a sore loser, she giggled. I'll make you sore. I'm sure you will. She smiled. We can do that now if you want. Oh. I perked up, but forced myself to settle down. Geez, I thought I was the horny one. Is there even an off switch for you? Sweetie. She reached over, playfully patting my cheek. I'm almost always horny. That explained a lot. And I could relate. It's not that I don't want to take a tumble in the bed sheets. Or anywhere, I don't mind getting adventurous. She interjected. Jesus Christ, this woman was going to be the end of me. But I wanted to spend some time with you too. I took her hand into mine, giving her a smile. And I enjoy this about you immensely. She returned the warm smile. What did you have in mind? I'm up for just about anything. Impromptu date. I hummed. Would you like some suggestions? She offered. Please, I'm floundering here. She giggled, and touched the bracelet I gave her before, taking out a piece of paper. Here you go. This is my bucket list this decade. I took it, but looked at her first. Bucket list for this decade? What's that supposed to mean? Oh, I just make a list of things that pique my interest every decade or so that I want to do. Not all of them pan out, but it is what it is. She shrugged. I read the first on the list. Fly to the moon. I furrowed my brow. Humans landed on the moon some years ago. I thought they would have had commercial flights within a few years back when I made this list. Unfortunately, it looks like I'll have to put that one off. I could take you there myself. It would take ample preparation, but it was possible. Part of the fun would be the flying. I wanted the whole experience, breaking through the Earth's gravity well. The blast off, the landing. All of that good stuff. Understandable. I didn't bring it up again. That sounds like fun. It's something we can do together in the future. Then we can have sex on the way back. It would be exciting to do it without any gravity. I couldn't even say anything because I had that same exact thought. I schemed the list, most of it were things that would require a bit of setup or weren't really possible on short notice, but I did land on one that did make me pause. I flipped the page over and held my finger to it. Really? What? She chuckled. I saw it on TV some years ago and I've been wanting to do it since. But everyone I've asked didn't really seem interested. And I wouldn't want to go alone, that would be weird. Fuck it, let's do it. I've never done it before either. She smiled brightly, like a genuine excitement. Oh, this is going to be fun. She shot up out of her seat. But I should probably change. She looked down at the dress she was wearing. Unless you want me to flash my ass at people when I run. I reached over, and lifted her dress up to get a good look. Nope, that's mine. I shook my head, giving her a little pat on her butt for emphasis. I should put on some panties too. She noted. Give me 10 minutes, and I'll be right back. Who'd have thought she'd want to play paintball of all things? I wasn't complaining, it sounded like a fun time. Venelana and I sat there in silence. We were sweaty and covered in paint. Here are your participation trophies. The owner handed us these 2 little plastic gold-colored cups. If you come back, we will call the police. Neither Venelana nor I said anything as he walked away. Wow. Yes. She agreed. Those kids were ruthless. I am surprised myself. She rubbed her boob. I got shot in the tit several times. I don't think it was an accident. Oh, it definitely wasn't. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gotten so worked up and shot those kids in the mouth every time they opened them. I confess to nothing. I expected a fun little outing, shooting each other and some other people with some little balls of paint. We both intentionally kept our standards to that of a normal human, otherwise there would be no point. But Jesus Christ, those kids were monsters. And we're banned now. She mused. Do you think we did something wrong? No, I'm sure it wasn't that you went on a rampage screaming my dick when I got shot and said dick. I deadpanned. Didn't you say you were a child psychiatrist? 'Cause some of those kids are going to need some recommendations. I did indeed. Well, a little trauma probably never hurt anyone. Those kids are going to need a therapist later. It builds character. She defended. I don't think kicking some teen down to the ground and unloading everything you had into their groin is character building. But then again, I'm not a licensed psychiatrist. Trust me, I went to school. That response probably wouldn't make me this speechless if I wasn't technically a high school dropout. She patted my leg. There. Well, what now? I asked. I don't know. I didn't expect us to get kicked out so soon. So soon? I raised an eyebrow. There were only 2 ways this could have gone. She shrugged. Believe me when I say, this is pretty normal for my family and I'm used to it. Wow, that was something I didn't think was worth unpacking here. Regardless. Wanna go find another one to get kicked out of? She smiled brightly. I would love to. Chapter 460, Chapter 418. I walked along the street past the shops. Not with a care in the world. There was a giant ball of light in the sky, but what could that have to do with me? So, I just very calmly walked down the street. Perhaps a tad briskly, but I kept my calm. Because I was certainly not responsible for the utter chaos that was unfolding all around me. People were definitely not running in panic and other magic users suddenly teleported into the streets to throw their spells at the giant ball of light that was totally not my fault. Good job. I blame you, Drake. I bet you can't do it again. I'm not falling for that again. Whatever. I knew it was too much for you. I felt a small twitch of my eye. Don't make me pull you into your soul. Muse Tenge interrupted. Drake, stop trying to bait him into causing problems. Yeah, fuck off Drake. And Wilhelm, stop falling for his obvious baits. I chose not to comment. But I did find a nice spot to watch what was going on. A few dozen magic users began casting spells in unison, and my own spell gradually faded away. Granted, it was just a ball of light that revealed hidden truths, on top of a secretly hidden enclave in the middle of London. I'm sure it'll be fine. But I digressed, it was interesting to see them undo my magic. Reminded me of the spell that Ollivander used when I was getting tested for a wand. Perhaps there were a few spells to pick up here or there. Just the cursory glance at the first year book of spells, it showed they adopted a lot of magical ways to manage mundane tasks. Which did admittedly pique my interest in many ways. Did I have anything else I needed to do here? I commissioned a sword to be made. A wand was a no-go for now, but that's something I still want to do after picking out some pieces. I doubt I'll use it for anything meaningful, but I am sufficiently interested in owning one. Sent the letter to the headmaster of Hogwarts. And I picked up a bunch of good stuff. That seems to be about it. I suppose I'll just meander for another couple hours or so and just do whatever popped into my mind. Cast some magic again. Muse Tenge let out a sigh, but I ignored him. I could figure it out if I wanted to. I'm sure you could. I fucking hate you. But I couldn't deny that it wasn't bothering me with how the magic was behaving. It didn't make sense. Well, the logic was off. The Lumos spell only worked once I had a foci for it to ping off of. Which, was stupid in the simplest terms. That shouldn't dictate if a spell was operable or not. It's not as if it was weighing the conceptual significance of the foci as a symbol similar to my Yggdrasil. No, it was, just a foci in the eyes of the spell. Granted, I put more oomph in it than I should have, but that's neither here nor there. Frankly, it shouldn't have been a problem. It didn't make sense. I literally changed nothing other than holding the staff. Yet, it seemingly worked properly then. And I was almost 100% sure that the staff of Magnus was not the reason it actualized. I'm pretty sure any old magical foci would have sufficed there. So we loop back around to the original question, why wasn't it working until I wielded a foci? Was that purely because the spell actualized at the tip of a presumed wand? But that doesn't make sense considering that when I put my staff away, it lingered in the air for a long while. My only clue was that the mana around me acted strangely when I attempted casting initially. Like it was stirred up and wanted to do something, but fizzled out halfway. Okay, my academic curiosity got the better of me. I whipped out the book whilst taking a peaceful stroll down the now vacant street and flipped a few pages until I landed on one spell that shouldn't cause a problem. Levitation charm. I hummed. I used my finger again, pointing at a leaf on the ground. A simple movement that was more of a flick than anything, and then I chanted. Wingardium Leviosa. It fluttered but didn't move. I quirked an eyebrow because that was vastly different from the initial response with the previous spell. Despite my own self-proclaimed mastery of certain magics, I would not presume to master a spell on the first try. However, this was a tad more than I had expected after last time. A stark contrast that did give me pause for concern. The mana around me acted similarly, enough to know that something was wrong in comparison, but it was obvious I was missing some important facet of spellcasting here. After having an increased sample size, I realized that the movement I did actually disturbed the mana in the air. No, that wasn't quite right either. The word too, they had meaning, the mana moved according to them. Both the movement and words both meant something. Wingardium Leviosa I cast again, pointing at the same leaf. It jerked slightly, but I lost any hold on it fairly quickly. There was still a sort of disconnect happening between me and the spell. Why? I was doing everything right. I could easily analyze such a simplistic spell if I looked into it, so I didn't believe it was something beyond my means. Wingardium Leviosa I cast again. Nothing changed as the leaf only sputtered before falling back to the ground. This doesn't make any sense. The spell wasn't properly actualizing. A wand shouldn't be the deciding factor, that's just ridiculous. The last spell notwithstanding, but even that is confusing me. None of this makes sense. I jerked my head to see a lightning bolt streak through the sky. Sir Wiggles landed on my shoulder, and with a gust of wind he was joined with his apparent paramour. Did you deliver the letter? I rubbed them both on the head. The faint affirmative confirmation through our link was all I needed. I let out a tired sigh. This mystery was going to annoy me until I solved it. Damn it, Gramps. Well, I need to see how the locals cast their spells. Thankfully there was one last place I wanted to go before heading home. I pushed open the ragged door, quite a few gazes greeted me, but they were less inquisitive than last time. Afternoon, Tom. I pulled up a chair at the bar. I expected you some other day, lad. He looked me over with a nod. Suppose you buying that drink now? Looks like it. I rubbed Sir Wiggles again. Don't suppose you got any fresh veggies either? Got some carrots. He waved his wand. They floated over and he cut them off with another motion. No words spoken. He had a plate float over and set the food down as both the rabbits happily jumped down to their meal. Funny how he didn't even bat an eye at my bunnies. But honestly, I was more interested in his apparent silent casting. What cha want then, laddie? He asked. I honestly have no idea. What's the most popular drink around these parts? I leaned back. If you want something smooth and easy on the throat, the young uns prefer some butterbeer. If you want something stronger, our other bestseller is some good old fire whiskey. Got a few different proofs if you want to. Never had either of those, hit me with a bottle of both. I'll start ya off simple then. He nodded gruffly, moving around his bar. The butterbeer was basically what one would expect in a beer, even though it looked rather simple on the outside. I didn't know how to feel about something called a butterbeer, but, first sip of it and it was rather smooth and easy to drink. Could understand where he was coming from then. An interesting taste, but not in a bad way. Not bad, I admitted. Try this one then. He chuckled, uncorking a more traditional bottle for what I assumed was the whiskey he mentioned. He poured it into a small glass. This'll put some hair on your chest. Bottoms up. I looked at it a moment before downing it in one go. It certainly did burn going down, but in a good way. And surprisingly, it hit me hard. Much harder than something of this amount had any right to. It took a lot to get me drunk, but this was something that could cut down on that amount significantly. There was a spark of magical energy in it too. Magic whiskey, how quaint. Not bad, I suppose. But why is it called? Before I could finish, a small flame spewed out of my mouth. I blinked, taking a moment to reboot. I retract my question. Tom smacked his leg with a deep laugh. Never gets old. Yet, laugh at the foreigner. I rolled my eyes, taking the bottle myself and pouring it into the glass. So what was the deal with that big ball of light earlier? He scratched his head. Blimey if I know. I did hear some of the auras that came through though, said that about half the wards around the alley fizzled out. Lots of muggles caught sight of us, they had to go obliviate a few hundred if what the aura said was right. They be saying that it was a terrorist attack or something or another. I don't buy it though, no one was hurt, probably some prank gone wrong, I say. He gruffed. Whoops. Oh well, it seems like it worked out fine. Got another question if you don't mind. Something I noticed about the way you all do magic around here. We don't use wands back home, so I was wondering. Do you lot not learn to cast spells without your wands? You mean some wandless magic? He furrowed his brow. That's some advanced stuff, lad. Even Dumbledore was said to only know a bit of wandless magic. So it is possible. Why? What was I doing wrong? What about silent casting? I saw you doing that a moment ago. Oh that. He shrugged. Just some tricks. Most wizards and witches pick up a few spells they can do silently after a few years. For the more complicated stuff, still gotta say the words. Well, let's find some volunteers to experiment with. There weren't too many people here, and it wasn't a tavern like back in Skyrim. Ordering a round of drinks for everyone probably wasn't going to go the same way as it would here. Honestly, they'd probably think I was weird. There was someone else at the bar, a few seats down. Looked a few years older than me, and his own fire whiskey looked empty as he got the last few drops out of it into his glass. So, I slid my bottle down to him. He was surprised at my sudden action, looking at me for a moment before topping off his glass proper. Thanks. He nodded. I got up and sat a bit closer. No problem, got more than enough to share. Can I help you, Mr. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg? I introduced myself. He looked thoughtful for a moment. That name sounds familiar. Some pure-blood family. His tone was riddled with distaste. Hopped over here from Japan, actually. Just checking things out since my daughter will probably be going to be attending Hogwarts coming this year. I replied. Hogwarts. His eyebrows raised, a nostalgic look about him. I miss my Hogwarts days. Best days they were. Merlin, what I wouldn't give to go back to then. He paused, holding a hand out. Name's Robert Troft. Nice to meet you, Robert. I said politely. Good things to say about Hogwarts. Mostly good, but you know, it is a school. I was a right prat when I was younger, but I still miss it. He grinned. Doing lines in detention beats the desk job I got at the ministry. When I was told I was a wizard, I didn't think my life would end up with basically doing the same my dad does, but with my wand. The more things change, the more they stay the same. I mused. Ain't that the truth? He took a drink. Tell your daughter to actually do good on her work. I was too caught up on everything else, barely passed my owls and newts, couldn't get a better job. Best advice I never got, those grades matter far more than I was told in my schooling. That bad? I could guess that this owl and newt was some sort of acronym for their testing. Had to start in the mailroom grabbing parcels off the owls before I was allowed a promotion to desk jockey. He snorted. Have a mate, same year, Muggle born just like me, but only a bit better grades. Guess where he is now? Where? He works in the Department of Magical Creatures. He grumbled. Might be able to swing something like that myself, in a decade or two. Why not look for something else? Whatcha mean? He frowned. Not many places want to hire a Muggle-born as is, much less one who barely passed Hogwarts. You have magic, get creative. You don't have to do a desk job for a living. Hell, I was reading the first year book of spells an hour ago, use those to restore cars or something. There was a spell meant to repair things. I didn't look into it deeply, but it was there. Shit, go steal from some drug-dealing cartels in South America. Anyone ever tell you that you're a bit mental, mate? I shrugged. All I'm saying is, I wouldn't feel bad about robbing rich criminals. He didn't say it wasn't a good idea. He could fucking do magic, why was he sitting behind a desk for a living? If you want to forego any sense of ethics, he could rob people out on the street and get away with it without a problem. I obviously don't condone that, but it seems like he hasn't even considered any other avenue. But I was going off on a mental tangent. Got an offer for you. I glanced his way. Buddy, if you're gonna ask for what you think you are, I'm gonna slug you in the mouth. Hey, I have standards. What, am I not good enough for you? He frowned, though his lips quivered for a second before he laughed. Alright, whatcha want? But seriously, if you're trying to proposition me like some kind of rent boy, I'll seriously deck you. I rolled my eyes. Right, just let me be brief then. Not from around here, back home, we don't use wands. Just wanted to see some wand magic used from a different perspective, see how it works. Alright, how does that work, and what are you gonna pay me? He raised an eyebrow. A simple diagnostic spell, it'll basically let me look at what your magic is doing while you cast. I just need physical contact. And I'll give you 100 galleons. I just threw out the first total that came to mind. That's it. What do you want me to do? What's the catch? I promise, that's all I want. Maybe see you cast a Lumos and a levitation charm. Nothing else, and I promise not to do anything else either. Sounds sketchy as fuck, mate. Yeah, it probably does from your perspective. Would it help if I said I inherited a literal mountain of gold from my gramps? Funny, I think I don't have any moral quandaries anymore. He smiled happily. How are you gonna do this? I just put my hand on his shoulder and cast, holding a structural grasp on him. His magic resistance was lacking compared to a normal magus. That was the first thing I noticed, probably about a tenth as effective in that department. Strange. Alright, can you cast a Lumos for me? He shrugged, and took out his wand, holding it up. Lumos. It actualized without any problems whatsoever. And I watched his magic. I was genuinely surprised at what I was seeing. From what I could tell, he had no magical organ that I was familiar with. There was no core, no circuits, and no visible container to hold and mold magical energy. How strange. Gramps was telling the truth there. Can you cast that one a few more times? Sure. He said simply. Nox. Lumos. Nox. Lumos. Nox. Lumos. Nox. I watched each time as the mon around him moved, how it swirled and shaped to his command. The more I watched, the more confused I got. Every idea that popped into my head was quickly squashed due to inconsistencies of each casting. What was going on? It was like, the spell just worked. It felt like he, as the caster, was wholly irrelevant. He was somehow pulling magical energy into himself, but his body wasn't shaping it. No, from what I could gather, the wand was acting the part. Cast the other one, please. He held his wand to his glass. Wingardium Leviosa. The glass levitated with a flick of his wrist. It moved through the air, following his wand movement. That enough, or keep going? That's fine. I breathed out, moving my hand away. Thanks. Whatever, mate. He set his wand down. You good for it? Yeah. I said absent-mindedly, fishing through my ring to find the pouch that was connected to my vault and put the money on the counter. Was it 100 galleons? I think it was a bit more than that, but I wasn't really paying attention. Cheer, mate. He finished off his glass. Gonna head out, appreciate the coin. He patted my shoulder, and grabbed his stuff, heading out. I didn't really care. I was stuck, staring at the wall because I was currently processing what I had just witnessed. Wizards and witches presumably, the same, I haven't checked a female version of their magical society. Wizards and witches, they don't have a proper magical organ. A contradiction. Their wand acted as the replacement. Sort of. It's like their wand was a handheld magic circuit, without a better comparison. Maybe that wasn't even correct, but it was the closest approximation. I think I understood now. The mana wasn't refined by them, like a magus. As a magus, we use our circuits to combine both our own magical energy OD, and the magical energy of the world mana. There are many terms for it, a common one being prana, but most just call it magical energy for simplicity's sake unless a differentiation is needed. Wizards, they don't have that. They don't combine it with their own reserves. They had a sort of container in the form of their body, but it didn't actually hold any magical energy. No, it felt more like it directed it. I almost wanted to call it like a core, but that was wrong too. If Artoria's magic core was a solid ball, then a wizard had a sort of wiffle ball? That kind of practice plastic ball that had a bunch of holes in it. Mana constantly flows through them, non-stop. A wand, it seems, is how they overcame this deficit. A wand forcibly directs the mana that flows into a wizard's body. A wizard can never run out of magical energy. But they can also harm themselves by forcing themselves to push past a certain limit. And their output seems to have a very hard cap. A low floor, but a low ceiling as well. Equivalent exchange in that regard. It would explain why wandless magic was so difficult. It took extreme mastery to force the chaotic mana running through your body into a certain shape without a foci. It's kind of ridiculous now that I think about it. However, that still left some questions to be answered, like, why was the mana acting in certain ways? It responded to his casting in a way that was unnatural. Mana shouldn't be moved to fill a certain shape without a proper ritual. A ritual was a connection with the greater world, a resonance. So why was it acting like that every time a spell was cast? The idea was absurd. A ritual cast over the entire world that dictated the rules of their magic? No, not even a magic god could accomplish such a thing. Meridia might be able to, but it would require a constant eye on things as the nature of mana was nebulous and chaotic. You couldn't just snap your fingers, and lay down the laws, so to speak. The nature of magic spell casting was an ever-changing field. Back home, there is something like that because of the nature of the planetary wills. Gaia and Alea strike down the display and persistence of magecraft because it goes against their will. Magecraft was, after all, a product of a bygone era, and the ruthless will of humanity only looks towards the future. And magecraft is doomed to fall in time. The rules, if they can be called that, are set. Magi work to get around the rules as best as they can, but they're all aware of them. So, what is enforcing the rules here? There are no gods, Gramps already said that. Why does moving a wand in a certain way cause the ambient mana to resonate so vividly? Why do non-divine words cause the same phenomenon? Because, that's the rules set. But who said it? You all right there, lad? Tom was standing across from me on his side of the bar. You've been sitting there standing for a while. Yeah, I'm fine. I strained a smile. Can I get some? No, all of your alcohol. Hey. I can pay. I wanted a drink right now. He just shook his head weirdly and fetched me another bottle. At least I sort of figured out how to play around with the magic here. I was fairly sure I could cast a spell successfully if I wanted to at this point after seeing how Robert's spells actualized. I had to connect my internal magical energy with the ambient mana to produce the proper phenomenon rather than use my circuits to take in the mana and mold it that way. Annoying, but not too difficult to overcome. Kunu shouldn't have an issue, a wand would do that automatically. And it can translate well enough even after leaving here, the same underlying concepts of how the spells work will remain the same. It just didn't make sense. I don't know why it was working this way. Only that it did for some reason. I was about to pour myself a glass, but the space in front of me seemed to spontaneously combust. Rather than fire bursting everywhere, a creature appeared, wreathed in flames that took a moment to dissipate. Still, it landed upon the bar in front of me, fire seemed to dance between its feathers. A phoenix. The headmaster's phoenix. Tom exclaimed, many other clamoring around the place. While there was a bit of excitement, it wasn't to the point where I would expect when a phoenix suddenly appears. It seems that it's well known at this point. You are the most beautiful bird I've ever seen in my life. I couldn't help but praise it. It wasn't just its physical appearance, it was utterly brimming with such a warm and encompassing life energy. It set down a letter it was holding in its mouth. It stared at me for a good long while, as if to judge me. Originally, I would think it hate me, being a devil and all. I was objectively a dark-aligned being, and a phoenix stood firmly in the light side. But I also was blessed by Izzy and Meridia, the two sides that a phoenix represents, life and death. After a good long moment, it pushed its head into my hand and I gently rubbed the back of its head. Seeing it frill happily did bring a smile onto my face. But it also nudged at the letter with its talon. I presume this is for me. It didn't respond, but the look it gave me was like, "Are you an idiot?" I took the letter, seeing an unfamiliar wax seal. I broke it to read the letter. "Dear Mr. Schweinorg, I am admittedly surprised to receive a letter from you. We do not often receive correspondence regarding transfers from most Eastern countries. I have read your letter and I do believe we can come to some kind of arrangement. Hogwarts is a most wonderful school and I do think we can accommodate a foreign student should we hash out the details. Should you find it satisfactory, I am available 2 weeks from today for a sit-down if you would be inclined. I invite you to bring along your daughter as well. We would be thrilled to give you a tour of our illustrious school. My schedule is often busy these few weeks before a new semester, but if you have any questions or concerns, please owl me or send your wonderful rabbits and I will respond with due haste. Sincerely, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Headmaster of Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizardry. Hey! I set the letter down. Is that really his full name? I asked the bird. He let out a soft squawk of confirmation. Who has 5 names? The phoenix made a noise, I think it was the equivalent of a chuckle. It then nudged me. What? It nudged me again, jerking its head towards the letter. Are you asking me for a response? It nodded. Geez, fine. I took out some paper from my ring and penned a response with confirmation on the date. Here you go, you demanding bird. The phoenix squawked happily, but it didn't disappear. What? I blinked. It just continued to stare at me. What do you want from me? Can't you see I'm trying to drink my current troubles away? Hey! I nudged the mythical bird. Want a drink? I offered. The bird did the equivalent of a shrug. So, I poured him a glass. And I watched the legendary bird grab the glass of fire whiskey with its beak and down it all in one go. It looked at me. I looked at it. I then poured myself a glass, and threw my head back to drink it all, slamming the glass down. I looked at it. It looked at me. Then it gestured to its own glass. Why was I feeling competitive against this bird? Well, it didn't matter, I find it highly unlikely that a phoenix can outdrink me. What's the worst that could happen? Chapter 461, Chapter 419. Fuck. I muttered as I rolled over, letting the moon shine down on me. I had the sudden urge to curse at the moon, as if it was the source of my pounding headache. Which, I probably could have done had my body not started sliding down something. Something, metallic? I pondered the question as I fell off the edge, landing on a grate like scaffolding. Ow! I intoned. I shifted slightly, because there was a now shattered glass bottle under me. If the dozens of other bottles scattered about around me were any indication, it was a bottle of fire whiskey. Tilting my head back, I found a rather peculiar bird sprawled out. Why was it half blue? I'm pretty sure he was mostly red when we started drinking. My memories were a bit fuzzy at this point, but I think that was correct. I don't think there was such a thing as a blue phoenix, especially not a half-blue one. But maybe it was a half-phoenix? I could hardly throw stones in that department. With a groan, I rolled myself over onto my stomach, completely forgetting that there was broken glass under me. And despite what one may think, even with how durable I was, getting broken glass rubbed on me was not pleasant. I decided to push myself up onto my feet. I almost fell over and grabbed onto the nearby railing on this ledge I found myself on. I gave myself a moment to catch my breath, and then it became rather obvious where I was. The giant bronze statue was a dead giveaway. I was on the Statue of Liberty. Specifically, I had fallen asleep on its torch, and fell off the tip onto the surrounding platform. Well, Ain't this some shit? When was the last time I got drunk? God damn, that must have been back in Skyrim soon after I got together with Meridia. It's super hard for me to even get past a little buzzed these days. Then again, I don't normally drink magical alcohol. And my magic resistance doesn't work against things I consumed. On the flip side, my body seemed to burn through it rather quickly, because it was still the same evening. It looked like it was about 1 or 2 in the morning if I had to guess. I leaned over the railing, catching my proverbial breath. Taking this moment, I checked myself to make sure nothing was wrong. You had a fun night? Drake commented. Anything bad? Bad? Nothing too bad. Did I make a fool of myself? I swear, drunk Wilhelm was not a smart person. But it's arguable that sober Wilhelm wasn't either. Everything you did was, within acceptable limits. Muse Tengay spoke up. Do I even want to know? I decided to ask. Probably not. I left it at that then. I'm sure it's not very important. Who knows? God damn it. I sighed. Fine, tell me. Do you want an abridged version or the play-by-play? Just, keep it short. Magical Britain has a new vigilante. I resisted the urge to face-palm. Go on. Fighting crime with his trusty sidekick, some blue bird. That explains why, actually. But why is he half blue? Frankly, I'm surprised you could still walk, let alone attempt to paint a phoenix blue. Yeah, that sounds about right. Anything else I should know? You should probably hold off on beating up people with a brick around here. I have so many questions. I expect other people do too. You know what? I wasn't going to care. Instead, I walked over to the sleeping bird and nudged it with my foot. Wake up. The way it was sprawled out, if its chest wasn't contracting, I would have thought it was dead, ignoring the fact that it's a mythical immortal bird. Come on, wake up. I nudged it a bit more. I really had no patience right now. I picked up the limp bird and shook it a little with no response. I have tried everything I could think of, time for the nuclear option. You just nudged it a little. Out of options. I held up the legendary creature and noted the wind resistance from this high up and eyed the world below. I performed many delicate and complicated equations in my head to verify the correct distance. And by that, I mean I eyeballed the distance to the water and threw the bird as hard as I could. Oh wow, you got some distance there. Drake sounded surprised. I held my hand up to keep the wind from blowing my hair in my face as I squinted to watch. Birds are naturally very aerodynamic. I could vaguely make out the plop as it hit the water. I was about to cheer until a burst of flames manifested right next to me. A very upset and confused phoenix landed on the railing. It stared at me. Would you believe me if I said it was the only way I knew to wake you up? It didn't respond, but for some reason, I don't think it believed me. In any case, at least it washed some of the paint off. I pointed out. Either that or your little, flaming thing did. The bird, with its bird expression, seemed confused once more, then turned its head to see a good portion of its body covered in the tackiest blue paint. It kept looking at it, then back to me, then back to the paint. It let out a squawk, as if demanding an explanation. I think it was an attempt at a disguise. I responded, but that didn't appear to soothe the bird one bit. Were phoenixes able to sigh? Because I'm fairly sure it just sighed in resignation. We should probably head home. It made a noise of agreement, but it was a rather awkward moment. Would it be rude if I asked you for a feather? The bird's tired gaze met mine. It didn't need to speak for me to understand the what the fuck it was sending my way. Not for me, for my daughter. She's most likely going to be attending Hogwarts this year. I quickly explained. And if it was just convenient, like if you're molting a feather or something. The phoenix was silent for a beat before spreading out its non-blue wing and used its beak to pull out a feather. Thank you. I said with full sincerity, taking the offered gift. Despite the situation, the legendary bird nodded sagely in return. It frilled, puffing up its feathers, returning to its rather majestic visage, minus the blue paint still stuck to its feathers. See you later. I quirked an eyebrow. The phoenix made a noise of confirmation, a hint of amusement I picked up on despite not speaking bird. Bitchin'. I nodded and he gave me a goodbye, or some kind of secret bird insulting gesture with its wing before taking flight and disappearing in a burst of flames. Could have been either, to be honest. I was kind of curious to figure out what actually happened during my little escapade. But I'm sure it wasn't too bad, and I can ask around when I come back. Well, time for me to leave too. I'm pretty sure I took care of everything I needed to while here, and grabbed some goodies too. I'll come back again with Yasaka and Kuna for the meeting and see if there's anything else required. I straightened myself up and waved my hand to open a portal. I nearly fell over on my first step, but I made it through. I took haggard steps. Each one was agony. But heaven awaited me, so I persisted. I didn't know how many times I nearly failed, but I only focused on the prize that awaited me. I don't know how long it took, how long this torture lasted me, but after an eternity of torment, I finally arrived. I collapsed to my knees, and let my head fall to its resting place. No cold hard stone met my cheeks this day, instead, something warm and soft propped me up. Are you okay? Meridia asked. MMPFH. If you're going to talk, don't do it while pushing your face into my thighs. Soft. I rolled my head over, resting it upon her lap. That is not a proper response to my question. She pinched my cheek. You should know what I've been up to. I mumbled, squeezing her wonderful legs. Yes, which is why I am concerned. Even without speaking to your other lovers, I am aware of what you have gone through. She tugged on my hair tie. I'm not okay, but I'm getting there. I let myself relax. The small vacation helped. I was under the impression that mortals drink to help relieve stress. Did that provide you some comfort and relief? It was nice letting loose for an evening. But it's not going to make all my problems just up and disappear. But still, it was nice to take a small break. Did Venelana talk to you yet? Yes, she revealed to me what she requires. Are you okay with it? I asked. It is a small matter. She said dismissively. Why do you sound hesitant when you ask? Well, I just don't want to assume. You may ask me if you require assistance. She responded. I don't want to rely on you. That came out wrong, can I try again? I winced as soon as it set in what I said and how I said it. You may. She said curtly. I was choosing my words carefully. I guess I don't want to ask for your help on things because I'm worried that I'm taking advantage of you. You believe you are capable of taking advantage of me? She raised an eyebrow. When you say it like that, it makes it sound silly. She let out a breath. I should not dismiss your concerns outright. You must have a reason for feeling this way. It's no secret the difference between us. There's a gap in our existence that will never be bridged. I just want you to know that I care about Meridia, not just the Daedric Prince, Lady of Light. I see, the difference in status gives you concern, which is why you withhold asking for assistance, even for minor things. She asked. Again, it sounds stupid when you say it out loud. I guess I'm just being a bit self-conscious. I let out a long sigh. If you were my peer, we would not be together. She said bluntly. I would never be able to trust you. I would always have thoughts, concerns about how and when I would be betrayed, as that is the only relationship I can have with the others. I admit, I never imagined in my many years of existence that I would allow myself to become bonded with a mortal. I have had my own share of concerns about everything thus far. However, to hear you are worried about taking advantage of me. She gave a very rare warm smile. Strangely, it makes me very happy. However. She cut me off. It also makes me angry that you have neglected to ask me for aid when I could have rendered it. She said with a glare. Sorry. I apologized meekly. I accept your apology because it was well-intentioned. Her expression softened. Do not be mistaken, I have been aware of this for some time now, but I have waited for the right moment for us to speak about it. One of the things I love about you is your concern for taking advantage of me. Her tone implied amusement. But I expect a partner even if we will never truly be equal in all aspects. I'll try to be more open-minded about it. Good. Her fingers began to run through my hand. I will never be upset with you merely asking. And I am comfortable enough with our relationship to believe you would not step beyond what I believe to be appropriate. At least, intentionally. Thus, I will always hear what you ask and give you the benefit of the doubt on matters such as that. This I promise, so you need not be concerned about taking advantage of me. Really? Anything I ask? Is there something you require? Can you make me super powerful and able to beat up Solomon? I asked, though it was more tongue-in-cheek. You jest, but there are some things we can discuss if you desire it. I paused in my rubbing her thigh. What do you mean? You have yet explored the intricacies of this universe. There are ways for mortals to reach beyond their birth to acquire power not inferior to my own. Her tone was hesitant. It was rare enough for me to pick up on how reluctant she was to speak about this. It is dangerous, and the path very treacherous, but if you are willing. She stopped, looking down at me. Did you just lick my thigh? Yes. I admitted without shame. I am revealing to you the secrets of creation, secrets that would make mortals go insane with desire. And instead, you ignore me to lick my thigh. She sounded exasperated. You sounded reluctant. I will not deny it. If you're worried, then I won't bother. You call me out for doing dangerous things, but there's a difference between dangerous and dangerous. I can read between the lines here. Many would commit the most heinous of acts for even the chance to receive this knowledge. She pointed out. In response, I squeezed her leg. Why did I expect any different? She shook her head. But I suppose this is what I love about you. I love you too. I smiled. She let out a sigh, but the twitching of the corners of her lips revealed her true feelings. In all seriousness, I do have something I could use your help with. Outside of Venelana's thing, which I would appreciate you helping with as well. I already said I would assist her. I know, I just wanted to express my thanks. Very well, I will not deny your gratitude. Tell me what you need. I stood up, and took out the spear, holding it in front of me. Need I explain any more? Meridia looked at it. If you are hoping I can fix it, you may be disappointed. Well, I can't say I wasn't hoping. But are not able to. I felt oddly confused at that. Let me properly explain. Yes, I can completely fix that item, and it would require, not an insignificant amount of power to do so. And do not take that as me being dismissive. I am willing to assist you with this. She pointed out. But for me to fully repair this item, it would destroy the presence contained within. Can you explain it to me? I asked. I would have to overwrite the presence to fully repair this item. Which I believe to be the opposite of what you desire. The presence inside is a flickering flame, my light would douse it and replace it with my own even without that being my intent. She explained more. Ah, it's too weak to handle any significant power from you. That is not incorrect. She nodded. Unfortunate. I frowned. It makes sense, regardless of how strong she was, if the presence inside was too brittle to handle the strain, she can't repair it properly. Do not be discouraged. I said I cannot repair it fully, I did not say I was unable to assist. She spoke. I can make sure that it does not deteriorate any further. She placed a hand on the spear, her eyes glowed a beautiful golden, a gentle light seeped out and covered the spear. The outside cracks, well, they didn't disappear, but they shrunk somewhat. And no longer was there holy power leaking from various parts of the spear. This is the most I can comfortably do without risking overwriting the remnants within. She declared, removing her hand. Good, with this, I had one less thing to worry about until we can get a holy relic to mend the true damage. Thank you. I put the spear away and wrapped her up in a hug. You are welcome. She relaxed into my arms. I do like helping you, Wilhelm, she said softly. Yeah, I've just been an idiot. I have some time available. I will send a message to Venelana, and we can finish the task she requested. Meridia stated. I'm actually really interested to see how this will work. I can't say I care for those evil pieces, but academically, I am intrigued. I agree with you, I do not particularly like the idea of changing someone to become something dark. But, it is not within my realm of influence, so I am keeping how the mortals say, an open mind. She took the initiative to grab my arm. Let us go home, my lover. With pleasure. Chapter 462, Chapter 420. Meridia and I arrived without delay, and there were plenty of people waiting for us. I could barely even register their existence before I had someone throw themselves at me. Will. Jin was already upon me. I caught her quickly, my blue genie giggling to herself. Did you miss me? She nodded happily. I quickly kissed her forehead, making her smile brightly. How was your day off? Yasaka asked, coming up and also stealing her own hug. It was interesting. I strained a smile. Oh dear, it wasn't bad, I hope, I don't even know where to start. There's nothing that jumped out that made me vehemently reject the idea, but there were a few things I didn't quite like. We can't expect everywhere to be perfect, she responded. True, and it's not like she'd be living there beyond school. Apparently they have a sort of racist inclination for their magical society. I was told it wasn't as bad in school, as one of the teachers is apparently a half-goblin. But it exists, rather openly at that. Yasaka scrunched her nose. I can remedy that, Meridia offered. I'm inclined to take you up on that offer. Please don't strip people of their opinions. I poked my eldritch goddess. Specifically, on the butt. Squishy. She swatted my hand away with a huff. They would never know the difference. She crossed her arms. She was, somewhat joking. But she knows how I feel about individual choice. And don't get me started on the actual system of magic. I let out a sigh. Please, get started, I want to hear this. Medea poked her head out of the kitchen. New magic, what do? I blinked, she's apparently adapted to modern society quite well. I couldn't figure it out in that small time frame. Medea quirked an eyebrow. And now I'm genuinely interested. Would Kunu have trouble then? The whole purpose was for her to learn magic. Yasaka stated. No, no. I waved it off. I figured out how to actualize the spell crafting, but the underlying mechanics escape me for now. It's transferable from the basic spell books I've read thus far, but it's just extremely vague on how it operates. What, so you're able to cast the spells without knowing how they work? Basically. I shrugged, taking out one of the first-year spell books. They literally teach first years just how to move their wands and articulate the spell words. Medea frowned. That doesn't make sense. How do they know what they're doing then? Exactly my point. I agreed immediately. But the later stuff seems to delve into actual understanding of what they're doing. I just didn't really have the time to read too deeply into it. You're welcome to read the books, I got 2 copies of everything, one for Jin and one for Salem. You're the best Jin squeed. And it's sweet that you got some for Salem too. She's going to be thrilled. I'll take you up on that offer then. Medea nodded. I turned to look at the others in the room who were waiting patiently. Venelana. I smiled. Hello dear. She smiled, holding her arms open as if it were her turn, which it was. I happily accepted the hug from the voluptuous woman. You seem to be in a good mood. Of course, I'm going to finally fill my queen. She beamed. I raised an eyebrow at Mozart, who was also sitting at her side. I admit I am equally excited. He matched her expression. Oh. I clapped my hands. Got a couple other things. I flipped my hand over, and produced a certain radiant feather. Got this from a phoenix. I held it up from them to see. Before I could even say anything else, Medea was in my face. I want it. No way, get your own. Please, do you have any idea how rare phoenix feathers are? Yes, there's literally a common saying that refers to things that are rare as being equivalent to phoenix feathers. Shut up, I want it. She pouted cutely. No way, I was going to give it to Kunu. She stiffened before sighing. Ugh, fine. I can't really deny that then. How about I turn it into a mystic code for her? I mulled that over. I don't have a problem with that, I was probably going to do something similar. It has very strong protective properties. Yoink. She practically ripped it from my hands and already put it away before I could offer any means of protest. How'd you even get one? Phoenixes aren't exactly common, even during my era. They're technically divine beasts. Apparently the headmaster of the school there has a phoenix as a familiar. Hey. My thoughts exactly. But it speaks to his character at least. Phoenix are creatures that prefer the lighter side of the spectrum. Not to the same extent as a unicorn, but a phoenix wouldn't be a familiar of a bad person, probably. So he just gave you one? Yasaka asked. And does this imply you met with him to set up a meeting? I sent a letter, which is apparently facilitated through owls, or in his case, his phoenix. But I actually got it after challenging the bird to a drinking contest, or something like that. It's a bit of a blur. You said words, they had meanings individually, but when you put them all together, I find myself unable to comprehend them. Medea responded. As long as you had a good time. Yasaka shook her head, giving me a light pat on the cheek. And didn't cause any trouble, right? Nothing that can be proven. I said immediately. Good enough, I suppose. Anyways, shall we get this show on the road? I clapped my hands. I'm sure Meridia doesn't like being held up like this as we just chat. I do not mind. Meridia said simply. I made sure to procure enough time in my schedule to be here. I enjoy these moments. Ajin quickly wrapped up the eldritch goddess in a big hug. Meridia, still stiffened despite the normal occurrence, but quickly accepted the genie's affection. And didn't even bat an eye when Jin didn't release her. Did you guys start already? Mordred pushed open the front door, hollering to everyone inside. Nope, you're right on time. Jin answered back. Awesome. Mordred hopped in, followed by Artoria and Jean. Not that I'm against it, but why is everyone here? You think I'm gonna miss seeing someone turn into a devil? Mordred asked. I was curious. Jean said quietly. Cute. I admit my interest is piqued. Artoria said simply. Same with me in all honesty. Medea spoke up. I want to see these things that can overwrite someone's soul. You are the new one, yes. Meridia looked at Jean. Wilhelm just brought me here. Jean looked confused. Hello. Meridia inspected her for a long moment. You have a beautiful soul. It makes me envious that it is claimed by another. Thank you. Jean awkwardly replied. She turned back to me. I approve. What does that mean? Jean looked around, confused by what was happening. I just patted her head. Do you want me to spell it out for you? I couldn't help but grin. She puffed up cutely, looking like she was about to swing her little fists at me as she tended to do. Anyone else then? Are we waiting for any more people to come? We have one more. Yasaka responded, her tail brushing against my arm while she held her own kaleidophone in her hand, presumably messaging someone. Otherwise, everyone else is preoccupied with other things. Thank you for waiting. Another familiar voice quickly opened the door. Izzy strode in like she rushed over here. I didn't think you would be interested. I was mildly surprised to see Izzy hurriedly come over. Happy to see you regardless though. I stole a quick kiss on her cheek as she came over. Normally, it isn't something that would interest me. But this isn't a normal occurrence. She pointed out. True. I couldn't deny that. If we're going to begin. Venelana stood up from her seat. She was holding a rather ornate-looking box. She opened it to reveal a set of chess pieces. They were a color of a baleful red and I could practically taste the demonic nature pulsing from them. Meridia's nose scrunched in obvious disgust. I quickly took her hand in reassurance. Not that she was feeling unwell due to their presence, but that they were just something she despised at her core. She had expressed on multiple occasions that she didn't voice her thoughts on some things purely because they existed outside her home, but that didn't mean she liked them. I looked at the full set, not a single one of them used yet. I don't know the social rules according to these things. Would it be rude if I asked to look at one? I asked Venelana. She let out a small laugh. They're considered something very personal. But not in the sense that you are not allowed to touch them or anything like that. She held it up to me. Feel free to take a look. Well, with permission granted, I poked a few before taking out a pawn. Medea was also practically pushing her face against mine as she too looked at it closely. What do you think? A total sublimation of the soul by cannibalizing part of the existing saint graph then filling in the pieces with devil data? I asked. The devil data, as you say, acting as a sort of virus that then spreads and replaces every other part, working its way through their entire saint graph until their origin changes. Medea hummed. Jin pushed her head next to ours as well. That would make the actual evil piece unnecessary. From what I understand, the evil piece acts as the focal point. It's not a sublimation, but a mutation. That's true. Medea pursed her lips. It would be significantly more difficult if the evil piece attempted sublimation. But for mutation to occur, that would imply that devilhood is a direct path from the concept of human. Devils apparently were birthed from one of the first humans of the Abrahamic mythos. Jin pointed out. That would explain how other species can be turned into devils. Off the top of my head, I don't think that there isn't any other race on the planet that doesn't have a direct link to humanity, other than deities. And it's well known that deities can't be turned. I voiced my thoughts as well. Amusing, so an evil piece requires there be some link to humanity to work? That's kind of ironic if you think about it. Medea chuckled. Isn't there a dragon that was turned into a devil? Jin asked. Me and Medea shared a look. She frowned. There goes that theory then. I shrugged. We're just making casual guesses. I had forgotten about dragons, but then I realized my mistake elsewhere too. Hell, we were just talking about phoenixes and that was another one. But it's undeniable that the devilhood acts as a sort of invasive data virus that overtakes the original Saint graph. That's obvious, it's not like this process is natural by any means. Jin nodded. It explains some of the things I've read. Apparently newly reincarnated devils need to be close to their king. My guess is that the king acts as a sort of control beacon to the virus that consumes the original host's soul and uses it as a reference on how the new devil should look. If they're away for too long, the virus goes out of control or it moves in ways it's not supposed to, causing unintentional mutations. Jin summarized. Medea took the piece into her hand and held it up to her eye. Regardless, it can't be denied that this is an extremely elegant and beautiful piece of magic. High praise coming from one of the greatest magic users ever. Did you just analyze the mechanics of the evil piece, which is supposed to be a secret? Venelana asked. Medea shrugged, putting the piece back into the box. It's not like it's difficult. I doubt that it's actually a secret outside of your devil society. Don't get me wrong, it's very complicated. Just looking at the surface of the spells interwoven in that little thing, it would take me probably months to actually fully unravel the full spell sequence. I have no comment. Magic was never my area of expertise. Venelana just shrugged too. Did you notice that it wasn't whittled down into the shape of a chess piece but it was devised as a chess piece first? I asked. I thought I was mistaken. Jin giggled. I wasn't going to say anything. But that's weird that they would design the container purposely as a chess piece and it wasn't just something they were like, hey, let's do a chess theme. Medea snorted. Which, sort of makes it more impressive. Oh well, I kind of stopped caring about the thing. I wasn't going to waste my time delving into it when I actively disliked the things. Are you done? Meridia asked. Not in an impatient way, but more like she just wanted to get it over with. All yours. I got out of her way. The others, well, they were just standing quietly, watching the show. I want it to be known that I dislike these. Meridia grumbled. I do not like the idea of turning something like a heroic spirit into a devil. Her lips pursed. But this is neither my home, nor my business. The silent acknowledgement being that something like this wouldn't fly with her if it was based on stuff from her home. Which, was a fair boundary to have. I am truly grateful. Venelana expressed. Meridia's expression softened. Yes, I would not help if one of you did not ask. She replied simply. Her way of saying that she was trying to be caring towards her mortal harem sisters. I had a random thought. Yasaka spoke up. Are you technically able to get your own evil pieces? I know you don't want any and particularly don't like them, I'm just curious. She said while directing the question to me. I have no idea. Technically. Venelana looked thoughtful. You could probably get them just due to how high profile you are. It's not like I would use them for anything. I paused because I had a sudden idea. I glanced at the chess-shaped objects and then at Jin. Ow! I suddenly jerked because someone pinched me. You deserved that. Izzy said, not apologizing for pinching me. I didn't do anything. It's obvious what you were thinking. She rolled her eyes. I admit to nothing. I said quietly. But in the safety of my own mind, I'll still play with the idea of getting a set of evil pieces and treating them like I did Jin's lamp, but for everyone else. I would give you my queen piece. I whispered to Izzy. She flushed slightly, having trouble keeping her expression even. All right. I clapped my hands. Let's do this. I want to see a heroic spirit get turned into a devil. Wonderful. Mozart stood up with an exclamation. Madam. He bowed to Meridia. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for this opportunity. Meridia didn't respond, merely nodding briefly his way. I will be using this. Venelana said, taking the queen piece, a mutated one at that, out of her box before closing it. How do you want to do this? She asked, looking at Meridia. Proceed normally, I will make sure the process operates as you would desire. Venelana looked nervous but complied. Mozart quickly joined her at the side and she pressed the evil piece into his chest. A red light suddenly enveloped him as she inserted the piece into his body. There were a few moments as we all watching quietly, waiting for something to happen. Did it work? Mozart was the first to ask. No. Meridia said bluntly. I have not acted yet, I was watching it. You call it a saint graph, it is rejecting this evil piece, thus it cannot turn you normally. Not surprising, it's the expression of humanity's worship and collective acknowledgement that crystallizes their vessel in the first place. A servant's saint graph is naturally resistant to modification, it takes quite a bit to modify one. Gramps only felt comfortable using the Grail. Skathik did mention that it was technically possible to alter a saint graph through the use of primordial runes, but she said she didn't wish to experiment with it for various reasons. Very well, I shall assist. Meridia grunted. She merely placed a hand on his shoulder, and he was consumed with a red light. Horns sprouted from his head, a maleficent tail shot out from behind. Large, bat-like wings sprang out of his back and his eyes glowed an evil red. His hands turned into claws, and his legs turned into cloven hoofs and... Stop playing around. Meridia slapped my shoulder. Dismiss your illusion. Party pooper. But I relented and released the illusion I cast the moment the room lit up. Honestly, it was significantly more mundane. There was actually no outer change to his appearance. However, our master-servant contract just broke. I revealed. I felt it as well. Mozart looked at his hands. I feel alive. You are now a living being proper. Meridia released him from her grip. Everything should work fine now, it was not too difficult. Wait, that's it? Mordred asked. Shit, I was getting excited until you said it was just an illusion and, nothing freakin' changed. She huffed in annoyance. It was sort of anticlimactic. Medea noted. The only physical difference from humans are our wings, mostly. Venelana explained. Just as she said that, bat-like wings sprang out from behind Mozart. Oh my! He blinked, inspecting himself. That is an odd sensation. Ah, I remember my first time. I nodded with a hint of nostalgia. If that is all. Before Meridia could finish, Venelana nearly threw herself at the eldritch goddess. Similar to how Jin did it, Meridia stiffened slightly, perhaps even surprised, more so than when it's Jin. Thank you. Venelana whispered. Meridia had a hint of a smile appear. You are welcome. Welp, this was a waste of time. Mordred grumbled. Mordred. Artoria sighed. Don't act like you're not thinking the same thing. She snorted. Anyways, I'm gonna bounce. Wanna come Frenchie, or stay here? Well, I would like to stay, if that is all right. Jean stumbled a little. I'd, later then. She flicked her hand, and didn't look back as she walked out the door. Welcome to Devilhood. I offered to Mozart. That's all I got cause I've never actually been to hell so I have no idea what you are going to encounter. It's strangely a rather nice place. He replied. My king was kind enough to give me a tour of some rather interesting places while we were away. Speaking of, we still need to register you. Venelana had already released Meridia. Register. I tilted my head. Yes? Don't you recall from the peace meeting? My son said he would start recording the use of evil pieces better. Ah. You forgot. Yasaka looked at me. No, I just thought they were going to bullshit until everyone forgot in a few centuries. I can't say that isn't something that was probably considered. But in this case, they are, somewhat taking action to do what they said. They recently implemented the laws that you have to register any new peerage members within a month of gaining them, bar extenuating circumstances. I find myself oddly skeptical. Yasaka said softly. Well, there isn't any actual punishment for not doing so. At least none of the books so, do with that what you will. Venelana shrugged. Yup, there it is. Yasaka snorted. Well, that is going to open up some interesting questions when you're asked. I mused. I thought it would be entertaining. Mozart looked amused. I could guess that he wasn't going to be entirely truthful. Venelana nestled herself against me. Thank you as well. She looked up at me warmly. This has turned into one of the best days I've had in a long time. As long as you're happy. I smiled back. Then I realized something else I forgot to mention. I almost forgot. Is there something wrong, Wilhelm? Artoria asked. I have an announcement to make. We have a new member of our strange family. Oh my, did you add another woman to your harem? Oh Hestia, this train wreck is better than TV. Medea cackled off to the side. Due to Venelana's comment, my girls were looking at me with a mix of concern and a hint of perhaps anger at the thought. Of course I wouldn't just push a new lover onto them so suddenly. Not me. I took out Sir Wiggles from my storage. Much less entertaining than pulling him out of my hat, but what could I do when Olga was still using it? I forgot you had a bunny. Jean cooed. Hey, show some respect to your king. I scoffed. Pardon. You stand before, Sir Wiggles Bottom Fluffy Tail Octavius Benedict III, Crown Prince of the Emerald Kingdom, Duke of Carrot Island, General of the Northern Armies, Lightning Born, the Devil Slayer. Head of Chaldean Department of Phantasmal Beasts. And the newly ascended to the throne, King of France. I held him up as I exclaimed his many glorious titles. There was a pause that Jean just blinked at me. I am not kidding, by the way. What? I asked Marie in the singularity. She anointed him the actual King of France. It doesn't work like that. The royal family of France was dead. Marie, as the former queen, had the highest claim to the throne, thus Sir Wiggles is the proper King of France. That's not how it works. She quickly tried to deny. Let's ask and expect. Artoria, is Sir Wiggles the rightful King of France? It sounds correct to me. She replied, not missing a beat. There you have it, bow before your new king. I smushed him into her face. Nay. She made one of her strange noises, despite giving Sir Wiggles lots of little rubs. I will hold this over her head forever. Ignore him, dear. Yasaka hugged the penniless saintess. He likes to play around with his familiar. It's real, I'll even get Marie to confirm it. I argued. But that's not what I was going for. A side benefit, but not my purpose. She's a little shy, so please be patient. I said as one more little bunny joined our group. Meet Lady Wiggles, Sir Wiggles' girlfriend. She floated up into the air, landing next to Sir Wiggles, and they began moving around the room as all the girls cooed at them. It was hard to not be immediately taken by the adorable pair. As pleased as I am to see you have a mate for your familiar, I must return. Meridia bit her lip, watching the two. Even an eldritch goddess was not immune to the floof. Kiss? I asked. She leaned over, sharing a quick and intimate moment with me. I will be available if you require my assistance. And by that she meant, that I better go to her for help if I needed it. I nodded and she disappeared from the living room. Well, this has turned into a strange day. Yasaka noted, watching as everyone played with the two bunnies. Jin was on the floor with the two of them nearly immediately. You're telling me? I'm still nursing a bit of a hangover. Drank too much magic alcohol from that world, not used to that sort of thing. Magic alcohol? Venelana perked up. I want to know more, but I also want to go register. I brought a lot back with me. Go do your thing, I'm not going anywhere. She looked at me with a beautiful smile. You're so good to me. She shifted her gaze to Mozart. Ready to go, my dear queen. Mozart cackled. Yes, my king. I felt like they were just enjoying playing the whole peerage thing like a game. Venelana lit up a magic circle and the both of them disappeared, going to wherever they needed to go. So you handled everything in that world that you needed to do? Yup, we got a meeting set for 2 weeks from yesterday. Which is, some amount of time for us, I'm not sure what the time correlation is. I'll calculate it tomorrow. Good. And what are your thoughts about it? Not bad, I don't think. The magic there is actually somewhat interesting, but it looks rather lower tiered than what I'm used to. But since it's just for Kunu to build a foundation, then it's acceptable. Did you know they use wands there? Like, all of them. It's the norm. Wands. Medea peeked over to our side of the room. How trite. A good staff is usually better. It's not a matter of like, social etiquette or any kind of fashionable statement. Like, they literally need to use wands. Well, most of them probably do. They don't actually have a type of magic container, instead the wand acts as a pseudo one that connects the magical energy in their body to the mana of the world to actualize spells. Hey, that seems odd. Tell me about it. Took me forever to cast one of their most basic spells until I found out. I could imagine. A simple fix, you just need to connect with the outside mana directly. Exactly. She figured it out with a few words. That reminds me, I tried to get a wand made, but I didn't really resonate with any of the wands there, so I was going to get some custom pieces for the guy to make me one. Any reason you need one? Nah, just want one to have it. She shrugged. As good a reason as any. Got a bunch of goodies. But, I'll say I'm not against that place, but it's not something I'm thrilled about. Is that because of how you perceive the place or because you are worried about Kunu? Yasaka questioned. Admittedly, about 90% of my reservations are the latter. Yasaka just chuckled, wrapping her tail around my waist. We can talk about it more after seeing this school. I'm sure Kunu would enjoy a trip there to see it. Yup, it'll be fun. That reminds me, I received a letter myself. Oh, a secret admirer. I teased. She rolled her eyes. I have my people burn those these days. Wait, you still get some? I blinked. Oh, you're cute. She pinched my cheek. Do you think it stops just because I have a man now? I would assume. No dear. If anything, they increased. Lots of offers for subtle meetings that no one needs to know about. She let out a sigh. I have no words. Believe me, I know. I've had to get a bit more firm with the senders, but that's really only slowed it down since. Otherwise, I have my people just burn them all, like I said. She shrugged. But I'm going off topic, I received a letter from the devils. And I should have probably brought this up while Venelana was here, but it slipped my mind in the excitement of everything happening. Should I preemptively scowl in annoyance? You know, I'm actually not sure. It's a rather strange request, they are requesting your presence. Something about putting a team together to fight the Cows Brigade. She sounded confused about even speaking. Damn it, Odin. I let out a sigh. He worked damn fast though. That was like, a day or so ago he proposed the idea. And now they were already sending out invitations. Welcome to my life. Izzy looked across the room. I don't even think she knew what we were talking about, but as soon as I said that, she immediately registered it with sympathy. Right, he said he was going to do some stupid thing like this. Partly for his amusement, partly because he thought it would be a good idea to keep most eyes away from everything else. That's not a horrible train of thought. Are you suggesting I join? I raised an eyebrow. Oh, not at all. I mean, if you want, I wouldn't say anything. But don't treat this as me trying to push you that way. Yeah, I gotcha. I found myself sighing again. It sounds completely, ugh. Ugh. She repeated. I didn't have any proper words to describe the feeling I was experiencing. She giggled. I think that's a perfect way to respond. I'll gladly send them a rejection. I just hope they don't keep bothering me. It won't hurt you any if you reject on my behalf, would it? Well, not in any meaningful way. Would it be better if I rejected in person? Like, more politically polite? It would give them some face. She admitted. Like if you showed up, rejected the thing and left after the meeting or what have you. I'm trying to be more cautious of the political state I put you in. I don't want someone to be able to take jabs at you because I told them to fuck off. I still felt bad about dropping the Indra mess into her lap. Oh Wilhelm. Her expression softened. I am extremely grateful that this is your main consideration. But, you don't have to join anything. Frankly, it would be worse for our position if you did join in the long run. But if you want to just go over there and put in a token appearance and then decline any offers, that would probably be the best case scenario. I was glad she was being honest and not trying to just spare my own distaste for the whole thing. Part of being a partner to someone was helping with burdens when possible. I'm surprised though. You would normally vehemently reject any possibility of associating with the devils. Bar Venelana, of course. I don't want to just keep pretending that they don't exist, you know? Don't get me wrong, I'm never going to be on good terms with their faction or society, or whatever. But burying my head in the sand whenever anything devil-related pops up isn't a good mental state to have. I'm proud of you. She said softly. If you want an actual reason to go, I can give you one if it makes you feel better. Oh. Kunu is a huge fan of magical girl Levitan. I scrunched my nose. I did remember that, but I think I sort of repress the whole concept whenever it's mentioned. One of the 4 leaders of hell dresses up as a magical girl and has her own TV show, which Kunu absolutely adores. I admit, it's a special kind of hell for me that only a real devil could cook up. I could make Kunu a better magical girl than that woman ever could. And as the head of foreign affairs, it stands to reason that she would be managing this event. Yeah, I get where you're going with this. Her birthday is coming up really soon, may as well get started on the gifts. I was definitely not going to get caught up in any super team bullshit ideas they had going on, but I guess I could drop in and politely reject their stupid invitation. And Venelana has been bothering me about a dinner. That's rude, let me rephrase. I don't want it to sound like she's annoying me or anything like that. She's brought up the idea of meeting some people, which, I'm not entirely against. I suppose since I'm going to be in hell, I may as well, bite the bullet so to speak. Yasaka just looked at me. Yes, I'm sure a family dinner with the Gremory family will go splendidly. Why did she sound sarcastic? Chapter 463, Chapter 421. So this is the canvas you're giving me to work with. Medea eyed her newest victim. Why do I feel scared? Jean looked at me. I gently patted her head. It's called survival instincts. Meeb. Jean slowly inched behind me. What exactly do you want me to do? Medea asked. Going to some gathering of a bunch of factions or what have you. I'm dragging Jean along with me. From the letter Yasaka received, some angels are going to be there. That and no one else really cared about interacting with the other factions. Hell, I was basically going just to politely decline their request. It was a bit bigger than I had thought it was going to be. Honestly, I was thinking something along the lines of each group kicking their youngest together and telling them to start punching suspected enemies. Especially since Odin was the one who technically set everything up. Come to find out, it's a bit more intricate than that. Reminded me of the whole peace meeting, honestly. Not only were a bunch of other factions gathering in hell, but they're bringing their newest generation as Odin put it. Yasaka obviously wanted nothing to do with it. Doubly so since we're preparing to invade the Fey lands, which was understandable in our position to decline any invitations. So, I want to do my part as her man to smooth over the rejection with at least my presence. As she said, it would give them face and wouldn't come off as us just snubbing them, even if we had proper reasons. It was rather abrupt, all things considered, but I supposed it was something that was weighing on the minds of other factions. We sort of wiped our hands of the issue and dropped the problem in their laps. They don't have the luxury of ignoring everything and continuing as was. I could imagine it was a pleasant reprieve to be able to latch onto any united agreement or talks about further how to handle this looming threat beyond some vague "we'll work together" that came about from the peace meeting. Anything specific you want? Medea asked, poking and prodding Jean. I don't know. Jean looked unsure of what to say. I've never really worn nice clothes before. Medea paused, looking at her. Now that is a travesty. Actually, I don't think she has any actual clothes right now either, let's just get started on a bunch of outfits. Definitely, we're going to have to fix this. Medea nodded. I have some clothes. Jean said quietly. You have your servant armaments, dear. That's significantly different than actual clothes. And the fact that you don't have anything to show off that delectable body of yours is a sin. Medea purred. I ignored Jean's squawk. Actually, she does have one outfit. She nudged me. Oh. Medea quirked an eyebrow. Show me. Do I have to? I need a reference. Medea said with a completely straight face. Jean pouted, and she glowed slightly as her servant attire was dismissed, showing that school uniform that she was wearing from behind. Bold choice for a saintess. Medea blinked. It's not that bad. It certainly shows off that butt of yours. Nay. That's what I've been saying. I swear, Medea and I were on the same wavelength. Just not her butt either, for some reason that school uniform shows off her legs amazingly too. Don't say something like that out loud. Honestly, I'm not surprised that the saintess is a deviant. You should have seen Saint Martha. I swear, what she wore was more lewd than if she was just naked. There was nothing wrong with Marth's clothes. At this point, Jean was doing her best impression of a tomato. Big G has good tastes. I nodded to myself. It's not odd for gods to lean on the side of certain interests. Medea agreed. No, it has nothing to do with him. Face it, my little bondage saint, Big G gave you booty shorts as your default clothing. I patted her head. It's basically a divine proclamation the saintess must be lewd. Nee. She swung her hands at me wildly. Wait, you didn't dress her up like this? Medea questioned, a genuine look of surprise about her. No. I blinked. Why do you think I've been giving her a hard time about it? I thought you just bullied her into it so you could tease her. Medea responded. That's probably something I would do. Jean responded to my statement by hitting my shoulder, repeatedly. But that's all Big G. He apparently believes his saintesses should show off what they got. Medea ignored the flailing saintess as she continued her inspection. Well, I certainly have quite a bit to work with. But I'm going to have to work from the ground up. How about? She paused. Oh my, is this a G-string? Medea reached for something and Jean made a high squeak as she stiffened. You really are a bold saintess. Medea laughed. I glanced over Jean's shoulder. I'm not even surprised. It's not me. Jean squeaked again. It's what Laetitia was wearing. Ahoy. I didn't believe her. It's true. I completely believe you. Stop. Lewd saintess is lewd. No. Jean squawked with a red flush spreading all over her face. She looked for the easiest place to bury her face, which just happened to be my chest. I just gently pat her head. I think it's cute. Really? She looked up at me. It's comfortable. She then looked away. Geez, she's so adorable. You heard her, make her more panties like this. Nay. I was thinking white lace, it aligns better with her natural charm. Nee. She is just precious, Medea cooed. Don't worry, I'm going to make her several sets of lingerie. Why would I need that? I'm surprised she even knows what that is. I said with full honesty. The Grail. The Grail only provides pertinent information. I countered. It's not what you think. She quickly flailed around in embarrassment. Even a saintess can't overcome her debauched French heritage. Suddenly a lot of things make sense. Medea commented. Stop. Jean whined. She's really too easy. Medea looked my way. I know, and I can't help myself. It's too fun to get a reaction out of her for everything. I said helplessly. You're a meanie. Jean puffed up with a pout. I couldn't help but pinch her cheek. But seriously, we're going to get you a bunch of clothes you actually like. So feel free to add anything you want. Jean's expression softened considerably. Thank you, Wilhelm. She finished with a warm smile. All right, you can flirt later. Medea interrupted. Let me do my thing and stop disturbing me. She physically started pushing me towards the door. Flirt. The saintess flustered. All right, stop being so aggressive. I liked the version I met in the singularity better. I grumbled. Didn't she ask you to marry her? Jean asked. Excuse me. Medea's voice was raised a few pitches. What can I say, it's difficult being this handsome and charming. I sighed in mock exasperation, but quickly decided to make myself scarce before her brain could reboot. Get back here, you brat! She screeched, but I was already out the door and fleeing at a very brisk pace. I looked out upon the horizon. It was odd seeing it within my inner world. It felt real, and I guess in sense, that it was. It was my own memories used to facilitate the feelings and sensations that came about through the physical. Staff. I held my hand out, and the staff of Magnus appeared. I will say nothing else, prepare yourself. Muse Tenge replied. The same thing happened as last time. A large mirror appeared, a reflection of myself but one that wasn't me. He pushed through, as if truly entering my inner world. We meet again. He smiled. I raised an eyebrow, and waved my staff. Shatter. Like glass, the surroundings shattered. It wasn't so much a spell I had cast, but an expelment of my force around us. There was the beginning of an illusion that had begun to intertwine with the environment that I disrupted before it could properly settle. Worth a shot. My counterpart shrugged. Holding his own staff of Magnus, he swung it over his shoulder. So, what do you want to do for round 2? Some witty banter before we begin? Oh. Can I play the cliché evil villain? His eyes brightened. I swear I've fought so many, I think I can get the lines down. You know, I'm inclined to let you. I revealed an amused smile. I knew what he was doing, he knew that I knew, and at this point, we were just playing a small game. With a mental thought, spell sequences began in the background. My counterpart cleared his throat. You dare stand before me? Mortal, you will pay for your insolence. 4 out of 10, you were trying too hard. The douchiness needs to come naturally. He shrugged helplessly. What can you do? I'm far too charming and likable to pull it off. I can't argue with you there. Just fuck already. We both heard Drake shout from somewhere. We both shared a small chuckle, but there was a hint of tension underneath. Without another word, as if a reflection of one another, we both raised our staves. Order of lightning! He shouted. Lightning runes! I countered. My runic circles appeared all around me, actualizing into existence. Dozens upon dozens that utterly filled the space behind me. In return, he did something slightly similar. Rather than facilitating the elemental effect through runes, the sky above us darkened and the clouds deformed into the shape of spell circles. My lightning ascended to the sky, while his fell down upon the earth. The collision of the two elements did not react how one would expect. It wasn't natural by any means, it didn't quite follow the predefined behavior of lightning. The two sides met in a collision of explosive power. As soon as the two opposing sides met, it erupted in a torrent of lightning that was discharged in every direction. Hundreds of similar explosions filled the sky where the two sides met. Interesting, you created a redundant runic formula to facilitate the continued casting sequence. My copy stated. The simplicity is rather elegant. And you went the opposite route. You summoned a natural phenomena and bent it into the casting of your own spell, creating a casting loop that doesn't need further input from yourself other than direction. I admired his as well. Using the clouds themselves as the spell circles was inspiring. In a prolonged fight, I would lose just from my spell fizzling first. You're too kind. My copy's eyes widened and I noticed what he did as well. My lightning was overcoming his, which shouldn't have been such an obvious conclusion, unless... Divinity. His phrasing of that opened up a lot of questions, but instead of broaching the subject, I pushed through. I overloaded my runic circles. Instead of them continuously casting a basic lightning bolt in succession, I put everything into a single discharge. Immediately, I overwhelmed his opposition, and shot through to his spell sequences, utterly destroying it at the source. Well, that's unfortunate. My copy commented, though he didn't stand still, he moved quickly. It wasn't Shunpo. However, that didn't mean he was slow. Air elementals you silently summoned under your feet. I furrowed my brow. Yup. Good guess, but there's no prize. He shouted, holding his staff up to his other hand, and a large spell circle formed. A golden light emerged firing at me. I slammed the staff to the ground, casting my shield of Asgard. My shield held firm, but immediately, I was beset by extremely thin projectiles numbering in the thousands. The unrelenting bombardment of those needle-like constructs, while none of them even came close to penetrating it, but after a few moments my shield shuddered. Shield of Asgard, nice spell. I have one too, so I know the weakness of it. He shouted. A good shielding spell, but it's meant to stand against powerful strikes, not a continuous bombardment. I guess you haven't fixed that flaw yet. My shield shattered. And I was genuinely surprised. Dragon's Maw. An eastern-like dragon made of fire opened its massive maw, flying at me. Had number 58, 10 run. I moved my hand in a circular motion, producing a whirlwind that collided with the fire dragon. The wind and fire dispersed one another, sending a cascade of flames in all directions. Unseen blade. He held his staff pointing right at me. The image of a blade shot right at me. Greater ward. I cast in all directions. The blade in front of me blurred and disappeared. In place of it, my ward was hit in 3 other places simultaneously. Behind me and on both sides. Really? I shot him an annoyed look. What? It's a fun spell. He smiled. Why do you think I would name it something like that if it's so obviously seen? Not to mention speaking the incantation aloud like that. I was about to respond, but I felt a tingling sensation on the back of my neck and quickly leaned back. The original blade from earlier reappeared and narrowly missed me. Okay, that's just a dick move. It's called Unseen Blade for a reason. Gather. I commanded, calling forth an inordinate amount of lightning around my staff. Thunderbolt! A discharge of accumulated lightning fired off. Big enough to utterly consume him whole. Earth wall in one hand. He raised up a wall of earth. Immovable object in the other. The wall glowed a brilliant light and my lightning collided with it. It lasted but a brief moment, but my lightning dispersed, leaving a weathered and brittle earthen wall still standing defiantly. A spell-like reinforcement? The wall crumbled quickly, and then I saw him stab his staff into the ground. He clapped his hands together and pulled them apart. However, it wasn't as simple as one may think. It looked like he pulled apart the seams of reality. Distortion. Feeling the sense of danger, I decided that standing still was perhaps a foolish idea. I fired off a plethora of spells, mere cantrips to annoy him as I gathered my Ryotsuo and moved. Out of the corner of my eye, the spells I fired, they bent and twisted in an unnatural way. They didn't even come close to hitting him. Not only that, as soon as I moved, the world turned upside down. I found myself crashing face first into the ground. Out of panic, I attempted to roll to the side and push myself up, but once more, I plummeted to the ground. Jerking to the side, I stumbled over myself going the opposite direction. Between his hands, there was a vague shape, shifting and changing. It resembled a Rubik's Cube as it continuously twisted. And let's end this. My counterpart spoke. Cloud of daggers. A misty haze surrounded me, like an illusion but not. It changed, warping its appearance. Merely a blink, and I was now surrounded by hundreds of razor-sharp daggers. I reacted as quickly as I could, grabbing my own staff of Magnus and slammed it on the ground. An invisible force descended, causing everything around us to shudder. Even my counterpart nearly stumbled in place. He gritted his teeth and the cube-like projection between his hands dispersed. Clever, altering the gravity. That'll do it. Even the misty-like daggers fell to the ground forcibly and the spell unraveled. I took a deep breath, standing up properly. You altered my sense of direction. Well, that isn't incorrect. But not quite. Close enough, I'd say. He mused. Good counter, you just brute forced through it with a torrent of gravity. However, there is one detriment to that. As soon as you relent, I'll recast my spell, so you're forced to hold the gravitational increase. I cracked my neck. Not used to the extra force. I mocked. Not everything requires brute force. He did look like he was having a tad bit of trouble standing completely straight, comparatively to me who was more or less used to the increased force pressing down. But I can't deny it's a valid approach to most issues. However, you don't always need to push against the world in order to make it move in your favor. He gently tapped the staff against the ground. Sunder. I found myself falling. The earth below me had split open, massive walls on either side of me as I descended down into the depths of the earth. Well, I do believe I've played myself. I would have been able to react if my own spell didn't hamper me. He saluted me once and I simply closed my eyes as the two halves of the earth closed with me at the center. I opened my eyes again, and I was on my back, staring up at the ceiling. Looking down at me, Salem had a blank look on her face. Are you okay? Define, okay. I asked. You were sitting there in a meditative position. Then your aura shifted and it became hard to approach you for some time. Now, you are like this. I let out a sigh. Yeah, I'm good. Just lost a fight so I'm moping. You did better this time. Drake spoke. Yeah. It was a good fight, I learned a lot. Didn't know my Shield of Asgard had such a weakness. It's never had to sustain such a number of attacks in succession like that before. Among other things, I'm okay with losing there. I saw where I could improve in my spell crafting. Seeing a reflection of me that took such a different approach to things, it was interesting. I'm pleased you are treating it as a proper learning experience. My Zanpakutt added. Keep trying your best. I'm more inclined to forceful resolutions to my problems. His responses were more, not necessarily smaller, but more focused. I was far more used to throwing around large amounts of power to answer any problems that cropped up. Something to consider more as I went forward. Hey! I said, looking up at Salem who was still staring at me while I was on the ground. Are you comfortable? She raised an eyebrow. Well, I would be if you took a step forward. Yes, I'm sure that would help if you could peer up my dress. Her eye roll was noticeable. My subordinates were concerned, they could feel you. Whoops. I scratched my head. Didn't think it would be that noticeable. They were surprised. She shrugged. What were you even doing? Training inside my inner world. I came over to see you, but you were busy with your thing and I didn't want to interrupt, so I figured I would get some training and I explained. She was having a meeting or something with her people, so, no time like the present to start my training in earnest. Do you require something from me? No, I just got back home after the thing I told you before. It's been a bit stressful and I missed you. I smiled. Humph. She crossed her arms. You still have your glib tongue. You didn't miss me too? I asked. She twitched slightly. I did not speak those words. I sat up. Cute. Be quiet. She hissed. Well, I was about to tell you about the gift I brought, but if you don't want to hear about it. She grumbled. You know what I meant. Cute. I held my hand out, letting the second copy of all the books I got in that weird world drop onto the floor in a few stacks. Her eyes flashed as she realized what these books contained. This is a significant gift. She muttered while touching the book on top. What do you wish in return? Pardon. I tilted my head. What boon do you desire in return for this gift? She reiterated. Salem, not everything between us needs to be a transaction. She huffed again, crossing her arms again. It's easier. She said softly. I don't know how to reciprocate otherwise. Would it make you feel better if I asked for something? I would not dislike it. She responded. However, if you ask for something perverted, I will be most upset. Am I really someone who would ask something like that? She swung her hand, lightly slapping my shoulder. I suppose that is accurate, however. You wouldn't ask. I am more than aware of how careful I must be of your wandering hands. I admit nothing. Humph. She grunted again. Tell me what you want. What I want. I tapped my chin. Offered such a wonderful boon by the Grim Queen? What could I possibly ask for? As long as it is something within reason, I do not mind retracting my previous words. She whispered. I was admittedly tempted, but it didn't feel like the right circumstances. Rather. I want this. I grabbed her hand, slipping my fingers between hers. This. She looked confused. Just this. I smiled. I do not understand you sometimes. She sighed. However, I am not upset. Is it too late to ask you to do something lewd? Yes. She snorted. I guess I'll just have to seduce you the old-fashioned way. Oh? Then by all means seduce me. Are you sure you're ready for this level of wooing? I don't know if your heart will be able to take it. Yes, I'm sure I'll be swept off my feet. She drawled. I cleared my throat. Girl, as long as I have a face, you'll have somewhere to sit. Now that I'm holding your hand, I can tell everyone that I've been touched by an angel. If it's true that we are what we eat, then... Please, do not finish that one. She groaned. I see, you don't even need any more. You're now head over heels. I sniffed haughtily. Of course, how could I ever resist such romantic callings? She said dryly. Truly, you are a master of sensual wordplay. I knew it, you are now seduced. She rolled her eyes. I find it inconceivable how I am romantically involved with you at this moment. Hey, I can be romantic. Before this moment, I might have agreed with you. All right, give me another chance. Do what you want. She sighed. I squeezed her hand and looked her into the eyes. Do you remember how I told you how I learned about you? Yes, you said that you used the relic of knowledge. She responded. That's right, I wanted to see everything about this supposed Grim Queen. And as soon as I laid my eyes on her, she took my breath away. This woman I had never interacted with before, never seen until that moment, she left me utterly breathless. You don't have to steal my heart, it already belonged to you from the beginning. It felt like she unintentionally squeezed my hand because she had a strange expression. She seemed to settle on looking away because a small flush appeared on her pale cheeks. Don't spout that ridiculous trite around me. I'm annoyed. As soon as you're finished, leave. Well, I may not be finished for a while. Do what you want. She huffed. How about I tell you what I've been up to recently? I offered. Very well. She tried to sound uninterested, but it wasn't quite working out too well. If I am forced to bear your presence, I may as well understand what you were doing while you were gone. Cute. I yawned and stretched, popping back out at home. It was nice, visiting Salem for a few hours. And I even got some training in while I was over there. I walked over and knocked on the door that Medea was holding Jean hostage in. You guys still in there? Almost done. Medea shouted back. I waited patiently outside of the door. We weren't on the strictest time schedule, but it was sorta getting there. Wait, don't touch there. Jean squawked. Hush, this is important. How is it important for you to touch my chest? Measurements. You already measured. I was tempted to go inside. All right, come in. Medea called out. Wait. I'm not mentally prepared, I pushed the door open. Medea was standing to the side, but my eyes landed solely onto Jean. She was wearing a slender, shoulderless, blue dress. It hugged her curves perfectly, but it was also very tasteful and elegant. Frankly, there was only one word to describe it. Beautiful. Jean squeaked, turning bright red. Thank you. She covered her face. As always, I do good work. Medea stated. Thanks for the hard work, Medea. She wasn't only skilled, but she was extremely fast. Thank me after you see what she's wearing underneath. She began to cackle. Don't tell him that. Jean's high-pitched voice was drowned out by Medea's laughing. I'll leave you two to your little date. Medea ignored her, throwing up her hand as she walked out of the room. It's not a date. Jean whined. And not that I would hate it, but it's not. I'm getting a cute overload today. You look wonderful. I said with full sincerity. Do you really think so? She asked, bashfully. I've never worn anything this pretty before. I don't really feel right, I'm just a plain farm girl and this is so. Jean. I took her hand, giving it a reassuring squeeze. The dress isn't what's making you beautiful, you're the one that's making the dress stunning. She made a strange noise, and refused to look me in the eyes. We can go now, right? I laughed, gently tugging at her hand. Sure, let's get this over with. Are you ready to go to hell, Saintess? Chapter 464, Chapter 422. So, is this what you expected? I did not expect to take a literal train to hell, no. Jean said without much emotion. It is surprisingly pleasant, however. It was nice. I could have easily popped over there with Venelana's help, one of their teleportation circles could have handled it fairly easily. But, I kind of wanted to go through the traditional channels. Hell wasn't completely cut off from the human world. Even without devils existing, there were paths that could be taken to end up in hell by accident, let alone the intentional doors. It was a space that existed since time innumerable. And for those in the know, it wasn't uncommon for various races and people to visit hell. As weird as that is to actually think about. But apparently, hell had a thriving tourism economy. Though, Venelana did warn us about the trip. She didn't specify anything, only that it was a bit difficult the first time for humans. Thankfully, we had this little train compartment to ourselves. Devils were nothing if not ostentatious. They had such extravagant train cars meant for VIPs. Literally a single word from Venelana, and the car, along with the surrounding ones, were reserved for us. The train has been on a slope now, are we actually going down? Jean asked, sounding a little incredulous. I didn't think to enter hell, we would literally have to go downward. Yes and no. I answered. If you want to be pedantic about it, hell is literally below the world. In a metaphysical sense, that is. But the concept of hell is tied to a downward descent. It's not so much that we're going down more that hell is below wherever we are. I only understood some of that. She whispered. I just chuckled, patting her head. We're getting ready to cross the threshold. I told her, sensing the spatial turbulence ahead. Actually, it reminded me of my trip down into Gringotts. The way the cart ride connected 2 points seamlessly. It wasn't until the train pushed through the boundary between the two spaces that I realized what Venelana meant. Looking out the window, it was almost like a cavern, but the rocks had all been carved. No, it wasn't right to call them carved. Despite the exquisite detail, these were natural, and I felt my heart rate pick up. My humanity was stimulated. They were depictions of events, of past grievances and sins. Of every possible evil committed and those damned to this place. The suffering and guilt, the righteous indignations and hollow vengeances that marked every soul that passed on. They weren't mere pictures, they were alive, in a sense. Every so often, you could see a slight movement. And even rarer, was when one of the figures depicted looked back at us. The experience was hard to put into words. I almost wanted to call it nostalgic, but in a melancholic way. It felt like I was remembering every one of these events or actions that were taken in the course of human history. A vague recollection of feelings that threatened to burrow deep into my heart. It's odd, I felt like my magic resistance or other facets of my being should have rejected this invasion, but it still affected me. But the answer made sense after a moment of clarity. It was my human nature that allowed this to transpire. It was no true attack, nor magical phenomena, but a feeling left behind in my human blood that wouldn't vanish regardless of how much I changed. If I had to guess, this cavern has existed ever since the advent of humanity, ever since the first sin was committed. A recollection. As expected for the entrance to hell. I reached for Jean's hand, noticing she was also feeling it heavily. There were faint shadows of tears at the corners of her eyes. She was much more empathetic than I was, she was certainly feeling more emotions than me. Its true name is lost to time, we call it the Cavern of Reflection. Both Jean and I turned to look towards the source of the voice. Okada Suji. I said curtly. The former samurai looked at me with an awkward smile. Lord Shwinorg. He bowed his head, not trying to be familiar with me. I suppose our last talk left a bit of an impression on him. And his date? Jean, seemingly having broken from her stupor a moment prior, flushed slightly. Jean Dark, she said softly. He blinked, looking as if he wanted to say something, but held back and instead focused on what was happening outside of the train. It had the same effect on me, as it does for all reincarnated devils from a human lineage. I asked my king about it once, he said it had existed before devils were created by our progenitor. He said that it dates back to the creation of heaven, by the biblical God. He winced slightly, apparently intentionally inciting the name. It makes you wonder if hell was ever supposed to be a place of suffering that it turned into by the hands of the first fallen and depicted in the minds of humans. It's funny, I've been to several different underworlds at this point, but I've never entered in such a way. Even when going through the normal route in Hades, it was pathed for me. At this moment, I felt like I was experiencing it from the perspective of a deceased soul. I wasn't one to get lost in this kind of thing. I would probably remember this feeling for a long time, but it was far from enough to lead me astray. I quickly shook off the heavy emotions that were weighing me down. It's expanding, isn't it? I asked. He stiffened for a moment, but regained his composure. That's right. He didn't try to hide it. It's not common knowledge, but neither is it a secret. 1,000 years ago, it was only half as large as it is now. How strange. If I had time to spare, I may have wanted to look into it, but at this point, I didn't care too much. I assume you're here to fetch us? I asked again. Lady Gremory requested me to lead the Lord and Lady to the destination. He bowed his head again. That was nice of her. Jean beamed. I held back a laugh seeing him twitch slightly. It wasn't hard to guess from his perspective that Jean was clueless about everything. Venelana probably did it to express her displeasure, but also a way to wipe the slate clean, so to speak. Well, if he was lowering his head like this, I wouldn't hold a grudge. I was already here in hell, I may as well let some things in the past rest. Lady Gremory is waiting excitedly for you to arrive for dinner after the event, Lord Shwinorg. Okada Suji stated. Only Venelana? I questioned. He twitched slightly again. Lord Gremory too is waiting with anticipation. Just them then? I raised an eyebrow. The Gremory family is thrilled to host you, Lord Shwinorg. All right, I wouldn't poke him too much. Mostly because the train was coming to an obvious stop because the cities of the underworld came into view. They were much different than the layout of human cities. From what I recall, this place was about the same size as Earth, yet the population was a tiny fraction in comparison. Their cities were spaced out with huge open spaces between them. It was interesting to see, in all honesty. It didn't take long for the train to come to a complete stop. In fact, the whole train ride was rather quick to begin with. Would you please follow me? I have a car waiting to take you to the gathering. Okada Tsuji spoke, gesturing to the door of the train. Jean was still holding my hand tight, but I chose not to comment. I gently led her forward as we disembarked. Jean was pretty much glued to the car window as she took in the sights. While she had popped up in a somewhat modern era during the Grail War, she hadn't properly seen a modern city in all its glory. That is to say, the day-to-day happenings as we drove through it weren't much different than what you would find topside. Frankly, without the occasional wings from the devils walking around, you would never know this wasn't a human city. Okada Tsuji just looked amused as we both silently watched Jean marvel at the sights. It's almost like she completely forgot we were in hell. But I did warn her it wasn't going to be what she expected. What can we expect when we arrive? I broke the silence, addressing our guide who sat opposite us in this limousine. There are many different forces present. More factions than appeared in the peace conference have answered the call of cooperation. He responded. Oh. I was surprised. The devils were the most hated faction in the world. It was already odd that so many attended the peace conference in the first place. So everyone's on board for making this Super Kitty squad to hunt down the Chaos Brigade. That is, partial the reason they are present. He twitched again. Lord Odin was the voice that gathered most of the factions attending. No one disagreed with the concept, but the major concern is to speak about the mutual enemy in more detail. Well, that's to be expected. Who are the devils putting forward? I could probably guess, but I may as well ask. That is undecided. Okada Tsuji responded. However, the younger generation of the underworld's elite will be present. Of course. I rolled my eyes. Don't want to lose out on an opportunity to show off. Or something like that. Well, I suppose it's their boon for hosting the event in the first place. They get to push their younger generation to the forefront, even if most of them probably weren't qualified to brush shoulders with the actual strongest of the generation. Then again, I don't actually know where the standard power level is for what is considered the younger generation. I wouldn't exactly be the best measuring stick in this regard, and I don't really hang out with people my age. I guess it doesn't matter, it's not like I'm going to stick around for long. Go in, make an appearance, politely decline recruitment attempts, make sure Jean has fun and meet the angels presumably attending and get some free food before leaving. Simple and easy. Obviously I'm doing the whole dinner thing with Venelana afterwards. Honestly, it's surprising how this whole thing unfolded. A few words and a random idea form Odin, and then a few days later, here we are with several factions all descended upon hell. Will, I just realized, why is there a sun in the sky? Jean suddenly asked. It's fake. I replied. Really? Jean sounded surprised. How did they make a fake sun? It was a joint effort between the fallen angels and the current leaders of the devils to provide a more suitable environment for newly reincarnated devils. Before they created this fake sky to mirror the human world, there was a constantly purplish hue that permeated every corner of the sky. Okada Tsuji explained. Amazing. Jean whispered. Seeing her happy like this, without anything else, made this trip worth it. We're here. Okada Tsuji stated as the car came to a stop. I didn't know exactly what type of building this was meant to be, but it was large and ostentatious like most things the devils do when trying to project their wealth and status. I quickly got out of the car and opened Jean's side, offering her a hand. She happily took it and I gently guided her out of the seat. Is it too late to turn back? Jean asked, whispering in my ear. Are you getting cold feet? I chuckled. I don't know what I'm supposed to do or what I'm doing at all. She admitted nervously. I've never done these kinds of parties or anything before. What if I mess up? Won't I make you look bad? Jean, you could never make me look bad. Besides, do you think I know what I'm doing most of the time? Yes. You always look like you know what you're doing. I'll let you in on a secret. I usually make it all up as I go along. I said without a hint of shame. We can pretend together. Don't you also want to see the angels? Yes. She dipped her head. I'll be here with you. I offered my arm. She smiled brightly. Thank you, Wilhelm. She replied, taking it. Okada disappeared, but we didn't really need his guidance anymore. Instead, we began walking to the front doors. The guards there bowed and opened it up for us, we didn't even need to produce an invitation. But as soon as we walked in, it was like a whole different world. I think extravagant was too light of a word to describe what was inside. From the golden decorations to the marble statues, to the decadent art that filled the walls, I think they even surpassed the clock tower in this regard. I didn't have much time to dwell on it because immediately, we were beset by numerous gazes as soon as we entered. The whole area was filled with people of all shapes and sizes, and I would say a good majority of them were currently staring at myself and Jean. I didn't think you would come. Both Jean and I turned towards the source. A young woman with short black hair and a matching pair of glasses wearing a light blue dress sauntered over. Sana Satrai. I admit it took an inordinate amount of my self-control not to react to her presence. Hey, I didn't realize I even still had these feelings. What do you know? Good to know I guess, even if it was annoying. I like to pretend that I'm all grown up and mature sometimes, but honestly, I still appreciated acting like a young kid every now and then. Just like now. Sorry, have we met before? I looked at her. Whatever she wanted to say, it died the minute she opened her mouth without any proper words to respond. She just stared at me in shock like she didn't know how to respond to what I said. I took the opportunity to lightly nudge Jean to keep going. Was it petty? Yes. Was I feeling good about myself right now? Also yes. That was mean. Jean puffed up as soon as we cleared some distance. Oh look, angels. I pointed in some random direction. Where? She perked up. Wait, don't try to distract me. No idea what you're talking about. Nay. She lightly hit my shoulder. Don't be mean. She told me again. I am the epitome of grace and elegance. I countered. But honestly, it's not like I'm going to go around picking fights. I hardly. A thunderous snort carried its way across the entire room. Of the probably hundreds of people of varying backgrounds, they all stopped to look at the source because it carried with it an unnatural pressure. I was familiar with the hint of power contained within the simple gesture. I had fought with the source not too long ago. I neatly pivoted, turning around to me the gaze of Indra who stood at the entrance with his own retinue. He wore that gaudy Hawaiian shit again, with some cargo shorts and flip-flops. As well as a pair of sunglasses, very similar to what he wore previously. I should have expected them to invite some trash here too. His words weren't actually very loud, but they carried a hint of thunder to them, making them be heard by everyone present. And the way he was staring at me, it was obvious who those words were meant for. Nice glasses, are they new? I smiled innocently at his provocation. That was apparently not the correct thing to say, because the whole building began to shake. Whatever could have set him off like that, I wonder. Chapter 465, Chapter 423. For some inexplicable reason, it couldn't be anything I said/did, Indra seemed upset. Well, I was assuming based on the fact that his divinity was soaked in anger and pressing down on everything. Jean was doing fine. With a glance, I could tell this was enough not to bother her too much. She was a heroic spirit, she was a being that could stand in front of gods, even if she herself was not capable of defeating them. However, a lot of the other people in the hall seemed to be struggling. I admit I am someone who does things on a whim sometimes, but I like to think I take responsibility for my actions. I intentionally riled him up in a room full of people, I may as well lend a hand. My spiritual pressure seeped out, offsetting Indra's own presence that was bearing down on everyone else. I met his gaze and tilted my head with a smile. He certainly got even more frustrated. I took a few steps forward, and he jerked his sunglasses off, scowling deeply as his long strides matched mine. My divinity came bubbling up. Sparks began to dance between his fingers. However, I felt my desire to fight suddenly vanish as soon as Indra came to an abrupt halt. Not for any reason on his part, but because there was an ordinary-looking walking stick barring his path. All-Father. Indra glared at Odin out of the corner of his eye. The Norse god was holding up his seemingly mundane stick to block the path of Indra. I hope you have a good explanation for this. His tone was even, though the underlying threat indicative of how he felt. Did you forget where you are? Odin snorted. But if you want a fight, I don't mind going a few rounds. As soon as she said that, the ordinary walking stick flashed briefly, revealing its true form briefly. It was merely a flicker, but the existence of the divine weapon was enough to show how serious he was. Even Indra hesitated for a moment. A glance towards the others he arrived with showed that they weren't exactly in the best position themselves. I didn't recognize everyone present, Hindu mythology was not my forte. But there was a distinct difference in attire between the Hindu gods he brought along and the Norse gods who were standing right next to them, basically daring them to move. Indra frowned and redirected his attention to Odin. Odin didn't look perturbed, and his own power descended upon Indra in response. The whole building began to shake even more, and it honestly looked like a fight was about to break out. "Now boys, do you really have to do that here?" An enchanting voice carried over the room, immediately dispersing the accumulated power that was colliding between the two gods. And it was not because she asked them to stop nicely. Both Indra and Odin looked at who spoke. A woman wearing a traditional Chinese hanfu, light green robes that looked elegant and hid most of her curves. She had long, black hair with a hint of matching green within her bangs, and a few marks beneath her eyes almost like tattoos but much more natural. Her eyes, as well, were not normal but almost serpentine, which made sense considering that there was a snake-like tail dancing behind her. Flanked on either side were two women wearing clothes also traditional to the mythological portion of China. Swords hung at their waists and veils covered their faces. They both emitted an icy aura, ready to fight if it came down to it. They were by no means weak. Granted, they paled in comparison to the woman they looked to be protecting by their movements, but that wasn't much of an insult considering the woman herself had an aura that wasn't inferior to either Odin or Indra. Indra snorted, withdrawing his power. Odin also relaxed, lowering his stick. The All-Father harumphed, turning away from the Hindu god. The two groups seemingly took that as cue to separate. The silence that permeated the room was deafening. It seems like everyone was holding their breaths at the breakout of a fight, only for it to be suddenly dashed twice over. It made it all the more interesting, because the mystery woman turned her gaze to me and casually strode over. She didn't initially speak, but she gave me a scrutinizing gaze. The context clues were enough, I knew who this goddess was. I clasped my hands and performed the proper greeting from her homeland. "Greetings, Mother Nuwa." The corners of her lips curled and her eyes nearly sparkled in amusement. "You were able to guess my identity. It would be strange if I couldn't based on everything. Goddess Nuwa, the mythological stories differ from place to place, but they all seem to agree on one fact. Nuwa was the Chinese goddess who created humanity. Frankly, I can't think of a single story that paints her in a bad light. If there was ever an ideal goddess to worship, perhaps it would be her. What made it doubly funny is that she's actually a demon. A demon in the Chinese sense, not like the Christianity version. The difference being that a demon there wasn't immediately labeled evil but merely a different form of existence. Granted, most stories paint Eastern demons in a bad light for good reason, but that only shows her own character. Both a demon and a goddess, and a mother of humanity. Not to mention, she was one of the strongest beings on the planet and had no hostility towards me. Regardless of anything else, I felt she deserved respect. She took a fan out of her sleeve and unfurled it, holding it up in front of her face, but her eyes were still visible, flashing in amusement. "I've heard of you too. Only good things, I hope." I put on my most charming smile. When one hears only good things about a person, they tend to be propagated lies. She responded. "Oh? And what if they truly live up to their supposed reputation?" I asked. "When such a thing occurs, I will have to re-evaluate my thoughts on the matter." "Then what are your new thoughts?" I grinned. She giggled, snapping her fan shut. "Fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, this is not one of those situations. I immediately deny any bad rumors you've heard about me," I said with a completely serious face. "But what are they, for the record?" "The usual." She waved her hand flippantly, almost like she was sighing. "An upstart mortal that treads upon the heavens. A devil that doesn't know its place. An abomination that should be put down." Her words were a tad sharp on that last bit, and her eyes turned heavy, as if she was looking for my reaction. "Neat," I replied rather dismissively. She merely looked humored by my response. There wasn't an ounce of hostility coming from her, it was clear she was just trying to take my measure and had no ill will against me. "Many are keeping their eyes on you. Be wary of any invitations you receive. I will keep your words to heart." I politely lowered my head in thanks. She smiled rather warmly. Like a mother looking at their child. "And who is this young woman?" she asked as Jean clung to my side. "Hello, Goddess Nuwa." Jean politely introduced herself. "I'm Jean Dark." Nuwa's eyes narrowed at her, looking rather contemplative. "Do you want to follow me back to my immortal palace?" I can guarantee that you will reach the same level as these two in a few centuries. She gestured to the two women on either side of her. You have such a pure heart, your cultivation would soar with some guidance. See cultivation. Jean blinked. Thank you for your offer, but I don't think that's something for me. Jean managed to force out, looking a bit awkward. Trying to steal one of Yahweh's chosen, Nuwa. Sun Wukong casually strode up. You should know better than that. He chuckled. Don't feign ignorance either, it's pretty obvious which marks are his or are not. Tisk. Nuwa slapped the fan into the palm of her hand. Monkey King. Goddess. Sun Wukong greeted back. It was curt, but there wasn't really any true hostility. I'm surprised you showed up. I thought the Emperor would send one of his generals at a minimum, if not coming himself. Sun Wukong stated. I volunteered. She said simply. Sun Wukong nodded and turned to me. Couldn't help yourself, could you? He started it. I crossed my arms. The Monkey King just laughed. I can't blame you, I was the same way back when I was younger. That's an understatement. Nuwa snorted, turning away. I'll see you inside, Monkey King. And child. She cast one last look my way. Take care not to bite off more than you can chew. It's human nature to seek immortality, but immortals don't like it when mortals act outside of their control. We watched her walk off and head towards the entrance to another room followed by her two guards. Sun Wukong patted my shoulder. I would love to talk about a few things, but Indra won't like it if he sees us being chummy for too long. Always a pleasure. I smiled. The old monkey grinned and he glanced at Jean. Be careful. I nodded, knowing what he was implying. He didn't know about my matters, but at the same time, it was obvious from his perspective who Jean was. He also went towards that separate room. Drink? I asked towards Jean. She nodded absent-mindedly. I managed to flag down one of the waiters going around with a tray of drinks on it. I was surprised how quickly everyone recovered from the little incident, but then again, these weren't regular people. I grabbed 2 glasses of champagne and handed one to Jean. Taking a sip, it wasn't bad. Not the best thing I've ever had, but certainly above average. And I watched Jean curiously as she took a sip. What? She looked at me after tasting it. I didn't know if you ever drank or not. I've had alcohol before. She puffed up cutely. Really? Of course. Am I allowed to find that strange? What's strange about it? It was common for people to drink in my time. I guess I just pictured my Jean as being so pure and naive that she's never even tasted alcohol before. I shrugged. Don't make it sound like I'm a child. She pouted. I've had drinks before. She huffed, taking another sip. It's not bad. What's your favorite? Favorite? She repeated, looking deep in thought. I actually don't know. I never really cared, I didn't mind anything offered to me, but I never really made an effort to intentionally try different wines. We'll have to experiment in the future. I wonder if I can get the same test drunk? That might be fun to do. But enough of that for now, let's go mingle. What do you have in mind? She tilted her head. It was clear that people were still arriving, and the ones in particular that Jean wanted to meet weren't quite here yet. So. Wanna go meet the All-Father? Jean lit up and smiled. He seemed nice. Honestly, he was pretty cool. I held my arm out again and she happily accepted it. Odin turned around as we approached. And it was rather easy since, while everyone else seemed to recover from multiple gods flexing their power, they were still wary and keeping their distance. All-Father. I greeted politely. It was both public and a more formal event, thus, I was keeping to standard greetings even if we were more familiar with each other. Brat. He grunted, ignoring all of the formalities. And who's this? His eyes lit up. Nice wide hips, long legs, good full chest too. Not bad, a solid 9.5 out of 10. What? Jean squeaked out. Father. A man adorned in armor slumped his shoulders and sighed, but I ignored him for now. Excuse me. I raised an eyebrow. What, do you have something to say? Odin narrowed his eyes. Jean is my companion, I will have to defend her honor. I met his gaze. She's easily a 10/10, I demand you correct yourself. Ni. Jean's face flushed quickly. Why is that what you focus on? I stand by what I said. Odin crossed his arms. I will fight you on this. I said with complete seriousness. Who, you want a piece of me, brat? Odin held his arms out. Well, I don't make it a habit of beating up the elderly, but I suppose I can make an exception this time. I was ready to throw hands, but a soft little hand suddenly pulled on my cheek. Ow, ow. Stop picking fights. Jean chastised me. Father, please stop causing trouble. The armored man put a rather tight grip on Odin's shoulder. Bah. He slapped the hand away, but settled down. Hey brat, wanna trade with me? If I have a wet blanket, I'd rather it be with boobs. Get your own. I grabbed Jean protectively, ignoring the squeak she made. Humph. Odin huffed. Anyways, introduction. Brat, this is my son, Vidar. He gestured towards the one who was able to calm Odin down. I have heard many tales about you. He held his hand out. I took it, and immediately his divinity pulsed out. I allowed mine to meet it as we had a small little battle for a brief moment. The god clicked his tongue and retracted his hand. Father, I will be leaving to join the others. Please do not dwell here for long. Yet. Odin waved it off. Take Tyr with you as well. He poked the other god who was silently standing at the side with his stick. Odin's son nodded, and waved his hand. The two Norse gods followed where Nuwa and Sun Wukong disappeared too. Did I do something to piss him off? I looked at Odin. Nah, that means he likes you. Odin shook his head. Sorry if I don't believe you. I said dryly. He's just pissed that you aren't one of ours. Odin chuckled. Believe me, you'd be able to pick up the fake smile and insincere small talk if he really didn't like you. Hey. I just mentally shrugged. That's who you left the throne to then? I'm surprised, it's not like I didn't know who Vidar was, but his name isn't as renowned as your other sons. Odin grumbled. He's the best for the spot. Despite some of the idiots around, he has a head for sitting on the throne. He knows how to balance action and passiveness, which I can't say the same about Thor. Let me guess, Thor is the epitome of every problem is a nail and he has a literal hammer for the job. Odin let out a long sigh. I hate that you guessed right. I felt myself sympathizing with him. Good head, good heart, but my boy takes the simplest solutions to every problem. Odin said, shaking his head. It's not that he can't be smart, but he chooses to take the blunt and direct method to every problem. What about Baldur? I asked. Almost as soon as I did, I sort of regretted it because Odin's expression changed. Ah! He let out a long breath. Baldur would have taken the throne, but after he lost his wife, he doesn't have the will for such things anymore. He quickly shifted back. But enough about that, let's talk about this lovely woman you brought along with you. Me? Jean's eyes widened. You realize what's going to happen, right? Odin looked back up to me. It's not hard to do the math here, brat. I shrugged. Jean wanted to meet some angels, I was hardly going to interfere with that. Wait, am I causing you problems? Jean looked up at me in concern. Nope. Wilhelm. Jean's tone became more strict. Don't lie to me. Am I going to cause you problems? Jean, I brought you here knowing full well what might happen. You're not going to cause me any problems, because I don't think it's a problem. I reassured her. Was it going to open me up for some potentially uncomfortable questions? Sure. Was it also going to make Jean happy? Almost certainly, which was much higher up on my priorities list right now. Will. Now, kiss. Odin said, observing from the side. Nay. Jean squeaked, turning a bright shade of red again. And you ruined the mood. Odin just cackled. Sorry brat, sometimes I can't read the atmosphere, me being elderly and all. Touché. I acknowledged. You know, I'm honestly impressed with how quickly you threw this all together. How many days had it been since we talked about it? I can't take all the credit. I'm good at networking, don't get me wrong, but everyone was pretty much waiting for an opportunity like this. Odin replied. Really? Most factions don't like interacting. They aren't stupid either. Odin grunted. Especially with the crap we pulled on Indra, which is why he's here too, if you were wondering. Indra got attacked in his home, that made some people scared. I'm assuming that more people are coming. A few. He nodded. You met Nuwa already. Besides them and the ones from the peace conference, there might be a few others. Honestly was surprised to meet her. I replied absent-mindedly. She doesn't pop up often. Kind of surprised she's here too, if I'm being honest. Didn't expect any representation from the celestial bureaucracy. No, not that. If Indra showed up, it was a given that they would pop up too. They have a sort of rivalry with each other. The Buddhists act as a neutral party between them so they never escalate too much. But since their pantheons are so intertwined, it often causes problems. Right, with all the myths between them, it's a right mess, isn't it? Nuwa herself doesn't usually appear. Odin spoke again, clarifying. It makes sense though. If the Jade Emperor, or one of his generals came, they'd be butting heads with the old monkey or Indra the entire time. Made sense, but I didn't really have a comment. I thought this was supposed to be about the younger generation. Seems like a lot of gods popping up for that. It is, and it isn't. The brats are around here too. Got some from our side of the fence too, don't know where they went, but you should see them pop up at some point tonight. But the grown-ups are having our own talks while the kids get to know each other. So, throwing the kids into the kiddie pool to have their own slap fights while the adults have the adult pool to fight. Sounds about right. He didn't deny it. Which pool you gonna join, brat? Oh, I get a choice. I snorted. You're in a weird spot. Everyone knows that you're strong enough to sit at the adult table. But you're also what, 20-something? Fair. I didn't disagree with his assessment. Considering that I'm not actually going to participate, and I'm just here to decline further invitations, I may as well stick around here and let you handle everything up top. Figured it would be something like that. A shame, it'd be fun to watch Indra seethe the entire time. Odin didn't seem to care either way. Then watch over the kids, make sure they don't get into too much trouble. Don't really bother if people start fighting, heck, it's expected, but just make sure it doesn't go too far. Will do. I nodded. Guess I was on babysitting duty. Alright, I'll let you get back to your date. It's not a date. Jean squeaked. Odin ignored her, just laughing as he walked away. I looked around, and things basically returned to normal. There was a bit of soft music playing, with people chatting and networking, hell there were even some people dancing which made me perk up. I held my arm out to Jean. Would you like to dance? She smiled, about to take my hand, but her eyes widened and she went stiff, nearly trembling. I followed her gaze, and realized what was making her act this way. Bright white wings that seemed to illuminate the building as they entered. 2 archangels stood at the entrance with various other people accompanying them, but that seemed irrelevant at the moment. Because just as Jean was looking at them, the 2 stared back, their gazes locked firmly onto Jean. I guess we didn't have to worry about her finally meeting the angels, because they were coming right for her. Chapter 466, Chapter 424 Part 1. Azazel POV. Where's Michael? I frowned, tapping my foot very impatiently. He said he'll be here, and he's not known for lying. Sertsk responded. And it's not like we set a particularly specific time. True. And why are you in a rush? You're the one who wanted all of us to show up together. A united front, you said. You said you liked my idea. I'm not saying I am against it. Not all of us were freaks of nature. Gods are actually scary to 2/3 of the Abrahamic faction. Well, he knew why I wanted us all together when we headed over. Even if things were still super tense, it made it look like we were united. Heaven needed that. The Grigori needed that. And as much as they wouldn't admit it, even the devils needed the breathing room. Despite the freak standing next to me, him and Ajoka weren't enough to dissuade the other factions if they honestly decided to accept the casualties to destroy the devils. Sure, they had 2 beatsticks that could match the top end of any faction reasonably well, but they were lacking a large number of heavy hitters above high class. On the opposite side, Heaven had a lot of angels at the peak of high class and above, but they lacked a true powerhouse now that Father was gone. Not only that, they couldn't replenish their numbers just yet. I wasn't part of the whole Angel Evil Pieces project they were working on, but from what I understand, it's slow going. Lastly, we were sort of in the middle. Shit, I was the strongest in the Grigori, and we didn't have nearly the number of decently powerful members like Heaven. But we had our own strengths that would let us stand toe-to-toe with them if things got nasty. By the way, who did you bring with you? I haven't seen anyone else. Lucifer asked. I just brought Volley. I shrugged. We're still dealing with a lot of shit after what Kokabeel did, so I didn't want to bother my subordinates for something like this. And it's not like they could do much here. And as for Odin's suggestion about this whole thing, Volley was pretty much the only choice. Well, that or slash dog team, but they're dealing with their own shit at the moment and this wasn't a huge priority. Another huge flaw of the Grigori, we don't have many kids to replace the old when they're gone. It's unfortunate, but that's just how it was. Most of our numbers came from other angels that fell and random people we recruited over the years. We didn't exactly have the best reputation, so most kids didn't want to get involved with us, and finding a kid with talent without someone behind him was frickin' impossible these days. Most of the kids we find with sacred gears don't want anything to do with fighting, which was fine. I'm not going to complain about being able to research sacred gears, but we're floundering at that point and it showed. Which is why I wasn't really against Michael doing the whole angel conversion thing. Well, I guess I am against it just on principle cause it seemed to not be what Dad envisioned. Which was funny considering that I basically jumped off the highest cloud while flipping Dad the bird, but some things just don't go away even with time. But on the bright side, this meant more potential recruits for us in the long run. I don't think Michael realized how many new angels were going to fall. Humans don't have the same mindset as angels, it's going to take a bit for them to work out the kinks and I know for sure he's going to go straight for the big shots to boost their power. I'm just glad I'm not the one who has to deal with that mess. But even if I'm no longer in the best graces of my brothers and sisters, I couldn't help but feel a little bad about what's to come. What about you guys? We didn't really have a chance to coordinate too well. Odin basically hopped over and dropped this whole thing in our laps and we jumped on the opportunity. I asked, continue our small chit-chat. Kind of weird that the devils were hosting, considering they're not exactly on everyone's Christmas list here, but the logic was hard to argue with. The Grigori didn't really have anywhere to call our headquarters except, well, down here with them but much less, everything in comparison. Heaven was Dad's turf, which was the same reason they didn't want to gather anywhere else. No one could agree on which faction to hold it, or rather, which place would have the least home field advantage. Seemed an easy agreement on their end to just let the devils host it since they looked down on them enough and hell wasn't technically any divine being's turf. Well, I'm not complaining. Saved us the hassle of dealing with the pretentious godly domains and dancing around their weird rules. We just let everyone go. Lucy shrugged nonchalantly. How arrogant. He just smirked. Benefits of dealing with all the big heads butting. But it's good for them. I'm glad they haven't had to fight in any wars, but the world isn't always safe. It's nice for them to have something to work towards. Right, and you're not directing that comment towards your sister, right? I don't know what you're talking about. He hummed. Please, I bet you're letting all of them be there just so your sister has a reason to show up. Hey, Rias could easily match those geniuses of other factions. Dude, no offense, but your sister isn't anywhere close to being strong enough. I shook my head. Not saying this to be mean, but I think we've been friendly enough. I wouldn't suggest forcing it. Rias has a lot of talent. He frowned. Talent isn't the same as strength. I pointed out. She didn't stand a chance against Kokabeel. I reminded me as well. You know I originally sent Vala to deal with him in my stead, right? Like, I trusted him to, if not at least defeat Kokabeel, to be able to force him to retreat. It's not like there aren't any devils up there, I knew of a few off the top of my head, but damn his little sister definitely wasn't one of them. Nothing good was going to come about trying to push his sister into any team that gets created. Right, Red didn't like that. He didn't have anything to argue with me with, but he obviously was annoyed I pointed out the obvious. Just let things take their course. I finally said. It's already good that your brats can see some of the stronger kids their age. Where is Volley? I let him wander off. Just told him to be there soon. Not like he'll get into much trouble. Besides, I told him that his rival was invited. Fat chance he'll show up, but Vala didn't know that, so he won't go off and get into trouble. Anyways, how about? I quickly dodged out of the way as a phone soared through the air, narrowly missing me and smacking Red in the face. Sierra fall. Red groaned, covering his nose where it just hit him. Was that really necessary? Fuck you, Sertsks. She huffed. Ouch, who pissed in your Cheerios? I winced. His bastard son. Sirafal stomped. Well fuck. I thought he wasn't going to show up. I questioned. I mean, that's good news. If Red's kid joined up, it helped things significantly. How old was he? And he was already strong enough to sit at the adults' table. Shit, he treated Vala with kids' gloves and there was nothing he could do in response. I just didn't think he'd go for it. I think we all expected a blunt reply from the Bustifox that they weren't going to involve themselves. Well, look at that, so did we. She threw her hands up. Sheesh, why are you so upset about it? Shouldn't it be a good thing? I'd be ecstatic if he didn't nearly start a fight with Indra in the middle of the ballroom. Oof, yeah, that'll do it. And he had the nerve to insult my Sana. That bastard, I'll scratch his eyes out. Okay, part of me thinks she's more pissed about that. Well, you're not running there in a panic, so all good. I asked. It was dealt with. She grumbled. But we should probably get going, otherwise who knows what's going to happen. I don't trust Baldy, an idiot, to hold down the fort for too long. Yet, Falbium and Agilka weren't the best at keeping things peaceful with a bunch of gods. Wait, Sana's there too. I blinked, realizing what she said a moment ago. Of course, my Sanatan is participating. Sana squeed. Father damn it. I had to resist the urge to sigh. I knew that they were just shoving all the kiddies over there, but geez, don't make it so obvious with the nepotism. Well, at least if this thing takes off, it's not going to be hijacked by the devils just to show off or anything like that. All those gods won't let it happen. They can spout nonsense about their kids being high class all they want, but everyone knew they just grant those titles to any one of their noble families that come of age. Everyone else in the world actually used those as a measuring stick of strength. At the end of the day, their siblings are pretty solid in the mid-class. I'm obviously not going to say that out loud though, I preferred living. Wait, did they also bring their peerages? I suddenly had the realization. Of course. Red instantly replied. I think he missed the whole point of this. Maybe we shouldn't have jumped the gun so quickly. It's just, everyone was feeling anxious and wanted to get the ball rolling on how to deal with the Cows Brigade. I thought about having one of my people infiltrate them. Maybe even have Vala betray me or something stupid like that, but I squashed that thought in the end. I didn't like the thought of any of my close confidants in such a dangerous spot. Not to mention, it would be pretty suspicious at this point and they'd probably be kept at arm's length by whoever ran the Cows Brigade. What's the attendance looking like so far, Sirafal? I tapped my foot, still patiently waiting for Michael to get his holy rear down here. She picked up her phone off the ground from where she threw it. Not bad. Indra came, that's a surprise. Or maybe it's not. Well, he did get attacked as well. I mused. Nice to see him get a black eye for once, you know, other than Red's bastard doing it literally. Damn straight. Sirafal cheered. We did a high five while Red just scowled at the mention of his bastard son. Nobody liked Indra. Even if Red got into a mood as soon as his bastard was mentioned, it was obvious he was on the screw Indra train as well. Shit, I think there was even a look of pride when I mentioned it briefly. But yet, it wasn't a secret that Indra got attacked in his home from the Cows Brigade. Word on the street was that he was the reason their existence was revealed, albeit not directly by the big guy, but that didn't matter to them any. Combined with how pissed some people are at Indra for his little stunt with his whole invasion of Japan, yet, he had to play nice. Who else? We got a rep from the Heavenly Court. Sirafal held up a finger. Got the monkey too, which should keep Indra placated mostly. Odin's here too, obviously. He actually stepped up once Indra started acting up. She held 3 fingers up, adding a 4th. Lug should be coming with some people, and there's a good chance we might get a rep from Olympus. Olympus? I raised an eyebrow. Zeus seriously went for something like this. Hey, don't look at me. Odin was the one who swung this with most groups, I'm taking a back seat here. Sirafal shrugged. I'm just as surprised, honestly. Everyone knows how paranoid and reclusive Zeus is. He gets all pissy if his faction interacts with other pantheons. Think it has something to do with Hades? I thought out loud. The Greek god of the underworld did appear recently to the benefit of Red's bastard. Who knows what he thinks? Seraphal sighed. I just hope we can deal with this without it exploding in our faces. Yet, it might not be a smart idea to gather all those strong egos into one room. I acknowledged. But, we may not have much of a choice. If we just wait and bury our heads into the sand, who's to say we wouldn't be picked off one by one? The Cows Brigade, according to the list we received, has quite a few gods within their ranks, more than we're honestly capable of dealing with. Oh, finally! Seraphal threw her hands up because a teleportation circle activated next to us, one obviously tinted with holy power. Pretty easy to guess who it belonged to. They appeared in a flash of light, making Seraphal and Redwin see. Not that they were affected all that much, but it's hard to avoid that sort of intrinsic reaction to holy power. Michael appeared with Gabriel at his side. I may have questioned his choice of bringing Gabriel here among all these aggressive personalities, but Father Murder was also standing protectively at her side. The massive priest would deter most anyone from attempting anything. As much as I would love Gabriel to fall, I also kinda didn't want to see it. Despite everything, she was my sister and I know it would seriously mess with her to lose her white wings. I normally would spend quite a bit of time admiring Gabriel, I was this time focused on who she brought with her. I only recognized one of them. Michael, Gabriel. I greeted. My brother smiled politely. Azazel, how are you doing? Hanging in there, it's been chaotic recently. I said honestly. Yes, we've been experiencing something similar. He nodded in understanding. Lucifer, Leviathan. Thank you for hosting us. He also was pointedly polite as he greeted his supposed greatest enemies. No problem. Seraphal cheerfully ignored the tension. So, which kids did you bring? I too was curious to see which talents they scraped up from the church. Hello, I'm Dolio Gesualdo. A rather gentle-looking young man casually introduced himself. Yes, you are. The wielder of Zenith Tempest. I should have guessed you'd bring the strongest exorcist with you here today. I nodded. The second strongest Longinus right behind Dad's spear. One I'd never been able to get my hands on to research. I wanted it. Not only that, he's considered the strongest exorcist too. Granted, everyone's probably ignoring Father Rippling Muscles here, but that kind of title still holds weight. He might be stronger than Vala. Father knew that Vala has talked about wanting to fight him since forever. And now they're going to be in the same room. I'm sort of regretting bringing Vala now. This is Marana Shatrova. Gabriel introduced the shy girl, basically clinging to her side. Almost as voluptuous as Gabriel with similarly blonde hair, but honestly, the sheer amount of holy power she was radiating kind of took my attention the most. Easy to see why she's here. Shit, I think she has more holy power than most of my subordinates. And this is Zenobia Quarta. Michael gestured to the blue-haired girl. She's the current wielder of Durandal. Finally passed on the torch, big guy. I raised an eyebrow towards Father Violence. He just smiled good-naturedly. But someone able to wield Durandal naturally wasn't someone to ignore. That sword was extremely powerful, on the same level as Caliban and Excalibur. She didn't say anything. Besides the hint of pride at Michael's words, there was sort of a permanent scowl on her face. Something told me she didn't like being here. And I vaguely recall a scary nun with the same last name. Well, if that's everything, we should get going. A bunch of others have already set up and are getting antsy. Seraphal clapped her hands. Yeah, better get in and out as soon as possible. This was a pretty volatile situation all around. I can teleport us. Red offered. Thank you, that would be appreciated. Michael smiled with a nod. Red held his hand up and the teleportation circle appeared below us. Within a breath, we appeared at the entrance to the venue. Let's go, Seraphal happily cheered, only to stop once she realized we were rooted in place. I think she said something, but I was utterly distracted, the same as Michael and Gabriel. I'm pretty sure we all had the same confused look on our faces. Michael, do you feel that too? I whispered. He nodded absent-mindedly. It feels like, Father. Gabriel whispered. What's wrong? Seraphal asked in concern. Why, is Father's presence shining so brightly inside, Seraphal? I hesitantly asked, a bit concerned about what we may find inside. I don't know what you're talking about. She tilted her head. Would you please explain to me what's going on? Red asked. If I didn't know any better, I would almost mistake it for one of the archangels sitting inside, but it feels more like father's blessing than an angel. Which is strange, considering, you know. I didn't say the last bit out loud. I didn't know if the kids around us were in the know about Dad being dead, and I didn't want Michael being mad at me. But father damn, why did it feel like he slapped his blessing on someone so blatantly that we could feel it this far away? Something that should be impossible. Sure, Michael could use the system to sort of bless people and all that, but that was basically smacking them with concentrated holy power, not father's presence. And it's obvious my siblings felt the same way I did. There's no way they would be oblivious to such a significant holy presence. Before we could even discuss it, Gabriel basically shot forward, going for the door. Sister Michael tried to stop her but realized the futility in it. Instead, we all hurriedly followed behind her. The insides were exactly what I would expect, extravagance thrown around without a care. Tons of devils up and about, because why not? But the presence seemed to drown out all else. And it wasn't hard to lock onto the source. Gabriel and Michael seemingly didn't care that they made a scene. Frankly, I wasn't caring much myself at the moment. But all our eyes landed on the source. I almost wanted to groan once I saw Red's bastard, but it wasn't him this time. Or rather, not him in particular. There was a woman by his side, a blue dress, long blonde hair done up in a braid, and gentle blue eyes. Yet, she just radiated a holy presence. It was like staring at a living saint. Someone blessed by Father directly. Just looking at her was enough to tell how much of a pure soul she was. You don't have that kind of presence and have hidden depths. What you saw was exactly what you got, in a good way. Gentle, protective, welcoming. It's been a very long time since I felt that, not from one of my siblings. Maybe since it was coming from a human that it was magnified? Gabriel and Michael wasted no time, they were already marching right towards her without a single care in the world. I clicked my tongue, following along. Well, hello to you too. Red's bastard curtly spoke as they came over with the grace of a stampeding rhino. The girl in question looked nervous and she was basically clinging to Red Jr. I almost wanted to laugh at the idea of someone so holy being with literally Satan's kid, but honestly, I was much too preoccupied with her entire existence. Being this close to her, it became even more obvious. She was directly touched by Father. I had so many questions right now, but I found myself having trouble even speaking due to the confusion. Frankly, even Gabriel and Michael looked similar to me, we sort of just stared at the young girl not knowing what to make of her. Who was she? Why wasn't she with heaven or the church? Why was this the first time we've met her? She should have been found immediately. Someone somewhere fucked up hard. This awkward moment was enough for the others to catch up. Sirafal came running up in a huff. However, instead of the young woman, she focused on Lucifer Jr. Red Sr. was smartly keeping his distance. You. Sirafal, despite the awkward atmosphere, once more decided to ignore it. I have a bone to pick with you. She said, pointing right at Lucifer Jr. That's nice. Lucifer Jr. seemingly ignored her indignation, making her get even more huffy. Well, Al teased you're here. She harumphed. Everyone thought you were going to reject it. Oh, I am. He said bluntly. What? She blinked. I'm not joining, whatever it is you all decide on. Then why are you here? It's called manners. Lucifer Jr. snorted. I am here to politely decline your invitation. Right, because you're the most courteous person ever. If you have any complaints about my conduct, you're free to go find my parents and scold them for how I was raised. He casually took a sip of his drink. Oof. It's actually kind of funny when I'm not on the receiving end. Sirafal was twitching a little. But there was actually one more reason I was here. My daughter's birthday is coming up, she's apparently a fan of magical girl Levitan. He sounded defeated when he said that. Suddenly, Sirafal had the smuggest look on her face. Well, look who's coming to me with a request. Maybe I might be too busy to do anything, Maybe if someone were to stick around and help with some things, I might have some time. Well, I guess I'll tell my daughter that her idol didn't have time for her. Seraphal's lips thinned and she frowned. You're not going to trick me. Everyone knows I love my fans anyways. You're just going to be lying to your daughter. Well, I think little white lies are part of parenting. Humans telling their children about Santa, things like that. For example, I let my daughter have fun watching some woman play around as a magical girl and lie by omission by not explaining to her what a midlife crisis is. He countered. Ouch. Don't think you are going to come back from that one, Sirafal. Why you? She turned red. I quickly put a hand on her shoulder to calm her down. Despite this little exchange, Michael or Gabriel didn't even react. No, they were instead staring at the girl by his side who was also sort of hiding behind JR. Oh, Father Swole. Lucifer JR perked up seeing the violence of heaven walk over as if he wasn't a hulking monster of muscle with a smile on his face. Hello, young man. He was genuinely warm in his greeting. I think your angels are broken. He pointed at the two of them staring blankly at the woman. Vasco Strata looked at the two archangels, then at who they were staring at. Hello miss. Hello. She replied back, a little awkwardly. I'm Father Vasco Strata, may I have the pleasure of your name? I'm, Jean d'Arc. Ah. I wondered if there's a word for it, when your confusion is resolved, but that in of itself makes you further confused with more questions? Credit where it was due, Father Strata barely missed a beat. I thought you looked familiar. I had the pleasure of meeting the spirit inheritor of the Saintess previously. I wonder, are you perhaps related to her? Hey, that would make sense. Was the spirit of the Saintess inherited by sisters or something as opposed to a singular person? Wait, that still doesn't make sense, a spirit inheritor doesn't inherit this. Maybe if Adam's soul popped up, it might still have Father's touch, but even that was a big maybe. This was like, it felt like Father was literally watching over her right now. Well, not really. The now named Jean d'Arc looked a bit confused and uncertain. What, so you just named yourself after the Saintess? The blue-haired exorcist scoffed from behind Father Strata. Just what I'd expect from someone hanging around devils. Trampling all over the names of our saints. Vasco Strata shot her a look and she shrunk back slightly. Not a hostile one, mind you. But a chiding look that any kid could understand coming from a figure of authority. Wow, the church throwing stones from their glass house, what a surprise. Lucifer Jr. rolled his eyes. Remind me again how the story of the Saintess of Orleans went? Which organization was it that killed her? Humph, she was canonized after her death, so it doesn't matter. Zenobia Quarta crossed her arms. Just burn all the fake saints, saves us exorcists the trouble of hunting them down ourselves. Almost as soon as she said that, some sort of pressure descended down on all of us. I nearly stumbled because I wasn't prepared for it, but it wasn't focused on me, that much I knew. No, it was directed at the girl who ran her mouth when she obviously should have read the room. The source of it, obviously it was coming from JR over there. The blue-haired exorcist buckled under the pressure, falling to her knees. Including the gods not far away, and everyone present. Do you think there is anyone capable of stopping me from killing you at this moment? Lucifer Jr. said rather ominously. I thought Father Strata was going to step in, but actually, it was the other priest exorcist that came along. The owner of Zenith Tempest put his hand on Zenovia's shoulder, and a visible wind swept up around them. The pressure that enveloped her seemed to diminish a bit with his help. Will. The woman tugged on JR's shirt. Don't fight. JR seemed to grumble and dismiss whatever it was he was going. Fine. Zenobia, we're going to have a long talk about your actions after. Gabriel seemed to break from her stupor as she wagged her finger at the young exorcist. Honestly, it came off more cute than stern. Zenovia's legs trembled as she stood back up, a flush of anger appeared on her face, but she backed down at Gabriel's scolding. If sister didn't say anything, I'd be surprised if she didn't leap back at him regardless of the fact that he downed her with just a look. I wouldn't be surprised if Durandal had a new owner in a few years. Right, anyway. I clapped my hands. Introductions for the beautiful young woman. I smiled putting on the OL Azazel charm. You've probably heard of me, the great scapegoat of heaven, second to fall, leader of the Grigori, Azazel. I introduced myself splendidly. Hello. She awkwardly said in return. Not what I was hoping for. But I can work with this. But that's not very important. What is important is that I have an offer for you. You're barking up the wrong tree, she doesn't have a driver's license. What's a driver's license? Jean looked at me. Legal document saying that you are verified to know how to drive a car. He explained. Why do I need that? She tilted her head. For some reason, I feel like he's about to try and sell us some used cars. Ouch. Pfft. Sirafal barely held back a laugh. I'm not that bad. Am I? It's nice to meet you, I'm Archangel Michael. And I'm Archangel Gabriel. My siblings just ignored me and introduced themselves. Eee. The woman practically vibrated in place. Definitely a believer then, that's a pretty normal reaction when meeting the bigwigs for the first time. I admit, I kind of miss seeing that from their side. I am Jeanne d'Arc. She quickly said again, looking rather flustered as she did. Both of them took it in stride, this wasn't their first rodeo. If you don't mind, we had a question for you. Anything? Michael and Gabriel shared a look. Why, do you have father's blessing? He finally asked. No pussyfooting around, just straight to the heart of the matter. Blessing. Jeanne tilted her head. That's right, we noticed it as soon as we got close. Michael smiled again. Being the spirit inheritor of the Saintess of Orleans shouldn't have such a prevalent blessing, which is why we're a bit surprised. Was he thinking she's some type of inheritor? I mean, it's the most obvious answer, but she didn't even know what that was, but that also wasn't an immediate denial either. And a new spirit inheritor shouldn't have come about so soon. Actually, the last tone, Gabriel glanced at Lucifer Jr. Ah. The young lady looked a little bashful. I think there is a misunderstanding. I'm not this spirit inheritor nor someone who was named after her. What? I am Jeanne d'Arc. At. Wilhelm POV. Welp, there it was. This was already going back and forth too much that I was about to step in, but she finally said it. Just silence now filled our little area. I admit, it was a little bit funny watching those two archangels stumble over themselves. Also interesting to know that Jeanne was apparently blessed by Big G, obvious in hindsight, but when pointed out, it made sense why they're getting worked up. Considering that there shouldn't be any of his blessings still around, considering he's, well, dead. Wait. The fallen angel threw his hands up. You're saying, and please correct me if I'm misunderstanding, that you're literally Jeanne d'Arc, the Saintess, the woman who fought in the 100-year war for France? Ahoy! Jeanne nodded. That's impossible. Azazel immediately rejected her assertion. Jeanne held her hands out and summoned her banner. Azazel stared at it for a long moment. I retract my previous statement. Was it because of the pure holy feeling that her banner gave off that he immediately believed her, or was the banner itself recognizable to him? I'm not quite sure any of them were expecting this answer because there was no formulated response to her statement. Jeanne just happily stood there waiting for someone to say something. Ah! The Archangel Gabriel finally let out a noise, pointing at Jeanne. Jeanne blinked, pointing at herself. Ah! The angel threw herself at the Saintess. Nay. Jeanne, not knowing what to do, could only accept that the angel seemed to subsume her into her impressive cleavage. The Archangel then began to weep as she held Jeanne tight. I looked around. Michael coughed awkwardly. Just, please let her have this. Gabriel always regretted what happened to her and carried it in her heart all this time. I don't know what's happening, but... Say no more. I relented. Jeanne wanted to come to specifically meet angels anyways. I watched for a moment as Jeanne's face was pushed between those large mounds. She could thank me later. Michael. Yes, Azazel. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Jeanne d'Arc willingly let herself enter into the system after spending some time in heaven so her spirit would pop up every now and then, right? That is correct, yes. The Archangel nodded. All right, then I have a question. Please. He gestured for him to continue. The fuck? He pointed at Jeanne. Azazel, please mind your language. I'm with the used car salesman on this one. The woman dressing up like a magical girl added in. I would normally have something witty to retort with, but right now, I'm seriously stuck on the issue at hand. The fallen stared at his sibling. You're asking a question I have no answer to. Michael responded, glancing at me. I cleared my throat. Something, will of God. Do you seriously think that's going to work? Azazel deadpanned. Something, mysterious ways. Cute. He said dryly. But you know the church is going to be on your ass, right? A living saint with father's blessing? You bet your ass they're going to do everything they can to get a hold of her. Especially because she's apparently hanging around with the devil. I knew he didn't mean that in an insulting way, but more of a statement of fact. Aren't you all no longer at war or whatever? I questioned. Not fighting doesn't mean we're close. He corrected. True. I couldn't deny that. There's also the pertinent question of how this is at all possible. Azazel eyed me. Anything is possible through God. I said sagely. Right, Father Swole. That is something we preach. He couldn't disagree with me. Those 3 little kids he brought with him were, sort of confused and bewildered by what was happening. That blue-haired girl that I released a little bit of my spiritual pressure on just had a blank look on her face. We can't force you to answer. The other archangels poke up. However, if we have a sufficient answer, we will have to do what we can to understand it ourselves. Is that a threat? I narrowed my eyes at him, bringing back the tense atmosphere from before. Hold up there, Junior. Azazel interjected. No one's threatening anyone here. He quickly corrected. But what do you think is going to happen when this gets out? The church, if they can't have her, they're going to denounce her as a witch. I felt myself getting angry at that. I don't mind. Jean's voice was the only thing to calm me down. She seemed to wrestle free from Gabriel's bosom. Truthfully, I never really considered myself a saintess. I just did the best that I could under the Lord's directions. She smiled beautifully. I like where I am right now and don't want to change that. Well, that sort of shut them right up. And she was already touched by the devil, so it's kind of moot at this point. I added. Don't say that. They're going to misunderstand. She squeaked, hitting my shoulder. You don't have to worry. Michael smiled warmly. Azazel was merely speaking hypothetically. The church will not take such actions against you. I'll be sure to keep a very close eye to make sure. That sounded ominous. Right, purely hypothetically. Azazel rolled his eyes. Was he trying to build up some goodwill? It's obvious they had no idea what was going on, only that their apparent saintess was right here, right now when she really shouldn't be. There is another option available as well. You would make a wonderful angel. Michael offered. Jean's eyes widened. A angel? Me? That's right. Michael smiled. We will soon have a way to reincarnate humans into angels. If you are willing, I believe a spot would be reserved for you especially. Jean flushed, smiled, and looked utterly ecstatic. Will. She ran at me. He invited me to be an angel. I could be an angel. You would be the best angel. I couldn't help but smile at her happiness. Do you really think so? I know so. I nodded. If that is the path she wanted to take, I would support her with everything I had. She beamed happily. Happy Jean was best Jean. It didn't take a genius to see that they wanted to pull Jean over to their side. The simplest way is often the best way to go about it. Whatever you want, I'll support you. She grabbed my arm, looking up at me. Thank you. Ahem. Azazel coughed awkwardly. Do you really have to flirt right in front of everyone? Flirt. Jean turned red rather quickly. That's not what we were doing. Wow, she is easy, isn't she? Azazel looked at me. I nodded. Jean puffed up but didn't respond to me. Instead, she turned to face the expecting archangel. I'm happy. It feels like a dream to be asked this question. To be an angel in heaven and, I'm sorry but I don't think it's right for me. I'm a human, I don't think I should be an angel. Michael's smile didn't falter. It's unfortunate. I am honored by the offer. She quickly added. I didn't mean to. Quite the opposite, I believe the honor would have been all ours. He interjected. But do not take my comment as distaste for your decision. Father desired for humans to choose their own paths, wherever that may take them. Jean continued to squeeze my arm in clear excitement. What about the Grigori? Azazel suddenly chimed in. I would like to politely decline. Jean looked away in embarrassment. Azazel clicked his tongue. We don't have all the rules like heaven. We don't care if you have a devil boyfriend, in fact, we welcome it. We'll teach you all the good stuff. Lots of leather, lots of ropes, maybe some whips. Wah! She doesn't need help learning about ropes, trust me. Will. Always the most pure ones, isn't it? He gave me a knowing smirk. Nay. Azazel, you're not allowed to bully her. Gabriel came to Jean's defense. If anyone bullies her I'm going to get mad. The archangel puffed up similarly to how Jean does. Cute. I was surprised when my mother appeared with a new queen. A voice I was familiar with carried a bit. It wasn't too loud, but it was enough for us to hear. I met his gaze, a man I particularly did not care to meet. Mozart. I wasn't quite sure what to think. But he proved his identity fairly quickly. His talent is something I could only envy. The ones before, and now a saintess that shouldn't be alive. My biological father stood next to his fellow Satan. I think this was the first time we've ever directly spoken. It makes us wonder where and how they are coming from. He finished. And he wasn't the only one having those questions. It was fairly obvious that everyone around us wanted an answer as well. I had to be careful with how I responded. While I wasn't going to go to great lengths to hide myself and the others at this point, I also wasn't going to blatantly reveal my secrets. If they wanted to jump to their own conclusions, then so be it. But I should at least be smart about it. A response that was enough to sidestep the question. I needed to put forth all of my intellectual capability. I had sex with your mom. Nailed it. Drake complimented me. Well done. Even my Zanpakuh agreed. The first actual conversation you've had with him. Seeing him utter speechlessness, I knew that I did a good job. I don't know why Jean was hitting my shoulder, however. That was easier than I thought it would be. I mused, watching both the angels and the Satans finally leave. Oh, and the used car salesman. It seemed like no one had anything else to say to me after that. Jean whined, burying her head into my shoulder. Now the angels are going to think I'm weird. Jean, you realize that they've seen every single moment of your life, right? Yes. She tilted her head. No, I mean Big G has literally seen and catalogued every single moment of your life. Think about it, every time you used the restroom. No. Stop, I forbid you from continuing. She quickly shushed me. All I'm trying to say is, they already know you're weird. She dropped her head. You know how to cheer me up. One of the rare times she used sarcasm. It's okay, we're all weird. I gave her a little pat on the head. I hope I didn't cause any problems for you though. She whispered. I just wanted to meet the angels. It turned into something bigger. It is what it is. Don't think about it too much. I reassured her again. Don't worry, I can avoid any annoying questions. Yes, I noticed. She looked at me with a dry expression. It's not like I lied. I pointed out. That isn't the issue with what you said. I see no issue with it. I said without a hint of shame. I don't know why those church kids ran off, am I that scary? A little. She admitted. I think you scared them with what you did. Well, I don't regret it. I wasn't offended. That's because you're a nice person. Don't worry, I'll be offended on your behalf from now on. Don't just assume positions like that. She puffed up. Don't get into fights on my behalf. Oh, you adorable girl. I couldn't help but pat her head. You don't know what I would do to protect you. Nay. She pouted. But yet, angels and devils and what have you seemed to have disappeared to their little meeting, leaving us all on our lonesome. The church kids they brought basically retreated to a corner and no one wanted to go near them. Well, no one seemed to want to come near us either. I couldn't imagine why. I can't tell if it was a genius move or not. To just be so bluntly shameless that it makes any further talks awkward. It's what I do. Wilhelm. A booming voice carried over the room. And perhaps I perked up a little hearing it and saw the person practically charging towards me. Sergeorg, it's good to see you again. I held my hand out and he took it, squeezing with a bit of strength. Your aura feels a bit more aggressive. Haha. He scratched his cheek. Sorry, I was training before I came over. I guess I'm still feeling kind of pumped. Well, I did like his earnestness. Oh, Sergeorg, this is Jean. Jean, this is my cousin once removed, Sergeorg. I gestured between them. It's a pleasure. Jean smiled happily. Nice to meet you. He held out a hand and Jean took it. Similarly he did the thing again and he looked surprised. You're strong. He commented. Thank you. She giggled. Where's your peerage? It seems like every devil here has theirs hovering around them. It wasn't lost on me that there were quite a few devils being waited on by their peerages. Around. He shrugged. I don't really need them for anything, so I figured they could go do what they wanted. He grinned. Well, his simplicity was refreshing. Are you wanting to join this team or whatever it is? He put his hands on his hips, giving it a good thought. I wouldn't be against it. I want to fight some strong opponents. But... He looked around. Not feeling too good about it. Worried that it's just for a show. And I also didn't miss that most of the devils here were weak. He nodded. I would rather spend my time training then. He paused. But if you're here, that means it should be great. I'm actually not participating. I quickly said. Darn. He snapped his fingers. I don't know who all is worth it. He turned to look at the room. There's some guys from the Norse pantheon over there. He held his finger up, pointing to some Viking-looking guys. They seem pretty strong, but I want to fight that. Oh. I looked to see where he was looking and that it was the church people who had retreated from before. The shy-looking girl was now holding what looked like a .50 caliber sniper rifle made of holy power, pointing it right at a devil doing an obscene gesture her way. The devil in question's expression quickly changed. But the woman didn't look like she was going to hold back. I told Odin I would keep things to a moderate level. I'm fairly sure that something like that would kill that devil. I raised a hand to intercept, but the explosive power of the gun and propelling holy power was caught by someone else. That one exorcist from before. The one who warded off my spiritual pressure. A wind enveloped the bullet, smothering it out before it could do any harm. Then, an almost gentle gust of wind swept that mocking devil away, sending him to the other side of the room. Hey! The exorcist turned my way. He smiled and waved. Cheeky bugger. Sacred gear? Sarayorg asked. I'm fairly sure, yes. Because it felt divine what he was doing. And I'm pretty sure they wouldn't let any of their exorcists use any pagan divine power unless it came from one of Big G's creations. He seemed nice. Jean added. Which, I then believed to be true. If Jean thought so, I was inclined to not even think otherwise. And I may have responded, if I didn't feel a tingle of something coming my way. My aura enveloped me as I caught something. It was heavy, and powerful. Just the density of power it contained was enough to send me sliding back several feet. Immediately, the weight of the object set in two. As I came to a stop, I could get a good look at what just hit me. A rod with golden hoops on both ends. It retracted back to the source. I clenched my fist a couple times and then met his gaze. A rather cocky-looking smile appeared on a man not too far off from my own age it seemed. He was wearing some traditional-looking Chinese armor with a golden band around his head, reminiscent of a certain monkey king. And considering what I just got hit by, I'm fairly sure I knew who he was. I walked back and he walked forward. He had someone by his side, but I was focused basically on him. You're right, he is strong. The one who attacked me mentioned to his companion. He held his hand out to me. Here, I'm Baikao, the new Monkey King. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. I greeted him. No wonder I felt a tingling in my hand. I glanced at his weapon. I'm surprised you can wield that so well. Ha, Gramps wouldn't let me go around calling myself the new Monkey King if I couldn't at least use Ruyi Jing Bang. He declared, slamming the butt of it onto the ground, sending cracks in every direction on the floor. A divine weapon of that caliber was not to be taken lightly. Hey, you seem pretty strong. Sarayorg was basically at my side now, his aura was flaring something fierce as he pointed at Baikao. The strongest. Baikao grinned. Stronger than him. Sarayorg pointed at me. Second strongest. He said awkwardly with a cough. Third strongest. His companion grumbled. Still second strongest. Baikao argued. You wanna fight? Anytime. He laughed. Hey, have we met before? I looked at Baikao's companion. Wait, did you seriously forget about me? Let's see. I rubbed my chin. White hair, leather on leather clothing, constant pout. Are you in a boy band? I'll fucking kill you. He growled. Doesn't ring a bell then. I shrugged helplessly. Be nice. Jean was already on me, pinching my arm. Fine. I grumbled. Pfft, listen to the girl. The boy band wannabe chuckled. How was the desert? I quirked an eyebrow. He twitched like he wanted to throw a punch. Instead, he crossed his arms with a huff. You took me by surprise. What happened? Bai Cao asked. There's a story there. This dumbass came flying into a fight I was having with Kokabeel. Well, fight might be too strong of a word. But he comes in all high and mighty telling me to hand over Kokabeel after he tried to kill my woman. Obviously, I'm not having any of that. So I punted him to the Sahara Desert. Bai Cao turned to the boy band member with the biggest shit-eating grin. Funny, you never told me this story. Screw off. He growled. And call me by my name. I'm Vala Lucifer. Or you can call me the White Dragon Emperor. He smirked. Sounds so fucking edgy when you word it like that. It really does. Bai Cao nodded. I kind of like it. Devils have weird naming conventions. I glanced Sarayorg. That's fair. Sarayorg rubbed his head. I like it. Jean smiled. Stop. I'm supposed to be your rival. Yeah, sure. I rolled my eyes. Damn it, Albion, you tell him. Vala scowled, and white draconic wings emerged from behind him. So you're the wielder of Drake this time around. A voice came from his sacred gear. Sup. We technically already met, but that wasn't in normal conditions. A cocky one this time. He mused. Let me out. I shrugged, and summoned the boosted gear. Albion. Drake. Albion. Drake. Oh my god, I'm not going to be in the middle of your murder crush, Drake. Screw you, brat. What he said. Albion agreed. Is this weird for everyone else too? I looked around, seeing nods. Volley, don't agree with him. Albion shouted from within his sacred gear. Albion, stop making it weird. I just wanna fight him. Vala looked embarrassed. Good luck with that. My wielder doesn't even need to use me to kick your boyband ass. Like hell. Albion snorted. Vala is my strongest wielder, ever. Strongest piece of shit is still a piece of shit. Nice Drake. I nodded. Damn it, Vala, do something. Albion quickly called for his user. Use Juggernaut Drive and just kill him already. Oh, you can use Juggernaut Drive. I was actually surprised by that. Hat, you scared? Vala grinned. Yup, so scared that I'll immediately surrender before even fighting. You win, oh great white dragon emperor. Wait, Drake, he can't do that. Albion protested. Why aren't you getting upset? Even if he's kidding, you've always been keen on our battles. I've had an interesting time with the brat as my wielder. I've seen things that made me question a lot about myself. I've experienced things that I couldn't even have dreamed of before. Powerful enemies that would have easily killed me back during our prime. Drake. Albion whispered. So it's made me reflect on my past and all our battles over the centuries. And I've come to one conclusion. What? Why am I wasting so much time on some weak bitch-ass lizard? Drake roared. Damn it, Drake. Ha 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 ha. Good one, Drake. But I felt like it was getting out of hand, so I put the boosted gear away. Even if his laughing didn't stop even as he went back into my soul. You see, Volley. He's still the same bastard. Yet. Boy band rolled his eyes, dismissing his wings. Great, now Albion's going to be ranting for hours. When Gramps told me stories about the two heavenly dragons, this is not what he prepared me for. Bai Cao had a blank look on his face. Honestly, you don't really know until you get one of them talking in your head. I shrugged helplessly. Ha, should I be happy that my Regulus isn't like that? Sarayorg awkwardly laughed. I'm not going to marry you, Riser. Get away from me. A shrill voice eclipsed all the commotion in the room. I think everyone turned towards the source of it. Sarayorg had a scowl on his face as he stared at them. Damn bird. I should have torn his wings off. What's going on over there? I asked him. Rias and her fiancé, Riser Fenix. She hates him and he's a dick. He said bluntly. I should go over there and teach him another lesson. Sarayorg was about to make a move, but I held up my hand to block him. She's Venelana's daughter, I may as well do something. I let out a small sigh. I didn't really want anything to do with her, recognizing her as my aunt that went to the same school as me. But, for Venelana's sake, I wouldn't watch as her daughter gets harassed. Analyzing the structure of the tiled floor. 4 unidentified minerals. Simulating their composition. Adjusting spell sequences to accommodate for new materials. Casting spell. A stone pillar shot out of the ground between this riser's legs. It shot right into his groin, and faster than one could blink, it retracted back into the ground as if it was never there in the first place. I think most people who were watching the scene questioned if it even happened. If their eyes were playing tricks on them. But then Riser fell to the ground, clutching his groin in pain. Wilhelm. I looked at Zelretch. For now on, you're my new brother. He put a hand on my shoulder. I felt like arguing with him would prove fruitless, so I just accepted it. Nice shot. Baikao whispered. Weakling deserved it. Vala shrugged. I looked at Jean. What? She questioned, looking back. Aren't you going to chide me? I saw nothing. She looked away. Cute. So, what's up with the marriage? I only vaguely knew the details. Venelana only mentioned it offhand once or twice. I'm not too sure about the specifics. But there's a marriage contract between them and Rias is going to fight him in a rating game to decide her future. Zelretch replied. Rating games? I couldn't help but mentally roll my eyes. I don't understand the obsession you all have with it. They look fun. Baikao chimed in. What are rating games? Jean asked. Play fighting. I answered. That doesn't sound too bad. She responded. He's oversimplifying it. It's a competition that can get pretty intense. Fighting is the main point though. Baikao strangely corrected me. Do other factions watch the rating games? I blinked. Of course. What else do you think people like us watch? He snorted. Watching some devils beat each other up can pass the time. Hey. Are arranged marriages uncommon for devils? Jean asked. Not really. Zelretch shrugged. But Riser's too focused on his harem and adding Rias as a trophy so they don't get along. I don't think she would be upset if she had a better partner arranged. Well, there's your first mistake. You can't forcibly add someone to your harem. That's just going to completely throw off the whole dynamic, even ignoring the fact that she doesn't want to be there. He would be miserable if he actually succeeded. Speak of the devil. Baikao grinned at his own pun. And I noticed what he was speaking about. I let out a sigh as I noticed that not only was my aunt walking over towards us, but so was her glasses-wearing best friend. I could practically feel the headache coming on. Chapter 467, Chapter 424 Part 2. Sierra Fall POV. Midlife crisis? Who's having a midlife crisis? Everyone loves me. I'm magical girl Leftan. Who does he think he is? Azazel. I'm still cute and lovable, right? I grabbed him to double-check. Seraphil, you're choking me. Seraphal, don't kill him. Red tried to get him out of answering. It was rhetorical anyways. The answer was obvious. I don't know what I was getting worked up towards. He obviously just didn't have any taste. Besides, my ratings were already up 2.7% from last year. That's steady growth. Which meant that I'm not only still popular, but even more people were watching me. Midlife crisis, my perfect little ass. He just wanted to get under my skin. Not that it worked at all, I can see through his lies. But I should retaliate. Humph, I'll just seduce him and then finally reject him once he's fallen for me. I could always ask Mama Gremory for some tips there. And I'll do it dressed up as magical girl Levitan, that'll show him. Alright, it's decided. Sertsks, I'm going to seduce your son. I declared. Seraphal, what the hell are you going on about? He looked at me strangely. Don't worry about it. I smiled happily. Actually, I wondered if I can get in with Mama Gremory if I did it. Might be worth it just for that. Are we just going to ignore the Saintess standing by Lucifer Jr's side? Azazel finally brought up. Might have been more awkward to bring up if Michael and Gabriel were with us. We were supposed to go together as a show of unity or whatever crap Azazel was spouting, but that sort of went to the wayside after what happened. They apparently needed a few minutes to themselves. Couldn't blame them honestly, one of their most famous saintess suddenly popped up next to Red's bastard. Please don't call him that. Red sighed. No. Azazel immediately rejected. But seriously, saintess, yet? Questions, concerns, what the fuck? What do you want us to say, Azazel? I sighed. It's not like he's our problem. Father damn it. Azazel groaned. Why does this shit keep getting thrown at us at the worst possible moments? He probably does it on purpose. The little shit. But was she seriously a saintess? Not like, a spirit inheritor. I know you guys were all freaking out, but she didn't really seem much different than some normal holy powered human. Azazel shook his head. You wouldn't understand. She had Father's direct blessing. Like direct blessing, not just something Michael did to anoint some holy maiden or whatever he gets up to these days. Oh. I blinked. But isn't he dead? Yes, Sirafal. Azazel groaned. Father is dead, kicked the bucket, went to the farm in the countryside. Azazel waved his hand flippantly. So yeah, that's why we were all freaking out, cause Father's direct blessing was on her and that shouldn't be possible. I mean, resurrected saintess. I pointed out. Shouldn't 2 and 2 equal 4 here? She only stayed in heaven for a little while. Went back to the cycle via the system because she felt like she could still help. Azazel explained. Which is why her spirit inheritor pops up so frequently. It's not just like an echo left behind, but her actual spirit that someone inherits. I guess that made sense. I was about to question why some people who are still alive, still got spirit inheritors popping up. I think the list that Mama Fox gave said that the hero faction that attacked him had a Hercules spirit inheritor. Which, was weird in hindsight because Hercules was still alive on Mount Olympus. Though, he did technically die once. I guess that's what Azazel meant by an echo? Whatever, I didn't really want to think about it too hard. You sure his blessing just didn't stay with her? I asked. Considering that it's never appeared before? Yeah, pretty sure. Not to mention, the previous inheritor died, a few months ago. Azazel muttered. Maybe she's just bluffing and got lucky? Supercharged spirit and this saintess got all the good juice from the first one. The spirit goes back into heaven's system, it shouldn't even have been sent back to earth at this point. And even if it did, it would be with an unborn soul. Azazel clarified. So something is fishy. Sirafal, we've been slapped with the fish repeatedly in the face. At this point, it's a whole damn fish market. Azazel deadpanned. Yeah, I'm not dumb. He had those other people too, doesn't take Ajilka's smartapants to see the picture being painted. Let's just focus on the important thing for now. Sertsks finally interjected. I'd rather they not see us so distracted. Agreed. Azazel sighed. This is already going to be a headache. Fine. I'd ignore the stupid head for now. Midlife crisis my perfectly round bottom. Clearly, he's just acting out because he was intimidated by me. How many other women of such caliber have the confidence to dress up like a damn magical girl and rock it for the world to see? I have nothing to be ashamed of. Besides, I'm the most looked up search on the DevilNet for devils aged 14 to 23, and that's not because of my show. But maybe I should make some adjustments anyways. Maybe a few inches off the length of my skirt? I could even wear some sexier panties every now and again and accidentally flash them. I'll go borrow some of Sana's skimpy lingerie. It's a shame she doesn't wear it outside of her room. Look alive, boys and girls. Azazel muttered as we got close to the entrance to the meeting. I lightly pat my cheeks, getting into a good character. All right, let's go make some friends. I put on my best smile. Because we were going to need it. Red nodded and silently pushed open the doors. He's lucky, his whole character was basically the stoic hammer that we wave around to keep all the others off our backs. I actually had to do work. The room was rather large, big enough for a few hundred people in total, but even that probably wasn't enough for the sheer ego combined from the current residents. A large round table situated in the middle with everyone taking up seats as they desired. The heaven peeps were already sitting. Big ol' Father Swole, as Lucifer Jr. called him, was easy to pick out. Next to him were Gabriel and Michael. A little further down was Baldy and Ajilka. They were holding down the fort well enough. Azazel quickly took his seat between us and Sertsks, and I joined our fellow Satans. How gracious of you to join us. A drawl accompanied a hint of thunder to it. I was still surprised that Zeus came here. He hates us. Well, he hated any other pantheon or faction not under his control. Apologies, Lord Zeus. We did not anticipate how excited you would be to come so quickly, otherwise we would have arrived as early as you did. Red immediately went to work acting as our deterrent. The Olympian god's nostrils flared as if he was about to go to blows. He obviously didn't have many people telling him off to his face if that was enough to elicit a reaction. Come now, can we at least get through one meeting without fighting? Nuwa's gentle voice seemed to calm the tension. It's rare for so many of us to cross borders to come together. There's a good reason for that. Zeus snorted. I don't disagree, but there is also a good reason for us to break that tradition in this circumstance. Nuwa retorted. Zeus grumbled, but didn't dispute her claim. I suppose I will begin then since it appears we're all here. She looked around and no one stopped her, so she continued. I am Nuwa, representing the heavenly courts. I have with me 2 of my disciples. She gestured to the 2 girls wearing veils behind her. Their deist names are Jade Lily and Sky Dance. They are my 2 youngest, and I brought them to broaden their horizons. Please be gentle with them. The 2 girls cupped their hands and bowed to everyone else without saying a word. HOH, already achieved immortality then. Sun Wukong eyed them with a warm smile. Must be talented to do so at their age. Yes, I'm quite proud, not even 500 and they were already invited into the heavenly court. Nuwa said with clear pride in her tone. Their method of power was already interesting. It was systematic with clear paths. Even if you had mediocre talent, you could get strong eventually. The flip side was that it was a long and arduous process, so not many people wanted to use it. Big reason why devils didn't practice their cultivation. Devils needed immediate results to keep them interested. It's already an issue getting younger devils to train. If you told them it would take them 10 years to get to mid-class from low-class, then they wouldn't even bother. Even if it meant that they could eventually achieve ultimate class that they normally wouldn't be able to on their own. And it's too late if you get high enough and realize you can't go any further by yourself. You need to use their cultivation from the start or it doesn't work. Every faction had their good points and bad points. Guess we're doing this then. Sun Wukong went next. I am here representing the collective Buddhist societies, the victorious fighting Buddha, Sun Wukong. He introduced himself. I won't say they have much interest here, so I'm mostly here on my own merit and reporting back if anything important happens. He sat between Nuwa and Indra, the latter of which let out a grunt once he finished. I will be settling all matters of the Hindu pantheon. Indra said bluntly. If you don't know who I am, you shouldn't even be here. It was obvious he didn't want to be here himself. Most of us just rolled our eyes at his way of addressing everyone. He didn't even introduce the gods he brought with him, but whatever. I'm Lug, god of light. I'm here on behalf of the Celtic pantheon. With me, I have brought the Morrigan. He gestured to a woman with a cowl covering her face, but it was difficult to hide those curves of her. She also had a large pair of raven wings coming from her back. And Sir Nunnos, he gestured to the last. The second god standing behind Lug wore some kind of tunic covered in leaves that made him look a bit bigger than he actually was. It was woven with straw and other natural resources and 2 eyes glowing from the piece that covered his face. His most notable feature were the 2 large antlers that sprung from his head. We just continued going around the table. I am Vidar, king of Asgard. The Norse head slammed his closed fist onto the table. No one called him out on it, that's more like a greeting for these guys. I have brought Tyr and my father, Odin. Simple and to the point. Then, it was the big guy's turn. I am Zeus. The Greek god slammed his fist down, not unlike Vidar, but intentionally to cause a commotion. I have brought Athena and Ares with me. Right, as if that wasn't intentionally to send a statement that he was prepared for war. The 2 war gods of the Greeks were asymmetric / mirrors / night and day / on different ends of the spectrum of each other. Ares had vicious Greek armor with lots of pointy bits and glowing red eyes. Athena, on the other hand, while still looking militaristic, had a certain decorum about her with a well-kept uniform and a stern but gentle nature. Our turn then? Hello everyone, I'm the Archangel Michael along with the Archangel Gabriel and Father Vasco Strata here on behalf of heaven. Michael politely started for our little group. The big birds brought along Vasco Stratus so they wouldn't look weak. It's funny to consider that by themselves even Michael and Gabriel would lose to one of the humans under their command. Obviously, that was without considering how they could use the power of heaven. But even the gods here were respectful of Father Swole's strength. And I'm Azazel, representing the Grigori. Azazel cheerfully continued after his siblings. Despite not bringing anyone, I don't think anyone was going to underestimate him. Azazel was, the most crafty out of all of us in our 3 factions. Definitely not the strongest, nor did he have the most support, but it was impossible to guess what he's thinking or planning at the best of times. And that wasn't to say he doesn't have his own trump cards. His adoptive son was apparently the White Dragon Emperor, and he also has another known Longinus user under his command that was fairly powerful himself. Not to mention he'd been collecting sacred gears for centuries. There's honestly no telling what he's hiding in his sleeves if the situation turned foobar. And as the super host for everyone, I'm Seraphal Leviathan. I smiled brightly. We have all 4 Satans gathered here. Me, Ajoka Beelzebub, Falbium Asmodeus, and Sertzx Lucifer. I finished on our biggest stick for emphasis because this was definitely going to be a stick measuring contest. Now, basic pleasantries are out of the way. Let's cut to the chase. King Vidar was the first to speak. We all know why we're here and what we want. Let's just agree to work together for our combined interests. Bah, why would we need your help? Zeus was the first to rebuke him. I was handling the many enemies of Olympus before you were even born, why would we need help now? And how many times have your enemies come from foreign borders, Zeus? Lug asked. It doesn't matter. He harumphed. Then why are you here, Thundercrotch? Odin snorted. What did you call me? Did I stutter? Odin's eye glowed in response to Zeus's sparking with lightning. Zeus slammed his fist on the table, cracking it. Odin stood up, but instead of escalating, he instead pulled down his shirt, ripping it to show a freshly healed cut. Or, mostly healed, there was a strange energy lingering, and it made Zeus falter. Zeus visibly released his annoyance and anger, slowly falling back into his seat. Lord Zeus, we are not pointing any blame. Vidar spoke again. Right now, everyone's been having problems, and we're also not here to revel in each other's losses. I was not alive during the great wars that marked history, but I know that everyone willingly put down their swords for the peace we have today. That peace is now threatened by a combination of beings that are linked to us all. There has been an uprising of Jotun in our lands. Asgard has been probed many times in the past months, and even our people have suffered attacks in what used to be safe borders. The Fomorians move the same. Lug quickly added on. The timing is too much to be a coincidence, the obvious hand that moves behind the curtain has been revealed and we know their name. Our old Satan faction had become far too confident in recent years and even dared to kidnap our families. I also spoke up, recalling how Mama Gremory and Mil ICAs were originally taken, leading to this downhill snowball in the first place. As annoyed as I am to admit it, it's not a secret that some trash attacked me as well. Indra grumbled. They were dealt with swiftly, but the fact that they even had the gall in the first place means there is something giving them that confidence. Well, despite how much I disliked Indra, he wasn't wrong. Not many would throw the first punch his way unless they were able to back it up. Or they were Sertzka's bastard. Still wrapping my mind around the fact that Lucifer Jr. threw down with Indra and came out intact. Zeus looked uncharacteristically tired. Fine. His voice boomed, but without the normal presence to it. I relent that there is a valid reason for us to gather. He paused for a moment, looking very conflicted before seemingly relenting. My father and one of his generals escaped from Tartarus. I do not believe I need to say who was behind it. That wasn't good. Then realization dawned on most of us here as we looked at Odin. 2 and 2 wasn't hard to add here. Damn bastards ambushed me while I was traveling the branches of Yggdrasil. He grunted. Also not good if they were hiding out there of all places. So that's even more than the Chaos Brigade presumably had at their disposal. Wait, wasn't Hades listed as one of the members of Chaos Brigade, did he? Do not presume to question my brother. Zeus roared in fury. Before I could do anything, Sertzx responded by releasing his own pressure. Zeus. He said in a warning tone. It's a valid question, Zeus. Odin agreed. Zeus snapped his head towards Odin. You dare to assume. I know the underworld brat didn't have anything to do with it, but they don't know, so stop getting all angry and just answer them properly. Odin huffed in annoyance. Zeus scowled and pulled his pressure away. I do not know what nonsense about Hades being part of this Chaos Brigade, but I do know for a fact that he would not be part of anything that allowed our father to escape Tartarus. We're willing to believe you. Sertsk said calmly. If you simply explain it, we don't need to do this every time. I don't need to explain myself to you. He snorted. Vidar let out a long sigh. Can we skip the posturing? I did not come here to hear petty banter. I already have my hands full ruling Asgard. If this continues, I will go home. I am in agreement with the king of Asgard. Nuwa added in. I would rather my disciples not see such esteemed beings throw petty insults and the like. Let's keep to the point. Lug took the opportunity to continue. We were talking about the points where we've been hit recently. It paints a rather dire picture if it's all to be assumed to be from the same source. And I am doubtful that we've noticed all their movements. I should mention that the vampires have been attacked. I raised my hand. There was a beat of silence as I waited for everyone to respond. Who cares about those disgusting bloodsuckers? Indra was the first to be dismissive. Look, I'm not going to defend them. We barely have any communication as it is, but I felt it appropriate to just point it out, considering. I clarified. I do not have a good impression of those creatures, but you are correct. To know is better than to not. Nuwa nodded. Are you sure it was our common enemy? Evidence points to yes, but frankly, I have no idea what their purpose was. They just went in, killed about half the vampire population, and left. The Teeps faction, the one dominated by their male members, was hit especially hard. Their leaders are all dead and it's a bit chaotic figuring out who is in charge. Not that we were going to stick our hands over there. There was literally nothing worth the effort in this case. The Devils may be the most disliked faction, but the vampires were the faction that people cared the least about. You might feel a tiny bit sad if you heard that some random faction got slaughtered. As for vampires, well, it's mostly indifference. Probably because of their overwhelming arrogance about their own species, so much that they look down on anything else. Unfortunate, but unimportant. Azazel hummed. We need to share everything we have, together. Peace, any kind of track record across all our borders. Agreed. Lug was the first to respond. We have been trying to backtrack the current movements of the Fomorians, but it's been difficult at the best of times. I can say with some certainty, that the list that was given to everyone at the peace meeting, was not the entirety of their members, or that many took the opportunity to join after the fact. Oof, someone's house wasn't as clean as he thought it was. And by the looks on everyone's faces, it was a shared sentiment. Not that we could throw stones over here, we've been dealing with the old Satan faction for far too long. And now, they've basically gone to ground. Well, their main people were still up and about. We didn't actually have any evidence to throw them down into a pit, and it would kick up far too much of a fuss if we did anyways. Still dealt them a massive blow, but not enough to kill them just yet. The Jade Emperor has confided in me that a few members of the court have been, considering other pastures, as it were. Some were forthcoming, some were not. However, we have yet to experience the same upheaval that has been occurring elsewhere. Nuwa added on. Their reach is too far and it is worrisome. Are we sure that the serpent god is not still with them? She looked around. I can vouch for it. Odin surprisingly spoke up. Talked to the brat a few times, yet Offis isn't in cahoots with them anymore. And by that you mean? Wilhelm, yet. Odin said bluntly. The kid who gave Indra a black eye not too long ago. Odin jerked his thumb to Indra. Odin. Indra's eyes narrowed. Anyways, no Offis, so they must still be feeling pretty confident because of something else. It's obvious they know we're all banding together, so they have to have a game plan since they haven't disappeared yet. Odin tapped on the table. So far, it seems they have merely been shoring up their forces. Michael frowned. As if they are preparing for a conflict. Well, he said what everyone was thinking. As my father stated. The only question now is what goal would align with so many different ideologies. Vidar finished. Zeus, your insight would help. Speak, King of Asgard. The King of Olympus replied. Do you believe you can decipher your father's desires after awakening into this era? What would he do, what would his goals be? Zeus frowned, crossing his arms. Perhaps not really upset at the question, but more so the topic of it. It wasn't hard to guess that Cronus was a sore topic for the King of Gods. I admit, I do not know what my father will think, nor what actions he will take. He is an arrogant, vindictive, and paranoid creature. I am surprised that his first notion was to not immediately beset Olympus and attempt to retake his throne. However, beyond this era must be far too different for him to understand. He is many things I could say, but he is not a fool. He fought against his own father, which needs no introduction. In that primordial era, he faced off against other pantheons. Zeus swept his gaze around the table. The tales of Cronus are known throughout the world. His prowess cannot be denied. Nuwa acknowledged. Yes, if my father did not immediately act on impulse. His goal would be to retake what he believes is his. Which didn't need further explanation. What would tie him to another ideology, I do not know. Perhaps a debt for freeing him would earn his temporary allegiance, but he is not one to follow orders without due reason. So our only lead right now is the fact that he popped up in Norse territory. I stated. Which opens up the other main reason why we're gathered. Odin grinned. Yes, your idea about forming some sort of team with our youngest. Lug raised an eyebrow. I admit the idea is not without merit, but I find myself skeptical. I'm getting tired of this, let's just lay all our junk on the table. Odin stood up. I would not use that language, but I agree. Sun Wukong stood up too, stretching his back like an old man. Let's not pretend like any of us would want each other running around our backyards. A shared sentiment again, everyone seemed to nod in agreement. It's already chaotic out there without a bunch of foreign gods waging war in places that don't belong to them. But, if it was a bunch of kids, it's a different story. Odin chuckled. It's easy to be dismissive if it's one of our young uns causing some problems. A quick talk and some compensation for any damage and any public perception is easily swept away. No one worth their salt is gonna kick up a fuss about some kids running around without them looking like old cunts to everyone else. Crude, but not incorrect. Lug mused. But do you really want to throw our kids, as you put it, into this battlefield? Well, better they get their toes wet first rather than being kicked in if everything goes to shit later. Odin shrugged. Besides, some of the young uns out there are already getting up to that level. You're talking about a combined strike force that can operate across all of our borders with impunity. Ajulka spoke up for the first time at this meeting. We can work out the details after agreeing to the overall picture. Odin remarked. But it kills several dragons with one spear. I want my kids to get some actual experience, and I know you probably feel the same. A flower that blooms in a greenhouse will not survive the winter. Nuwa closed her eyes with a small sigh. I am to assume that this group that you propose, would still operate within the confines of the rules set forth by the territory they enter. Within reason. Odin nodded. Can't expect the kids to adhere to all the proper etiquette in an emergency and all that. A fair acknowledgement. One that will be considered. Nuwa seemed to accept that. And it would allow us all to spy on one another in the open. Zeus breathed out. You would set it up so that we would be forced to share prevalent information. As soon as something is discovered, it would be known by everyone. Keeps everyone honest. Odin didn't deny it. Bribing is pointless, hiding information is nearly impossible if they're all involved. No need to be wary of each other, we can just focus on the problem at hand. And you don't have to be overly concerned because of their own strength. Whatever border they're within, we would need an agreement to come to their aid if something happens. Lug pointed out. We can't expect them to deal with the likes of Cronus if he decides they're an eyesore. Obviously, the home field would provide reinforcements. And maybe we agree to some skirting of the normal boundaries in an emergency. Odin offered. If one of us pops up in the other's yard, don't assume the worst, yet. Gods really hated it when another just suddenly turned up on their turf. Some got away with it more than most. Odin bounced around, but he's sort of retired and people generally leave him alone because he sticks to the human parts of the world. Sun Wukong too, but he's friendly with many different pantheons and they didn't kick up a fuss about him passing through and such. All right. Azazel clapped his hands. Does anyone have anything against the idea for starters? And we can work from there. We should choose a leader. Indra said offhandedly. Good point, I nominate Vali, he's the White Dragon Emperor, and he's already strong enough to challenge me. Azazel immediately replied. Not an impressive feat. Indra said dryly. But I brought my own. Karna's reincarnation is perfect for this team. He will be the leader. Nuwa held up a sleeve in front of her face and giggled. What a coincidence, I also brought along a reincarnation. I believe our Lu Buletin will be the perfect leader. Humph. Vidar grunted. Magni's newest son is barely into his 20th summer, He has a good head on his shoulders and a strong arm. He would be suitable for the leader position as well. Ridiculous. Zeus's voice boomed. To argue over something so minuscule. His gaze swept the table 0e, silencing everyone. Obviously my grandson will be the leader. The bickering started back up immediately. Geez, here we go. Rias Gremory POV. Look at his smug face. Sana seethed. Are you really that mad he snubbed you again? I asked. I am not mad. She growled. Right. I don't believe you. Pretty interesting how the entire gathering sort of warped around him. I noticed, taking a glance around. Everyone else is eyeing him too and keeping their distance. Who's the blonde girl next to him? The angels were freaking out for some reason, but we weren't close enough to hear anything. Now Sai was talking to him too, and those other two. I'm kind of annoyed that Sai didn't even come to see me and immediately went over to him. He looks familiar. Who is he, President? Wait, isn't he the guy who saved us from the fallen angel? Sana's newest pawn asked, standing at her side. Wait, you didn't tell him? I was honestly shocked. I didn't have the time. Sana grumbled. This whole thing was sprung on us last minute and he's only been my pawn for so long. Ah, that's probably why you're not letting him out of your sight. To be fair, I couldn't help but glance at Issei, who was munching on something that Akeno brought over to distract him. I really didn't feel confident about letting Issei wander around either. Hi shit yudna hepu. Issei made himself known there but trying to speak with his mouth full. Should I have just left him at home? Ugh. Brother said that it was a big opportunity for us and we should do our best to show off, but it just made me anxious because he didn't say anything else, and now there's so many other people here. That, Saji is a former member of our school. Sana pushed up her glasses with a huff. Ha! Saji sort of lazily yawned. What's so special about him? He like you and some devil royalty. Wow, Sana really didn't tell him anything. I'm not buying her excuse either, she intentionally kept him in the dark for some reason. Pretty weird considering that he was there for the whole Kokabeel thing. In a manner of speaking. Sana stifled a cough. He's my nephew. I said hesitantly. Like, from your brother? The Satan. Saji's eyes widened. I felt awkward to even answer that properly. Yes. Sana said simply. And I am pleased that you remember that at least. She added the last bit under her breath. My guess that her lessons were going about as well as mine to Issei in regards to teaching him about devil society. Damn handsome. Issei grumbled. Look at those oppai he has at his side. He already has so many. Why does he get more? Issei. Akeno's tone was biting and I could see her pinch him out of the corner of my eye. What did we say before coming? No talking about oppai. He rubbed his arm. And what did you do? Talk about oppai. Good. Akeno nodded. But why is everyone treating him that way? Saji asked, as apparently even he could tell how everyone was treating him. Either with a sort of reverence in their eyes, or hesitation. That's complicated. Sana squeezed out. Is it because he beat up a god? Issei asked. What? Saji blinked. Sana let out a long sigh. I haven't really covered other deities yet. Wait, other gods exist. Saji's voice was much louder than it should have been. A lot of confused looks were sent our way and I nearly wanted to shrink my head back. Don't shout. Sana hissed under her voice. Remember that you're representing our entire peerage with your actions. And yes, who do you think he almost fought with and shook the building? Not to mention the others that appeared. Sorry. He whispered, lowering his head. But yes, other pantheons and factions exist. Sana pushed up her glasses again. He did something utterly absurd and fought multiple gods. And that is by no means a small feat. I mean, I knew he was strong. Saw him body Kokabeel like he did and all that, but how did he fight gods? Like real gods in myth and stuff. Saji looked at his king in confusion. I guess it's weird to think about even if we technically saw them. I could understand, there was a difference about hearing a god exists and seeing them in person. Not to mention seeing two beings of that caliber about to start a fight in the middle of the room. That was intense. That's the question. She said quietly. He was normal not even a year ago. What do you mean? That? I winced. He didn't even know he was a devil, rather a half-devil until recently. He isn't the son of brothers, wife. Oh. Saji whispered. Does he, not like us? Saji at least had the presence of mind to not just blurt out everything so bluntly like, Issei probably would. The only one of us that I know he speaks to is my mother. Oh. That's good, right? He looked up. Oppai. Issei whispered, loud enough for us to hear at least. Akeno immediately pinched him again. What? Saji blinked. Nothing, ignore him. I quickly changed the subject. You can silence me, but you can't silence the harem. Issei struggled as Akeno forcibly tried to shut him up. Damn it, Issei. Rias's mom and him are in a relationship. Sana said plainly. Sana, why? What? Oppai, ow, that one hurt, Akeno. Fu. Please don't make a big deal out of it. I felt the urge to cover my face. Respect. Sana took a long breath. Tsubaki. She called out. Yes, Sana. Her queen appeared rather quickly at her side. Please pinch Saji and continue to do so whenever he acts like a fool. Yes. She saluted, eliciting an immediate yelp from the pawn of their group. It's not that big of a deal, Rias. You're just saying that because your sister constantly tries to get into your skirt. I huffed. Yes, well. She pushed up her glasses again with a scowl. At least my mother isn't having intercourse with my nephew. Because you'll never have a nephew unless Sirafal finds a way to have a baby between you both. Don't you dare put ideas into her head. She already put those into mine. Why you? Truce. I offered. Truce. She grumbled. Strangely enough, it's nice to see Mom in a good mood. I don't ever want to think about why that was, but she's been much happier lately. Nope. Going to do the same thing I did when she asked me for one of my old uniforms. Repress. Also what I did when Grafia bribed me for one of my old uniforms too. Repress more. But I swear to the floating bearded guy in the sky, if father asks me for one, I'm going to lose it. We should stop fooling around, this is a big opportunity for us. Sana finally said. Did Sirafal tell you what's going on? No, only what your brother did. Show off a bit, make a good impression of the others. Something about a possible team up or something. She whispered. Over there, the church's people. Yeah, we saw them come in with the angels. I nodded. Pretty weird for them to be here like this. Just goes to show how odd this whole thing is. She nudged me again, subtly pointing in another direction. Sirafal gave me a little bit of a heads up. Over there is someone from the Chinese pantheon. He was muscular with a traditional Chinese armor look with a large spear on his back. He looked pretty ferocious at first glance, but he was busy stuffing his face. He gives off a dangerous feeling. I nodded silently. He was strong. Over there are from the Norse. Sana then pointed towards another table stacked with drinks. And they're sharing a table with the Celtics that came along. What about them? I whispered, pointing to the opposite side. A few guys in some ostentatious-looking clothes. Hindu. She whispered back. And I think those are Greeks a few tables to the right. I could see that. I could recognize Indra from earlier, so the Hindu people probably weren't wrong. As for the Greeks, I thought they were more isolationists. That's what brother said, but it's not like I keep up with all of that. Something's going on that all these different factions are here. I said softly. Is it really as simple as making some team or something that we heard about? Who knows? Sana bit her lip. But I know someone who could probably answer that question. Who are you, serious? I realized who she was looking at. Do you really think he'll talk to us? I'm pretty sure he hates us. Apparently, he doesn't even know who I am, so how could he possibly hate me? Sana glowered. You really need to let this grudge go. I do not have a grudge. Right. I didn't believe her. Rias, my wife. Oh Satans, damn it. I could recognize that awful voice anywhere. Go away, Riser. I didn't even want to waste time on him. Don't be like that, Rias. It's only a matter of time before we're married. He grinned. We should mingle some more, introduce our peerages together. Besides, I'm going to get intimately acquainted with them eventually, so it's a good idea that they start getting along with my other harem members. Akeno, I threw up in my mouth. Unfortunately, the phoenix tear we have doesn't help with disgust so horrible it physically harms someone. My queen shot back. I'll look forward to taming you. Riser eyed her up and down, as his peerage gathered around him. I would literally kill myself first. Akeno replied without missing a beat. If I didn't know she was being serious, I would have laughed at Riser's reaction. Why is this fried chicken here? I thought you said this party was supposed to be for the talented people. Issei asked. He butchered what I told him completely, but I can't say I'm unhappy with what he said. What did you call me, you peasant? Riser's temper flared. What? Shit, or fried chicken? Which one do you hate more so I know for the future? Damn Issei, I take back a few things I said in private about you. The first thing I'm going to do is put down this trash. I can't have my wife walking around with this thing around her. Riser sneered. You know what? Screw the rating game. No one threatens my peerage like that. For better or worse, Issei was part of my peerage, that means he's my family. I'm never going to marry you, Riser. I raised my voice because I wanted to make a scene. Humph, you don't get to decide. I'll. It happened so fast. I almost thought my eyes were playing a trick on me. Suddenly, the tiles below him distorted, then they shot up between his legs, then retracted back like they were normal. I just stared for a moment as Riser fell to the ground with a high-pitched whine. What just happened? Issei asked. His peerage started fussing over him, but I don't think really anyone knew. What? I was confused, looking around and weirdly, I caught Wilhelm turning away at that moment and those others with him were smirking at Riser's current misfortune. Akeno, grab the peerage, I think it's time to speak with my nephew. I gathered up all my courage. Are you sure? Sana raised an eyebrow. Yup. It'll be fine. I ignored him for so long and everything went bad, I'm not going to be a coward. Alright, I'll go with you. Well, my peerage wasn't far away. They were ready to act in case Riser did anything. I threw my hair back, and walked towards him. And he noticed me coming over. I smiled. I tried to make myself as open as possible, I didn't want to make it look like I was going to do something wrong or anything like that. I had sex with your mom. He spoke before I could even get a second word out. What? Damn, that worked last time. Wilhelm POV. Shit, I thought that would work again. It got me out of talking to one person I didn't want to, I thought for sure it would work again. I'm going to need to try harder next time. I glanced at Jean. If you keep hitting me, I'm going to start hitting you back. Exclusively on your butt. Knee. She hit me more. Be nice. Alright, so how do I just disappear from right here without causing a scene? Or, well, fuck it. I don't mind causing a scene. Shimoda. Another annoying person showed up right behind the redhead. We meet again. Yes we do, you. I scrunch my nose. Don't pretend like you don't know me. Oh no, I totally know who you are. You blew me up. Right, good times. I smiled. So you admit it. Admit what? Blowing me up. That doesn't sound like something I'd do. She made some very aggressive growls and was pulled back by another girl in glasses. Weird. Yufu, you sure love riling Sana up, don't you? Makes someone wonder if it's intentional teasing. The black-haired girl next to the mirror image of Venelana was smiling lewdly. I'm sorry, who are you? I didn't actually remember her name. She was some popular girl back at school, busty and with good curves, which is why 90% of the school's population lusted after her, but that was basically it. I'm Akeno, Rias's queen. She introduced herself. I handle all the strenuous and hard tasks for her. She had a sultry tone in her voice. Right, so you're definitely a virgin. I said dryly. What? You're trying way too hard. I give it a 4/10, you need to work on your delivery better. How dare? You're giving off major stripper energy. Just thought you should know that. I wouldn't be surprised if your next words were like I'm only doing this to pay my way through college. She was gaping at me for some odd reason I couldn't put my finger on. Hey, don't talk to her like that. The familiar fluctuation of aura shimmered with his words. Well, now that's interesting. In a bad way, I mean. I flicked towards him, letting his aura take a tiny invisible hit. Christ, have you even trained your aura? My what? He blinked. I raised my hand and slowly pushed it against my face. Why did I even bother? There was also a small girl looking up at me, menacingly. And what's your deal? I looked at her more closely. Yukai? You seem familiar, oh right, you're what's her name's sister. The other cat Yukai. Why you know my sister? Oh somewhat, Yasaka took her in recently. I waved my hand flippantly. And how's your senjutsu coming along? I vaguely recall your species being exceptionally good at it. Something I could report back to Yasaka. She may or may not want to know. I don't practice that. The small cat's eyes narrowed. Dangerous. Bad. You don't practice what your species is predisposed to learning. Bad. She hissed. I found myself unable to formulate a response. Okay then. I found myself just pushed that thought to the side. And what's wrong with you? I looked at the last member of this little peerage. Hello. He tilted his head. I don't think we ever met before. I'm Kaiba Ueto. Ah, I think I remember you. You helped me once with cleaning up the theater room after a particularly nasty spill. I recalled. Oh. He blinked. I forgot about that. How do you remember him but not me? The glasses girl practically screamed indignantly. I ignored her. How are you doing? All right. He said a little awkwardly. And what's your thing? I asked. I make swords. Sacred gear. Sword birth. He nodded. Neat, what does it do? Makes swords. And that's it. Just plain OL swords. Well, they're demonic swords. He clarified. Alright, that's something. What can you do with them? I make some that hit harder, some that make me faster, some that are sharper, oh, and I recently made one that shoots smaller swords. He smiled. That's it. What do you mean? Do you have any imagination at all? I sighed. You can make swords with esoteric effects and you're settling for being faster? Am I understanding that right? What else should I be doing? I held my hand up, pointing to Baikao. Him. Me. Baikao pointed at himself. Hey, I'm just having fun watching you verbally tear through them, don't bring me into this. He has Rui Jing Bang, make a fucking sword that copies it. Gets longer, gets bigger, weighs a metric shit ton. Hey, that sounds neat. Baikao mused. Then I pointed at boy band. Divine diving. I'll kill you if you copy me. He scowled. I pointed at myself. Boosted gear. If you can make yourself fucking faster for some inane reason, increase all of your stats, not just your speed, you idiot. Make bomb swords. Make heat-seeking swords. Arrows are just different shaped swords. Make swords that slow down time, or speed it up. Make swords that curse wounds to not heal. Make swords that can reverse causality. You're bullshitting on that last one. Baikao snorted. You'd be surprised. I laughed. I never thought about any of those. Kaiba muttered. How long have you known about your sacred gear for? I raised an eyebrow. He looked down onto the ground awkwardly. Shit. I really didn't mean to kind of lash out like that. I honestly don't know where it came from, it sort of just spilled or so suddenly and I didn't stop. I can't say I don't have a temper sometimes, but I usually don't lose my cool like that. I should apologize, that was uncalled for. None of what he said was wrong. Sarayorg crossed his arms, grunting. He called me a stripper. Akeno growled. You heard the man. I shot back. Okay, that was just me being petty. But I don't take back half OT things I said about her. Seriously, pick a lane, go full seductress or don't do it at all. I didn't mean. We know what you meant, sigh. Venelana's daughter smiled towards him. And what about me? She looked at me with a huff. Pass. What? Pass. I said again. I would rather Venelana not be mad at me. I was already anticipating a wonderful few nights together, I didn't want to sour that any. You were the one who hit Riser, right? She suddenly asked. Nope. I denied immediately. He was. Jean replied. I looked at her in utter betrayal, and she just smiled. But why was the red-headed Venelana clone smiling so happily at me? You were the one who hit Riser. I scrunched my nose. What smells like cheap cologne? Said Annoyance was walking right towards us. I thought you were just making a joke, but I smell it too. Bai Kao held his nose. I don't smell anything. Sarayorg looked around. My nose is sensitive. Bai Kao grumbled. Hey, this is random, but do you ever shrink the staff and use it for anything weird? Like a chopstick? I suddenly asked because I wanted to ask this before, but I got distracted and I would rather ignore the idiot who was approaching. Oh, all the time. It's strangely handy. He grinned. I was hanging up some stuff in my apartment, and I couldn't reach high enough, so I used it as a ladder too. I forgot to buy a shower rod so, it fit perfectly. Don't ignore Riser. I let out a long sigh. What do you want? An apology? He demanded. No. You attacked. Bakud number 61, Rika Jaker. I lazily held a finger, pointing at him as 6 beams of light slammed into his midsection, preventing any movement as he fell to the ground. I quickly followed it up with a talisman, throwing it at his face. It covered his mouth perfectly, not allowing him to speak. With another sigh, I grabbed him by the foot, picking him up. With a bit of aim, I tossed him towards the large and intricately decorated window nearby. Yeet! It shattered quite easily, and the annoying kid went sailing through to the outside. I swear, some people have absolutely no survival instincts. I wiped my hands clean. Is he going to be okay? Jean asked softly. I think he's a phoenix or something, lots of regeneration. You could probably lop his head off and he'd be right as rain a few seconds later. Yeah, it's kind of annoying. Nice practice target, but most of his family use it to wear down their opponents. Sarayorg answered. Oh, okay then. Jean seemed pleased with that answer. I looked at the flaming idiots, peerage as they stared in shock. Go, shoo shoo. I gestured for them to disperse and it seemed like they regained their senses as they ran for the door after their presumed king. Can they regenerate from anything? Bai Kao asked. Sarayorg shrugged. I've seen his older brother come back after getting chopped up in all sorts of ways. Blown up by magic, lots of stuff. Dang, that sounds cool. Makes me want to take a crack at one of them. Bai Kao rubbed his chin. You said his brother is strong. Boy Band looked interested. One of the strongest. Sarayorg nodded. How did you get so strong? Red Venelana looked at me with a mix of awe and envy. The normal way. I said dismissively. But I train. I train every day. She whispered. There has to be some secret, right? Some method you used to get so strong so quicky. When was the last time you've been in a real fight? I frowned. I train with. No, not training. When was the last time you've been in a fight with someone who wanted you dead, and had the capability to kill you? When's the last time you've gotten into a fight and there was a very real possibility you could be killed? When was the last time you fought something that you absolutely had no chance of winning against? When was the last time you thought you were going to die? I can't deny I've experienced my fair share of luck on my ascent to my current level. I can't say that everything I've gotten had been earned through blood, sweat and tears. But I'll be damned if I let anyone say that I used some shortcut to reach here. I put in my effort to reach this point, and I have most assuredly bled along the way. It felt insulting for her to imply otherwise. I was being polite before by not telling her to fuck off. I didn't want to speak with her and I was already annoyed. Geez, why was I being so overly emotional? I was being polite for Venelana's sake because something inside of me really wanted to be more rude. She was about to say something, but the building shook. It startled everyone, but more so something was very much amiss. On a fundamental level, something changed around us. I experienced something like this before, and I was having trouble placing it. However, I felt my instincts flare up, and realization dawned on me. Without a second thought, Mirage appeared in my hand and I flicked it, producing several of my sword phantoms. The birds were sent flying in several directions, but most notably I swiped Mirage to the side, deflecting something hidden that was aiming for the neck of Venelana's daughter, and Glass's girl. Simultaneously, my birds collided with something very firm, producing a loud clang noise that hung through the air. They were aimed at other people, some of other factions that were around, some that weren't. And I realized where the familiar feeling came from. It was similar to when Jin took us outside the immediate timeline for answering her questions via Relic of Knowledge. Mortals are really fierce these days. A strange voice reverberated throughout the surroundings. Someone appeared, stepping into the middle of the floor. He was big. Easily 9 feet tall, perhaps a little more than that. He had black hair, and wore something reminiscent of Greek clothes. And his facial features were off. It was as if his head was slightly elongated, his nose was a tad too large, and his eyes too wide. Something distinctly inhuman, but still reminiscent of them. Almost like if a human was compared to their predecessors on the evolutionary chain. But the weapon he held was a dead giveaway given the other clues. A large scythe held at his side, the edge of which seemed to bleed against the fabric of reality. Cronus. Welp, things just got much more complicated. Chapter 468, Chapter 425. His presence alone, without even broadcasting himself, was immense. Cronus, the Titan of Time. Realistically, he represented the waning of the seasons, the inevitability of the harvest, the falling of the leaves, the falling of the snow, and finally the melting of the snow. In a more practical sense, he embodied the rebirth of every new season and the withering of the previous. Two ends of a spectrum that merged into the authority of time. Beyond this, my knowledge of the Titan was minimal. I never really thought I'd have to know important information on a godly entity that was supposed to be long dead. Time was not a domain one could lightly touch. Just to understand this, you could look at all the major pantheons of the world and point out how many gods there are with such a domain. How many fingers on a single hand would be left over? Time was a nebulous concept. It wasn't like looking up to the sun and feeling its warmth. It wasn't like hearing the thundering of the sky and roaring of the oceans. Time was much more immaterial. Which was why I was on guard. Not to mention, the weapon in his hand gave me a very bad feeling. Frankly, it didn't even look like it was properly forged. Almost amateurish in its design and form. Like someone just took a slab of metal and hammered it vaguely into the correct form without doing much else and then sharpened it. But that did nothing to dissuade from the archaic aura it exuded. It was something personally crafted by one of the Greeks' primordials. Something on the same level as Nyx. Which was where his own authority was inherited from. All in all, he was dangerous. Just from the feeling of danger, I would place him in that ranking floating around as the top 10 for how much that bracket was really worth. He looked at me with a rather casual smile. There wasn't a wisp of killing intent in his gaze. It was as if he was watching something utterly fascinating. He hefted his large scythe up. A single swing of it, and it could easily cut this building in half. Instead, he put it upside down, letting the massive metal head drop into the floor, shattering and cracking it in dozens of feet. He then leaned onto the handle. So fierce. He repeated his words from earlier. I almost didn't believe them when they told me how powerful mortals have become. I could feel Saray-Org's Toki ignite silently. His was the most obvious, but everyone around me looked like they were ready for battle. Well, most of the people around me. I glanced at Baikao and Boy Band. They had enough survival instincts to realize the situation, but there was a hint of trepidation there. As for Venelana's daughter and Glasses, along with most of the other devils, they seemed frozen in place. I remembered what I said to them only moments prior and, I may have went a bit too far. It wasn't fair how I bit into them maliciously like that. I should apologize later. I was glad that I already had Mirage in my hand, because I began running some calculations secretly. There was a beat of silence as everything remained still. Only for Cronus to slightly shift in place. That seemed to be the catalyst for Boy Band to draw upon his divine dividing. Wings sprouted from his back. Div. Before he could finish, I pushed his head down, slamming him into the ground. An invisible ripple passed right over where he had been. A gesture from Cronus, and the tip of his scythe emerged from nothingness, slicing across the air. He was still standing there, leaning upon his weapon, yet he managed to attack so bizarrely. Cronus merely raised an inquisitive eyebrow. With an annoyed growl, I used a burst of Shunpo to appear right in front of him. He was genuinely startled by my sudden burst of speed. I gathered enough magical energy through the dimensional refraction phenomena. Spell circles reached peak efficiency. At this moment, it was all I could bring to bear with so little setup. Ether cannon. The multicolored light shot out at the Titan, enveloping him completely. He was hit, and I could sense his body suffering from the blast. As for how much damage he took, well, I wasn't too optimistic. His massive body went rocketing back, slamming into a space devoid of people, demolishing the furniture and further the wall. You bastard! Boy Band forced himself up. I had him. Don't be stupid. I didn't retract my gaze from Cronus as he pulled himself out of the rubble. No one came to help. Despite there being dozens of gods, and any number of actual guards set up for this event, no one is here helping. Think about why that is for a second. I glanced at Baikao and Saray both, silently letting them know that went for them as well. They both seemed like the type of people to jump headfirst into the fight without proper consideration. He's right. Cronus grunted, getting back up to his feet. He cracked his neck, looking none the worse for wear. That was interesting. Never encountered ether before. I smiled lightly, holding Mirage gently to the side. Can't say that I have. He admitted. Despite this world not operating the same as back home, there were still certain truths. Ether was a concept introduced with the rise of humanity. It should be something utterly foreign to him, which was why it took him by surprise. But mostly, I just wanted some space between him and everyone else. When did you notice? He asked, almost cheerfully. Almost immediately. I answered. Ha! He slapped his knee. Maybe I lost my touch. Oi, what's he talking about? Baikao was tense even with his divine weapon in his hands. We're outside of the timeline. I briefly explained. The reason why no one has come yet. A few hours could pass in here and it might only be a few seconds outside. I wasn't entirely sure, but best to err on the side of caution. Correct. Cronus smiled and his body fizzled away into nothingness. Simultaneously, he appeared in the back at the table holding all the snacks. This is some good stuff. It doesn't compare to nectar or ambrosia, but that's not a fair comparison. Back then, we'd be happy with some meat roasted over a fire and some salt sprinkled on it was decadent. Look at this. I can't even recognize all these things, but they're delicious. He said, holding a tray up of appetizers and letting them slide into his mouth. I think those are crab cakes. I pointed out, keeping him preoccupied rather than the alternative. Ah! He crowed very crudely. Those little sea creatures? They had a nice crunchy shell, but the meat wasn't that appetizing. Maybe I just never bothered to cook them properly. Why was I humoring him with this nonsense? Well, I wasn't worried about myself in this situation. I could leave any time I wanted, taking Jean and fleeing if the situation called for it. Or I could even fight him if I really wanted to as well. I wasn't scared by any means even if I considered him a strong opponent. But, I couldn't exactly take everyone with me in time if he decided to initiate a bloodbath. Nor could I reasonably protect them if we got into a real fight. So at this particular moment, I was treading carefully because they were more or less hostages. It was comical in a way. A whole room of devils and others watching the Titan of Time just munch on some snacks as he exclaimed their deliciousness. I heard devils were some sort of evil and disgusting race. At least that's what those other busybodies said. Compared you lot to cockroaches. But I like to see things with my own eyes. And I have to say, I'm very disappointed. He swallowed a mouthful. You, with the big chest and the red hair. He pointed to Venelana's daughter. Where are the human snacks? Ah! Rias made a sound in both confusion and a bit of intimidation. Cronus let out a disgruntled noise. I heard your predecessors were better. I would have wanted to compare my cooking methods. Do you have any idea how hard it is to cook a human perfectly for their bones to still be crunchy and their skin to be nice and crisp while the meat stays juicy? He shook his head. There was a hint of killing intent coming from the corner of the room. Unsurprisingly, it was the kid from the church that I had a weird feeling from. Cronus noticed him too. Well, that one has some fight in him. He chuckled, seemingly not caring. You were, 1 second. He wiped his hands on his clothes and took out a small piece of parchment. Well, small for his size, but he held it up close to his eye to take a look. Members of the church. Oh, you're the ones who worship Yahweh in this era. He nodded in understanding. Sorry about that, I'm still not used to everything that's changed. I have some things written down as reminders. You can't imagine how surprising it was for me to see what became of the world in my absence. Actually, his carefree attitude was disconcerting. But look at me, acting like some old geezer. He chuckled. I have no quarrel with your church. Actually, I support it wholeheartedly. A human's place is to worship their gods. He nodded sagely. Even if he is dead, it shows your dedication. I may not have even eaten you if you were my worshipper with that much dedication. Well, there goes that secret. The looks on the church people's faces were hard to discern. Were they already aware, or did this come as a surprise? I couldn't quite tell, considering that they were still pretty frightened by his appearance in the first place. I was content to let him just blabber on with nothing else happening. Your church? He hummed. Devils, something that didn't exist in my era. But you're all basically just humans. He grunted. And I knew that wouldn't sit well with most of the devils here. Let's see, oh, white and red are here too. Those are some old faces. Well, not really faces. Screw you too. Albion's voice came out from the sacred gear. You know, if I was younger, I would have killed your wielder because of that, Whitey. Cronus chuckled, grabbing another full platter of food and eating it nearly whole. But I'll let it go this time. I'm in a nostalgic mood after seeing some of my old friends. You don't have friends? Albion immediately replied. Cronus paused, and frowned. That's not true, I have a few left. He said softly, yet it still was loud and booming as it was before. His expression returned quickly. And one of those, Eastern things. I forget what your race is called, I didn't have much interaction with you all. But I heard your ancestor was a bit of an ornery thing. He was looking at Baikao. Yukai. Baikao answered. That's it. Cronus snapped. Not bad at all, kid. Thanks. Baikao said awkwardly. And I can feel that weapon of yours is dangerous. Maybe in a few years you could have actually been a threat. Bitch, you wanna go? Baikao barked out, raising Ruyi Jinggu Bang. Haha. Cronus slapped his knee. The audacity. I love it. He laughed a bit before Zelretch next. And you're probably the strongest full-blooded devil here. Nice aura there, I can tell your fists have been honed pretty well. What do you think? Wanna go a few rounds too? Anytime, old man. Zelretch punched his fist to his palm. Not bad, not bad. Cronus just grinned with a carefree look about him. And some others too, some demigods from various places that mostly fills up the other pantheons present. Some mortals with souls that are far too old for their bodies, how boring. But overall, just mortals. Then his gaze landed on me. And then there's you. Me. I raised an eyebrow. Dragon, devil, human, god. There are so many things inside of you, it's hard to tell. And something. He stopped, furrowing his brow. What is that? He whispered. Something dangerous is hiding inside of you. What is it? He grabbed his scythe, staring at me before coming. Whoops, almost slipped back into old habits. I'm trying to be calmer. Reining in my temper. It got me into far too much trouble in my younger days, I don't want to repeat past mistakes. However, his eyes narrowed towards me. Why is your personal time so wrong? Maybe it has something to do with my handsomeness. I offered as a very plausible explanation. He blinked. I don't think I've ever had a mortal talk to me so cheekily before. What a novel experience. He looked around the room. You protected those church mortals even though you're supposed to be enemies, if I recall. He let out a sigh. I lied before, I'm sorry, it's a terrible habit. Truthfully, I despise the worshippers of other deities. He punctuated the sentence with a sharp jerk of his scythe. It wasn't me who moved this time, because there was someone else who could predict certain outcomes much more efficiently than me. My banner, protect my brethren Luminoside Eternal. Jean was quick to intercept the attack. The invisible slashes of his that would have severed a few heads. Jean's golden shield emerged from her banner, enveloping the church people and herself in a nearly impenetrable barrier. There was the distinct sound of something scraping. It wasn't metal against metal in this case, but more like the collision of two opposing forces, both unyielding, that sent ripples out across most notable spectrums. It was enough that even Cronus came to a stop to stare in confusion. He raised a finger up to point at Jean as her shield came down. He opened his mouth to speak but closed it a moment later before opening again. What are you? He questioned in clear confusion. You are completely different. Your existence is outside of my domain. His tone shifted. I will see for myself. He disappeared from where he was again, appearing not far from where Jean was. His scythe held up, pointing at Jean. Streams of condensed temporal energy flowed and attached to her. I felt a fury bubble up in my chest and pushed off with another burst of shunpo. Mirage shined brightly and I pulled upon the kaleidoscope to slice through the strings. Time and space were always interconnected. One could not exist without the other, and the other would have no meaning without the former. The strings of his were severed as I slid to a stop in front of her protectively. She didn't look harmed, but I was a bit concerned now. I was ready to fight in earnest and damn the consequences. Heroic spirit. He tilted his head. That's all I got. He frowned. What's your game? I demanded, shifting away from that. You could have easily started a slaughter. How many people here could actually stop you? Bar me, of course, but even so. You've basically been just casually chatting ever since kidnapping everyone with the half-assed attempt at murder. You demand answers from me. He stood up straighter with a flash of anger appearing on his face. Do you know what it was like to appear in this world after so long and see what your mortals did to this planet? My mother and I have had our disagreements, but I am still the son of Gaia. I used to know those gods in the far west. Back in my era, they repelled our own attempts to conquer their lands. Before everyone decided on their borders. And yet, I hear that all the gods of those lands were murdered by mortals. He spat out. I nearly killed the fool who reported that nonsense to me. But I don't believe others lightly. I wanted to see with my own eyes, the heights that those pathetic things have somehow reached in my absence. His body was nearly vibrating with his innate divinity. His hands gripped around his scythe so tightly that his knuckles turned white. So, why not attend a gathering with a bunch of powerful mortal kids to see what's true or not? He raised his finger pointing at the church guy behind Jean. That weapon inside of him full of mutilated gods is just a perfect example. I glanced at the church kid, realizing now why he gave me a strange feeling. The little manipulation of wind he did was a piece of a divine authority. You're angry that mortals no longer roll around in the mud. I snorted. The arrogance and ruthlessness of a deity shine through despite his casual demeanor. The only place a mortal should be is on the ground in prostration or in our stomachs. Right. Despite how he was being humorous before, he was always cited as a vindictive and arrogant entity. To the point where the other titans rarely wanted to even be near him. It would be like if Zeus was actively malicious rather than being selfish and egotistical. It seems like a fight is inevitable then. I was ready to call upon my power to fight him properly. It would not be in the best circumstances with all these people around, but I would do the best I could. Maybe I should sneak them away during the fight? Jean was here to back me up in that regard. She hadn't said anything, but I knew she didn't need any orders from me on how to act. And there were a few people here I could possibly rely on. How about we play a game instead? He offered, the tension sort of dissipating. What? I blinked, surprised at how things shifted so easily. He dropped his scythe to the ground. I heard these devils were obsessed with a game. Chess, was it? Dreadfully boring, but I can admit it had its own unique charm. Let's do something like that, but a bit more fun. I frowned, considering the alternative. Well, it was a matter of time before the people outside came barging in. I honestly didn't want to fight in these circumstances. You're stalling for some reason, aren't you? I questioned. He grinned. How about the stakes? If I win, I'll just kill everyone here. If you win, well, that should be obvious. Fine, I'm on board. I agreed. But what? Cronus let out a shout, clapping his hands. His eyes lit up with a blinding light, and I felt something connected. It felt like he just bound me to a geese, but through my divinity. Clever dick. I've never encountered that trick before. I'll need to talk to Izzy about it and see how to not let it happen in the future, because he basically just touched my divinity with his own and made our agreement binding. Something appeared between us. It was like, there we are, I created a miniature world for us. He declared. It has its own rules, and I bound it to us through our agreement. Did you just create a miniature reality marble? I looked in a bit of awe. He tilted his head. Is that one of this era's terms? Forget it. I bit my tongue. I looked down, as it was like a bubble. Inside, it appeared a smaller version of me, and a smaller version of him, relatively speaking. Explain the rules. I crossed my arms. I mentioned that chess, but it's not really the same. Just a small idea I came up with after playing it a few times. We each command a copy of ourselves to fight. He said that like it was extremely simple. How does it work? It operates on absolute truth. The law within this small world dictates that your copy can only move and act how you could possibly do so normally. Don't try to cheat now, the oath I bound you to also assures the truth. The geese he put me under is basically reading me then? It's basically that this miniature version of me was a genuine projection within this small world. And it's not as if it's actually copying my abilities, but mimicking the cause and effect. If it summoned the gauntlet, there would be no drag, but it would still have the abilities because that's within my memory and verified through my own acknowledgement and thus is channeled through the geese. Only verbal commands? I asked. Correct. He answered. Interesting. I found myself amused by this game that he went through the effort of creating. I didn't know what his purpose here was, even if his earlier anger was real. I had no doubt that he would casually slaughter everyone here in a heartbeat, but his entire purpose for coming was suspect. There was certainly a higher purpose, not just ranting about the kids these days. But it's better this than him deciding that they would look better with less body parts. And the moment I try to open a portal, he's probably going to abandon this charade and start making heads roll, so I may as well play along for now. Jump once. I commanded. My little projection jumped into the air once. Well? What do you think? I'm intrigued. I answered in all honesty. Why don't I show you another one of the rules? He smiled happily before quickly turning it into something more malicious. Stab his arm. Before I could properly react, my miniature's aura flared to life. Cronus's scythe skipped and twisted through space, like a serpent it came at me at a strange angle. My aura collided with it, dispersing a significant portion of the blow, but even still, his divine weapon tore into the flesh of my miniature's arm. Simultaneously, my own sleeve was torn in the same spot, and a gash opened up, blood dripping down my skin. Will! Jean exclaimed running towards me, but an invisible barrier shunted her off. Cronus wagged his finger. No interfering. If you try to help him, he will suffer a backlash. All of this is based on a single agreement. I frowned, looking at my arm. I'm amazed you could force this onto me. I am Cronus, Titan King, son of Gaia. His eyes narrowed. You insult me by thinking so little of me, mortal. If this was all fake, in a sense, then I had plenty of things I was more than willing to throw out without a second thought. Well then, let's play. If this was how he wanted to do this, I was more than happy to oblige. After all, it gave me several options. Chapter 469, Chapter 426. Vala Lucifer POV. What's wrong, Vala? You're not usually this reserved. Oh, screw off. You know it's true, Albion replied. Just because I love fighting doesn't mean I'm an idiot. There's a difference between rushing into a losing battle and actively trying to get myself killed. I didn't think I'd see the day. My little Vala having common sense? It must be my birthday. Shut up. But it's not usually like you to admit defeat so easily. Because it's not usually so damn blatant. Cronus? The Titan of Time? I wasn't oblivious to how strong he was. Shit, if that annoying bastard hadn't pushed me down in time, I wouldn't have been able to dodge completely. I didn't even see the attack. I felt the hairs stand up on my neck, but I couldn't even tell where it came from. I'm sure I could adjust to it in time, but he wasn't someone that would let me just sit there and randomly dodge his attacks if he really wanted to kill me. Time is a powerful domain. It has a lot of nuances that you would be unfamiliar with. It's not surprising that he can suppress you so easily. You've never encountered something like this before. Then why can the annoying bastard handle it? That, I don't know. Really? What, do you think I'm all-knowing, brat? I only know things based on my own experiences. I've lived a very long time. But Drake's host is barely, what, 2 decades? I have no idea how he's already so familiar with the concept of time that he can casually stand in front of Cronus. Even at my peak, I would have to be wary of him to a degree. You're saying he's stronger than you? I'm saying, his strength deserves respect. Not everything can be broken down into stronger or weaker. If you're not careful, someone who is objectively weaker than you can take your life. Albion snorted. Gods are, not something that you can think so linearly about. A god's strength requires certain facets to consider. You've never told me this before. Were you holding out on me? Did you think I would give you instructions on how to fight gods just so you to run off and get yourself killed a moment later? Albion grumbled. You're an overconfident little shit. The second you think you could stand a chance, you would challenge anyone. Fuck you. Fuck you. Just tell me, you white bastard. Fine. Albion huffed. The degree of worship is the first. This is more abstract than the others. If a god's domain was something stupid like twigs, but half the planet worshipped them, then even I would be no match at my strongest. Alright, that's pretty simple. I'm keeping it simple for you because I know you wouldn't understand otherwise. Albion retorted. So Cronus should be a lot weaker now, right? It's not like he's worshipped. There's two misconceptions about that. First, he's part of the Greek pantheon, and by association, he receives some blessings there even if he isn't directly worshipped. Alright, that sorta makes sense. Don't get me wrong, a god that isn't worshipped is barely given scraps in comparison. But it's enough that it sustains them from slowly obscuring. Which is a form of death to a god. Whatever. So Cronus was still fine because the Greeks are still around. The second misconception. I was saying that as if Cronus was a god. He is not a god, he is a titan. What's the difference? I thought it was just a reference to his size. Well, yes. This isn't nearly as small as he actually is. Drake replied. But why is there the difference between titans and gods? Some other places have them too. Surtur is a divine being, yet he is a giant. Why the hell am I supposed to care? Because if you don't learn, you're going to stay an idiot and not know how to fight opponents in that league when you get there. Asshole. Ignoring that, Albion continued. Titans do not change with worship. Titans are static existences. Their strength only comes from their purpose. That is why there is a difference between titans and gods. Similar to Surtur as I said before. He is different from a titan, but his existence isn't too dissimilar. His power comes from his purpose to bring about destruction. So he's basically a god that doesn't need worship to be strong. If that's what you take away from this, then sure, you can consider it like that. That means he's still in his prime then? Well, he looks heavily weakened at the moment due to other circumstances, but that's mostly correct. Okay, and the last thing? The last thing is the god's domain. Albion replied. You must be wary of a god's domain because it can be used in ways you might not expect. Some are strong, some are weak, and some are tricky. Time is extremely strong, and it's very tricky to navigate. I listened to Albion even as I watched the bastard and Cronus standing in front of each other while the game unfolded. He isn't serious. What? Cronus. Albion replied. Cronus is very meticulous and arrogant. He isn't someone who does things like this on a whim. He's playing around on purpose, you don't need to overly worry. Does the bastard know? Probably. Drake is many things, among them being stupid. But he isn't stupid. If you get me. So he's like you. Normally, I'd argue. But after so many years, it's easy to see the similarities between us. Albion paused. Now that I think about it, even our wielders are very similar this time around. Both half-devils, sons of Lucifer. Yet, whatever. It made me roll my eyes. Like that was at all important. I was just pointing it out. Albion mentally shrugged. And we both probably have our strongest wielders ever. So he's Drake's strongest? Do you think he isn't? Albion laughed. He probably doesn't even need Drake. To be honest, you're pretty far behind him at the moment. He wasn't lying when he said he wouldn't need the boosted gear to beat you. Oh, don't get mopey. We still have a lot of time. You both are still kids, keep training and you can catch up. Really? Well, I'm being optimistic. Thanks for the support. Well, you better train hard to catch up. Drake isn't going to hold back with this wielder of his. It's been a while since I've seen him so happy with one. What do you mean? Drake has always been an ass, but his attitude shifts with how much he likes his user. If he doesn't like them all that much, he's usually quieter and more reserved. If he really likes them, well, he acts like he did back in the day. As you obviously saw. Volley, you all right? I blinked, looking at Baikao. Was talking to Albion. I grunted. You thinking about taking a shot at him? Baikao asked, pointing at Cronus as him and the bastard were about to play their little game. We might be able to do something if we all work together. There's no point. Albion said that he's just playing. I grumbled. Yeah, figured that out. Can still take a shot at him. The devil, Sarayorg offered. I wanna see how far away that mountain peak is. Didn't really interact with many full-blooded devils, but I kind of liked him. I wanna fight him later. I got a talisman from my gramps, it has a full-powered strike from him. Baikao offered. A full-powered strike from the Monkey King? Don't even think about it. He hit me with one of those back in the day and I lost plenty of my scales. It'd give him a heads up that you were in trouble too, right? I asked. Yeah. He nodded. I let out a sigh. Whatever, don't waste it, this'll probably be over soon anyways. Besides, I'm sure that almost everyone here had some way to save their lives that was given to them. Well, mostly everyone. Don't know if most of the devils here had anything like that. But most of the people from the other pantheons? That's a given if they entered into foreign territory like this. It'd look really bad if the kids they brought came to harm while they were busy. Shit, even that feathered bastard gave me a way to protect myself if I was going to die. Don't know how reliable it was, but he told me it might save my life if someone really strong wanted to kill me. So who knows? He also said not to take it out of the divine dividing because it might cause problems. Really, don't take it out unless it's a last resort. Albion quickly reminded me. Seriously, I'm only guessing at what it is, but your dad is crazy for making something like this. Alright, now I'm curious. I refuse to let you have it unless you're about to die. Screw you. Stop acting like a brat and focus. This is a good opportunity to see what your rival can do. Albion knew exactly how to distract me. And I'm interested too. I want to see what Drake is so smug about. To be honest, there wasn't anyone here who wasn't aware of who that prick was. I don't think he even realized though. He waltzed in without a second thought and didn't even talk or look at anyone. I knew most of the faces around here, Azazel kept me up to date on who's who of around my age. And they were all looking at him, watching silently to see what he was capable of. Wilhelm POV. I was a little relaxed. Despite the situation, I felt like most of the danger had passed. Did he take me by surprise? Yup, I would admit that. I never experienced a divine binding like this. I agreed to the game, but I didn't realize that meant I was entering a divine geese. And I'm fairly sure he played a trick on that anyways and it wasn't a normal thing that could happen. Regardless, I wasn't too worried about it. Worst case scenario, I was pretty sure my authority could sever it easily enough. So there wasn't a hidden danger with what was happening. My biggest concern was everyone else here. And if he was content to just play a game and leave them alone, then sure, I'd play along. But that did open up other questions. I found it unlikely he was here just for this haphazard reason. There was obviously a bigger scheme going on. You look deep in thought. Cronus's voice rumbled. Care to share? I was just considering why you're here. I answered, nonplussed about being honest. What do you think? He asked. I considered it and I think there's really only one obvious reason. I replied casually. Summon swords. I ordered my reflection. All of my swords shot out, surrounding him. This was also a test to see how much it mimicked me. I looked at Dawnbreaker and Ascalon to realize immediately that it was all a charade. It had no actual essence to them, only pulled upon memories of my own on how they were supposed to react. Some sort of causality was linking us to this small world to facilitate the events. Interesting. He grinned, focusing on the game as well. What's the reason? Distraction is the most probable reason. I answered first. You think that I, Cronus, am a mere distraction? His eyes narrowed. Yup. I ignored his intense gaze. He was silent for a moment before grinning. You're a smart mortal. He didn't elaborate more. I figured. He didn't even bother to deny it. When you look at it objectively, he was ready to flee at a moment's notice. The fluctuations from his body, well, I didn't think he was at 100% right now. Honestly, he had a sort of exhaustion about him. Recently reviving and getting his heart gouged out by Odin? That's probably left him in a not-so-good state. And something else. It felt like he was continuously using his authority beyond the obvious means of keeping us contained here. Something I realized about chess when I was taught it. He started. Wither. His words were directed at the game. Is that certain moves have more than one meaning? Emanating out from Cronus's figure, everything began withering away into death. Use Bakud number 44. I commanded. My copy had the ethereal spiritual barrier spring up in front of him. The withering effect slammed into it, not allowing it to pass further. Oh, it certainly began to drain away on my Kido, but it held far longer than a normal spell would have. Interesting. Cronus rubbed his chin. Spiritual matter can weather several seasons. I said simply. Counter with lightning runes. The runic circles appeared overhead and discharged down at the Titan of Time. He rolled his eyes. Swipe it away. With a swipe of his scythe, the copy tore through them without much effort. You didn't like my greeting? I asked. I like my meals to have more meat. He retorted. Commands required verbal confirmation, but how far did that extend? Let's go with some prestidigitation. I looked at my projection. Staff out. Swords to position. Bindings of Gaia into a Niflheim, into Thor's hammer. Cronus blinked, perhaps at my naming conventions, but my projection moved immediately. My swords all shot out. It seems my shorthand was effective. They all shot at him with the intent to pierce him. Small tricks again. Cronus grunted. Disperse them. He merely waved the scythe and it deflected my swords despite them coming at all angles. I mentally forced them to fall at certain spots, impaling themselves at specific locations. It seems my intent meant a lot with each word I spoke in command. Roots then sprung out of the ground, lashing out at him, wrapping him up. You dare to use Mother's gift against me? He laughed. He didn't even need to speak and the aura of time responded to his miniature and the roots froze, struggling to continue. Rather, they began to wither at a quick speed. My copy followed up with casting a freezing winds of Niflheim. A layer of ice appeared on him, only very briefly before it shattered. Is that it? Cronus looked at me, unfazed. Just needed you stationary for a second. I replied as a pentagram lit up under his copy's feet. The swords acting as the points of the star. 5 elements mutual generation. I called out. My copy took out 5 talismans, each representing the 5 eastern elements. They burned away, linking with the pentagram that my swords formed with Cronus at the center. Thunder rumbled overhead. Clouds blanketed the sky. I didn't even need to call it out because I already did. Cronus looked up, with eyes widening. Impressive. He breathed out. The massive lightning construct broke through the clouds. Magic from those Norse, how nostalgic. Cronus's gaze turned soft for a moment, but an eerie aura burst out of him. Omicron Kappa Nu Omicron Phi Nu Epsilon Iota Tau Omicron Theta Nu Alpha Tau Omicron. Words left his mouth, but I felt a screeching in my ears, enough that I almost instinctively covered them. A shadow loomed above the world. My massive lightning construct was dwarfed. It was as if a shadow had fused with the stars in the sky, forming a corporeal body. It held a massive scythe in its hand, like a farmer about to reap a harvest. A motion of its scythe sliced through my Thor's hammer. While my spell was impressive, it paled in comparison to the sheer divinity that this attack held. Like an aspect of the world given physical form. The Reaper's scythe cleaved towards me. I didn't panic, however. Activate the Sword of Destruction. I commanded. The Sword of Destruction flew to my copy's hand. Technically, there was only one use left this century, but this wasn't an actual use. Size didn't matter. The sword gleamed with a baleful hue. A swing of it and destruction awoke. The concept of destruction was applied to the massive shadow. It seared through the shadowy image, from end to end, it burned away into nothingness. The true power of the Sword of Destruction showing itself properly. The first time I used it against that Daedric prince, it was enough to do the equivalent of punching his clone in the face. Which was a feat in itself when you consider what a Daedric prince is. When I used it again against the demon, he was destroyed to the point he was nearly removed from existence, only the intervention of Solomon saved him. This time, there was not a point of contention. It fulfilled its objective completely, as even though the shadow was an ability composed of divinity, it wasn't connected truly to a god and thus could consume it whole without suffering a blockage. Cronus stood there, unmoving. I sense the touch of a god I don't recognize. Using another language, smart. I ignored him. He seemed to snap out of his stupor. I never said we have to speak in mortal language. Apologies if the language my mother bestowed to her children is difficult on your mortal ears. He grinned again. Flip him off. I ordered, and my copy did so immediately. Delta iota alpha kappa upsilon mu nu sigma epsilon iota, something much more normal rolled off his lips. But it was still incomprehensible to me. It sounded more like Medea's divine words. The scythe in Cronus's hands blurred and I felt a cage appear around me. Ascalon. I called out. My copy summoned forth my noble phantasm, activating it to block every attack. You did see through it. He muttered. You're extending a moment of time across space, like a thread. Multiple times. All you have to do is basically press your weapon against it, and it attacks from the extended moment regardless of where you are. I explained. His eyes lit up and he flicked his scythe again. Block an ether cannon. Mirage flew into my copy's hand and he complied. Divide the time stream. My attack was split, soaring around him. You're saying it in a language I can understand. You earned this much from me. He replied without much expression. Thanks to you, I believe come to an answer. Shunpo to his back, slash at his neck. I responded. Answer to what? Block it. He said casually. To treat you mortals as beasts or not. Swallow returns. I frowned. My copy activated the technique, two of him attacking the front and back simultaneously. What? Cronus was confused. Still. The two of my copies stopped in place, their swords not able to move an inch. Other swords. As soon as I said that, the other swords flew in, but almost like hitting an immovable barrier, they froze in place as well before they could hit him. Interesting trick. He said, looking right at me. I've never felt something like that before. It's almost like the building shook. The cage around us fluctuated as it began to unravel. It seems like we're out of time. Did you just make a pun? I asked. He smiled, very proud of himself. I've been on that mortal thing, the web. I very much like all the jokes. I didn't know how to respond to that. The idea that the Titan Cronus awoke and decided to surf the web was hilarious and scary at the same time. Why don't we leave it here? Cronus offered. We're at a bit of a stalemate as it is. Well, you can't really hurt me, at least. You did good though. I raised an eyebrow. Power of destruction. He furrowed his brow. Perhaps it might sound odd what I just said to him, but what happened spoke for itself. While not as excessive compared to when I used the Hogyaku, my normal power of destruction had also been furthered after some time. It was enough that it began to lash out in retaliation. It began to eat away at the static time field surrounding Cronus. The building shook again. Zeus. He whispered, apparently recognizing something. Between life and death, there is only kappa epsilon nu tau eta tau alpha dot. The miniature world seemed to lose its light as he spoke. Retreat away. I commanded. My copy did so with a burst of shunpo. Good judgment, but futile. Reeb. This strange aura enveloped him and he waved his scythe, a gouge opening up across the earth towards my copy. It wasn't destruction, or physical force that ate away at everything, it was like everything was simply turned to ash through the passage of time. Aged away at such an obscene rate that there was not visible withering, but simply the acknowledgement that it no longer existed. The time period between it existing and when it would have normally turned to dust naturally was removed. His scythe bent strangely, and it seemed to circle around the world, hanging over my copy's head like an executioner's blade. I offered you a way out, but you didn't take it. He looked sad, for some reason. Your time is limited. As a mortal, you are a candle wafting in the wind. I wanted to play again, but I suppose this is the nature of mortals. Reeb. I felt danger. Time was extremely dangerous. And he was right, I was not an immortal. Taking away my lifespan was dangerous. Even if I would live for thousands of years, even tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, that was a finite amount of time in comparison to a true god. Still though, I was relaxed. A warmness filled my chest because I knew I had something to protect me here. I wasn't without options regardless, but this was one thing I felt confident in relying on. Avalon. The sheath in my copy's chest burst out, enveloping him in the ever-distant utopia. Cronus's attempt to strip away my lifespan was halted by an impenetrable barrier. He wasn't immediately surprised. He expected some resistance, but as soon as he realized his weapon gained no figurative ground his eyes began to widen. Why can I not penetrate that? He whispered, even if it sounded more like a low rumble. Why does that thing reject my domain? Everything ends, that is an undeniable law. Even immortals would suffer to some extent from this, yet that remains unmoving. His attacks shattered upon the inviolable utopia. He stood silently, eyes widened in confusion. The effects ended, but I didn't sit still. Shunpo. My copy moved. Myriad slash. Foulage. Mirage slashed horizontally. That thick and dangerous aura still covered him. Mirage touched it and struggled, it began to grow darker, losing all of its luster. Eventually, it formed cracks and shattered. Cronus seemed pleased with himself until he realized his folly. Mirage continued to slash at him. It followed the same pattern, slowly losing its luster and forming cracks before shattering again. And once more, my slash continued. An uncountable number of overlapped strikes. His time began to eat away at them, but they continued without fault. Cronus's expression turned from one of confusion into utter disbelief and he quickly took a step back, a splash of blood falling to the ground. I looked up at the actual Cronus across from me. A cut appeared on his chest, blood flowing down onto the floor. It wasn't extremely deep, but my blade severed the flesh of the Titan King. He even brought his hand up to touch his wound. A mortal wounded me. Divine might filled his eyes. Rage flashed across his face. Do you think I'm done? I raised an eyebrow, ignoring his indignation. His head quickly looked back down at our little game. Prestidigitation. I said softly, mimicking the actions of the copy of myself I fought previously. Octogoden. My copy actualized the spell it had prepared over this course of time. The initial words I told it had enough meaning that it knew what I wanted to do. Like a box, massive spell circles containing primordial runes shimmered into existence all around Cronus. And by the look on his face, even he sensed the danger. Destroy it! Cronus roared. His copy threw his scythe at one of the magic circles, magical energy discharged off it like lightning, forming cracks in it. And he threw himself at another, his fist carried with them an oppressive aura as he slammed them into another, shattering parts of it. But there was enough that some of the spell still went off. I didn't know how it would affect a titan like this. His fate was measured and attacked. His casualty was outlined and attacked. His spot on the timeline was attacked. His spatial coordinates were attacked. And lastly, his physical existence was attacked. That was the great god-carved seal. It attacked every aspect of one's existence. Cronus, not his copy, quickly swung his scythe, destroying the miniature world. But even so, he hunkered down, spilling a large amount of blood from his mouth and panting heavily. He used his scythe to hold himself up. Your name? He gritted through his teeth. He already knew it, but it was also a form of respect. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. I will remember you. His killing intent was palpable at this point. Next time we meet, it will not be a game. Nor will I be handicapped. His eyes flashed as the room shuddered again and the stasis around us shattered. Seemingly, he began to dissipate and drift away with the falling of his cage. Well, if he wanted to run, I wasn't sure I was in the mood to even try and stop him. He wasn't at 100%, that was clear, but he still wasn't someone I was going to go half-cocked against in a life-or-death fight. I breathed out a sigh of relief once the people outside finally arrived. There was a thunderous boom as a very notable god slammed into the floor, ready to fight with lightning crackling from his eyes. The others appeared rather quickly too, looking concerned and ready to fight. I simply took Mirage and stabbed it into the ground, leaning on it. What's the hurry, did something happen? I looked at them cheekily. Loki POV, DXD. I balanced one of my favorite daggers on my finger while taking a bite into an apple. You know, when we asked you to cause a distraction, we didn't mean like that. I decided to do things my way. The Titan of Time rumbled. Clearly. I said dryly. You're hurt. I glanced at him. Run into your dear old son? Played a bit of catch with him? Took him to a ball game. You're speaking things I don't understand and you know it. The Titan's tone was tired. Trickster, I have no patience right now. Very well. I dismissed my dagger and took a seat. Apple. I offered. He stared at me for a moment. Sure. He shrugged, catching the piece of fruit I threw at him. He tossed it into his large mouth with a single bite and swallowed it. You were right. Mortals have become much stronger. Did you do all of that just to verify it for yourself? I found myself sighing. You remind me of my brother. Do you expect me to trust you? He countered. Point. I acknowledged. But still, it's common knowledge. I do not trust other people to form my opinions for me. He glared. Well, I take back what I said. It seems there's some wisdom in that noggin of yours after all these years. I could respect that point of view. And what's your opinion? They are not beasts. He said simply. Well, I think some of our number would disagree. And they would be wrong. He growled. My. Does the great Titan King sympathize with the mortals? I chuckled. Hardly. He rolled his large eyes. There is a difference that must be acknowledged. And what's that? Beasts do not get the benefit of struggling for their survival. The mortals have earned that blessing. He sat down, shaking the ground with it. I didn't give you an answer before, but I will now. I will work together with you all. This, Chaos Brigade, of yours. The world went down the wrong path, and it must be corrected. Start it over. But I will respect their right to struggle to survive against what is to come. I'm questioning how you were even overthrown by your oaf of a son. I spoke softly. Why is it that you seem much more wise than the current leader of the Greeks? Don't speak ill of my son. He snapped his head. Is that familial love I feel? I felt myself grinning. Even after everything. I will make them all suffer the same torment that I have these past millennia. His eyes narrowed. But I will not deny that I am proud of them for defeating me. I am Cronus, king of the Titans, and they succeeded in overthrowing me. As their father, I can be nothing but proud. What a contradictory existence you are. I am a Titan, contradictions are for mortals. I am what I am and the world must accommodate me, not the other way around. He snorted. Well, this was a pleasant surprise. I had assumed I would be dealing with another Zeus, but instead, it's almost as if I had another Odin here with me. Perhaps if fate didn't dictate his fall, the world would have been a much different place. Did you at least do what we asked? I do not repay debts with ingratitude, trickster. But do not presume to order me around in the future. He flicked his hand, and Pandora's box went skirting across the ground. Take your box, I have done what you have asked. How, wonderful! I picked it up with gentleness. You do not know what you play with, trickster. Believe me, I know exactly what I'm playing with here. I chuckled. Then I am even more concerned that I have chosen to accompany your group. He sighed. I have also retrieved this. He held out his hand, showing a large eye. Ah, Baelor's eye, right from the accompanying sacred gear. There was no problem extracting it without leaving evidence. I asked. Do you take me for a child? He threw it at me and I caught it. I left a remnant of my own power inside of that mortal creature. What was he again? A Dhampir. A half vampire, half human. I replied. Yes, that thing. He didn't seem to care much. As you requested, there is a wisp of my power inside of him that will not diminish for many months so as to not cause problems for you and not be discovered. Wonderful. I smiled. This will help us next with the Fomorians. You should be thankful, I had thoughts of consuming it for my own gain. Only my gratitude for freeing myself and my general stopped me. As it stands, the effort required to exist in many places at once will extend the time I need to recover my full power. I am very thankful, O Lord Cronus. Stop. He groaned. Your false platitudes are worse than none. Just bring me some things to speed up my recovery. And the wall. I smiled. I said I completed it. You wished me to drain away the power hidden in that strange cavern of the devils with the box, I did so and used my domain to keep it from crumbling. He waved it off. It left me exhausted, but it will not be discovered that it is all but destroyed for another year or two. Wonderful. I clapped my hands happily. It seemed that our little operation went off without a hitch. Despite him taking his own alterations to the plan and seemingly kidnapping all those kids right under the gods' noses. Which, I can't say I'm against, but it was a risk I wouldn't have taken. But all's well that ends well. It was annoying to set up simultaneous attacks at every entrance to hell so as to not draw attention to the titan draining away the vitality of that cavern, but it was well worth it. A seal, or well, more like a small band-aid, was undone. Every little bit helps. One of many that the biblical God created in the world. And our main purpose to kill a few infuriating gnats went off without a hitch. Some of those pesky old Satan devils that kept a hold of information that they really shouldn't have. Thankfully, they didn't know what they had, neither did their captors. The new Satans didn't put together what it was yet, so we're good for now. It was all conveniently destroyed, and all the prisoners mysteriously committed suicide by stabbing themselves in the throat. How unfortunate! I'll need to have words with some of those among our illustrious group about not sticking their noses where they don't belong. I also brought one last gift. Cronus held up his hand, the time around it flowed erratically, and a small orb compressed into images. You said you were interested in a certain mortal. I watched the face of the Lucifer's half-bastard son flash across it. Well, Cronus, I do believe this is the start of a beautiful relationship. I happily took the gift. Well, he wasn't entirely right. Yes, I was interested in the mortal for a plethora of reasons. It was Rizevim that suddenly developed a particular interest in our young friend. I could probably get a favor out of this quite handily. Chapter 470, Chapter 427. Rias Gremory POV. That was. It was weird, despite being so far away, we could see what was happening clearly, almost like we were standing right beside them. I've watched pretty much all the videos I could find about him ever since they appeared online. Ever since he abruptly showed back up and caused a scene everywhere he went. And I knew he was strong, that was obvious, and I don't think anyone would say otherwise, but to actually see it in person was an entirely different experience. What was I even supposed to say at this point? I felt like I had gotten a lot stronger recently. Even Sai had been helping with my training and I couldn't believe how much stronger I was than even a few weeks ago, but it felt like the gap didn't even close at all. He doesn't even think about me, does he? Like I'm not even a consideration in his head or plans. It's so obvious in hindsight, and evident by how disdainfully he treated us. We weren't even worth noticing in his eyes, were we? Here I was, not even able to speak when that thing looked at me. It was like some immense pressure weighing down on me when he barely even acknowledged me. Yet, Wilhelm barely even blinked and casually fought him, through an odd way, but even so. They were just chatting while casually throwing out more power than I could bring out even with tons of prep time. They were doing things I couldn't even understand. And Wilhelm was keeping up with a literal god, Titan? Was there even a difference? Like something happened, and he just casually responded and explained them as they went and a god was treating him like an equal. I had no idea what was going on half the time, only that they were throwing attacks back and forth. Cronus did a big stupid thing that blocked out the sky, something that was really scary, and Wilhelm just countered it without even a second thought. What did he call it? Sword of Destruction? Did it have something to do without bloodline power? Could I do something like that too? It just completely destroyed that towering look-alike that Cronus made that could probably destroy an entire city with ease. It seemed more ridiculous than watching the few videos of when Wilhelm fought Indra not that long ago. Maybe just because we were watching it all unfold. That game they were playing. Was that even the right word? A fight that didn't really seem to be a fight, but it could still hurt you. Everyone saw what happened. If their pieces were hurt, they were hurt too. I was definitely relieved they weren't going to fight in here. I saw how destructive his fight with Indra got. I doubted it would be any less than that. But that didn't mean there was no danger for him. I was a little worried. But that proved to be pointless. He handled himself so well that it really made me wonder how much experience he had. That comment about how many times he fought with his life on the line. What had happened to him since he left? Has he really had such a terrible life that he's had to fight to the death so many times that this is pretty much a normal thing for him that he doesn't even bat an eye? Maybe I should ask Mother? I hated to even think about what was going on between them, but maybe I should stop pretending nothing was happening. I would be able to talk to her about certain things then. Even so, I just didn't know what to think anymore. Brother always told me about gods when he dealt with them. How they were super arrogant and powerful and they looked down on every other race. But here Wilhelm was being treated with actual respect. Why was it that I'm stuck at this point while my nephew was already towering over me with barely any actual time spent in the supernatural? It's not fair. Is what I want to say. Even riser. Someone I was planning to fight. Someone who I was racking my brain on how to beat, making plans with my peerage. Wilhelm barely cast him a glance and neutralized him with a single spell like it was the easiest thing in the world. Then he just, literally threw him out of the building like he was nothing. I hadn't even considered sealing him like that. I was so focused on beating his regeneration, that the thought of just trapping him or making him not able to fight didn't cross my mind. Super obvious in hindsight, but I just completely ignored it. What was I even doing up to this point? I've just been focusing entirely on my own power of destruction and not much else. Sure, I've been doing some physical exercises but, it's not like I was going to fight on the front line. I was a backline fighter and was proud of myself for where I was at. It's laughable. What was Wilhelm? I saw him fight in close tons of times, yet he also could hang back and throw around spells that dwarfed what I could do. Was I being stupid and holding myself back by thinking of myself in only one way? Satans, I feel like such an idiot. I don't know why, but I just started giggling, and I couldn't hold it back. Rias, what's wrong? Sana looked at me in concern. Though it was pretty obvious she was also shaken. I just realized how insignificant Riser was and how stupid of me it was to spend so much time worrying about him. I wiped away a tear that was forming at the corner of my eye. Not the reaction I was expecting. She muttered. That's the spirit, cousin. Sai slapped my shoulder, kind of hard. No, I was just weak. Hey Sana. What? Can you teach me magic later? I asked. What brought this on, Rias? She furrowed her brow. Just realized I was being silly about some things. It would be stupid of me not to learn magic properly if I'm not a physical fighter. Why was I only relying on my power of destruction again? Obviously it was my bread and butter, and I needed to train it better, but it's stupid of me not to pick up some magic to complement my fighting style. I can't just be throwing around big blasts of energy all the time. I always compared myself to brother, even if I didn't say it out loud, there was a bit of jealousy there. He was so strong and he only used his power of destruction, so I felt like I had to copy him to get the same results. Stupid. What about Akeno? Sana glanced at my queen at my side who was silently watching us. She's good at what she does, but she specializes in only a couple things. I shrugged. You're more familiar with a bunch of stuff. Fair enough. She nodded. Why did it feel like there was a big weight off my shoulders? I felt calm, despite everything. Maybe it was because brother and everyone else finally arrived and the oppressive feeling disappeared. Or maybe it was because I felt like I had a new lease on life. After seeing how so far ahead someone my own age was, everything else I've been dealing with felt like a fight on the playground. Not worth mentioning. Hey Sai, if you fought Wilhelm, how would you have done? I kind of knew how strong Sai was, and he was probably closer to me than he was to Wilhelm. I would have lost. My cousin chuckled without a second thought. It would have been a good fight though. You're not annoyed or upset. Why would I be? He blinked. Just means I need to get stronger because there are stronger opponents out there. Ha, you should stop caring about everyone else and worry about yourself, princess. The supposed new Monkey King offered his own 2 cents. Gramps told me that if you are only focused on keeping up with other people, you're going to trip and fall down eventually. Humph, I could have taken him. Sure you could, Volley. Bai Cow answered sarcastically. Did you see that spell at the end? HOH boy, that set off alarms in my head. I'd have been turned to minced meat if I tried to take that. How would you have handled that, Volley? Fuck off. The silvered-haired guy snorted. He was the White Dragon Emperor of this generation, wasn't he? And even he was saying he wouldn't have been much use there. Maybe I am being a bit too hard on myself over all of this. Hey Sana, are you still going to get revenge on Wilhelm for blowing you up? I suddenly asked. Shut up, Rias. Sana scowled. Hee. Zeus POV. At many points, I questioned why I even decided to deem this meeting a priority. Those others squabbled amongst themselves and I cared not for their bickering. If not for my brother's suggestion, and that of my daughter, I would not have even come. Olympus did not need outside help. But at the same time, the tides were shifting, as Poseidon would say. After the fiasco with Indra causing a commotion, many others were thrown into the spotlight and many had begun to forget about me. That was unacceptable, I was the king of Olympus, and it was important to remind everyone of this fact. It would be imperative that they all be reminded who stood atop Olympus and looked down at them. Especially after the incident in Tartarus with Father being freed. I did not believe any trite about Hades being responsible. Whether he joined that ridiculous Chaos Brigade or not, I didn't care. But despite all the arguments and fighting between my brother and I knew without a doubt in my heart that he would never willingly release our father. There were others scheming against Olympus, and that would not stand. So I swallowed my annoyance and joined up with these others. Some annoying arguing led to some sort of agreement I didn't care much about. Putting together a team of our younger generation? It wasn't a bad idea. Our battle with the giants in the Gigantomachia was proof that there were obstacles that required additional resources to handle. To treat this as a similar situation would not be incorrect. And it's true that there haven't been many reasons for us to train our newest demigods recently. They've become fat and content with whatever privileges we've given them. I suppose it's time for them to earn their keep for all we've done for them. And as long as I do not have to deal with other pantheons invading our territory, I had not much to say. A meager few brats from different places barely entered my eyes. I had thought this was to be the end of it. We had reached an agreement of sorts which I found surprisingly tolerable. For some reason, the others were more open to accepting these concessions. Indra had been quiet, far too quiet. Of course, he had suffered rather recently. Not defeating a mortal? Amusing as it was concerning. But I would take pleasure in his failures regardless. He had become far too arrogant over the years just because faith in Olympus had waned. He shrunk his head back now, like a coward. This Chaos Brigade also seemed to strike at the core of his home as well. A second strike that certainly felled his confidence. The others were more concerning, however. Nuwa was not someone I had interacted with much. But her charm and insight were undoubtedly brilliant in how she navigated these talks. The devils, ignorable. We had no reason to deal with them normally. Same for those feathered ones. Leftovers of a long-dead god. Lug, no need to concern myself with him and his ilk. His people kept to themselves, and they were now preoccupied with their own old foes returning. No, the one I cared most about was Odin. There was something that gave me pause about him, more so than usual. It was as if he knew more than he was saying and we were walking down the path he already devised. That old god was not to be trifled with lightly. However, all of that seemed immaterial in the moment. How none of us noticed, I cannot claim to know the answer. Perhaps the subtlety of it took everyone equally by surprise. How my father managed to sneak beneath our notice and kidnap a room full of our younger members set a fury in everyone's eyes. Once it was noticed, it became rather obvious. But had it not been discovered, how long would it have taken before one of us had seen? As much as I desired to immediately confront my father, however, despite the many years since that fateful battle to determine the rulership of Olympus, I still recalled it vividly. I stayed my hand for now, and decided to watch. It took myself and my brothers to confront our father. I was not foolish enough to ignore that memory just because I was now king. Should we just destroy this barrier and rush in? The fallen angel leader asked. I doubt it could take all of us if we just brute force the thing. It's not a barrier. The devil with the green hair stated. Well, it is by extension, but not by design. It's cutting off everything underneath from the normal flow of time. Collapsing it forcibly could be detrimental to everyone inside. Intelligent. Yes, they say he's one of their super devils or some other nonsense word. However, intelligence was a strength on its own. My daughter was not the strongest goddess among ours, but her wisdom made her a formidable enemy for any who underestimate her. I would see this as a similar situation. Despite my dislike for the devils, their leaders were not to be underestimated. It seemed as though they took a similar approach. The red one was their strongest, while the green one was his aide. Do we have anyone inside that can help? Lug asked. We didn't want anyone to so obviously look over their shoulders, so while we kept people nearby, they were also locked out. Dee, the only woman among the devils, answered. I'm assuming that just teleporting wouldn't work. The fallen angel said sarcastically. Anyone have any ideas? I'm getting a little antsy knowing that Valia is there. Calm yourself, bird boy. Odin spoke and I found myself paying more attention. I asked the brat to look after the other kids. If he's there then it should be all right. The Monkey King rubbed his beard. Humph. Indra snorted, but didn't dispute it. Our wards are not defenseless either. Goddess Nuwa reminded. I'm sure many of us gave them some way to defend themselves in the worst case. That's true, Baikao has a talisman with a blow from me. He could probably take down this barrier with it. Sun Wukong nodded. There were nods around the room. We should probably give our own wards/demigods/younger generation some methods in the future. It would look poor on us if our own descendants did not have such things if others gave theirs some. Why don't we take a peek inside first before deciding to go in guns blazing? Odin suggested. I found myself agreeing with his statement. I did not care too much if the ones inside were sacrificed. More demigods could be made, and they were not particularly noteworthy in comparison to the rest of their brethren, thus, gathering information on Father was a far greater goal for me. I agree. I stated, throwing my weight behind the North Sky Father. We can all pull our strength to look inside without an issue. Goddess Nuwa nodded. Odin got up and made a spectacle of stretching his back. I got this. The All-Father's eye glowed and he used the mystical symbols from his origin. All right, give me some of your juice, people. Everyone casually raised a hand up, sending a bit of their godly power towards what Odin was doing. I too followed suit, being careful with how much I sent, measured against the others. Oh yeah, I still got it. He clapped as images came into view. There did not appear to be any deaths quite yet, but I focused mostly on my father. I felt a flurry of emotions after seeing him again. There he stood, facing off against the mortal. The same for which my fellow gods placed some semblance of confidence. The same which Indra fought not long ago. I did not hold him in much regard even after hearing certain feats he performed. A mortal was still a mortal in the end. 100 years, 1,000 years, would it matter? However, seeing my father look at him with such patience caused me to start re-evaluating my earlier perceptions. My father was not one who opted for subtle or passive approaches. That was not to say he was incapable of them. But the Titan King was arrogant and aggressive in nearly all his actions. If he was angry, he would not scheme, he would stomp to whoever made him angry and deal with them in the simplest and most brutal way. He was loud and bombastic. Not this. We couldn't hear anything, but it was enough to watch. And it was as if they were having a casual conversation between equals. Hey, Thunder Crotch, any comment? Odin. I glared at him, not rising to his provocation. What do you expect me to say? Don't know, maybe some commentary? How's the brat doing? I glanced back at the image, father and the mortal doing some mock battle through some odd means. It looked as if they were battling through avatars. It was amusing, but required no further consideration. Father is playing. I said bluntly. The mortal casted his spells, and Father defended against them with ease. Was there anything else that needed to be said? There was, no need to step in. And I was more interested in gauging Father's actions. What was his purpose? What did he hope to achieve? Perhaps some kind of clue as to what he was planning, as odd as it was to consider. Mother told me stories about his guile in the primal past, but I never experienced it myself. By the time we rebelled, he had become overconfident and blinded to his own flaws. But it would be folly to dismiss those tales now, especially considering that he too overthrew his own father. That was my intent, until something changed. Father became more serious. His true power shined through the miniature avatar, if briefly. We should intervene. I found myself frowning. HOH, lightning boy, you're worried, are you? Odin laughed. I didn't take you for caring about all the brat. I care not for the mortal. I scowled. However, Father has deemed him a threat to warrant his true power. If he intends to finish his games, he may escape before we can remove this disruption. While I don't agree with what he said entirely, he's correct. We should bring this thing down now. The one who sat on the dead god's throne agreed with me. I don't like sitting here watching while our wards are potentially in danger. Even if there is someone there protecting them. If the Titan decides to stop doing what it is they are doing, a true fight would induce casualties by proximity. Well, hard to argue with that. The Monkey King tapped the pipe in his hand to the table, putting it away. Can't go too hard, let's try something easy first. His power seeped out and he moved quickly, throwing a fist at the barrier back with the vague phantom of a Buddha behind him. It shook vigorously, but still held. It seemed that Father also noticed as well. Put your back into it next time, yet. Odin mocked. Come now, All-Father, he obviously was being gentle. Nuwa stepped forward. I'm also afraid of being overzealous. She held her hand out, condensing her godly power into the form of a needle. A simple throw of it and it stabbed into the temporal barrier, causing it to shudder once more. Looks like they're finishing up regardless. Odin rubbed his beard, and then, he seemed to freeze in place. What is that? He muttered, catching all of our attention. The mortal, he did something. I narrowed my eyes to get a better look and it seemed to be magic filled with Odin's touch. Strange, that he would be caught off guard by something he should be familiar with. But I also watched as Father panicked. Father panicked. The mortal did something that caused Father to stop whatever game it was they were playing. Father was hurt. The mortal wounded the great Titan King. Odin, what magic did that mortal invoke from your part of the world? My words rumbled. Who knows? The Norse god shrugged. I'm also curious. The green-haired devil looked at the All-Father. I wasn't able to analyze it properly. Even through a visual technique, and from avatars, the danger it posed was noticeable. Goddess Nuwa made a comment as well. You seem awfully close with the mortal, Odin. Indra cast a sideways glance towards him. Do you have something to say, Indra? The Asgardian king stepped up. He was still but a child in most of our eyes, but he held himself well for his position. I said what I wanted to say, boy. The Hindu god responded with a scoff. Daughter, you keep track of all of Olympus's potential enemies. I glanced towards Athena, not allowing any other gods outside of our pantheon to hear us speaking. A small parlor trick, but one that had come in handy. Report on him. She lowered her head. Birth name, Takao Shimoda. Current name, Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. Age unknown, presumably, early 20s. He is the son of the current Lucifer, and a normal human woman. Currently living within the territory of Takamagahara, specifically the eastern Yukai under Amaterasu's priestess Yasaka. Verified relationships include known lovers Yasaka, Izanami no Mikoto, Skathuk. I held up my hand to silence her. I didn't care about who the mortal was having sex with. Recent events surrounding him. Since the gathering of the factions to broker peace, I have done extensive research. His most recent appearances include defeating a monster similar to the Hydra offspring in nature. Defeating the subordinate of Lucifer Okada Suji. Defeating the fallen angel Kokabeel. Defeating the god of storm Susanoo. Fighting the god of lightning Indra. Father, give the command and we can kill him before he becomes a problem for us. My son offered, killing intent spilling off of him. Son, do you think I am unaware of your desires towards that woman of his is the source of your offer? I glared towards him. Foolish boy. He had been very vocal about the reappearance of a past love of his. An unrequited one at that. If you are going to do something idiotic, don't do it right in front of me and other gods where they can all see for themselves. Sometimes I consider forcing the two aspects of war into a single entity to save me the trouble of them both missing valuable pieces of wisdom. Those feats were admirable. He was not one of mine, so I could look from the side to admire his growth. I obviously would not have allowed him to grow so fast under my own watch without a good collar, but I don't know what those Eastern gods are thinking sometimes. But there was no point in considering it. He was not one of mine, and that was both a blessing and a curse. I would not have to worry about any ill intentions, but I also had no control over this variable. Mortal whims were much more difficult to predict. Often making foolish decisions for ridiculous reasons. And with such power at his disposal, he could unintentionally cause disturbances anywhere he went. Enough! I said with lightning filling my voice. I gave them no heed as I shot forward, destroying the barrier. Father disappeared immediately once he realized we were approaching. Not that I should have expected any different. Instead, I landed onto the ground of the room, staring at the mortal. I required answers. Wilhelm POV. I leaned on my sword, looking at the god for whom I could guess their identity. Granted, I didn't come out and say it, more so just said something a little cheeky instead. Will. A saintess slammed into my back, wrapping her arms around me. Obviously, she was sounding worried. Hey. I quickly went to soothe the saintess. It's fine, I'm fine. There was no real danger. Sad Jean was bad Jean. For real, I think it's on the same level as when Jin was sad. It just felt so wrong. Other people could experience a wide array of emotions, but those two are not allowed to be sad. The other godly figures and higher UPS arrived quickly as well. They checked on their own wards specifically, which was understandable. More like a cursory look over to make sure they were alive before they all regathered with me as the sort of center. Still, Jean got pats was my priority. Jean did get a little nervous and hid behind me. It was honestly rather cute. The same Jean who rode into battle hundreds of times and commanded thousands of soldiers was also shy when people stared at her in other settings. I didn't even think it was because of the godly gazes, she wouldn't back down under them if it came to it. She was just adorable. But I digress. Well, howdy. Wonderful evening it's been, hey. I finally decided to break the awkward silence. If there's nothing else, I'll probably be hitting the road. Oh, stop being a smartass. Odin snorted. What happened? Ah, right to it then. Big guy showed up, we chatted, and then played a game in lieu of fighting it out. But I'm guessing you already know that. I eyed them skeptically. I wasn't 100% sure they were watching, but I had a feeling so. Mortal. God. I responded, not liking his rude tone. He looked unamused. Come on, let's not fight. Sun Wukong casually produced a chair to sit down on. I don't know where he was keeping it, but who was I to tell the Monkey King that he couldn't magically produce furniture? He probably doesn't know who you are, Zeus. Well, the two deities that flanked his side were big giveaways. And to be honest, artists' depictions of him were pretty spot on. Sure, some minor details were off, but overall, I had confidence in picking him out in a room. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, at your service. I introduced myself. I am Zeus, Master of Olympus. He grumped. It came off as half-hearted and merely pleasantries. You also have the honor of meeting my children, Ares and Athena. He wasn't quite frowning, but it was easy to tell he didn't want to do a whole introduction and was probably annoyed that he had to go through this rather than just demand something of me. Charmed. I said curtly, glancing at both of them. So, what can I do for you all? What did my father speak to you about? Zeus ignored everything else and immediately spoke up. There was a sort of demand in his tone that irked me. I don't even think it was intentional. Just like, a normalcy of his everyday way of speaking. Zeus spoke, and everyone under him fell over themselves to answer. We talked about a lot of things. I felt myself frowning. Be more specific. Come on, kiddo. Azazel stepped in. This isn't just for him. We need to know what happened. A big guy like Cronus coming to cause problems for all of us is a big deal. Well, first off, you may want to check in with your people because he all but admitted that he was a distraction. I said that much at least. Azazel blinked. Crap, Seraphal. On it. She was already pulling out a phone. Baldy, idiot, you two check things out. The two other Satans immediately departed at the speed of teleportation. Besides, you could ask anyone else here what they heard. There's a room full of people here to act as witnesses. I shrugged. Otherwise, if you need me, I will reward you in relation to the insight you offer. Zeus suddenly spoke up, making my stop in my tracks. Come again. I blinked. I'm with the brat there. Since when are you so charitable, Thundercrotch? Call me that again, All-Father, and you will see firsthand my temper. Zeus growled. And it's common sense to pay for a service, or are you too out of touch with mortal affairs? He scoffed. A reward. I perked up. Odin continued to stare at Zeus. I'm skeptical about your identity right now. You are testing my patience. Zeus issued another low growl. It's just odd, is all. What is odd about me paying for information? Do the nuances of rulership escape you in your old age? Zeus scowled. You pay a mercenary for their sword, that is knowledge since time innumerable. He is not under myself, thus he is treated as such. My father bestowed some amount of respect upon him, thus I will offer the same respect. His insight is more valuable than any other who witnessed. You know, that sounded rather logical, yet still carried a large amount of arrogance in it. I'm impressed. Yes, Olympus rewards those who perform meritorious services to the gods. The goddess Athena smiled. Protecting our wards, and providing information about a common enemy are admirable deeds. And here comes the scheming. I wasn't oblivious to it, even if I didn't care to think too hard about it at the moment. But I was keen on receiving a reward. I like to receive things. Oh, come off it. Odin huffed. Damn it, self-righteous asshole, making everyone else look bad. Oh neat, can I have a golden apple? I just took a shot in the dark. Zeus twitched slightly, but it wasn't an outright rejection. Rarely has one been rewarded to a mortal. He said. Ah, I can read between the lines here. He needs something decent, otherwise it's a no-go. Well. I tapped my chin. Cronus was just here as a distraction. At most, he took a pot shot at some people without much care. It seems he was mostly interested in just taking a look at the mortals in comparison to his time. Secondly, he's obviously working with people other than his own. A few of his choice of words implied some people supporting him or such. The Cows Brigade is almost a certainty, but I can't say for 100%. He did also let slip something, but it's just my conjecture. I'll just point out the obvious for the sake of it. You should probably keep an eye on Atlas if he's still stuck holding up the world and all that. Perhaps Prometheus too if he's still sore about the centuries of torture. But otherwise, there was a slip-up from him briefly mentioning some friends. Could mean his old comrades, could mean new ones. Might want to check out the lesser gods who aren't too happy with your lot right now. It's also worth pointing out that he's not at full power, make of that what you will. I just rambled out everything I had thought of. Zeus frowned after hearing what I had to say. Well, it's not like most of that wouldn't be obvious from hearing any reports about what happened from other people, but what could you do? Ah. I blinked. Speak. Zeus noticed my expression. Well, the first thing I would do in his situation, did him and your mom ever officially separate? Perhaps I could have chosen my words more carefully, but it is what it is. Zeus's eyes flashed briefly. I will send a golden apple at a later date. Well, bully for me. Sometimes, you just need someone else to point out the obvious when you're caught up in your own head. He'd been surprisingly amicable. Well, for a Greek god. There didn't seem to be any other issues. Thus, I found myself about to say my final goodbyes until the doors slammed open. Venelana came in with Mozart at her side, and accompanying her was also Raykau and Skathuk. Did she call them out of concern? I wasn't really in any danger, but I supposed she didn't know that. Wait, how did she even know I was in trouble in the first place if these gods only barely found out moments ago? Mother! A certain red-headed devil exclaimed, not particularly loud. Daughter! Indra stared at Raykau. My love! The last one made me do a double check. Surprisingly soft, if sharp tone came out from under the horned helmet of Arya as he stared at my Skathuk. The Greeks don't need two gods of war, right? Chapter 471, Chapter 428. I was genuinely curious as to why they were here. Not that I was against them showing up for any reason. But still the timing was odd. Venelana immediately ran to not me, but her daughter who was a little ways behind me. A mother's instinct that was able to ignore the godly eyes that fell upon her and my other girls. Frankly, it just made me all the more attracted to her. Maybe I had a certain type. No, really? Strange noises in here. But hey, awkward reunions, or something. Technically, they'd never met before, but for some reason, Ares nearly fell to the ground in front of my Skathuk, holding a bouquet of flowers up to her having professed his love. Where he got the flowers? I honestly couldn't even say. Normally, I would have already started a fight with him. I'm selfish and greedy. No one is allowed to claim my girls. However, I would also respect their own situations. Skathuk didn't need my overbearing protection, unless she was in the mood for it. There had been a few occasions where she enjoyed me acting out that role. But it's obvious to tell when she's in the mood for such things. And at this moment, well. The silent stare and quick kick of hers that sent the Greek war god sliding across the room was enough of an answer to his confession. Skathuk beating people up was always enjoyable. Even when it was me. I think everyone was staring at them now. Which, to be fair, they were a sight that not many ever got to witness. The war god stood up, his helmet long having been knocked off. His red hair was wild, matching a sharp face. The only unnaturalness was the warm smile he had as he stared at Skathuk. You're still the same. He said like a love-struck puppy. Don't speak to me. Skathuk replied with a look of disgust. Come on, don't be like that. The war god got back onto his feet. Remember all the times we spent together? No. I can help you remember. My spear will be your only companion. She replied, her infamous spear appearing, coating in her bloodlust. Ah, how nostalgic! You always took your spear out and tried to stab me. He sighed. Who knew that Ares, the god of war, was a simp? I wasn't very loud, but then again, there was not much noise as everyone just sort of stared, dumbstruck at what was happening. What's a simp? Jean whispered. Well, there's an actual definition from an older vocabulary, but it's mostly used for its slang terminology. Basically, it's someone who's overly submissive and too attentive out of a failed hope of winning affection from someone. I answered completely seriously. Ares was now looking at me with eyes glowing and his own bloodlust wafting off of him. I merely raised an eyebrow. But Skathik took that personally, it seemed. She kicked him, again, and much harder as he went flying through the wall. Don't look at my man like that. She scowled. Hey! Was this what it's like being on the opposite end of this kind of encounter? Zeus let out a long sigh. Please fetch your brother and make sure he returns to Olympus. Athena grimaced, probably at what she just saw, and nodded to him, disappearing rather quickly. Well, surprisingly, I had a good impression of Zeus of all people. What a strange day this was turning out to be. However, the Greek god suddenly turned towards Skathik. My teacher met his gaze, unwavering. I will not say anything about what just happened. But there will not be a next time, lest you suffer my wrath. And it's gone. I know that as the king of gods, he has to project strength pretty much at all times, and I understand his position. But at the same time, that's my woman. I let my own pressure seep out, locking onto him. Fuck a golden apple if it meant my Skathik was treated like that. His shitty god was clearly in the wrong. Zeus, surprisingly, didn't rise to provocation. His gaze was hard and unmoving under both myself and Skathik, basically daring him to do anything. Then I will return those words to you. Keep your dog away from me or, likewise, I will put it down. She snorted, dismissing her spear. Zeus didn't react, but there was a hint of respect. Instead, he turned to the devils. Is this gathering finished? Well. Seraphal was caught off guard. I ignored her for now as Raikau followed Skathik and came over to me. Another person stepped out, nearly pushing past Lug and another god that looked covered in pines and leaves with two branch-like horns sticking out of his head. She had a dark purple dress on with a similar veil covering her face. But her most notable feature were the two raven-like wings protruding from her back. If it wasn't obvious she was a god, perhaps she might have been mistaken for a fallen angel at first glance. It's been a while, witch. The woman hissed, directing it at Skathik. Skathik looked at her. Do I know you? She replied simply, and kept on walking. I fucking loved that woman. Almost instantly, Lug and the other god with him grabbed the woman who looked like she was about to pounce on Skathik. The god covered in different foliage seemed to summon a tree out of the ground, covering both himself and the woman, disappearing from the venue. Lug looked like he had a weight suddenly lifted off his shoulders and sighed in exasperation. Odin cast him a sympathizing look, making me wonder who that woman was, and why she apparently hated Skathik. And almost immediately, a slender pair of arms wrapped me up from behind and I felt a pair of lips planting a kiss on my cheek. Thank you. Venelana whispered into my ear. Always. I smiled, squeezing her hand. I knew what she was thanking me for. Cronus took a random shot at her daughter for whatever reason, he probably didn't even care too much about her identity and I ended up protecting her. Not that I'm not happy to see you all. I said as Raikau also runs up and gave me a hug. Pulling Jean in for a double hug, making the Saintess squeak rather cutely. But why are you guys here? I was tempted to give Skathik a big kiss and make some teasing comments. It's one of the few times I can get her to blush and get embarrassed. Showering her with affection in front of other people like this was one of the few ways. But, I also knew she would probably kick me just as much as Ares. The only difference being that she would be much more gentle afterwards, in private. You worried your grandmother, student. Skathik said bluntly. Perhaps I can shed some light on this matter. Mozart popped up. Jesus, I completely forgot you were there. I blinked. I am hurt, but I cannot fault you for being focused on others. He chuckled. But alas, my poor master was so beset with worry. All right. What's going on? I was the one to discover this little intrusion onto the children's soiree, he responded. I offered my services as a guard for the evening. Rather, I was sharing stories with that Okatasuji gentleman. But I digress. I relayed my findings to my master and the illustrious devil leaders. Ah, and you couldn't reach me because our link communication doesn't work across realms. I glanced at Rei Kao. Servant telepathic communication was good, but it wasn't that good. My servant nodded. Mommy was worried. She pouted. Why didn't you just call? We tried. Venelana replied. It wouldn't go through. I furrowed my brow at that. Why didn't it go through? That doesn't make sense. Ah. I dropped my fist into my palm. No wonder. We never accounted for being in a stationary bubble of separated time. I nodded to myself in understanding. Why would we? It's something so unlikely to happen that it wasn't even worth consideration. It's like trying to call someone when I activate Jin's ability to answer questions where she freezes time. So you understand our concern, student? Skathik asked. Yeah, I can see the picture that was painted. I nodded. Venelana discovers that the place is sealed off. Can't reach me through the kaleidophone, and she panics, calls for help. I couldn't fault her in the slightest. Sorry for making you worry. You're forgiven. Venelana smiled, this time, turning my head for a much deeper kiss. Hey Red, that's your mom, right? I recognized Odin's voice even while I tried to phase it out to enjoy Venelana's aggressive tongue. Sure is. The fallen angel answered. Nice. Are we still on for dinner? She asked, after pulling away. Wouldn't miss it. I smiled. Good. She smiled back. But, we're probably going to have to delay it until tomorrow, probably. That's fine. Yeah, it would be awkward to head over there at this point. Hey, she just kissed me intimately in front of everyone. I didn't know how much of public knowledge it was that she was my woman now, but I guess everyone's going to know in the underworld at this point. Oh well, I didn't really care. Not like I was ashamed of anything. Mother. Another voice I didn't particularly like sounded out. Sertsks. Venelana smiled, walking over to her son. Sorry for intruding, I was worried. Oh, it's no problem, Mama Gremory. Azazel quickly replied. Yeah, no problem Mama Gremory. Odin repeated with a shit-eating grin. Father, please don't start. His son sighed in an attempt to rein in the All-Father. Oh, and who's this charming young woman? Nuwa was now sauntering over, noticeably swaying her hips a little bit as she eyed Venelana. Holy shit, did Nuwa swing that way? This was a weird day so far. Mother, why don't I walk you out? Lucifer strained a smile, interrupting everything, and he aggressively, but not forcibly, led Venelana away. She just giggled, waving goodbye to me. Behind him, Nuwa and some of the gods were sharing a small laugh between themselves. Hey, it was weird seeing gods being so teasing? Comical? Just being normal, I suppose. It's not like they were degrading their images in any way amongst the crowd, but they were still finding the humor in the situation. A nice contrast to the atmosphere from but a few minutes ago when Cronus appeared. It wasn't like there was anything to immediately jump on because of that, so they were taking it easy. That, and gods don't really move with haste most of the time. They are beings that perceive time much differently than even someone like me. We should go. Skathik spoke. We came with a different motive than this gathering intended. Let us depart lest our presence cause other problems. If you have to. I relented. Love you. I sneaked in. She wasn't really focused on me, but her head snapped to me with her full attention. And ever so slightly, a little bit of pink crept up onto her cheeks. I love you as well. She huffed, barely more than whisper. So cute. Be careful. Rei Kao kissed my cheek. If you are in trouble, please call for help. If I encounter any real trouble, I'll make sure to reach out. I reassured her. Just as Rei Kao was about to break her hand away from mine, someone I didn't expect was nearly looming over us. Granted, he was still several feet away, but the way he moved and crossed the distance from where he was standing, I can't believe I didn't even notice him. Rei Kao seemed to have noticed him only now as well. Father. She said softly. Indra trembled. He sort of reached out to her, but stopped himself midway. I honestly didn't know much about Indra beyond the most basic myths and legends. Hindu mythology was not something I ever delved too strongly into. But despite any myths that depicted him negatively, and my own dislike for him, I believed he was someone who truly cared about his children. Confusion was evident by his expression. Hearing about an unknown daughter of his running around and feeling her was an entirely different matter. Her divinity was no doubt a beacon to his own. She may as well be holding up a big neon sign declaring herself the daughter of Indra. What is your name? His tone almost sounded fatherly. Minamoto no Reikau. My servant replied. He looked at her, mouth open, and the Hindu god found himself unable to respond properly. Frankly, she was one of the major reasons Indra even appeared in Japan. Sure, he probably used the excuse of that soul or whatever when he went to Yomi, and probably even intended to do whatever it was he was there for. But he made it clear that his anger and attention was due to someone running around with his divine power. That is to say, a demigod of his child, that he had no idea about until that moment. Come home with me. He suddenly said, there is a spot in Svarga for you. You have many siblings that will welcome you with open arms. Reikau shook her head, squeezing my hand tightly. Reikau craved familial affection. It was one of the driving points of what warped her personality so heavily. So, that must have hit her deeply, to be offered something like that without any strings attached. Indra looked at her, following her hand in mine, and finally to me. In any other situation, I may have verbally shot at Indra. Because it's rare for a chance to be in a situation where it's possible. But this was Reikau's moment, and I wasn't going to ruin it. Does he treat you well? Yes. Reikau smiled beautifully. I could see Indra clench his jaw as he looked at me again. To say he was biting his tongue would be an understatement. But as our eyes met, there seemed to be an understanding that whatever issues we had would be put aside when around her. Indra just silently nodded, opting not to say anything else. Instead, he raised his hand up, and the two gods he brought with him were at his side with haste. He turned to look at the others. I made my stance clear, and what I require. The specifics can be sent to us and I will review them later. Later, Purple Rain. Odin said his own goodbyes. Indra nearly stumbled over himself, and it was obvious that it took immense self-control for him to not react to Odin. He gathered up his younger minions, and with a burst of lightning, he left. The last moment before he departed, his gaze landed on Reikau one more time. Reikau was squeezing my hand tightly throughout. Are you okay? I whispered. Yes. She continued to smile. I am very happy right now. She said as she pulled away. I will go join Skathik and Venelana. She glanced at Jean who was silently at my side. Sorry for intruding on your time. Please enjoy the remainder of your date. Date? It's not a date. She squeaked out. An easy button for people to press with her it seems. Well, it looks like we aren't needed. I grabbed her arm playfully. Come on, I got one more thing I gotta do and then I wanna take you somewhere else. Jean paused. Lady Gabriel. She looked at an adorable angel bashfully inching towards her. This is for you. The archangel said, handing over a little letter. Please read it later. She quickly ran back over to the other archangel. That just happened? You know, it's funny. What? That archangel has a higher kill count than probably most of the gods in this room. Drake stated. Well then. Jean looked at the letter in her hand, then to me. She held it up, and made a pitiful noise. Why don't I hold onto it for now? I offered. She nodded, and I put it away in my ring so she didn't need to be carrying it with her at the moment. And then later, I would help her read it. Hey, we're going to be heading out. I threw a heads up towards Odin. Odin shooed me away as he was talking with Nuwa. I shrugged as they saw me, but they knew my stance already. I wasn't going to join whatever it is they were doing, so they probably stopped caring about me. When you have time, come visit my palace. I felt Nuwa's voice tickle my ears. I looked up to see her smile lightly out of the corner of my eyes as she glanced my way. Hey, can you hear me? I said very softly. A small spell. Her giggle was rather beautiful. And it was despite her carrying on a conversation with others. You can bring some of those women by your side too if you want. Yeah, I think I'm keeping my girls far away from you. I deadpanned. Her giggle continued. Will. Jean tugged on my sleeve. Sorry, was having a small talk with Nuwa. I waved it off. Come on. I held my arm out and she happily accepted. Jean d'Arc POV. This was amazing. I didn't know how else to describe it. I mean, it was so chaotic for a while. Then things happened. And so many different people. And I met angels. I wanted to tell everyone back home, it was so amazing. And the archangel gave me a letter, me. But I can't read it. But I knew that Will can help me. Maybe after his relentless teasing, but he's a good person, so he wouldn't reject if I asked. I happily followed Wilhelm as he led me back towards that group of people around his age. His aunt? I think it was. The woman with the red hair, and her friends that he was not so nice to. I didn't know all the details, but Wilhelm wasn't normally so aggressive like that. He can be mean with his words sometimes, but it's usually more playful. Without actual hate, but this time, it sounded like he really didn't like them. I didn't say anything, because he did say some things that sounded like advice. But also I didn't feel like it was proper since I didn't know all the details. Her and her friends didn't look all too happy to see us, and I couldn't really blame them. Miss us already? The black-haired girl with the long ponytail stared down Wilhelm. And here I thought you didn't like us. I'm sorry. Wilhelm apologized. I was surprised and happy that this is what he was doing. Come again. Wilhelm took a deep breath. You all didn't deserve most of what I said. Most. Was her name Rias? It's the best you're getting from me. I'll take it. Rias said dryly. Does that mean we're good? Wilhelm paused. No. Oh. She looked down. Maybe, sometime in the future, down the road. She slowly brightened up, smiling lightly. That's better than I hoped. Wilhelm let out another sigh. Is say hi do. What do you want, damn handsome? He scoffed. Why was he calling Wilhelm handsome? It was accurate, objectively. Not because I thought he was handsome. Regardless of the thoughts Mother tried to fill my head with. Your aura is like a muscle. Work it out, break it down from getting hit, learn to utilize it efficiently. It can also be molded in certain ways to become a powerful tool in combat. Oh. The boy blinked. Thank you. Wilhelm nodded. And your name is? Koniko. The small, white-haired girl hissed, almost like a cat. I don't know why you dislike training senjutsu, and it's not really my place to say anything, but your species was practically built for it. If there's some sort of hang-up about it, you can always reach out to some experts to teach you or learn more about it beforehand. Not just yokai either. Druids from England utilize senjutsu, albeit in a different way. Many different societies have their own forms. The small girl just stared at Wilhelm blankly, and he looked back, making it seem kind of awkward before he shook his head and turned to the last boy. Kaiba. Wilhelm stated. If you have trouble thinking of good usages for your sacred gear, just copy everyone else. I'm not quite sure what the limit of it is, but I'm positive that you haven't even come close to it yet. So, push the boundary as much as possible. Divine weapons? Copy them until you have an arsenal that will make a god jealous. Thank you for your advice. The boy smiled in return. Wilhelm nodded his head. Any advice for me? The black-haired girl put her hands on her hips with an amused grin. Pick a good stripper name. He replied without missing a beat. Ow. He let out as I hit him on the shoulder. Fine. I have no idea what your deal is honestly. But you're supposed to be her. He pointed to Rias. General? You need to lead. Or be able to take command in her absence. Your group is a mess, and I say that after apologizing and trying to be more polite. She stared at Wilhelm for a long moment. You couldn't handle me. She finally said. Probably because I don't carry enough singles on me. Wilhelm shot back. Her lips twitched into a feral-like grin. I'm going to step on you someday. I have no response to that. Wilhelm somehow said without looking foolish. And do you have anything to say to me, Schweinorg? The other black-haired girl with glasses was glaring at him. Who are you? She looked like she was about to explode before Wilhelm grabbed me and pulled me through an abrupt portal. I nearly stumbled as my heel touched the pavement, but Wilhelm caught me before I fell. That was mean. I looked at him. She'll get over it. Wilhelm sounded dismissive. Whoever she is. I hit his shoulder again. Ow! He whined. I didn't hit you hard. I puffed up and hit his shoulder again. But you did a good thing by apologizing. I'm proud of you. It takes a lot of effort to admit when you did something wrong and make amends. I told him. Even if it could use some work. Hey, I'm serious. Matt. Stop. Cute. Nay. Why would you suddenly say that? Meanie. I looked around and noticed we were in some kind of neighborhood. Where did you take me? Some dark alley, so I can do naughty things with you. Don't say something like that. I hit him many more times. Mother said I'm not allowed to do naughty things secretly in public until after I'm married. Ah. I can't tell him that. But seriously, we visited your childhood home last time, I thought we'd visit mine this time. He said, and I looked to see where he was staring. It was a burnt down house that looked abandoned for quite a while now. Ah, I'm sorry. I quickly said, realizing that something was wrong. Wilhelm looked sad. I should try to cheer him up? Well, I guess both of our homes went up in flames. I smiled. Did you just make a joke about the fact that my childhood home was burnt down? And no, I didn't mean it like that. That's... He suddenly burst out into laughter. I was the one who burned it down. Why you mean it? I hit him a bunch more times. I thought I said something to make you feel bad. I'm sorry. Stop hitting me. He tried to shield himself, but I kept hitting him. I'm mad at you. Please don't be mad, I don't like seeing mad Jean. No. Please. Well, alright. I relented. But I'm not happy. How about a hug? Okay. I wanted a hug. It felt nice to have his arms around me. Hugs are nice. Hey, Will, why did you burn your house down? I asked. That's a long story. He sighed, releasing me. I guess I was angry. Still am, probably. I hated this place, it was where I lived for a large part of my life, but it was never my home. And I burned it down on one of the happiest days of my life. If no one got hurt, I guess I can't say it's wrong for you to be so happy that you burned the house down. No, burning it was just something I did on a whim and in the moment. He shook his head. What happened was the start of my adventure. It was because of this that I found Meridia, the first person after my mom that I ever loved. He looked nostalgic. It was the start of each step I took as I met everyone important in my life. And even as I ended up here with you. I'm someone important. Of course. He answered without a second thought. Hee. I felt something warm creeping up my cheeks. Thank you, for everything. I had a lot of fun tonight. Even if it wasn't as intended. Well, that's not entirely your fault. Are you seriously placing blame with me? I'll subtract 30% of it. You're saying I'm 70% responsible for everything that happened. He stared. Sounds about right. I nodded happily. Bullshit. We can ask the others. That's not fair. Ha. I know how to win now. I just have to use your harem against you. Gah. I can't believe he's with so many women. It should be immoral and bad, but everyone's so happy. And they're so nice to me. Hey, Will. Scooted closer to him. Can you, please read the letter to me? I really want to see what the angel wrote to me. I hesitantly asked, knowing he was going to tease me. I have a theory. Hear me out. He lightly poked my nose. I have a theory that once you pick up a single language, your innate servant abilities will kick in and you will be able to handle every language like a normal servant. What are you saying? I looked at him. What I'm saying is... He took out the letter. How about I teach you? You would really do that? Why was my heart beating faster? Of course. I didn't know what to say and I felt my face becoming hot, so I just buried it into his shoulder. Thank you. Of course. I felt his arm go around me, and for some reason, I didn't want it to leave. Chapter 472, Interlude 33. Azazel POV. Whew, I'm glad that's over. I practically collapsed onto the couch. We should celebrate a job well done. Celebration orgy. no. Seraphal deadpanned. Azazel, stop fooling around. Michael looked the same. Gabriel just looked aloof. What about you, Red? I asked. I'm happily married, thank you. Red rolled his eyes. You guys suck. I huffed. But seriously, I think everything went well. Before or after we were attacked by a god and both my sister and Seraphal's sister were nearly killed along with a bunch of other people that came as guests. Lucy said dryly. We will have to thank the yokai officially. Michael mused. I did not realize the extent of the help provided until I talked to my people in depth. Yet. I let out a sigh, slumping further in my seat. Heard he saved Vala's head, literally. I need to have a talk with him, he's too ready to jump into a fight. I shook my head. How's damage going on your guys' end, Michael? Actually, I never asked about what was happening after the whole peace thing was brokered either. Michael grimaced. Not everyone was happy about a peace agreement between our factions. Us either. Seraphal snorted. But I could imagine your end got it worse. Michael nodded. A significant portion of our established exorcists were close to rebelling. I sent Uriel down to quell their anger. Michael, I don't want to tell you how to leader your faction. Brother, I'm not a fool. Michael deadpanned. Which, was more expressive than I've seen him in a while. It's good to get him off Dad's chair every now and then. Uriel was the best choice because he finally agreed with our decision, and he shared the same sentiments with those who desired continued hostilities. So we shouldn't expect a random invasion of exorcists that broke off from the church. Seraphal eyed him. I admit that such a thing is a possibility, but the majority of it has been stymied. Uriel did well to keep them held to the same beliefs while also accepting a peaceful coexistence. Well, we can't really fault him for some fanatics breaking off and doing their own things. Shit, we all have to deal with that crap. The instant the devils want to throw stones, we can just point at the old devil faction. Not to mention my own little group that nearly caused another great war not too long ago. What a mess. How'd Uriel convince them? His charisma basically starts and ends at skewering the enemies of heaven on his flaming sword. I pointed out. Ah, well. Michael scratched his head. He worded it in an interesting way. I'm hesitantly curious. He said, and I'll paraphrase, we do not have to live together with the Hellspawn. They are and will always be our enemies, but we now need not fear their invasions into our homes as they did before. But make no mistake, this is merely empty platitudes on the surface. The only change now is that we no longer kill any Hellspawn on sight. Keep your swords sharp, and your spear close at hand, for there will still come a day in the near future you will need them. Not as bad as I thought. Seraphal admitted. And that's basically all we really wanted. Right, no more kill first, ask questions never. Instead, they'll beat the shit out of any devils that come into church and heaven territory, then interrogate them before figuring out where to go from there. Which is admittedly a huge step up. Obviously, borders are still strict, there's just not an open killing anymore on either side. Mostly. I think only my people were happy across the board. Sure, there were some idiots who whined and complained about not being able to kill devils anymore, but we weren't really doing that in the first place. And obviously no more tempting angels and church people so blatantly. Which opens up the problem of recruitment. We're going to need to make a think tank to figure out where to go from here. But that's for later. And what about Cronus announcing that father kicked the bucket? I finally asked. Michael winced. The ones we brought already knew. Really? I raised an eyebrow. That's weird, the church is usually really bad at forcing secrets to be kept. Michael frowned, but didn't deny it. We told them beforehand. Father Strata did well to speak to them and help them overcome their own difficulties. You should just make him the Pope. I said offhandedly. That's not how it works. Michael sighed. I shrugged. I could make it happen if you wanted. Just a little dab of something into the current Pope's wine glass, and whispering into some ears when they choose the next one. Azazel. Gabriel's tone was oddly stern. If you hurt Grandpa, I'm going to get very upset. Did she still call him Grandpa? Geez, I still remember when he was still a kid trying his best not to ogle her boobs, and now he's like a grandfather to her. I was joking. I put my hands up. You could always have the literal living saintess be the first female pope. Well, My joke was met with blank faces from both Michael and Gabriel. Holy shit, were they considering it? No. So what's the deal with that? Sirafal asked. I didn't want to play 20 questions in the middle of everything, but yet. We don't know. Michael admitted. It was without a doubt her, but it's too strange. Starting to be a pattern here. I tapped my chin. First off, why didn't you tell me that your mom had Mozart as her queen, Red? It was supposed to be a secret for now. The new Lucifer sighed. Well, it's at least taking a backseat to the fact that your mom planted a big sloppy one on your son. Sirafal mused. Ha, is that going viral? I chuckled. Oh yeah, there are pictures of it everywhere. Someone was recording, or a few people were, inside. Sirafal grinned. Nice. I'll need to check out the Devil Net later. Frankly, I didn't really think it was that big of a deal. So what if Mama Gremory was banging his son? But it nettled Red, so I kept bringing it up every time I could. I don't know why, but seeing him squirm whenever we mentioned how his mom was spreading her legs for his bastard was just so satisfying. Can we focus on the issue at hand? Red sighed in exasperation. I would like to stop hearing about certain proclivities, please. Michael smiled awkwardly. I don't understand. Gabriel tilted her head. What's wrong? Sirafal clamored. Red's son and mom are doing the horizontal tango. I replied. Gabriel still looked at me blankly. They're having sex and in a romantic relationship. I spelled it out more clearly. Oh. Her eyes lit up in understanding, but she immediately lost interest. A lot of people seem to think Gabriel is some pure and naive woman, which isn't entirely the case. Sure, euphemisms go way over her head 99% of the time, but she's more than aware of what sex is. She just has almost zero interest in that kind of thing, so it's pointless to bring it up with her. She's older than dirt and has watched humans fuck each other over the generations. It's barely going to faze her at this point. Not to say she can't get flustered, but there's sort of a detachment from it normally. It needs a more personal touch to get past her initial boundaries. Shit, there was someone who unintentionally did her a favor some years ago and she went to reward them. He asked her for her panties, she just took them off then and there and handed them to him with a smile. But yet, we're getting off track. I waved my hand. As much as I loved to make Red uncomfortable over there, and I never thought I would have to consider this, we had bigger problems than Mama Gremory's boobs. Right, Mozart, what the hell? You know I'm a huge fan, why didn't you tell me? What were we supposed to do, Azzy? Just announce it to the world. Sirafal rolled her eyes. It's already being whispered behind closed doors because we set up that thing to register new peerage members. But Mama Gremory having a long-dead musician as her queen? That's not going to go over smoothly. Fair. I acknowledged her point. But is it really him? I mean, I don't want to sound insulting, just want to double-check. Believe me, I checked. Lucy grumbled. Oh right, didn't you try to recruit him back when he was alive? I blinked in realization. Ha, no wonder he was salty. If I remembered, his family were big music aficionados. Yes. Sertsk's looked like he wanted to stomp on the ground and say it wasn't fair. So trust me when I say, that I verified that it's him. Shit. Was all I could say. I remember him. I recall he was a believer, but he never appeared in heaven. I went to one of his performances before and I admired his talent. Michael smiled wistfully. He said he sold his soul to music. Sirafal snorted. Ha, that's funny. Michael seemed like he forced himself not to chuckle too. But fuck. Alright, so can we do a head count? I held a hand up. We got the big-titted Japanese woman, the big-titted Scottish woman, Mozart, and now the big-titted saintess. Azazel, must you say it like that? Michael sighed. Azazel, be nice. Gabriel pouted. Jean is a nice girl, and I don't want you to speak about her like that. Alright, geez. I huffed. You sound protective. Well, oddly, more protective. Michael's expression softened. She always admired Jean d'Arc greatly. In fact, she handed her a letter right before. Ah, don't say it. Gabriel quickly went to shut her brother up, and she was looking adorably bashful. Wait, what's going on? I needed to hear this. HNN. Gabriel whined with another pout. I just asked her if she wanted to be friends. She whispered. Father's empty throne, that's way too cute and I don't even want to tease her. Alright, curvy sane Tess is off the table in front of Gabriel. Gabby needs more friends that won't hurt her. So we got 4 people who should be dead popping up around Lucifer Jr. I switched back to the topic. Anyone else think there's something going on there? I was guessing that Mozart had something to do with him considering the obvious there. None of us are stupid, Azzy. Sirafal replied. Ajulka already brought this up before the whole sane test thing. We've been looking into it ourselves. And? Well, it's not like we have much to go on. We had some people check out where they were supposedly buried, which doesn't really tell us much in of itself. Yeah, that wasn't really any evidence or anything like that. Ugh. They were all confirmed too. Skadik by Lug, the sane test by Michael and Gabriel and, well, I couldn't doubt her existence either. She had far too much of Father's blessing, which raised even more questions. But that wasn't something the devils needed to concern themselves about. Especially with her apparently calling upon Father's power to protect the church people from Cronus's attack. That was something that we're scratching our heads about. It's almost like she tapped into Father's system somehow. Regardless, thoughts for later. Mozart was now confirmed by them, which I didn't have any reason to doubt. And lastly, the busted Japanese woman was confirmed by Indra himself. Right in the middle of the hall he declared her his daughter. Shit, he even invited her back to his home without even a second thought. Seems like there are a lot of volatile things popping up all of the sudden. So we got nothing then? I frowned. Well, that isn't entirely accurate. I haven't spent much thought on it, but I may have a few ideas worth looking into. Some of them sound crazy to even mention, but too many odd things are happening around Red's bastard to stick with just the plausible at this point. It's time to start looking into it properly. I'm guessing that Mama Gremory is being tight-lipped. Sirafal scowled. She definitely knows, but she isn't saying anything. And apparently she got pissed at Red when he tried to push it. Sertsks didn't say anything, but his expression did more than enough to confirm what she said. There may be an opportunity. Sertsks said lightly. Mother invited me to a dinner, and she's bringing him along. Oh wow. I blinked. I can feel the awkwardness from here. You're telling me? Sirafal snorted. Well, let's see if he finds out anything of value. My money is on him, just scowling silently the whole time. That's basically been his default every time his bastard is around. Hey, I wonder how Grafia will react. She's been distant too. Not that I spend much time paying attention to her other than to see if her skirt flips up high enough. The more I think about it, the more I want to be a fly on the wall as I listen in on them. Can you record it? Azazel, don't make me hit you. Red looked at me. Fine, fine. I rolled my eyes. So, how's the situation on your end? Ajulka and the Baldy haven't come back yet. We got an update a few minutes ago. Sirafal nodded, and everyone got a bit more serious for the main topic. From what we've discovered, every major entrance to the underworld was attacked except for the ones under the fallen angels. It was brief and already over by the time we even left the building, and the damage itself was minimal. I'm going to jump the gun here and say that we absolutely had no hand in this. If I was going to pull something like this off, I would attack our own as well to throw you guys off. I quickly defended ourselves. Relax, we know you aren't involved. Sirafal huffed. And what was the objective? Michael interlocked his fingers, looking deeply contemplative. This whole situation is odd. Cronus is a tyrant of legendary proportions. I do not see him as being someone who is whimsical in his actions. Sirafal and Sertsks looked at each other silently. All right, we'll talk about a few things. Red relented. We had some information we hadn't shared yet. Stuff we got from interrogating some of the old Satan faction people. And? I asked. We don't know. Sertsks frowned. We had compiled all the pertinent information, and held the prisoners and, they're now dead and the stuff we gained was destroyed. They hid where we kept them and where we stored a bunch of the evidence we gathered. Guys. I let out a long groan. Did you really hold back important stuff like that? Hey, we didn't know it was important. We barely even got anything valuable enough that led to leads. Seraphal defended themselves. It's not like you all send over every scrap of information you uncover about mutual enemies. True. But lately, you guys have been dropping the ball heavily. Not that I'm really one to throw stones with Kokabeel, but the point still stands. So there was something you had that you didn't perceive as important, but that the Cows Brigade thought important enough to initiate an operation of this scale to silence. Michael summarized. So it would seem. Sertsk nodded. I pushed my annoyance to the side. That opens up the possibility that they're working on more levels than we realize. If something slipped through your notice, we need to double our efforts to look into even smaller scale incidents. Which was disconcerting in of itself. We already know they infiltrated probably every major faction on the planet, but to know that even holding some smoking gun wasn't enough to point a finger it was bad. I guess it's entirely possible that this was a false flag and we're still missing the main point, but what are we supposed to do? We're so far into the dark that we're grasping at anything we can. Well, let's look at the bright side. Seraphal clapped her hands. The fact that Cronus attacked us sort of united everyone, right? Even Zeus was being amicable. Not to mention Indra. Miracles can still apparently happen even after Dad retired to the farm. So, how about we talk about who to send to this team? I leaned in. And I'm vetoing both Rias and Sana, those two are far from being ready. We hadn't really decided on who was going to participate from all sides, only that we agreed that it was going to happen. They still need to represent our factions as a whole, and frankly, those two girls were nowhere near up to the task. Dick. They both said nearly instantaneously. I'll tell you what, if either of them can last against Vala for 5 minutes, I'll retract my words. I offered. They both huffed and turned away. Thought so. Still, this was going to be a long talk now. We had to be united even more than before. I just hope I can get the juicy details about this whole dinner thing later from someone. Loki POV. Oh, what a wonderful day. The sun is shining. Well, the moon is. But it's the thought that counts. And a few annoying devils are bleeding at my feet. For some reason, they came down with a terrible case of knives in the back of their heads. It seems to be rather contagious. And oddly enough, all reported cases have the same source of infection, running their mouths when they really shouldn't. Odd thing that is. I hummed as I cleaned off my dagger of the blood it had somehow accumulated. Apologies, what were you saying? I glanced back up at one of the few devils I actually had a smidgen of respect for. Good old Rizevim didn't even bat an eye as I mutilated some of his annoying subordinates. To be fair, they were just nameless nobodies. Not even of their sacred pillar families or such other nonsense. I asked if you had acquired the eye. He sounded bored. Why, my dear friend, I certainly have. I happily tossed it onto the table between us. The Titan King was more than willing to lend his aid. Was his casual reply. No trouble from him. Mildly, but it's to be expected. I waved it off. He doesn't trust us for good reason, but he's willing to lend a hand. Aligning motivations and all that. As long as he doesn't cause problems. Well, chaotic pieces are useful in their own ways. Even I can't predict how he will always act, let alone our enemies. By the way, I think I cracked that research you asked me to look into. I have to admit, his former subordinate, what was his name? Euclid? Whatever it was. He was a very intelligent man. We just need one of those sacred gears with something tangible inside to test it with. His research into copying sacred gears was innovative, I must say. Obviously there were significant flaws with his logic and skills, but it saved me a lot of time if I were to do it myself. I will find a suitable one. He responded emotionlessly. And how goes the Holy Grail? I slid into a seat, propping my chin up. I've always been oh so curious about that little trinket. To think that the biblical God would imbue an object with his own divine authority and willingly allow mortals to wield it. The vampire girl is weak. Rizevim frowned. It will take some time to reach the state we need. Why not just take it from her? I was surprised he didn't do so already. More convenient. He said simply. I shrugged. If he said so, I would believe it. He wouldn't be squeamish about ripping out a little girl's soul in the slightest. I'll be starting on the next plan. I tapped my fingers. Pandora's box has enough malice now. Do you still intend to accelerate the decline of the world tree? His eyes flashed briefly. Of course. I smiled happily. Ragnarok has been held off for far too long. I will watch the show then. I hope you enjoy it. It's always nice to find like-minded people. It's funny, I knew I could trust him completely. Someone who wouldn't even think twice about killing their own sibling if it meant they got a step closer to any goal they desired. Simply because, we wanted the same thing and we wouldn't step on each other's toes. His goals and mine didn't perfectly align, but at the end of the day, either was fine with us. How are you going to use the eye if the grail isn't up to par yet? I will use mother. He replied, once more without much expression. How diabolical. Even I wouldn't use my mother in such a way. Yet this devil would use his mother's mutated and disgusting body to resurrect a long-dead god. What a pitiful woman. I wasn't even sure her consciousness completely disappeared. She's probably still trapped in endless torment inside her own mind if she hadn't broken yet. And he simply doesn't care. Maybe he's more ruthless than even I am? Because I still love my mother dearly. Oh, before I forget. I snapped my fingers, producing the orb that good old Cronus gave me. The Titan King was kind enough to give me this. I know you've been interested in that half-devil recently. For the first time, he visibly reacted. Actually smiling, and expressing eagerness. Thank you. Weird. But who am I to judge someone's tastes? He's a thorn in my side, so if Rizevim wants to play some games with him, by all means. I was about to bring up the details of the whole team thing that those allied factions seemed keen on, but I decided to ignore it. A bunch of children were beneath our notice. Perhaps I'll have a use for them in the future, but for now, I wouldn't put much thought into it. Odin definitely had a hand in things, and I had no idea what he was planning, so I wouldn't make too large a move on an obvious piece of his. I would just keep an eye on them for now and see what they get up to. Well, let's see what Odin's next move is. Because if he doesn't have anything, Yggdrasil is going to burn. Chapter 473, Chapter 429. What are you doing? Rin sat down next to me. What? I blinked her way. You've been staring off into space for a while now. Just thinking. Did you hurt yourself? It was Mordred this time who plopped down on my other side, casually leaning back. Funny. Yeah, I'm a fucking riot. She rolled her eyes. I was just taking the time to think. I replied. It's been a while since I've sat down and just enjoyed this. And by this, you mean? The fact that I have a harem. I said completely seriously. I was watching as the majority of my girls were hanging around, not really doing anything in particular, but just being friendly with one another. Salem and Meridia were absent, but that wasn't really surprising. Meridia, obviously, was for the obvious reason. But Salem was much more antisocial, and it would take time to break her out of her shell. But even then, she probably wasn't someone who would have ever been bubbly. God, you're such a cunt. Mordred snorted. You jealous, Momo? I grinned. I will fucking stab you if you call me that again. She growled. I reached over and patted her on the head. She swiped at my hand a few times, but eventually she reluctantly gave in. What's wrong, Rin? You also jealous? I elbowed her slightly because she looked like she sucked a lemon. She was more or less like a sister figure to me. If I didn't tease her, what was the point? Gramps' student, Artoria's closest friend, should I call her sister-in-law? Fuck off, Schweinorg. She crossed her arms with a huff. Not everyone is a horn dog like you. Don't be like that, Rin. Find anyone that catches your eye. Do you want help? There's no need to rush into anything, you have your entire life ahead of you, but I can set you up with some people if you're interested. Boy, or girls, whatever you prefer. I was, half teasing her. Shut up. She flushed slightly. Ha. What about you, Momo? You looking for a partner? Boys? Girls? Interested in anyone? You really have a death wish, don't you? She glared. I made a bring it on gesture. She scoffed, crossing her arms like Rin was. Well, if you back down from a threat, I'd kick your ass. Father deserves better than some pussy bitch. She was changing the subject. Fuck, I don't know. She huffed, cutely breaking eye contact. I ain't never thought about that sort of thing. I shifted gears. You don't have to. You're free to do whatever you want, however you want. I patted her head again, much to her chagrin. If you ever start considering it, I'll help you however I can. I smiled. I was teasing her, but I wouldn't actually push beyond certain lines. I didn't want to make her uncomfortable after all. If she was seriously struggling with the idea of any kind of romantic relationship, I wouldn't dwell on it just to get a reaction out of her. Her life was complicated enough without me forcing my own perspective onto her. Let her figure it out herself in her own time. She did relax slightly. How has Skyrim been treating you both? I asked. I like it. Mordred perked up with a casual grin. The necromancer bastard's been liking it too. That thing you gave him that lets him teleport is bullshit. The what? Oh, the sacred gear. I forgot about that in all honesty. The one I got from that magician when I rescued Venelana. I didn't even know its name and it was one of the lowest tiers without any direct combat ability. Though, the ability to teleport in line of sight was significant to any proper battle-hardened magus like Mordred's master. Yeah, that thing. She nodded. Fuck, you should see him. He makes these bomb things out of hearts he gets from things he kills, right? Well, we killed one of those nasty trolls and he cut the heart out and made it into a bomb. Shit blew up like half a forest we were in. She threw her hands up excitedly. He almost died, but it was fucking awesome. It's easy to forget that Mordred was actually very young mentally. Her growth was forced, and she was technically less than 10 years old. She was forced to mature at a rapid rate by her mother, so that left some imprints on her mentality. She slipped into this kid-like state sometimes, and I couldn't help but indulge her when she did. It also showed that she was comfortable enough around us too. So he's just teleporting around dropping bombs on things? I asked. It's hilarious. She laughed. And then he'll just pop some assholes in the face with his shotgun and they have no idea what's happening. Even Rin was smiling a bit. Find anything big enough to give you trouble? I wish. Mordred huffed. We mostly just go into some old tomb or something. I like getting all the gold and shit. It means I can buy more food and stuff. But I want a challenge. It's not fair that those other bastards got to fight dragons. You haven't found a single dragon. I responded. Well. She looked downtrodden. We found one that was attacking some town. But it tried to run as soon as it saw me running over. The assholes. She pouted, and it was adorable. Well, if I was that dragon, I'd probably run away too if you came over screaming in excitement while waving around Clarent. I pointed out. I wasn't screaming in excitement. She flushed a tiny bit. Right. But you did good, you saved that village, right? Of course. She puffed her chest up. I'm just pissed that I only managed to nick the edge of its wing. She looked down. I wanted to give the corpse to father. Jesus Christ, this girl was way too cute. Have you told her yet? Of course not, why would I tell father about my failure? She scoffed. I think that Artoria would be thrilled to hear about how you chased away a dragon and saved a bunch of people. Humph. Mordred huffed. I guess I'll tell father later. I pat her head one more time before standing up. Speaking of your father, I should go say hi. Oh God, are you gonna go flirt? Mordred blenked. Do you even have to ask? Rin rolled her eyes. I just chuckled, and walked over to where my girls were standing around. They noticed me, but they were still focused on their own things. So, I just walked up, and swept Artoria up into my arms. She made a cute little sound of surprise, but settled in my arms. Did you do something to Mordred and Rin? She looked at me. Maybe. I kissed her head. Don't tease them too much. She smiled lightly. No promises. I put my chin on top of her head. What are you girls talking about? This and that. Yasaka said cryptically. We were talking about you. Jin smiled. It's all bad things, of course. Izzy added. Of course. I nodded. Rei Cao, were they talking about me behind my back? Yes, master. Rei Cao smiled happily. Geez, you even corrupted her. I was mildly surprised. Fear not, student. If we have something bad to say, you will know it. Skathik lightly patted my cheek. It sounded ominous when she said it. Oh, stop fussing. Venelana giggled. I was just telling them about what's been going on since the whole fiasco you were a part of. Ah. That's understandable. We're still on for dinner, right? We are. Venelana's eyes brightened. I'm glad you're still coming. I've wanted you to meet Zoe for so long. You know, in hindsight, it's still a little bit awkward to meet her ex-husband, with him knowing full well that we're together. Oh well. I'm not going to think about it too much, devils are weird. Will. Artoria suddenly squeaked. Don't squeeze my rear while Mordred and Rin are watching. Actually, they left moments ago. I replied, having noticed out of the corner of my eye. Ah. Artoria's face turned a hint of red. Then it's okay I suppose. I think I needed to take a few more breaks sometimes and just enjoy that I have a harem. None of them even batted an eye at the fact that I was molesting Artoria's perky butt. I was lucky that they were so comfortable in front of each other. Speaking of each other, I glanced towards Izzy. Izzy. Are you not satisfied with just her? She huffed. I held a free arm open and she begrudgingly walked closer. Artoria in one arm, Izzy in the other. At this moment, I am happy. By the way, what's your take on Nuwa? I asked while my hand slid down her waist. She trembled slightly, but didn't outright reject me. She is old-fashioned. She seemed amicable from what was revealed. Yasaka mused. Perhaps we should look more into the celestial bureaucracy in the future. It's shown that we are at odds with Indra, that is enough for her to show goodwill. While on the surface, the Jade Emperor and Indra treat each other as equals, there is an undeniable hostility that is not openly spoken about. Izzy explained. Not to mention she let out her own little squeak as I squeezed her rear just like I was doing to Artoria. She slowly turned her head to me. You are unrepentantly lecherous. Well, who told you to be so desirable? I shot back. Humph. Izzy huffed in response. I leaned over and kissed her cheek. She tried to hide it, but she was smiling happily. Do you want information, or are you just using this opportunity to feel me up? Both. She pinched me. All right, I was just curious because she invited me to her home. I replied. Should we be worried about a new sister? Jin curled an eyebrow. Hey, I'm not going around looking. I quickly defended myself. Skadik chuckled, and pulled the genie into a hug. You need not worry, silly girl. Our man knows how to act now. Well, I wouldn't mind. Jin settled into the hug happily. I just want to know them beforehand. You need not worry. Izzy interjected. Nuwa's preferences, while not public, are known within certain circles. What do you mean? Artoria asked, tilting her head. At this point, she was completely used to my touch. I think she's saying that the goddess Nuwa likes women. Venelana responded to her. She made a move on me that I thought was just in good fun, but now I'm wondering if it wasn't. Probably both. Izzy just shrugged. I don't really hear any rumors of her being lecherous. She paused, looking at me. I gave her a little spank. She stiffened and glared, a tiny bit of redness adorning her cheeks. I will remember this for later. She grumbled. I have only met her a handful of times in my years, and we were never on speaking terms, so my knowledge is limited. However, she is known as a kind and gentle goddess, so you do not need to overly worry. Her invitation was most likely to offer a reward. A reward? My eyes lit up. That reminds me, Zeus owes me a golden apple. Good luck actually getting that. Izzy snorted. But yes, a reward. She practices the concept of karma, along with most in that part of the world. You protected her wards, thus she owes you a favor. Ah, that made sense. I guess I'll find the time to head over there and check it out. A reward from one of the most powerful deities in the world couldn't be something simple. Interesting, but in all honesty, I'm more interested in hearing about this dinner you're going to. Yasaka's eyes were filled with a mischievous gleam. Venelana was sparse on the details. But I could just feel the awkwardness from the outside. It won't be that bad. Venelana playfully swatted at one of Yasaka's tails that was swaying around. I am happy that you are doing this. Artoria looked up at me. I know better than most that confronting certain things can be difficult. Right, she would know, wouldn't she? It seemed like just yesterday that she awkwardly navigated the reunion between herself and Mordred. Fuck, they literally killed one another. It made me feel guilty that I was being hesitant over something so mundane in comparison. But it also made me feel warm knowing I have support like this. Should I take the opportunity to ask for some evil pieces? I mused. You could probably get them if you wanted. Venelana answered. Why do you even want them in the first place? You haven't been silent about your dislike. Yasaka asked. Because he wants to give us the same treatment as Jin. Izzy glared. At the same time, everyone looked at me with different expressions. Woo! Jin threw her arms up in a cheer. Do you have anything to say in your defense, my student? Skathik raised an eyebrow. I'm not gonna deny it. I said shamelessly. How bold! Yasaka grinned. But if we get the Jin treatment, then I think it's only fair that you do as well. Aira, I think that sounds fair. Venelana smiled. Ah! Artoria didn't look like she knew what to say. That sounds like an even trade. She covered her face. Humph, dare you accept that deal? Izzy crossed her arms, looking at me. Mommy would like to see it too. Rei Cow flushed. Well now. It seems like I've come to the crossroads of choice. I was, somewhat joking, but here I am present with a decision. Say yes, say yes. Jin practically threw herself at me. Look. She reached over and pulled up Artoria's skirt. Don't you want to put something in her little tushy? Jin. Artoria squeaked in embarrassment. Well, I certainly did. But, at the same time. How about a wager? I offered. Loser gets the Jin plug. Us vs you, student. Skathik clarified. That does not seem to be in your favor. Well, we'll just do something to make it fair. I replied. They all looked around as what started with a joke was now being something considered. Of course, only if you want to participate. I don't want to force anyone. I made sure to clarify. If they accept, I will as well. Izzy said simply. Awesome, we accept. Jin seemingly answered for everyone. I'll go talk to Salem too, see if she wants to join. You know what? Fuck it, let's ball. We can figure out the details later. My, you look handsome. Venelana adjusted my collar. And you look beautiful, as always. I returned. You charmer, she smiled, putting a kiss on my cheek. How are you feeling? A lot of things. I answered honestly, not quite sure the direct answer to that question. It helped that I had time to just relax today after everything that happened yesterday at the gathering. It's not too late to back out. She told me. You don't have to force yourself to do this. I want to do this. I took her hand, bringing it up to my face for a kiss. You've been meeting me halfway while I haven't even taken steps to meet you as well. I can't promise anything, but I will try. That's all I want. She smiled beautifully. Would you like to know who's going to be there, or just let it be a surprise? A surprise. I blinked, frowning. Would that be better or worse? Well, it might make you feel less anxious if you didn't know ahead of time. I let out a sigh. It's fine, just tell me. Zo, of course. Rias will also be there. As will my son and his wife. I closed my eyes briefly, letting myself relax. Not your grandson. Well. She drew out. I figured it would be best to not let your first meeting be, in this kind of situation. Ah. I nodded in understanding. Do you expect this to go pear-shaped? I am prepared for it to do so. I'm not oblivious to all the tension that's going on and the turbulent feelings. She replied. That reminds me, I need to confess something. Are you cheating on me? Is there another woman I need to be aware of? She quirked an amused smile. Sorry, there are actually several others. I admitted. She let out a faux gasp, putting a hand on her chest. I'll forgive you if you bring them to bed with us. I snorted, nudging her. For real though? You can tell me anything. I said some hurtful things to your daughter and her friends. She frowned. I see. I apologized already, but I didn't want to hide it from you. I know one of the cornerstones of our relationship is that I don't make you have to choose. I don't think I quite reached that point, but I crossed a line I shouldn't have. I was expecting her to be upset. But instead, she tugged a little bit on my shit to pull me down enough that she planted a kiss on my lips. I knew already, she stated. And I know you handled it appropriately in the end. I can't say I'm pleased when someone attacks my daughter, verbally or otherwise, but I'm not stupid, Wilhelm. I know that you don't like them and my daughter sometimes has the grace of a camel when it comes to certain delicate matters. Still, I'm sorry. I know you are. Her expression softened considerably. Which is why I didn't feel the need to say anything. Besides, you did save her, didn't you? I'm not going to use that as leverage when I mess up somewhere else. And that makes you all the more sweet in my eyes. Her beautiful smile was captivating. I was lucky to have her. Shall we get this over with? I asked. You sound like you're walking to your execution. She giggled. I mean, we're literally going to hell. I pointed out. Oh shush, those jokes are so overused. She rolled her eyes. Oh all right. I relented. Do you have the coordinates? Of course. She threw down a teleportation circle. It wouldn't work on me, due to my Campione magic resistance, but I just needed a few looks to see where it was connected to for my own methods. Taking out Mirage, I casually swiped it through the air, opening up a portal. After you. I held out my arm. Oh what a gentleman. She happily stepped through. I followed suit, stepping onto a bricked pathway. This is beautiful. I couldn't help but admire. Thank you, I spent a lot of effort cultivating this garden. She grinned. I looked around a bit more, it was a singular path that broke into a circle about halfway, before combining again towards a large manor not too far away. All around, however, were various plants and flowers all carefully managed to create a vibrant and elegant appearance. Come here, let me show you my favorite. She gently pulled on my arm, situating us in front of a bush full of purple flowers. These are starlight roses. It took me decades to get this color, but they're called that because when it's nighttime, they release a pollen that looks like little glowing stars. She excitedly explained. They also have a nice taste when extracted and added to tea or alcohol. What about this tree? I pointed to the side. The leaves are almost perfectly round. I loved how her eyes were lighting up while pulling me around. This is one of mine. I cultivated an offspring between a devil lemon and an underworld apple. I questioned the feasibility of those two fruits being crossbred, but then again, this is literally hell. Devil lemon and underworld apple. I didn't name them, all right. She seemed a little bashful at the comment. The older devils weren't exactly the most talented when it comes to naming things. They originally started from the normal variants you would find topside, but became contaminated by hell's aura and mutated. Hey, that's actually interesting. So this tree produces an unholy combination of a lemon and an apple? Lapple? Iman? Aben? Should I add a suffix depicting hell to it? She playfully smacked my shoulder. I just call it a circle fruit, due to its shape. Less sour than a lemon, but sweeter than a normal apple. Let me guess, good for alcohol. She giggled. I'm starting to see a pattern. Not that I was at all against it. A shame that it didn't seem to be the season for it to produce fruit. Come on, we can see all this later. She grabbed my hand again, leading me towards the house. It was odd, seeing her with such a vivid look of excitement. Not in a bad way, just noticeably different. I liked it. A random question. A random answer. She responded. She was definitely in a playful mood. Do you guys have camels? We do in fact have camels. She laughed. Do you want to see them? Yes. I found myself curious. But that can wait until later. From the Ars Goetia, the demon Gremory was known for its camels, or something like that. We walked up to the front door, and there was an older gentleman waiting for us. He didn't speak, but his aura was rather impressive. He silently bowed his head and opened the door for us to enter. I was expecting the ostentatious, but there is a difference between expecting it and experiencing it. I can't really throw stones in regards to hoarding treasure, but I never really showed it off in the same way. It wasn't even really the gold intertwined with the decorations, there were materials used to craft the furniture and decorations that went beyond mere gold. Wow! I simply said. If there's one thing you should know about devils, it's that they like to show off. She grabbed my arm. Come on, Zoe is waiting in the study before dinner starts. He wanted to meet you. Lead the way. I didn't resist as she continued to cheerfully pull me throughout the mansion. It was More of the same, in all honesty. I was aware she lived in an elaborate and expensive mansion, and this was just about what I imagined. I was peeking at every room we passed by, just to get a feel for the place, and I was impressed. "Don't worry, I'll show you my room after dinner," she whispered. "Calm down, little Wilhelm." But that distracted me long enough that we came to the right room. She pushed it open without a second thought, and dragged me inside. There was one person there, sitting down in a ridiculously/extravagantly plush couch/chair as he casually read a book. A small smile on his face as he snapped it shut once we entered. Getting a good look at him, we did look extremely similar. Venelana did make a comment about how she had a certain type, and I couldn't deny it here. Not that I was put off by that, it's not like I too don't have a certain type. The main difference was that his long red hair was in a ponytail, and he had a small beard, which gave him a bit more maturity in my opinion. Honestly, he gave off a rather gentle aura, similar to Venelana. He immediately stood up and offered his hand. "You must be my grandson. It's good to finally meet you. I'm the head of the Gremory family, Zedicus Gremory." I accepted it politely enough. "I'm Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, it's a pleasure. Let me go make sure dinner is getting sorted, and I'll give you two a moment to talk." Venelana kissed me on the cheek. "Thank you, Vene." Zedicus smiled. She quickly left the room, but I wasn't sure it was entirely to check up on dinner. "She's quite the woman, isn't she?" My grandfather laughed. "That she is." I couldn't help but agree. "I'm sad to see her go." Now I felt awkward. He tilted his head. "Is it strange? Was I that obvious?" I responded. "You had a certain look. I can't say that I'm familiar with your expressions, but you were not raised under our customs and society, so I can understand that the whole situation must feel rather strange." He gestured to an open seat across from him and I took it as he retook his own seat. It was odd. I didn't really feel any negative feelings as I talked to him. I guess, deep down, I never really attributed anything to him as he was never a person involved. I guess I'm just wondering if there's any bad blood. To say I was skeptical about him willingly stepping away from her was still something that I wanted clarification on. Because I was definitely no homewrecker. I didn't want there to be a situation where he was still pining for Venelana and I was causing problems. He tapped his cheek. "If you're wondering if I'm jealous?" The answer is complicated. From the perspective of a man, I would say yes, simply because she's a one-in-a-million woman who can't be replaced. From the perspective of a husband and a dear friend, I'm happy that she's found someone else. That still feels awkward to hear so bluntly. But also rather sweet. He let out a chuckle. "I'm sure it is. You're still young, you won't understand it yet. We've been together for over 1,000 years. Sometimes, you simply drift apart and those feelings of love slowly fade away. Perhaps it will happen to you eventually, or perhaps not. But while I may no longer be Venelana's husband in that sense, I will always be her family and friend and wish her happiness." "I see." I admired him for that, I think. I don't know if I could ever willingly let go of someone I loved. Just remembering what happened with Skathak hurt me enough that I had to push those memories down. Vene probably set this up before dinner to clear the air. He smiled. "I assure you, that I have no hard feelings nor am I harboring resentment. I too was curious to gauge you myself. But seeing Vene with that excitement and spark in her eyes, that's all I need to know. You have my full blessing, and I hope you take good care of her." I nodded. I still think it's weird to be told that so bluntly. Haha. He chuckled loudly. "My kids are the same, they get so hung up on such things. It's not as strange as you would think. Should I tell you about when Vene and I were, what do the humans call it, swingers? Yes, we paired up with other couples some centuries ago for a bit of fun for a few years before we got bored of it. Why, we even..." "Please don't," I mentally cringed. I don't like to think about my woman and hear about how she was sleeping with other people. He just chuckled again. "Kids these days, so restrained and prude. By the time I was your age, I had already been with the wives of all my friends and even their mothers. I find myself oddly respecting you right now, while also being horrified. Oh my god, I thought only Venelana liked to do things to mentally scar those around her, but he's the same, wasn't he? Would you like some advice? I know Vene's preferences." He offered with complete sincerity. "Hey, I guess I do have some shame hidden deep down. I came to the immediate realization after I processed what he said. Fucking Christ, this dinner was going to go horribly, wasn't it? And not just for me. He stood up from his chair, before I had time to digest everything he just told me, even with how little it actually was. Come on, my boy. He patted my shoulder. Everyone should be ready. I want to know my grandson better, I have many questions for you. Yeah, okay. I just stood up blankly. I followed him a few rooms away, and I could smell the food as we got close. The dining room itself was as expected. A large table with many places set about. But the people there are what caught my attention. Venelana was sitting at one end, and a little look let me know that I was to sit beside her. But the others, well. I had mixed feelings, but I wasn't going to stick my head into the sand at this point. I knew they were here, and I came here anyway. Venelana's daughter, Rias, was sitting down with a hesitant smile as our eyes met. Nothing more than a glance sent her way. But opposite of her was, him. My biological father. He had an expressionless look about him, but our eyes met. And then there was that woman at his side. I nearly scowled just seeing her. She was still wearing her maid attire, and it took significant self-restraint for me to not run my mouth immediately. I simply took a deep breath. My grandfather took the seat at the head of the table, flanked on both sides with his children, while I went to the opposite end, next to Venelana. I hope he didn't drill you about anything too hard. She took my hand into hers as soon as I sat down, basically making a declaration. Nope, he was just regaling me of stories about how you two used to swap partners with other families. And how he slept with all of his friends, and their moms too. I replied. Venelana, well, she just smiled humorously. But everyone else at the table, there were mixed reactions of shock, disgust, and utter awkwardness. Fuck, I wasn't going to be the only one that had to suffer through those images in my head. But I had a strange feeling that this wasn't nearly the extent of the awkwardness I was going to experience by the end of the night. Chapter 474, Chapter 430. Well, I think we were off to a good and productive start. Silence was better than the alternative, I supposed. You have a lovely home. I decided to break the silence. Zedekis smiled, completely unconcerned about the awkwardness that was obviously shared by most of us at the table. Thank you, but I can't take any credit. My parents were the ones who had it built, and Vene was the one who updated it over the years. I'll make sure to give you the full tour after. She smiled happily. I believe it's customary to give a gift in a situation like this. I mused for a moment. I should have handed it to him right away, but I had been, understandably, focused on other things. With a thought, I produced a bottle of fire whiskey. I was thankful that I managed to snag enough that I didn't waste it all when I got drunk. I simply floated the bottle over to him. He happily accepted it. I don't believe I've ever seen this brand before. It's fire whiskey, it has a bit of magic in it, so it has a certain kick. I explained briefly. Nothing extravagant, but it should be a novel gift. Without even a word, the butler from before was behind him holding a tray of glasses with ice in them as he set them about the table. My grandfather poured himself a glass of it and he eyed it curiously. He went through the basic motions of investigating the foreign alcohol. Not in the sense that he was skeptical about my gift, like poison or anything, but from the perspective of a connoisseur, testing the aroma, opacity, smell, and the color. He finally took a sip and finished with a satisfied smile. What a unique taste. I can also feel some strange force swelling inside of me. First time most people drink it, they accidentally burp a bit of fire, hence the name. I replied. Haha. He chuckled. What a wonderful gift, thank you. And now that's out of the way, I had no idea what else I'm supposed to say. Thankfully, the butler returned with plates of food prepared. And it smelled wonderful. The meat was not beef, but it seemed similar. Some kind of prime rib of a creature almost indistinguishable from a cow at first glance. Only a few more moments of inspection could I see the small differences. What animal is this from? I whispered to Venelana. Minotaur. She said simply. I didn't know what to say to that. I was not against eating creatures with intelligence. Give me a giant crab that could talk? If we ended up fighting to the death, I'd happily eat it. But a more humanoid creature, it made me feel queasy. Don't worry, they're barely more intelligent than cows. She said again. All right. That made it somewhat better. I cut a piece off and put it into my mouth and it was fucking delicious, which just made me more conflicted. I just decided not to think too hard about it. So, tell me. Zyticus took the reins. I'm curious how you reached the spot you're in now. I only have the faintest idea of what you've been up to since you've left. The question was obviously directed at me. And it wasn't really probing. It didn't feel like he had a malicious or secondary reason for asking, just almost like small talk. Well, everyone else seemed interested enough, but I didn't particularly care too much. I went up north, met some good people and joined the College of Winterhold. I said casually. Learned a bit of magic there. Then met with my grandfather and joined the Mages Association. I've never heard of those places. My biological father interrupted. What a surprise, you're ignorant about something. I replied without missing a beat and meeting his gaze. Oof. Venelana's daughter whispered. His eye twitched a little. As Lucifer of the Devil faction, there are very few things I am unaware of. It's a good thing I wasn't needed then. Yes, it was certainly a good thing I didn't need to move twice to rescue my woman. My mother would have been rescued regardless. I suppose you were simply unlucky that twice in a row landed upon the few things you were unaware of. I snorted. But I guess, I shouldn't complain, otherwise, I wouldn't have met such a wonderful woman and have a child on the way. There was a beat of silence as they processed what I said. Rias blurted. Mother. Followed her brother. Lady Gremory. Lastly, the maid. Oh stop, I'm not pregnant. Venelana rolled her eyes and playfully swatted at my shoulder. Don't say that to them just to get a reaction. You're not pregnant, Mom? Rias hesitantly asked. I assure you, Rias, I'm not pregnant. Yet. Mom. And that's not for a lack of trying, mind you. Mother, please stop. Her son pleaded. Do you want to use the wine cellar? Zyticus offered, confusing the lot of us. Oh, that's a good idea. Venelana's eyes lit up and turned to me. That's where Rias and Sertzks were conceived. We could never prove it, but that room has to have something special about it. Please stop. Rias whined. Don't forget little Sana too. Zyticus added. Of course, how could I forget about her? Venelana nodded. Mom, please don't tell me that's how. It was a relief that Sana inherited the Citri bloodline. Kill me now. Rias's head slapped onto the table. Is that why there's a bed in the wine cellar, Lady Gremory? The maid squawked in realization. Now I know why it was always unkempt in the past. Well, we certainly aren't going to do it on the cobble floor. Venelana shrugged. One of the few times in my life I was utterly speechless. My children are such prudes. Zyticus shook his head. I'll have you know that my parents loved to tell the story of how they conceived me. It was the early days of spring, late into the 6th century. Ozo, they've heard this story more than enough times now. Venelana giggled while her children looked scared for life. They are devils, they should be accustomed to a bit of debauchery. He harumphed. Back in my day, our fathers would offer us one of his mistresses for our first learning experience. But do you know what happened when I attempted to do the same for Sertzks? Zyticus looked at me. He ran away crying. The woman I thought of as an aunt ambushed me and took her clothes off. The Lucifer squawked himself. What was I supposed to do? I was a kid back then. You were 20 years old. His dad shot back. Damn it, Dad, you promised not to mention that again. The Lucifer dropped his face into his palms. I take back everything I said, I love it here and this was one of the best days of my life. I agree, this has been entirely worth it just for this. Drake also seemed to be enjoying himself. At least my grandson doesn't have the same hang-ups. Look at him, he already has a harem. Zyticus gestured to me. And he even managed to land your mother. You should take a page out of his book. Actually, she seduced me. I pointed out, adding a little bit of fuel to this wonderful fire. She practically tore her clothes off and pinned me down. All their eyes snapped to me. He's not wrong, Venelana cooed. See? That's how you handle it. He didn't run away crying. Zyticus slapped the table. He manned up, and gave your mother what she needed. Why are you like this? I'm a devil. Is this normal? I whispered to Venelana. Oh yes, don't worry, this is normally how our dinners go. Venelana reassured me. Well, Okay then. What about Rias? Certsks. Zedekis's voice got a little firm. I told you years ago that your little sister was off limits. That's not what I meant, Dad. Rias already started on her own harem. Zedekis nodded to himself. I what? The red-headed girl blurted out. Of course, we all know what you get up to with your queen. Zedekis actually sounded proud. You're well on your way. Be sure to ask your mother for advice if you need it. She knows how to handle a harem from the perspective of a woman. Rias's face turned brighter than her hair, and her head fell back onto the table as she began to whimper. Dad, this is why we don't come back for dinner often. The Lucifer sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Well, the truth can hurt. His dad snorted. Damn it, Dad. He groaned. Do you really have to embarrass us now of all times? All right, so, I think their fragile sense of decency can't handle any more. Venelana finally spoke up. We should probably accept that this generation of devils doesn't have the same views as us. Bah, I'll never accept it. I don't care about that other nonsense that the old bloods spouted, but a devil should be free to indulge in harmless fun. I think your daughter started bleeding from hitting her head on the table. The maid pointed out the red-headed girl that was still whimpering with her head smashed against it. It builds character. Zedekis was dismissive. This is a really sturdy table. I randomly mentioned. We finally splurged on something a bit tougher. You wouldn't believe how many tables we've gone through in the past. Venelana replied. Yeah, I can't imagine why. I just calmly cut apart my meal and took bites. Humph. Zedekis snorted, seemingly dropping the whole argument. Continue where you left off, my dear grandson. Tell me of your adventures. How did you meet your harem members? There's not much to say. I said casually. I met Meridia during my time at the college. I met Artoria when I went to the Mages Association. Then I went to the Land of Shadows where I met Skathuk. The woman presumed dead. The Lucifer narrowed his eyes. Curious how there seems to be many people like that around you. Maybe they're ghosts. I hummed. He scoffed. Well, I trained there for a few years. Time difference and all that. Wandered over to Kyoto for a bit, and that's when I met Yasaka and my daughter. I continued. I also met Izzy Izanami. Jin came soon, then I met Salem and Rei Kao. Last was Venelana here. I smiled towards her. She leaned over and we shared a quick kiss. But, how did you get so strong? Rias rejoined the conversation with a bruise forming on her forehead. That can't be all of it. I shrugged. I fought a lot. Learned a lot. Trained a lot. That's it. That sounds so normal. She said softly. I almost died fighting a dragon when I joined the college. That was a month or so into my trip. Oh. The Heaven faction were kicking up a fuss about the Saintess you brought with you. My biological father did his best to look uninterested as he barely looked my way. They're wondering where she came from. Was he really trying to needle information out of me? Presumably her parents. I said without missing a beat. Assuming you didn't also run away from the talk, it should be an obvious answer. You would be the expert on running away, wouldn't you? His tone was sharp. Ah, so he decided to press that button, did he? Well then. You can call me Dad if you want. I didn't react outwardly much. My own dad was a shitty deadbeat, so I think I can at least do better than him. The fork in his hand bent sharply as he tried his best to keep a neutral expression. Boys. Venelana's voice carried over and I think we both sort of stiffened at her warning. Ah, stern Venelana. That's sexy. But I would relent. If she spoke up, it meant that we were getting close to the line. I noticed that all the women in your harem fit the mature category. Zedekis possibly decided to change the subject due to the awkward atmosphere. I like older women. I said simply. It's refreshing too because they've been so welcoming. Venelana chimed in. I've never seen any fighting or anything like that and they've welcomed me with open arms. How wonderful. Zedekis had a big smile as she said that. We'll have to get mother and father to meet as well. You sure that's a good idea? Next thing we know, grandma might be screwing him too. Red-haired Lucifer snorted. Venelana gave him a look. You know, I noticed that other than a butler, there are no other people working around the mansion? Especially no maids. I wonder why that is. I glared his way. What are you trying to say? He narrowed his eyes. Made fetish. I spelled it out for him. He twitched again. Better than an old woman fetish. He snorted. So your mom is an old woman? I shot back. That made him stiffen again and not respond. Realizing he just insulted his mom, which I'm currently in a relationship with. So, Wilhelm, what have you been up to recently? Rias very subtly tried to change the subject from our bickering. I was scoping out schools to send Kunu to. Trying to find ones that would fit her well enough. Other than that, I got into a drinking contest with a phoenix. Which was pretty much my past week. Someone from the phoenix family. She blinked. No, I mean the bird. I clarified. Like the actual mythological bird. Yup. I popped. She seemingly didn't know what to say to that. A for effort, however. She tried well enough. Oh, speaking of drinking, the thing you asked me about is almost done. Venelana clapped her hands. Thing? What thing? Rias lost a lot of her earlier shyness. Wilhelm here gave me some interesting and exceedingly rare ingredients. I've been making them into wine. She leaned onto my arm with a big smile. Really, it's almost done already. I was surprised. I cheated a little with some time variance. She casually replied. But that's not really too difficult. It's looking good. Interesting, and what's in this wine? Zedekis's eyes lit up. I gave her a peach of immortality, and some water from the river Styx to complement it. Was there really a reason to hide it? It was a better topic to talk about than whatever was happening before. Where did you even get those things? Rias asked quietly. I know people. I shrugged. Met Sun Wukong a few times. Izzy knows Hades, so that wasn't hard to ask for. Yet, you know a lot of powerful people. She muttered, soundly oddly defeated for some reason. I'm curious about something. Zedekus suddenly spoke up again. What made you get together with Vene? Ah, the others were preemptively cringing at the inevitable answer. Besides the obvious. I raised an eyebrow. Zedekus let out a laugh. I'm just a little curious about what captured you at first. She has enough good qualities that it would take a long time to go over all of them. Just satisfy an old man's curiosity. So, what immediately swept me off my feet, as it were? I summarized. Well. I glanced at her rather large boobs. Good choice. Zedekus nodded sagely. Vene's chest is hard to match. Dad, please don't talk about Mom that way. The red-headed Lucifer threw his hands up in frustration. There's nothing wrong with the compliment, Venelana giggled, intentionally bouncing her chest for everyone to see. Believe me, I know the looks I get for my boobs, and I don't shy away from them. Why did I enjoy her tormenting her children so much? Their groans were just so much fun to hear. Honestly though, I love her boobs, I won't deny that. Physically, she was everything I wanted in a woman. But, jokes aside, I think what really tugged at me at first were her stunning eyes. I turned to her, happily taking her hand. It might sound a bit cliché to say, but they were so calm and gentle that I couldn't help but stare at them when we first met. Out of all my girls, she definitely wins with the most vivid and hypnotizing eyes. It also helped that my clothes were torn and I was practically half naked at the time. Venelana added. That may have also helped with her seduction. Most of the questions seemed to revolve around Venelana and myself, but that was to be expected. This little dinner was mostly for them to get used to us together, or something along those lines. Among other things, of course. The half-assed attempts from him to try and poke at me for certain knowledge was not missed, but it's whatever. But even the way we were seated, it was obvious that she and I were sort of on the outside in a sense. A good answer. Zedekus nodded, seemingly pleased. Venelana certainly has been much happier in recent weeks. Why, she even used one of her evil pieces. I was sure they would be left to collect dust forever. I assume that you have a hand in her new queen. Mozart. I mused. How is he handling being a devil? Oh, he's adapted well. It almost makes me question if he wasn't a devil beforehand. He took to it like a fish in water. Venelana replied. Someone else that should be dead. Lucifer snorted. Care to explain that one? Isn't Okatasuji listed as dead? I rolled my eyes. That's not the same thing. How so? I used an evil piece on him. Well, So did Venelana. I crossed my arms. That. He scowled. Sophistry. Mozart died hundreds of years ago. He has a grave. I attempted to recruit him myself and he rejected. His expression hardened. Well, that sounds like it would be inconvenient for me to answer. So, I'll just do what you do when something is inconvenient and ignore it. I just rolled my eyes at his attempt to force me to answer his obvious prodding question. He shot up to his feet and slammed his hands on the table. It seems like his temper finally flared. I didn't want you. I felt an old wound reopen, one that I thought had scarred over a long time ago. I found myself mimicking him as I was on my feet and my hands slammed into the table as well. Well, look at that, neither did I. But I was the one who got fucked over because you're a fucking idiot. You weren't my responsibility. He shouted. No shit. I shouted in return. That's why I lost my fucking childhood, because you couldn't be asked to take the bare minimum effort. You had everything provided for. I was a fucking kid who was grieving their dead mom and I had no one, you cunt. That wasn't my fault. He seemed to verbally stagger there. No, but you failed every step of the way to do something about it. My voice lowered back to normal. I didn't back down as we stared at one another. Finally, he pulled away, turning around and marching out of the room. The maid also stood up. She had been, mostly silent this evening, she looked like she was having an awkward time throughout. But at this moment, she looked at me and I was ready for her to say something. Thank you for saving my son. She bowed her head with the feeling of genuine thanks in her tone. Why, did that make me feel good to hear? I didn't know how to reply to her. I was uncharacteristically angry, but I felt weird about the idea of snapping at her in this particular moment despite my dislike for her. Quickly, she seemed to follow after her husband. Come on. Venelana stood up, tugging at my arm. She didn't look too upset, almost sympathetic if anything. Let's go for a walk. She smiled gently. I let out a sigh and allowed her to drag me off. Some fresh air would do me good. Chapter 475, Chapter 431. Is there really no setting sun here? I stared up at the sky where a facsimile of the sun hung overhead. A fake sun that they created through various means to light up hell to seem similar to the topside. It should be in the process of setting based on the time. Oh, it's a quick process. It only takes a few minutes for the thing to switch to nighttime. Venelana explained. I felt her hand run through my hair and I closed my eyes, letting out a breath. I guessed that made sense, it's not a natural phenomenon, and it's already a marvel of magical engineering to be what it is. What point was there to get every nuance perfect when the result wouldn't change by a significant margin? I just hummed as I continued to watch the purple sky from atop Venelana's lap. How are you doing? She asked after a few silent moments. Weirdly, a bit better. I said absent-mindedly. I think I've been keeping that in for a long time and I never had a chance to let it out until now. She nodded in understanding. Oddly, I miss my mom a lot right now. I don't know why this feeling suddenly sprang up. It's not like there were times that I found myself missing her, but right now, it was stronger than it had been in a long while. There's nothing odd about that. She smiled warmly. And it's good that you finally got that out. Is it a relief? Yeah, a small one, but I feel like a knot in my stomach is gone that I didn't know was there before. I could acknowledge that much. And how do you feel about everything? She asked. What, do you mean what he said to me? I questioned. It's not an easy thing to hear. I let out a snort. I don't give a shit about that. I gave it a thought and I really didn't care so much about him admitting that didn't want me. It was obvious, and I had no fantasies about that changing. I was just pissed more than anything else, mostly at the way he handled things after Mom died. Are you still holding a grudge about losing your childhood? Of course. I think anyone would feel the same in my situation. And what do you want to do about it? She continued to run her fingers through my hair. Realistically? Nothing. It's not like I was going to go into some kind of murderous rage after being poked like that. Sure, it still pissed me off, but I've lived a good life so far. What do you mean? She asked. Yeah, my childhood sucked. In hindsight, I was a depressed kid struggling through his formative years and that fucked me up in some particular ways. But, right at this moment, I'm pretty happy. Obviously, discounting the previous hour or so. But I think I turned out decent enough. Despite the stress involved with all the things I have been juggling, I'm happy. Look, I'm laying my head down in the lap of a wonderful woman. I have a harem of equally amazing women who for some reason reciprocate my affections. I must be doing something right, yet. Are you using us as validation? She responded. Do you mean to say that your worth comes from the fact that people you perceive as amazing see value in you? Well, isn't that true? I returned. You shouldn't use others to validate your own worthiness. She lightly chided while playfully pinching my cheek. You're missing a step in the logic. You think that because I am amazing, she said with a little bit of humor in her tone, that this in turn means you're somehow validated in life. Your logic has a small flaw. Do you think I would be with someone who isn't also amazing? She gave me a rather beautiful smile. You need to accept that just as you see us as amazing, we in turn, see you the same way, otherwise we would have never been together. Don't derive self-worth from those around you. You're not amazing in turn because we all care about you, we care about you because you are amazing. Wow! I don't know why that hit as hard as it did. Shit, was I acting like Artoria? Was this how it felt from her perspective? Alright, I'll try to be better. The important thing is to acknowledge it in the first place. She nodded happily. Well, it's not like that's the reason I have a harem. That would be just so many shades of inappropriate, and I'm sure they would be able to see through that easily enough. But yet, I think, I'm living a good life right now, and I'm happy. You know everything about me, for the most part. I've had my ups and downs, I've experienced things that nearly broke me, but also things that I would cherish regardless of how long I live. But for some reason, I found myself frowning. You're feeling guilty, aren't you? Guilty? I repeated. Explain. Like, you don't feel like you're allowed to be upset about what happened, because it led to where you are now. If you were raised properly, had a good childhood, would you be in this same spot? I wouldn't be. I admitted. Things would be different. I probably wouldn't have you, at a minimum. Am I really allowed to be upset if, right at this moment, I wouldn't trade what I had for a good childhood? Of course you're allowed to be upset. You can mourn something you never were allowed to have while also being happy with what the consequences led to. She immediately replied. You're a person with feelings, they're complicated, and contradictory at points, but no less relevant and important to you. You were wronged, that is objectively true. But you built something good for yourself anyways, that is something you should be proud of. One doesn't have to conflict with the other. I sometimes forget that you're a certified psychologist. Well, not really certified anymore. She giggled. But I'm always happy to help you out when you need to talk. I admit, I don't see eye to eye with a lot of human concepts. But I'll always have an ear for you to talk into. I'm pretty sure this isn't the normal procedure for seeing a psychologist. I found myself smiling. But I won't complain. I may have squeezed her thigh a little bit. Hey now, mister. She lightly chided me again. Wait until later. We can role-play with this tonight if you want. Well, if there was ever a way to suddenly pick my spirits up. Do you by chance have any nun outfits? I asked. Sweetie. She cupped my cheek. I'm a devil, of course I do. I'll show you the closet where I keep all my outfits for role-play later. Alrighty then. I guess it was a stupid question to ask. I'm sorry for ruining dinner. I just blurted out without any build-up. Maybe it was the wrong moment to say it, but I felt like I needed to. I shouldn't have let myself get upset like that. She didn't even pause with what she was doing. You're forgiven. Just like that. I pursed my lips. Sweetie, did you think that anyone in that room didn't expect it to end up in a similar fashion? She looked at me with one of those looks. Really? It was expected, don't worry about it. She reassured me. And you still want us together in the same room, when you expected this to happen. It was important for you. She said casually. I won't deny that it was important for my son as well. Still, I don't like putting you in that position. Geez, I felt like shit even so. I insulted your daughter, then your son. Extenuating circumstances. She waved it off easily. Believe me, I will tell you if I think you're about to step over a line. God, the thought of you being upset with me makes me physically queasy. Like the thought if I actually did harm to her family, and she looked at me with anger. It was the same with any of my girls, just the idea that they would ever look at me like that made my wreck. It's very hard for me to reach that point, don't worry. She patted my cheek again. And you are a good person, I know you would never intentionally do anything to harm my family. She paused for a second. Well, relatively speaking. What? What does that mean? Let's just say, I owe Zoe some money for a wager. I groaned. Did you bet if we would physically fight? Yes. She said without an ounce of shame. Don't get me wrong, I didn't expect you to try and kill one another. But, I'm a little surprised a punch or two wasn't thrown. Seriously? I gaped. Boys sometimes fight to resolve problems. She shrugged. I'm not going to kick up too much of a fuss if you just beat each other up. Sure, I would be upset that two people I care about hurt one another. But I wouldn't be upset, if you understand. I wouldn't. Izanami and Susanoo. She cut me off. The words then died in my mouth. Okay, good point. She nodded smugly. As I said, I wouldn't have held it against you. I even talked about the possibility with Izanami and asked her advice. She simply said to let it play out as long as it didn't escalate too far. Hey! I would have punished you, of course. She also stated. Punished, or punished? I raised my eyebrows. You wouldn't be getting between Grandma's legs if it happened. She revealed with a sultry smile. I realized how much of a devil I actually am in situations like this, because her referring to herself as my grandma really tickled me a certain way. Speaking of the others, I should probably give them a heads up that we're good here. They probably expected something to happen as well. Don't worry, I already took care of it. She replied. Really? Venelana nodded. I made sure to keep them up to date, and answer the questions they have. If you want, I can tell you what they're all up to right now and all of that. But you don't need to worry, they know you're all right. Hey, you're on the ball. It's almost like I've done this before. Her eyes sparkled with amusement. Right, you managed Zedeka's harem, didn't you? Oh yes, I made sure everything ran as smoothly as possible. You wouldn't believe everything that went on in the background that he never saw. Now I'm tempted to ask for myself. She patted my cheek again. Secret. I knew they had their own secret chat between themselves, but maybe I didn't know everything that went on that I didn't see. But if they didn't say anything, I wasn't going to stick my nose into it. It was just as important that they got along together, especially when I wasn't there, as I got along with them. Want to hear something funny? She suddenly asked. My son is probably in his room doing this with his wife too. I don't know why, but I started cracking up. Maybe it was just the ridiculousness of the situation and the way she delivered it. But for some reason, the picture of a man I despised doing exactly the same as me sent me into a giggle fit. I felt much better than only a few minutes ago. However, Venelana suddenly got a very serious look on her face. Want to go have sex? Yes. I was feeling significantly better, and she did promise me the entire weekend, so I was going to make good use of it. Grafia Lucifuge POV. Well, this evening could have gone worse. My big oaf of a husband was just silently laying his head down in my lap as I ran my fingers through his hair. I messed up again, didn't I? He eventually opened his mouth. Do you need me to really answer that? I questioned back. He let out a groan and pushed his face into my thighs. I didn't mean to. You didn't mean to tell your abandoned child that you never wanted them right to their face? I asked evenly. It didn't come out right. It's not what I meant. He said softly. I don't. He became quiet. I can't say it's not how I felt, but it's not how I wanted to say it. A poor choice of words then. Yeah, a poor choice of words. He agreed. Well, I can't fault him for feeling that way. But we can both agree that he chose poorly in how to express himself. It was understandable, but not excusable. He is far too old to lash out like he did. You don't usually get riled up so easily. I continued to soothe him. I don't know what happened. He turned his head over. I just felt it boiling up so quickly. The way he was just, taking shots at me, then the way Mother was hanging off him. I just finally reached the point where I lost my temper. It was hardly the first time that Venelana's relationship with him was thrown in your face. I was keeping a straight face, but I wasn't entirely happy with it either. It's not as if it was strange for our people, I suppose, but it made me feel even more awkward than normal. And it didn't help that Venelana seemed to enjoy perpetuating that awkwardness. Maybe that was her way of subtlety punishing us? He scrunched his nose. I never had to see it so close before. Are you sure it isn't because you can't deny it's happening now? He pouted. I loved my husband, but he can be childish at times. I thought it was just to get back at me, so I was bearing with it, thinking she would eventually stop playing around. And now it's obvious this isn't the case and you're going to have to deal with it. I was blunt. He nodded. I hate it. You're allowed to hate it, but you have no say in it. I reminded him. For all his power, he sometimes thought he could dictate certain things he really had no right to. He's always had a bit of a habit for needing to control certain things around him. He scowled when I reminded him of his position. I could do something. No. I rejected. But... Sertsks. I said sternly. You've already done a lot. Leave it. He let out a long sigh. Fine. Good. I was happy he accepted so easily. I messed up, hey. You did. I nodded again as he calmed down a bit. It was good that we decided not to bring Mill ICAs. So he wouldn't see his idol taking shots at his dad or screwing his grandmother. So he wouldn't see his father act like a child. I replied. As much as he admired his brother at the moment, it would never compare to his father. Fair. He accepted again. Should I apologize? For what exactly? I raised an eyebrow. For abandoning him for years and leaving him to fend for himself with me occasionally checking up on him to make sure he wasn't dead. Or anything specific in that period of time you want to point out. Or just for the comment about him being unwanted to his face. Since when are you defending him? Did you suddenly turn over a new leaf? Sertsks. I said pointedly. He saved our son. That made him release any anger or annoyance that came from our conflicting views at the moment. Yeah, he did. Sertsks' tension visibly eased. I never apologized to you properly for making you handle that, did I? No. I replied without much expression. I'm sorry, dear. There was a genuineness in his tone. Granted, I had forgiven him a long time ago even if I was still upset. But hearing a genuine apology, well. I found myself smiling slightly. I forgive you. I continued to rub his head. I'm not without sin here either. I handled it poorly and I could have done a much better job. We're both to blame. Was it jealousy? I don't even think it was that. I didn't care if Sertsks had a harem. The reason he didn't was because of the political ramifications, so those old bastards made it a rule that the Satans can't have a harem. Or, at least, that's what he likes to say, but everyone knew he wouldn't give any credence to that if he didn't want to. He just, for some reason, only cared about me. Maybe that's why I treated that scared boy with such disdain. It's funny, if he had brought in a mistress and they happened to have a child, I think I would have been overjoyed. What a mess this entire situation was. We both were at fault. But that bridge had long since been burnt. Don't apologize. I finally said. Really? He looked up at me incredulously. You really think I shouldn't? It's not that you shouldn't, but that at this point, it would probably do more harm than good. I explained. I think the best we can do now is to just keep our distance. Any apology now, it would come off as insincere and just forced, regardless of how we tried. How exactly did one apologize for abandoning a child for so many years? Besides, we owed him far too much now to try and force any kind of reconciliation. We should Sertsk stopped because there was a banging somewhere. What's that noise? I also heard the thumping. It sounds like it's coming from next. Ooh. The moan was audible through the walls. Both Sertsks and I froze up upon realizing what the sound was. They're next door, aren't they? Sertsks whispered. It appears so. I replied, amidst the constant thumping. That was the room Venelana was staying in since she and Zidika stopped sharing a bed upon her being with Wilhelm. Grafia. Yes, dear. What is the mature and reasonable response to hearing my son fuck my mother in the next room over? He asked. When I figure that out, I will tell you. Grafia. Yes, dear. What happens if they have a kid? We try our best to behave well with your new grandson sibling. Based on the sounds, I suppose he was correct. It certainly wasn't for the lack of trying on their part. By the way, your punishment is going to be explaining to our son the fact that his grandmother is now having sexual relations with his brother. I was not touching that with a 10-foot pole and we've successfully kept it from him to this point. However, it was going to get out eventually and I was certainly not going to be the one dealing with it this time. Yes dear. Non-canon Omake, Through the Looking Glass. Part 1. It's odd, you would think that falling through the infinite void would be something I'm used to at this point. You would be incorrect. While hurling through both nothingness and everything after a bout of trouble and a bit hurt, I was still screaming where no sound existed. It made me feel better even if no one would hear, maybe because no one would hear it. Regardless, I pushed through and tore open a path using the kaleidoscope. My calculations were pretty much non-existent, so I eyeballed it. Like trying to throw a baseball from an airplane to hit a target on the ground. I tried to force myself into the direction of home, and I pulled myself through. Sunlight greeted me, so I realized I partially succeeded at least, but my face landed squarely into some dirt and grass. I rolled myself over with a grunt, the ground was sunken and deformed into a bit of a hole at my descent. Nothing I couldn't walk off, even if it felt like I got kicked in the balls, multiple times. After a moment, I pushed myself up off the ground and dusted myself off. I was about to leave until I realized where I was, making me scrunch my face. I was in the backyard of that house. It seemed like they rebuilt it, so I'm guessing I was home, relatively speaking. I was in Kuaho, and at the house I grew up in. Should I burn it down again? It would certainly make me feel a tad better. Wait, why are there a stupid amount of magical protections around the place? Ones I just crashed right through. While the question conflicted me, the back door was pushed open. Before I could understand what, or rather, who was looking at me, my body reacted first. I felt my arms trembling almost uncontrollably. I quickly turned around. Well, this is the first time I had someone drop in so literally. Her voice made me stiffen. Apologies, this isn't my home, I must have taken the wrong turn somewhere. I cleared my throat. I'll just get out of your hair. Stop. She said, and I felt myself instinctively come to an abrupt halt as I attempted to walk away. You're familiar, turn around. There's no need for that, I'll just leave and we can pretend this never happened. Well, this obviously wasn't a mundane home, so I flicked my wrist and was about to portal away, but... Takao Shimoda, you will stop this instant. I froze. I think you're confusing me with someone else. Turn around. My body refused to listen to me as I turned around towards her. Silly boy, do you think there would ever be a time I wouldn't recognize you? I looked at the face of a woman I hadn't seen in many years. Mama. Tears began falling uncontrollably. This was not what I expected. It was an accident, I shouldn't be doing this. I found myself fidgeting because I couldn't look her in the eyes. Is it time travel? She suddenly blurted out. Pardon. Why, you look older, and your hair is longer. She reached over, flipping my ponytail. You look good with long hair. She smiled. Look at you, so grown up. How old are you now? She put a hand on my cheek. I don't know. Did you fail math that bad? She looked at me incredulously. It's complicated. I huffed. Time is, wait, why did you assume time travel? Why are there magic protections here? Why are you living in this house? Sweetie, are you okay? She frowned. Did you hit your head in the fall? She stopped for a minute. It's not time travel, is it? No. I admitted, very quietly. Explain it to me. I took a deep breath. There's this concept of parallel worlds, where slight differences can. I understand. She cut me off. Ah. Well, she was always really smart. I guess I didn't need to go in depth for her to get the picture. I'm sorry, I'm not your son. This must be awkward for you, let me just leave so that. A pair of arms wrapped around me tightly. You will always be my son. She whispered, grabbing me for a big hug. I don't care about the circumstances. You are my Takao, that won't ever change. Mama. Hush, your mama is here. She didn't ask me why I was crying, I guess she didn't need to. I just have two big boys now. One of them a little bigger than the other. She released me after a few moments, looking me over. You've been through a lot, Haven't you? What makes you say that? I wiped away some of the errant tears. Your eyes are much older now. She gently used her thumb to help. My poor boy, what happened to you? It's not all bad. I found myself smiling. Tell me about it. Tell me all about your life, I want to hear everything. Well, it's a long story. My heart felt more at peace than I have for a very long time. I have a daughter. My mom let out the loudest squeal I've ever heard. I'm a grandma. Mom. I felt heat rise up in my cheeks. Gah. I can't believe it, I'm finally a grandma. It's about time you and Sana gave me a grandbaby. The warmness abruptly faded away as I processed what she said. Excuse me. Hey. She tilted her head. Did I say something wrong? What did you say about me and Sana? Are you two not together? She looked at me for validation. My Takao and Sana have been so cute together. They grew up together, as you probably know. But they've always had this little crush between them, and he finally asked her out this past year, and they've been dating for a few months now. It's so cute. I have so many pictures, and I know Sierra Fall has just as many. She continued to say words, but it was just white noise at this point. Me and her? I was pretty sure that Fall killed me. Because this was a special kind of hell. It was enough that I didn't even care to parse the teleportation magics flaring up around us.
Thanks for listening.